they do together. Then you go to Denver twice next week. You got the Clippers on a back-to-back, and then you got the Bucks next Saturday night. Look here. I'm not starting the show talking about Bielitsa. I'm not going to do that. There's bigger issues here.
No,
I'm starting with the All-Star.
He's just one of the things. It's like if you got shot in the head, but yet your pinky's dislocated. Like, yeah, your pinky's still dislocated, but you got shot in the head. So in this one, man, I don't know why I went so graphic, but like Bielitsa just stinks. But the bigger thing is, can Wiggins hit a shot? I mean, in the fourth quarter, can you hit a shot?
Well, no.
How many wide open looks did they get?
Well, here we go, Shasky. By the way, 510, I see a Comcast Business text line. Bots, I think Langford should take your job. He's way better than you. Oh. I agree. Take my job. I can get me some damn sleep. I missed that. Waking up at 4:30 in the morning, man, for the birds. Anyway, look. Andrew Wiggins, 11 points in the first quarter. Andrew Wiggins, 11 points in the first quarter.
What is the over-under on the age of saying, da-da-da-da-da, waking up is for the birds?
I don't know.
It's got to be 70 years
35?
old. 35?
Right? Hey, but at least, look, I love the 510. I love being a good hater. Andrew Wiggins, 11 points in the first quarter, 7 the rest of the way. Warriors, 6 of 11 for the three-point line in the first quarter. Guess what? They were 5 of 28 the rest of the way.
That's not good.
You want to talk about free throw shooting. Andrew Wiggins, because now he's an all-star. He's an all-star. He's an all-star, folks. He was an all-star starter. We got to hold him to a higher standard. We got to hold him. No, Shasky, the guy came into last night in the month of February shooting 41.7% from the free throw line. Think about that. Going into last night's game, Andrew Wiggins came into that game shooting 41.7% from the free throw line. And then he goes 2 of 6 yesterday. Remember he got fouled on the 3, missed the first 2. Late game situations. Is Steve Kerr going to have to pull Wiggins because he can't hit a free throw? He's now down to 65% from the free throw line. How is Andrew Wiggins a bad free throw shooter?
It's clearly in the head. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But it's also affecting his driving to the hoop late in games. Vontae, he doesn't want to go to the free throw line. And yeah, he's getting good looks from the outside. I'd still like to see him take it to the cup. And I think that when you're reluctant to get fouled and go to the free throw line, I think subconsciously you don't take it to the lane as hard.
Yeah. No, it was bad.
And then can you throw him on the mid block and get him the ball in the post a little? You really don't have a guy that you can get the ball in the post there. The bigger thing for me,
they were up 21 yesterday.
But the bigger thing for me, it's not this game. It's the pattern of the 4 games that they've lost since whatever it is, January something or other, where it's Indiana, Denver.
Right.
This one, what's the other one I'm omitting? Is it the Knicks game?
No, they beat the Knicks.
What was the other?
No, they lost to the Knicks.
Yeah,
they lost to the Knicks. Knicks were up most of that game, but yeah, they lost that game.
So, but they've lost a lot of games here where it feels like they've had a commanding lead, and then in the fourth quarter, they look like the more sluggish team, and then they can't get their rhythm back. Once the dam breaks, they're done.
93-74 lead with 9:59 left in the game.
You seem so you're very frustrated with this team.
I'm not frustrated. I'm fine. I'm
fans are pissed.
I'm amped up. It's a Monday. We're back on the roast. The bed is back together. I'm just fired up a little bit. And nobody's frustrated. Championship wasn't lost last night. They didn't lose Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals.
It was an important loss if you're just doing the whole Phoenix lost, Memphis wins Saturday night. You know, you're hoping to kind of gain a little ground.
Here's the issue. And look, they're 13-9 without Draymond Green over the last 22. 13-9. Missing Draymond Green, starting to miss them a lot.
100%.
16-11 in the last 27. Playing like a 500 basketball team. They've got some good wins, but they got some bad losses. Yes, Kuminga was up and down yesterday, but I expect that. He's 19 years old.
He got a couple bum calls. First, the goaltending.
Scott Foster tried to take over the basketball game.
What was the hook call? I was like, that wasn't even a hook on Bertans?
Dude, he called it 40 feet away from the action. Behind him. The other 2 refs are right there underneath. Let it go. But Scott Foster wanted to be Scott Foster.
He was going to jam that too, by the way. And they needed a bucket bad there.
Scott Foster's going to be Scott Foster. All good. Whatever. But one thing I think Steve Kerr overthought yesterday was the starting in Moses Moody. Because now, and I keep saying this, Langford, we're discussing this on Friday. I don't think the championship is going to be dictated by Andrew Wiggins and Jordan Poole. But damn it, you need them.
100%.
You need them to win this championship. Spencer did when he coming off the bench yesterday. That's how I envision Jordan Poole. 24 points, 10 of 14. Jordan Poole's a playmaker. You cannot tell me last night, going into that game, knowing that damn, I'm not going to start. They're going to start Moses Moody. Moses Moody got 25 minutes. I'm not knocking Moses Moody. But Jordan Poole's got to play more than 19 minutes. I don't care if he's 0 for 15. He's got to play. He's got to be in that closing lineup. He's one of the guys who can get to the lineup, who can get to the cup. He's one of the guys who can hit a damn free throw on his basketball team.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole, 0 for 7 yesterday, 0 for 4 from 3, 4 points, 19 minutes. He's got to play. Start him next to Steph Curry. I just thought Steve Kerr overthought the lineup. Now, did it burn him? No, because they got off to a fantastic start in the first quarter.
32-16.
Got off to a great start. But I have an issue with Jordan Poole not playing much in the fourth quarter.
Well, B, he's not an established player yet, and he's looking to get a contract extension. He still doesn't. I mean, he doesn't really even have a defined, carved-out role. I know everyone keeps saying off the bench, off the bench. When you're a young guy who hasn't gotten the max money and hasn't gotten any money at any point, like real NBA money at any point, and have been yo-yoed to the G League and come back, I understand just being a little like, you're like in between two roles right now, don't you think? Like,
yeah, no doubt.
He's trying to establish himself. He doesn't really have that defined role. You don't want to go out there and just start gunning because now you're overcompensating, because that was the big knock on him early in his career, was the discernment. Now, I'm not panicking regarding Jordan Poole, but I'm definitely worried about the situation.
Yeah, the situation. I don't like it.
I mean, they need to massage and nurture him to the fullest, and I just don't think they've done a great job since Clay's returned to really put both arms around him.
I agree. He's a factor here. He's a guy, again, who can hit you a free throw, should be in the closing lineup, who can handle the ball and be another playmaker, to where Steph Curry doesn't have to always be on the ball, to where Draymond Green doesn't have to always be on the ball. Jordan Poole's got to play more than 19 minutes. I don't care how bad he's struggling, especially in the game last night when you're without Draymond Green. You're without Klay Thompson. You're without Iguodala. I mean, Jordan Poole's got to play.
What's going on with the three-point shooting? The numbers, at least in the last month and a half, for the three-point shooting,
good.
I mean, they've fallen off the map. ESPN showed it last night, and I'm like, wow.
Yeah, no, it's not good. And Steph Curry's missing a lot of threes.
Yes.
Steph Curry's under 40% for the first time in his career.
Well, there was a key possession. For me, it was like I think Dallas had just gotten that layup to take the lead. First lead
95-94.
And then Curry comes down. It might have been the possession after that, but there's like 3.5 minutes to go. And he takes a contested fadeaway mid-range jumper, and it was just like, this is the best we got?
Yeah, like, wasn't a good shot.
But it's just as a team-wide thing, I feel like they're not getting good shots in the fourth quarter.
No, they got outscored 33-13 in the fourth quarter. I saw a lot of fadeaways from Andrew Wiggins, a lot of bad threes from Steph Curry. He did have some great looks at the three-point line, but he was 3 of 10. This team-wide, is not shooting the three well.
No.
They're just not. And so, am I starting to get worried about the long-term prospects? Not yet, because I want to see where Draymond Green is at. I want to see where James Wiseman's at. But you know what? There's some things that needs to get figured out here. Things can go awry real quick over the next 7 games. There's no, like, Minnesota's going to play hard. Who's going to guard Karl-Anthony Towns? All right? I mean, Karl-Anthony Towns. Then you got to play Dallas in Dallas again. And Luka, I don't think, had a great game yesterday, yet he finished with 34. Well, Luka was, like, that was the most frustrating part about last night, Shasky. I'm watching the Dallas bench. Bench. There's at least 6 times where they damn near waved the white flag on yesterday. They were ready to tap out and say, you know what? We'll just go to L.A. and play the Lakers. Let's chalk this one.
The sequence for me, everyone's going back to the end of the third quarter. Fourth quarter, you had a commanding lead, and then they start chipping away at it. And the goaltend was brutal because not only was it a goaltend, then they get the technical because I thought he was trying to keep his head from hitting the rim by grabbing the thing. I don't know. That to me seems super ticky-tacky on a technical there. So they get the goaltend, which is 2 points, which I didn't think it was a goaltend, number one. Then they get the technical, and then they get the ball. And then they score again. And then Kuminga comes down on the very next possession and gets the hook call. That's like a 9-point swing right there.
It was huge. But you know what? Dribble drive penetration.
Oh, it just destroyed.
Warriors can't stop dribble drive penetration.
How about when Dinwiddie put Clooney in a blender and then just backs up, boop, boop, and then hits the three?
I mean, Dinwiddie 4 or 5 in the fourth quarter, 10 points. Luka comes in the last 5:37. He scores 9. Great fall-away jumper against Steph Curry. Took his time, backed him down.
Then faded away. On that one.
Yeah, faded away at the free throw line.
Great pass to Hardaway.
I mean, you were Hardaway to play yesterday. You mean Finney Smith?
Finney Smith, excuse me.
Finney Smith's a nice, good
Whoever
player.
it was that finished in the lane, it was like they brought the lead to like 5.
Yeah, Dorian Finney-Smith is a good player. He played all 12 minutes in that fourth quarter, played really good basketball yesterday. Look, the Mavericks are tough. They're a tough defensive team, a top 5 defensive team in the league, but 23-1 run. I mean, it was 3 minutes left in that fourth quarter, and the Warriors had scored 8. People want to blame Steve Kerr in the rotations? We can go there. You want to blame Steph Curry? We can go there. Everybody's accountable on that team yesterday. It's not just Steve Kerr in the rotations. If I got to open up my damn timeline one more time, and people say, you better roast Steve Kerr. This is all on Steve Kerr. Somebody's got to hit a shot.
Well, that too.
And you're saying, oh, over the rotations. Well, you don't have Klay Thompson. You don't have Draymond Green. You don't have Andre Iguodala. Hey, what do you want this guy to do? Well, you got to play these guys. You got to play Bielitsa.
But that's the bigger question for me is, like, are we ever going to see those guys all together?
I know. Maybe not. May not.
I mean, I think people make it out like coaching's just, hey, just point to that guy at the end of the bench and you go in and you're going to automatically give me whatever your normal production is. Guys have off nights. They play well some nights. You got to try different lineups out. I don't know.
You have to play Damian Lee at some point.
Well,
you have to play Bielitsa.
He got a wide open 3 look and just missed it.
He missed it.
I mean, they got the look they were looking for. It was the Otto Porter Jr., Steph Curry little boom, boom, boom play, and then Porter takes the next pass over, and Lee just flat out misses a big-time 3 that would have tied the game.
Otto Porter Jr., the other one, didn't have a great game yesterday.
No.
Didn't have a great game yesterday. Fourth quarter numbers for the Warriors last night. 5 of 21 from the floor, 23.8%. 2 of 11. 2 of 11
horrible
from the
rotation
line.
Defense. When guys are getting blown by on the dribble drive penetration, there's nobody who's going to rotate over into the key, and it's just, I'm telling you, man, they really need rim protection bad right now. That's the number one thing right now.
888-957-9570. Anybody panicking after last night's game? Warriors are still 43-18. They're still 26-7 at home. They're still the number 2 seed in the Western Conference. Anybody panicking right now? Anybody worried about the Warriors? I would love to know.
Well, where are you at? Because I'll tell you when I'm.
I want to hear from you.
Oh, okay.
You're panicking? You're worried?
I'm not in full panic mode, but I am like, I'm at the point now where I'm like, all right, I'm just looking at the regular season and I'm like, can we ever get to the playoffs healthy? Like, that's what I think that's a legitimate question. I mean, are we ever? And then, okay, let's say we get to the playoffs and we only play a handful of games with Iggy and Clay and Draymond. So we're just going to figure this thing out in the playoffs? Like, that's what we're going to do?
No.
That doesn't inspire confidence for me. Can they do it? Of course they can. I mean, because I'm not going to.
They need Draymond.
Well, hell yeah, they need Draymond.
They need Draymond.
Hell yeah,
they need Draymond. They need help. Well, and they need Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson out yesterday due to general illness. Klay Thompson's been playing good basketball. Missing Klay Thompson last night hurt. Bigger body, guy who can shoot, misses energy.
Yeah.
They needed Klay Thompson last night. They needed Draymond Green last night, but you cannot blow that game. Again, that's the second straight game at home where you blow it.
Hey, the Nugget game I was not feeling. I'm sorry. I know people were like, end of the year. That's a bad loss, too.
It was a bad loss. 4 or 5.
A really bad loss.
Now you've lost 5 of 7. Now you've lost 5 of 7, and you got 7 games. Again, the next 7 games, folks, buckle up. Buckle up. I told you it was going to get real.
Well, and the thing with Moses Moody yesterday, I do think I understand where Kerr's coming from trying to get Moody some run. I get that. But to me, if I'm looking big picture, and this is the way, and it's tough because I know you're trying to accomplish 2 things. Who's more important for this year's team? Jordan Poole or Moses Moody? I'm trying to get Jordan Poole rocking and rolling here. So
yeah,
I don't know, man. I think the last thing you want to do is mess with him psychologically. And I get the whole argument of, well, that's his role now coming off the bench. Yeah, but Clay's not there. So
Clay's not there. And he averaged 17 points per game when Clay wasn't there.
If it was a playoff game, are you going to stick to Jordan Poole's normal rotations?
Yeah, you're starting Jordan Poole.
Well, and
you have to start Jordan Poole in a playoff game. I think it would be sacrilegious to play Moses Moody and start him. No disrespect to the young man. No, he's working hard.
19,
Jordan Poole's got to get the start, man.
I'm with you.
I thought Steve Kerr overthought that situation. So 888-957-9570. Let's dissect this loss. Where are the Warriors at long term here? Are you still feeling championship-ish?
Well, when
how are you feeling, Warrior fans?
And when you see Phoenix lose, you're like, okay.
Had a shot.
Your little window's kind of opening up, and then you lose that game. And not that it's all done in terms of going after the first seed, but like, it's not good. That's a gut punch.
How we feeling, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. Where's your mentals at when it comes to this basketball team right now? Is it time to start worrying about the Golden State Warriors? Is it time to panic? We blew a 21-point lead at home last night. 21-point lead.
Our pets' heads are falling off!
Ooh. It's coming up on the game brought to you by Exergen Corporation. Warriors talk. Kirk and Oakland. We'll get to you on the other side here. 888-957-9570. Dubs lose to the Mavs. They've lost 5 of 7 here, folks. 5 of 7. And Draymond's not coming back for a few weeks. Wiseman's not coming back for a couple weeks. We'll see what happens with Klay Thompson. But these next 7, folks, buckle up. Things are getting real here with the Golden State Warriors. More coming up on the roast.
Exergen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate.
and Stan in Central Indiana, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with experienced branch staff at over 250 locations so you get the product you're looking for. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Take you for a ride on a slow bus to Chinatown. Where in the world is
the sexiest voice in all of sports media, Nick Friedel?
Nick has this rugged masculinity that all of us at ESPN are jealous of.
I don't know about friend of the program because I think you're lumping me in with being a friend of Friedel, and I don't want to be associated with all that.
Thank you, Nick, and your voice is very deep and sexy. I have.
What you gonna do, brother?
Yeah,
When Mac Jones is coming for you?
How would you describe the level of hope that everyone else spoke with yesterday in regards to what James Wiseman brought?
What are they talking about regarding Wiseman and like the impact he can make this season?
Yeah, just how much
obviously you can't predict the future, and we'll see what happens this summer. But would you be willing to take less money?
Bro, I'm not answering your questions no more. I'm sorry. Next question.
I wonder if Kelly Oubre Jr. will answer a question from Nick Friedel, possibly in the play-in tournament when the Brooklyn Nets take on the Hornets, maybe. Or maybe the Brooklyn Nets will surge up atop the Eastern Conference standings and actually not be in the play-in tournament. But let's talk to Cousin Nick, of course, of ESPN, now covering the Brooklyn Nets. He dumped this for Brooklyn, New York. It's all good. Cousin Nick, long time no talk. What's good?
I still laugh every time, I hear that Oubre soundbite. Oh, man. What a moment in time.
What? Your best moment ever, man. That's what you'll be remembered for. We always get remembered for the wrongs here when we get checked by an athlete. Trust me, I know all about that from Russell Westbrook, who's not playing too hot in L.A. So from afar, I got to ask you about the Warriors before we talk about the Brooklyn Nets and the buyout market. From afar, how brutal was that loss last night, man? Wow.
I'm sitting there, I'm reading everybody's tweets. I'm seeing the game pop up, and I'm going, uh-oh, this is not good. And specifically, as great as my man Andrew Wiggins has been all year and all the praise he has earned, the last month, you start looking at those numbers and you go, well, wait a minute, what's happening here? And that is a serious issue, especially when you're not playing without Clay, and we all know how important Draymond's going to be for this team and coming back. But when you're not getting that same level of production from Wiggins, well, you've got an issue. And as great as this team has played and certainly achievable, those are the type of things that you worry about as the playoffs creep closer.
All right, we're going to pod Nick down for just a second, get him to call back. Line was popping there. Hey, Shasky, let's go to Kirk real quick in Oakland. Let's get Kirk in there. Kirk, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you guys doing today?
Oh, man, we can't complain.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, so I was calling short term, I'm not really too much concerned about the Warriors. Last night they're missing their second and third best players. Most teams that are going to have that kind of option going into a game are going to be fringe playing teams. But long term, I am concerned because the two teams that are kind of outliers in that are the Clippers and the Nuggets, who have played pretty much well all season without their second and third best players, without their stars. And the Warriors are going to end up with second or third seed, and they're going to end up playing one of those two teams. And I'm not confident going to either series, regardless home court advantage, who's healthy, who's not. The Warriors just haven't proven to be able to beat those type of teams that have a Jokic on their team with good coaching, Ty Lue versus Steve Kerr, healthy. I'm concerned about that. Steph Curry's taking a step back. Andrew Wiggins is taking a step back. We don't know where Clay is. We don't know where Draymond is. So that's my long-term concerns for the pretty much already locked into where they're going to be, which is going to be the second or third seed. It's just a focus on getting healthy.
Yeah.
But going into the playoffs, I have major concerns.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah.
Kurt made a lot of great points there.
He did.
A lot of great points.
Yeah, I'm thinking in my head. But other than that, we're good. You know what I mean? Like, here are the 75 problems. But other than that, we're cool. I mean, let's get Nick Friedel back in here. Nick, you were talking about Andrew Wiggins slumping, and it was something, again, maybe I'm in the Warrior, well, I know I'm in the Warrior bubble, so maybe I'm looking at things a little different. I'm watching him every night. I'm like, man, he was playing all-star level. Then I went and I saw all the all-stars in the all-star game, and I was like, okay, he should not have been starting in the all-star game. He is not an all-star starter. Now, could he have been one of the guys on the bench? Whatever. But now that he is deemed an all-star, how do you critique him moving forward? Because I do think it's fair to ask for more. We asked for more because he was making $33 million. Well, now that he's got the All-Star thing attached to him as well, you can't just shoot free throws the way that he has, and you can't fade in the fourth quarter.
Joe, you have to ask for more. This is what Wiggins wanted in his own career all along. And if you start to take the level of expectation down, then he becomes the way you viewed the same player when he was coming out of Minnesota. So this has been a recurring theme now for a lot of years. If you keep the expectations low, Wiggins has the chance to surprise you, and you think, oh, maybe that contract isn't as bad as it appears. But as soon as those expectations get pulled up a little bit and you start to expect more, then you start to hear people go, is this guy really worth it? What's going to happen? And I feel bad in that regard because Wiggins had changed the narrative. We all know it. We've been talking about it the last couple of years. It had already happened. And to see this regression back to the mean a little bit has got to be very concerning because, again, it's not about, well, you blew this lead to Dallas and you let that game slip before the break against Denver. It's what happens in the playoffs. And Wiggins has next to no traffic and experience in the postseason. So you just wonder how he's going to be able to raise his own level in the next couple months here.
41.2% from the free throw line in the month of February. Andrew Wiggins, 13.8 points per game, 3.5 rebounds, 2 assists, 41% from the floor. So the numbers are trending down, as you just said here, Cousin Nick. How much do you put on Steve Kerr? Because that is the number one whipping boy for Warrior fans, Steve Kerr. How much of the blame do you put on Steve Kerr, Cousin Nick?
You always have to put some blame on the head coach, and Kerr's no different, B. But look at what's going on in the roster. Draymond's been out now a couple months. Clay is still just coming back. The issue, if we're looking to assess where fault lies, yeah, you can point to Wiggins, but guys, Steph was unbelievable those first couple months. When I was still there, when you're watching Steph, you're going, he is going to run away with this MVP award. But he just hasn't played at that level. Now, it's still Steph, so he can put the entire team on his back when he wants to, and we all know how hot he can get in an instant. But when you're trying to figure out, all right, what are the problems? Well, it's Wiggins has taken a step back. Steph doesn't look like that same player he did when the season started. And then, on top of it all, as you guys well know, you're watching this team and you're going, all right, who's there besides Looney? What is the big man rotation going to look like? And what is Wiseman going to give, if much at all? And when you have those issues and those flaws are pronounced in February, you just wonder what the dramatic difference is going to be. But having said all that, you get Draymond back, this thing can change. We know how great he is and how well he was playing earlier in the year, but the other issue here is it's not just Draymond coming back. It's Draymond coming back and playing the way he was to start the year. And if he's not doing that, then there's a bigger problem when you get into the postseason.
Yeah, that's kind of where we're going today, the Draymond question. Does he solve everything? What does he look like when he comes back? Can he sustain it? There's no doubt about that. I'm just looking at the Western Conference standings right now, and the Suns obviously had lost yesterday, and Warriors could have cut it to 5 games, right, in terms of being games back. And Memphis is right on their heels. They're only a game and a half back from where the Warriors are right now. And then there's a little dip, and there's pretty much everyone else in the league on the Western Conference. So should the Warriors and their fans, should they just be content with how great this season has gone, or should they try to work the board here and do everything they can to get to that 1 seed? Because it feels like they're not going to be able to catch the Suns in time.
I don't think they're going to catch Phoenix, Joe. And the issue to me isn't that they could win a road game in Memphis. I still think, as great as Memphis has been and as unbelievable as Ja has played, I don't believe they can beat the Warriors in a 7-game series. And I say that having watched, just like we all did, that play-in game where Memphis came in and won, and they played them tough all along. I get it. I am not picking Ja Morant over Steph Curry in a playoff series, assuming that Draymond and Clay are full go and ready to rumble as it would begin. But when you're watching what's gone on, again, as top-heavy as the West appears, you just start to have concerns about getting all the way through. So, Joe, to your point, yeah, I'd be concerned if I were a Warriors fan because, again, it's not, well, we've got a whole huge window here of the next few seasons.
Right.
You know how good this team can be. You know that it's right there, and Steph turns 34 here in short order in a couple weeks. You better do it right now. And I'm not saying it's going to close if they don't win this year, but it isn't staying open that much longer with the age and injury concerns that all the main guys have.
Wow. And with that said, we got to let you go, Cousin Nick. We'll get to Brooklyn some other time. You got your own issues out there. Kyrie did look good Saturday against Milwaukee, though. Can't wait to see the Bucks and the Nets and the Sixers coming up March 10th. And hopefully Ben Simmons plays. 20 seconds or less, Nick. What's up with Ben Simmons? We going to see him soon?
I don't think so, B. He was walking around in Milwaukee the other night with that back massager thing strapped up.
Oh.
And to his side, I think he's dealing with some discomfort there. I think we will see him soon. I just don't know if it will be revved up enough in time for that Philly game. But either way, this is a team that carries itself like it's still going to win the title this year.
Yeah.
And whether or not you believe that, that's one thing. But they still believe it. And we know how dangerous KD is when he's healthy. So I wouldn't count them completely out.
Nobody.
They have that belief for sure.
Nick, the Bay Area misses you from the 240. Of course, Bonte. The day after a bad loss, you bring in the worst Warrior hater for an interview? Come on, dude.
It's our boy NTD69. And, of course, he blames me for all this, Cousin Nick. Our producer said, hey, I'm bringing in Cousin Nick. I didn't say anything about that. But, I'll always take the bullet for the show. This is what the big boys do. It's what the big boys do, Nick. This is what makes us great, right?
I miss you guys, and I miss the Bay badly. I just hope that we're having this conversation at some point in the Western Conference Finals.
Hell yeah.
No doubt.
And we see what happens against Phoenix. Anything short of that, we're talking about a success story. Can it happen? Short of the Western Conference Finals, you can feel bad. If they get there after all the ups and downs last years, that's a hell of a year.
I agree. Cousin Nick here on the Morning Roast. We'll talk to you soon,
Thanks, bud.
Cousin Nick.
I miss you guys.
Miss you too, buddy. Miss you too. More Warriors talk coming up on the other side, brought to you by Freeball Bake, full service baking. No compromises. KT in Oakland will get you here right after the other side here to talk some. Green Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. What highlight do you have? Or do you have a low light, Langford?
Doncic comes to the right corner. Behind the back in traffic, batted down by Wiggins. Another turnover. Payton's pass. Curry runs it down, catches, and lets it fly! Curry! Far sideline triple, off balance, on the go. Just ridiculous.
One of Curry's 3 threes last night, as Tim Roy says, and he lets it fly. A little emphasis on that fly. I see you, Tim Roy. Voice of the Golden State Warriors here on 95.7 The Game. That was taking them to school, which happens the morning after every game paid for by Green Valley College, home of the highest earning community college graduates in California. Warriors lose last night 107-101. They got the Minnesota Timberwolves Tuesday night. Then they go back to Dallas and play the same Mavericks team Thursday. Lakers, Nuggets, Clippers, Nuggets. Both those games in Denver. Then the Milwaukee Bucks a couple Saturdays from now. So things are getting tight for the Golden State Warriors.
I mean, it's getting real tight. And then you said earlier this show that you think Wiseman's still a couple weeks away. Was that just a Freudian slip, or is there something?
Freudian slip? What do you mean? Do I sources?
I don't know.
I'm guessing. I'm speculating.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Speculating that Wiseman could be back in a couple weeks. He's been everybody's favorite buzzword now. Ramping it up.
Oh.
He's starting to ramp it up. I love that now. Ramp it up.
That's you when you walked into the studio this morning. You're ramped up.
Yeah, I had to, I had to shake some people up around here. First of all, I'm hanging at the gate because I don't know where my key card is after having it for only 2 weeks. I'm calling both Curly and Lupman. For 7 minutes. I'm just chilling out there. I could have got robbed. Somebody could have pulled up on me. Homeless. Something could have happened to me. May not have made the show. So get nobody to pick up the phones. Damn. Curly's last day is Wednesday. He's already out of here.
Oh, emotionally, he's
out of here.
I don't blame him.
He is done.
He's like, I'm sick of waking up at 3:30.
I don't blame him. We drove him out of here. It wasn't Joe Low and Dibs. It wasn't Steiny Guru. It was you and I, Shasky and Bonte, who drove John Curley out of 95.7 The Game. That's a damn shame, man.
Yeah. All right, for just
don't you feel
I will not
guilty
be
about
there
that?
this weekend, fellas.
Not really. I love John, and I'm going to continue to love John. I saw him yesterday walking around. He looked like a ghost walking around Chestnut yesterday. I had a little party for my basketball team, and here's John Curley walking very sadly with a plastic bag in his hand. It looked like he had some food, and I think a little Pedialyte. He looked like he was hurting yesterday.
Both of you guys hanging out in the marina, huh?
Yeah, we had a little pizza party.
Y'all rolling some dough.
Well, parking was wild yesterday.
Y'all are rolling in some money, hanging out in the marina.
Look at Curly.
Man, I haven't been to a marina in a long time.
Hey, it was popping.
Man, marina popping.
I was surprised. So real quick, while we're here, I want to get into the high school teams that won over the weekend.
Yeah, we'll do that in a second.
But also, did you catch the St. Mary's Gales knocking off Gonzaga?
Yeah, absolutely. Chet Holmgren, not impressed with him. Not impressed with them.
He's a consensus top 5 pick.
Yeah, boy, he needs to put on some weight. St. Mary's, it was rocking at Moraga.
Yeah,
rocking out there. It was a great sports Saturday.
It was. All 17 people that go to St. Mary's rushed the court. It was pretty incredible.
Oh, don't disrespect St. Mary's.
Oh, come on. My cousin JP Money's St. Mary's alum.
Don't do that.
I got to rip the Gales. Dave Fleming on the call.
Dave Fleming was on the call. He was looking good Saturday night. Mullen was in the house. A lot of NBA scouts were in the house.
There, huh?
Kendra Andrews was in the house.
Oh.
I saw Mark Spears in the house. My boy Carl Foster in the house. A lot of St. Mary's alumni.
Wow.
By the way, somebody tweeted at me, and he's right. Zach Farmer, old buddy Zach Farmer, used to write with me at San Fran Preps.
Okay.
And also wrote with the Examiner for a while. Zach Farmer's right. Best college basketball program in the last 15, 20 years here in the Bay Area is St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there even
Not even close.
Yeah, I can't even think of, I guess you could say USF is like the number 2, but they're not close to St. Mary's.
No, not even close.
I mean, Cal and Stanford have been so hit and miss.
St. Mary's
I can't even remember the last time they hit.
Yeah, I can't either. But a good win for St. Mary's, knocking off the number 1 team in the country. I believe in college basketball, the top 6 ranked teams all lost Saturday.
7 of the top 10.
7 of the top 10?
7 of the top 10 lost on Saturday.
Was it top 6, though?
Oh, I don't know about that. I just know 7 of the top 10.
Because I know Gonzaga lost. Kentucky lost. I watched a little bit of that game.
Yeah.
Eric Musselman was jacked up.
Oh, yeah.
He was going crazy.
For sure.
Number 4, Purdue lost. I saw that.
The Boilermaker.
Auburn lost to Tennessee. So there was a lot of upsets. Kansas lost. They're a top 5 team. They lost to Baylor at Baylor. So wild stuff in college basketball as we get to March, man.
Yeah, are you
March
ready
Madness.
for brackets?
I'm getting there. Took a little preview Saturday.
Yeah?
It was turning around the tube, seeing who's what, what's what. I'm coming.
Are you? So Saturday was a good day for you, it sounds like.
It was a great week. I've had a great life. February was great. My life is good right now. It was great. Saturday, what did I do? We celebrated Mom's 60th.
Oh, nice.
We
Happy
went to
birthday,
Rustic.
Mom.
Yeah, we went to Rustic down in San Carlos. They treated us well.
Okay.
Rustic had a lot of oysters, and it was a good meal.
Rustic is bomb.
You been to Rustic?
There's
Rustic's really
San
good.
Carlos, and then there's, I want to say, Redwood City location.
There you go. Yeah, Rustic was really
Rustic
good.
Oyster House.
Hung out there. Had a good time. Watched some boxing.
Oh, nice.
Watched some UFC. What did we do Sunday? Oh, yeah, Warriors Mavericks.
Yeah.
Warriors Mavericks.
No Honda Classic for you? Not watching the golf?
What's that? What's that?
PGA.
Honda Classic?
Yeah.
Oh.
How about your boy Phil, huh? While you were gone.
Yeah, let's not bring up Uncle Phil anymore. And let's not bring up that Saudi Arabian league. Yeah.
Did he get exposed?
Yeah, he did. Your boy Uncle Phil.
Yes.
I feel like there's a lot of undercover golfers who are like Phil. Phil just ran his mouth a little bit too much. Now Phil may have cost himself a broadcasting gig.
Oh, no, he did. He's getting Pete Roast. Just mark my words.
Damn.
Yeah, he's getting Pete Roast. Well, your boy got to MC Little League on Saturday.
I know. How'd you get that gig?
Well, I've been doing it a couple years now, right? And so all the Little League SFYBL teams came out there. And I played SFYBL, also played Park and Rec and whatnot back in the day for St. Mary's Park. And so they a couple of different program directors that were part of the board there. I coached their kids in basketball, or maybe I coached them in baseball or whatever. So they asked me to come out and MC. It was really cool. The mayor showed up. And so today I'm rocking, if you're watching on YouTube, I'm rocking the...
I like that hat.
This is a Bayview Bay Sox. This is the all-girls Little League team for SFYBL. And so not only is it London Breed's favorite team, it's my favorite team as well. London Breed came out throughout the first pitch.
Yeah.
And so my pops got a photo with her as well. It was pretty cool seeing so many different people. There's over 200 teams for SFYBL this year. 2,500 kids in the city playing baseball.
Cool.
So that's pretty cool. I thought it was really cool. It was a beautiful day.
So baseball's not dead in the city?
No, it was out at Kimball. And in fact, a lot of people that you grew up with were out there saying, "What's up to you?"
Yeah, Antoine Evans. I heard. Yeah, that's our guy coaching at Sacred Heart Cathedral. He's a big,
daughter.
he's a big fan.
His daughter might be on the Bayview Bay Sox.
Man, Antoine Evans. Who else was out there at Kimball?
Wrong. Oh, there was a tons of teams. There was the Seals, the Bears. I seen the Wolves. I seen the Red Knights, the Blue Knights. I mean, there's so many teams. The Dragons. It was incredible.
Antoine Evans got his hands everywhere.
Oh yeah,
he's everywhere.
He's ready, and he's ready to talk football with you 24/7.
Oh yeah, no, he will talk football.
Yeah,
he knows his football.
Yeah,
he knows his sports.
Absolutely.
He's probably on YouTube right now. What's up, Antoine?
Yeah.
Wonder who's going to take the job. By the way, Coach Barry, man. He stepped away from Sacred Heart while I was on vacation.
I know. It's a big void in the program.
It's a big void in the program, man. I love Barry.
He went out on top, though.
Yeah, Coach Barry did a great job there.
How about Reardon? You going to give us some love? Reardon knocking off Mitty on Saturday night or whatever, Friday night?
I heard Mitty was missing their top player.
Well, the guy got hurt,
I'm kidding. No.
They won by 15.
You know what? Let me say this.
Go Reardon. They got to play De La Salle on the road?
Yeah, no, they got jobbed. They got jobbed. They got jobbed in the bracket. They got it. But you know what? They were supposed to play De La Salle before the pandemic hit.
Oh, that's right.
They were going to play De La Salle at Crusader Forum.
That's
so
right.
This is it's going to be a big time game.
I'm happy for Joe Curtin. Joe Curtin and I played at Reardon together, and so Joe and his family has done a great job at Archbishop Reardon for a long time, and I'm really happy for him in that program because Reardon basketball program is a hallowed program that has a long legacy going back to Ron Isola and Joey. It's in great hands with him, and to see them win that game, that was really cool. That was
down
really,
in Santa
really
Cruz.
Cool. Mitty's fantastic.
Santa Cruz at Kaiser Permanente, Mitty's women's basketball team. They won the championship. They beat Pinewood.
Have I not been telling you about them?
I've been, dude.
They're so good.
I covered high school sports.
They're so good.
You telling me about them?
Pinewood, the three best girls programs I've seen this year: Carondelet, Pinewood.
And thank you, Langford. Thank you, Langford. This guy telling me about high school sports. I'm the guy who covered high school.
I think Burlingame won as well. Campbell-Lindo has the number one.
Campbell-Lindo has a bye week. They have a bye.
The number one seed.
They're the number one seed.
Yeah.
Sheldon and Sacramento, number 7.
Missing? I know.
I'm going down the list right now. I'm going down the list. Sacred Heart Prep, number 1 seed in D1. They're playing Tuesday. Sacred Heart Prep. Shout out to them.
Belmont?
Oakland Tech.
Yeah.
Oakland Tech also is playing. They're the number 8 seed.
This is
there.
the boys bracket?
This is the boys bracket right now. Boys bracket. You got SI as a number 3 seed.
Yes. Shout out Rory Keneally.
Yeah. Shout out to SI. Shout out to SI. Sarah, the number 15 seed.
Yep.
They dropped the 15 there. D2. Let's go D2 here. We got Burlingame as a 9 seed at 21-5.
Yeah, they won.
Bishop O'Dowd. They're in this tournament. They're going to play Brellerman. Watch out for Bishop O'Dowd.
That's going to be a great matchup.
13, sneaky 13 seed there. And then what we got? D3. Oh, you know who I was sitting next to yesterday? We're going to get to KT and Oakland in just a second. Talk some Dubs here. Get back into the Dubs in just a second.
We just wanted to give some of these high school teams some love.
We're sitting next to Will and Alec yesterday. For the second half of the game yesterday.
Okay.
Will's a sophomore at University High School.
Okay.
Playing for Coach Randy Basello. Okay. University High School right here in the city.
Yeah.
Small school. They won another Bay Counties League West title. And Alec, his father, big fans of the roast.
Oh, nice.
Big fans of the pregame show. Chopped it up, winning Will, a sophomore. And that was my favorite league to cover when I covered high school sports when it came to basketball. Not the Academic Athletic Association, AAA. It wasn't the WCAL, which was like Big Ten basketball, the first to 40 wins, grueling, physical, bruising.
It's the SEC of sports in the Bay Area.
Whatever.
Yeah.
The Bayes County League West. I'm telling you, these teams, Urban, University, you got the Marin schools. I think it's Marin Academy that's in that league. I could be wrong there. That league, Lick Wilmerding, they go up and down. It's like watching free-flowing basketball. University, they press all game long, 94 feet, jack up a bunch of threes, but they pass the ball really well. That league was so fun. Stuart Hall has some great teams. Those games were like in the 70s for high school ball. And I remember University, when I was covering them, they went to Riordan High School. They put it on you boys at Riordan.
Well,
put it
let me
on
ask
you
you a
boys.
question, because there's a big jump up in tuition costs. So were these seats courtside?
They were up there. They were about 3 rows up. It was about 3 rows up.
Curly's smiling. That was a little joke.
They were about 3 rows up.
Just a little high school joke.
3 rows up. University costs a lot of money, man. A lot of money.
No,
but
shout out
to all the teams. Lowell High School won the AAA
Did they?
boys basketball team.
Nice.
Yep. No doubt about that. So the girls, let's check out the girls. Give the girls some love here real quick. Middy's a 2 seed in D1. They're going to play San Ramon Valley. They're 27-1. 27-1. All right. St. Francis, they're in the tournament. Sacred Heart Cathedral, they're playing Bishop O'Dowd. SI girls at home against Marin Catholic.
There's a girl on Bishop O'Dowd who is going to Cal this year who's an absolute stud.
Oof.
Yeah, she plays on that Jason Kidd select team. She's an absolute stud.
Shout out Lick Wilmerding. They're the 13 seed. They got job there. That's a better team. They're going to play Los Gatos Tuesday at 6 o'clock down at Los Gatos. Shout out to Lick Wilmerding. That's a really good basketball team there. Watch out for them in D2. D2, the top seed there, though, is Piedmont. Piedmont girls is always good.
Yeah, that'll be interesting to see that. I'm excited. It's going to be awesome, baby. Let's do this.
It's tournament time. It's tournament time here in the Bay Area, in the state of California, no doubt about it.
We're going to get right back into the Warriors. Also, remind me at 9 o'clock today when Mark Willard walks in. I think today's the deadline. I thought it was the 27th, but you said the 28th, so I don't know. We have to go back and forth.
Oh, he owes his burritos?
Yeah.
Oh, because baseball ain't getting the deal done.
Nah.
Rob Manfred decided to show up Friday. You know what? Screw baseball. They're not thinking about the concession stand workers. They're not thinking about the parking attendants. They're not thinking about the ushers. All these people are about to lose money because these guys are nickel and diamond over the CBT, minor league stuff. They want to. It's just an absolute. It's a catastrophe what's happening with that sport. It's unbelievable. But you know what? They don't seem like they care. No. So why should Bonte Hill care about the damn sport of baseball? Right, Lubman? Why should I care? Should I care, Lubman? Huh? What about you, Curly? You care? Does anybody care about baseball right now?
I do.
You're the only one. You might be the only one who cares.
Me and the 2,500 other kids that are signed up for SFYBL and whatever other leagues that are playing right now, Bronco, Pony, etc. I don't know what San Bruno's league's called these days. So.
San Bruno's got a good league.
The Peninsula is baseball central, bro.
Yeah, I heard that.
Come on, man. They rock.
Legit. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and AC1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. KT, thanks for the patience, buddy, as we rambled off there about high school and everything else. Let's get back into the Warriors. KT, who you putting that loss on yesterday?
last night was a travesty loss, and I have to put it on Steve Kerr mostly, but it's the team. And the reason why I want to put it on Steve Kerr for a second is that Steve Kerr has been in, 5-6 championships with either the Bulls or San Antonio. And this is why I put it on Steve Kerr, because sometimes he gets into the dilemma that he's coached by two of the greatest championship coaches there. He had Phil Jackson, and he was with Pop. So Pop, in certain situations and games like that, he would, if he got into a scoring drought, he would call a timeout, design a play, and make sure he gets something that's going to change the game a little bit back into their favor. Well, Phil Jackson was the kind of coach that, okay, we're just going to play through it. We're just going to keep going, and we're going to play through it, and I'm going to let them work their way through it. So sometimes I think Steve Kerr gets in the limit. Is you going to be Pop tonight, or are you going to be Jackson tonight? Which one are you going to do? So last night, they had a situation where they went in that long scoring drought. You got to call a timeout or something a couple of times to get something going to the basket.
Right.
And he's got to get the best out of his players in those times.
KT, let me ask you, though. KT, don't the players have to just recognize the situation as well? I mean, they've played basketball forever, right? Don't they got to go in there? Like, I saw Wiggins take some tough shots in that fourth quarter, fall-away jumpers. I don't know if he was psychologically worried about going to the free throw line. Steph Curry, some forced threes there. Players got to play, too.
Exactly, and that's what I was getting at. When you come to your players, Wiggins, he just takes too many jump shots, and he's got to get to the basket. And as a coach, that's why I come in with Steve Kerr. As a coach, you got to pull him to the side and say, hey, man, I don't need no more jump shots. I need you to get back to going to the basket. And Poole is another key guy. I have no qualms with the way he started the game. Steve Kerr started the game. I thought that was excellent, putting Moody in, keeping Poole in his roles, coming off the bench as a sixth man. But Poole's got to live up to that. He comes in the game, and it's now you see you, now you don't Poole. You know what I'm saying? And you can't be that guy when a team is dependent on you. You got to take it up as a player to be, to get to the basket. And then when you get to the basket, he's got to have a little better handle. He's going too fast. He needs to slow his game down, handle the ball dribble the ball a little bit better, and he'll be able to hit some of those shots. Wiggins got to hit free throws. And to address that, Kerr's got to start taking minutes from Wiggins. And I'm not saying in the crucial times of the game, but in the middle of the game, he can say, hey, I got to go with somebody else so you can see, so you can hit those free throws.
So last night, I hear where you're going here. You got a big
good
chunk
call.
in. It was a good call. I think last night, regarding the minute allocation, it felt like to me he was trying to kill shot them at the beginning of the fourth quarter, rolling with Steph Curry, and they didn't do it. And it's just, they didn't come around to doing it. And then all of a sudden there was that 7 or 8 point swing with the Kuminga goaltend. Then they get the technical. Then he gets the foul. Then they come down and hit a three. And boom, you go from we're about to blow this team out to, oh, wow, now we have a game and we're on our heels.
Yeah, no. Steve Kerr can call all the timeouts in the world. You got to take better shots. You got to take better shots. At some point,
I think we give the coach too much credit and too much blame.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. But a lot of people don't believe Steve Kerr's a good coach. They don't believe he's a good coach. They're tired of his rotations. Well, what do you want to do? You're talking about Steph Curry's rotations and his minutes. Steph Curry played 38 minutes last night. You want him to play 40? You want Steph Curry to burn himself out without Draymond and Clay? What about Wiggins? Played damn near 34 minutes.
Isn't it Curry? Because I remember they've talked about this throughout the year. Wasn't it Curry who came to Steve and wanted to change up how his minutes were?
Absolutely.
In terms of where it was allocated throughout the game?
Forget all that, Shasky. Forget all that.
Because he used to play the whole first quarter.
Forget all that. The rotations are going to be different come the playoffs.
Well, yeah.
And how can you stick to a certain rotation when you got so many guys out? I'm
with you.
You know what I'm saying? How long do you want Steph Curry not to be on the floor in the game without Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, Andre Iguodala? All right? You played Otto Porter Jr. damn near 22 minutes. He was a minus 17 yesterday. And I'm not a big plus-minus guy, but Otto Porter Jr., that was one of his rougher games. Jordan Poole, that was one of his rougher games.
That might have been his worst game this year.
That was his first game where he went through an entire game and didn't make a field goal.
And GP2 didn't hit anything late in that game. I think
1 of 5 from 3.
How many threes did he have in the fourth quarter? 2?
1 of 5 from 3. I know overall 1 of 5 from 3.
Because I know he had a couple corner threes. It felt like end of the game, and he just clank.
Well, overall they were 5 of 28 from the 3-point line in the last 3 quarters.
Yeah,
5 of 28. GP2 only took one shot in the fourth quarter.
And there's only so many combinations that he can roll with right now because of the lack of guys that are out there.
Steph Curry, 2 of 8 in the fourth quarter. 1 of 5 for the three-point line. 5 points. Played 10 minutes and 17 seconds. Is that what you want, people? You want Steph Curry playing most of the fourth, right? You want him playing most of the fourth, right? He played 10 minutes and 17 seconds just in their fourth quarter. So how much do we want to put on Steve Kerr?
And then they tried to play Looney, and then Looney got blown by after he was getting blown by. And then they took Looney off the court and went small to kind of close out that game, the final couple minutes, and they just couldn't get any buckets. I mean, they had how many mid-rangers in a row?
Yeah, that was a bad loss. Bad loss. One of the worst losses of the season. Felt like I've been saying that a lot over the last 4 weeks. Warriors lose 5 of their last 7. They lose at home and blow a 21-point lead. We're going to continue to discuss it. Marie in Michigan, Gene in Oakland, Tamir in Oakland. We're going to get to you on the other side here. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Department of Health Care Services.
The more we learn about COVID-19, the more questions and worries we have.
And maximum tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now
accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ask most people what the North Bay is famous for, and they might say the views, the climate, or maybe the wine. Now, ask a healthcare professional. Chances are the answer will be heart care. Because in medical circles nationwide, the North Bay is renowned for the unparalleled cardiovascular care available at Marin Health. We have accomplished experts in every subspecialty, from interventional cardiology to electrophysiology to structural heart. Our specialists are early adopters of leading-edge procedures like TAVR and Watchman. Our facilities are also exceptional, with sophisticated technology and specially designed cardiac procedure rooms. Our outcomes are outstanding, earning praise from grateful patients and awards from leading organizations. For unbeatable heart care, count on Marin Health. Learn more, get tips, and win prizes at mymarinhealth.org/allheart.
Saving at the Home Depot means you can do more for less. Like making your laundry and life easier with a Samsung laundry pair with steam technology that eliminates stains and reduces wrinkles and odors. Enjoy savings on top-rated appliances online, in-store, or on the Home Depot app. The Home Depot, how doers get more done. U.S. only while supplies last. Valid February 10th through March 2nd, 2022. Free delivery applies to orders of $396 or more.
70% of the Fortune 100 choose Zoom. With phone, chat, workspaces, apps, events, and video in a single platform, Zoom powers all your communications. Large enterprises, small businesses, and individuals use the secure Zoom platform to enable new ways of working, learning, hosting events, and supporting their customers. And now you can save 15% on meetings, chat, and phone with the Zoom United bundle. Visit zoom.com/bundle. Zoom, how the world connects.
Now, back to the Morning Roast, presented by Timeless Coffee with Bonte and Shasky.
Hope my neighbors ain't selling dope. I hope they not. J. Cole thought his neighbors were selling dope. Hopefully nobody's selling dope to the Golden State Warriors, especially at halftime.
Well, his neighbors thought he was selling dope.
Yeah, it's true. I don't think the neighbors think I sell dope. Although you just never know. Just never know.
Yeah, I'm going to let you just continue this all on your own. I don't know what
Sorry
you're
to the
talking
kids driving to school. You know, I got an older brother who's doing really, really well, and I'm proud of him.
Okay.
Brian Hill Jr. I want to shout him out.
Not the running back that Atlanta drafted out of Wyoming?
No, he ain't no running back. He was a block boy.
Okay.
Served some time. Was about that life. So when he posted Instagram, talk about, slinging dope and all that stuff, he was about that life. But now he's got his towing company off the ground.
Nice.
Cheapskate Towing. Drove cross country last week, all the way from San Francisco to Virginia. Drop off a load. So he's making money in the trucking industry. And I'm proud of him. I said, hey, man, you found your niche. I'm proud of you.
Cheapskate trucking.
Yeah, cheapskate trucking.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. So I'm proud of my brother there who's, that song, hey, the neighbors think I'm selling dope. Neighbors don't think I'm selling dope. They never thought that. They think I'm a square. Sorry. Mikey Dubs, I'm sorry. I knew there was J. Cole. Do I get credit? Do I get credit for at least knowing it was J. Cole and it had something to do with dope? Thank you. Relax, Mikey Dubs. Let's go to Maria, Michigan. What's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game on a Monday morning. How you feeling after that loss yesterday?
Very, very frustrated.
Marie. What you frustrated about?
I mean, the thing of it is this would be different if this is something that happened like once or twice. This is like a recurring theme, and I get the injuries and all of that. I get that, but you do remember the Warriors lost on their home floor to a G League team. You remember that?
I do remember
the Indiana Pacers.
I do remember that.
You remember when the Pacers, when their whole team was out? You don't remember that?
I do, and then they won 9 straight. Remember that, Marie? They won 9 straight after that.
Okay, but my point is that, right, I understand the injuries. The coach is there to stop bad behavior, right? To me, I'm just not impressed with Kerr. I don't know who made him a top 15 all-time coach. And, before you start speaking on my knowledge, I've been watching basketball for 40 years, football for 40 years.
Hey, Marie, I'm not questioning your knowledge. You sound like you're very educated. Hey, Marie, we don't do that on the roast. We know you guys are smart out there. No, there ain't no dummies on this show.
Okay, so all I'm saying is I don't know who made him a top 15 all-time.
Okay, real quick, I'll let you
continue. What I do know is he won a championship. He went 1-1 when the Warriors had a clear advantage on the rest of the league with three-point shooting. And then he got KD. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, he got them championships with KD, but most coaches in the league would have got those championships.
But KD doesn't have any championships anywhere else. Like, if we're going to be fair about this, like just for a second, if you're going to be fair, he's lost 2 playoff series in 6 years. Like, 2 playoff series at the very end.
Wait, listen. He had KD. He had probably
KD's not won anywhere but here.
Listen. He has probably the most efficient 6'10" scorer in the history of the NBA.
It's so
and the best shooting backcourt.
All right.
So did Billy Donovan.
So
and
you think the Warriors can do better than Steve Kerr then?
I absolutely think they could do better than Steve Kerr.
Come on,
I've never seen a coach. Listen, Kerr is an offensive coach. He sits at that mic and he talks about defense. He's an offensive coach. He lets them shoot all those bad shots. He act like he don't remember that Houston shot 27 threes in a row in Game 7 in the playoffs. And the Warriors beat them. He act like he don't remember that.
Marie, they're second in the West, and we got to stop acting like the players don't take bad shots. You think Steve Kerr's telling them to take bad shots?
They're not going to be second in the West for long. The way the Warriors are playing right now, this upcoming road trip, they're going to be behind Memphis. You want to know why? Memphis plays consistent basketball. They consistently play defense, right? And they cause turnovers.
So
and
Marie,
they put the ball in John's hands.
Marie, I want to hold on, Marie. I'm gonna give you a chance to finish because we on the roll here. I love you. You're out in Michigan. I got family from Michigan, so I'm gonna give you a little leeway here. But let's break this down. You can't put all this on coaching. How about stopping the ball? How about stopping Dinwiddie from getting to the rack? You got one big man right now who's worth a damn in Kevon Looney. Bjelica is not giving Steve Kerr anything, but he has to play him, Marie, because you don't have any bodies here. They're up 21. Marie, they're up 21. The coach can't blow a 21-point lead. That's not on coaching. That's on the players.
Listen, it's on coaching. He's an offensive-minded coach, right? If he was a defensive-minded coach, people wouldn't even be playing. I understand you saying it's injuries. I'm not going to start naming people that shouldn't be coming off that bench. I'm not going to do that. But a defensive-minded coach can clearly see who shouldn't be coming in off that bench. And I understand that he got injuries.
All right.
Well,
Marie,
they were playing Gary Payton Jr.
Marie,
at the
thanks
end
for
of
the
that
call.
game.
Marie, thanks for the call. Call us back whenever you want to. I enjoyed Marie in Michigan.
No, I did too.
I enjoyed
but,
the passion.
But this thing, like he's an offensive-minded coach or a defensive-minded coach.
Who cares? The Warriors blew a 21-point lead.
And they had they had 2 defensive players out there. They had 2 defensive players out there, and they're getting absolutely roasted still on defense in Looney and GP2. And then they took Looney off the court, and they tried to go small, and they tried to get because they were down. They needed to hit a couple of threes. So I don't know. I mean, I think that people are overrating the impact that the head coach can have when you're missing free throws and you're missing wide open threes and you're getting blown by on defense. He's not the one playing defense. Now, you want to talk about playing Damian Lee specifically instead of someone else? Fine. I'm here for that because I think Kuminga and Moody should be playing instead of Damian Lee specifically. I'm not turning this into I don't like Damian Lee thing. I like Damian Lee. I don't think he should be one of the guys getting heavy minutes. I understand why they go with him. He's got a little more seasoning. He is a streaky shooter. He was playing high level earlier this year. Hasn't been able to regain that form. Like, you want to go with just like the rotations and stuff? Fine, we could pick any moments. They were up 21, B.
Dude, look, they're up 21.
And they've been in the top 10 in D all year.
They
I think they've even been higher.
They've been great
Have they
in
been
defense.
higher?
But here's the worst kept secret in sports.
Haven't they been higher?
Here's the worst kept secret in basketball. You got to get buckets.
Yeah, no duh.
And guess what happened in the fourth quarter? They scored 13 points. They did the opposite of get buckets. They clanked a lot of shots. All right? They clanked. They shot 23.8% in the fourth quarter. They were 5 of 21. Steph's not slander-proof this morning. Even Steph would go up there to the podium and say, you know what, I didn't play good in the fourth quarter. I was 2 of 8 from the floor. 1 of 5 from the three-point line.
Took a horrible turnaround fadeaway.
Andrew Wiggins 1 of 4 in the fourth quarter. 1-4. You have to get buckets in the NBA. When you need to go get a bucket, go get a bucket. They didn't go get buckets. They didn't go get buckets.
We haven't talked about it. What about the Kuminga missed dunk?
And then it led to a layup for the Mavericks. It was a late call on Scott Foster. But you know what? The Warriors are struggling right now.
Yeah, they are.
16-11 in the last 27. They got no rhythm. They're 13-9 without Draymond Green in the last 22 games. All right? Things are not good right now. But it's not all on Steve Kerr. We got to play rotation. Well, he's got to pick from Bielitsa, who's had maybe 6 good games this year.
That's the bigger thing.
He's had 6 good games this year,
And Damian Lee, who hasn't played good ball.
He's been up and down.
I would say
he's been up and down.
What's his best part of the year? Beginning of the year.
Beginning of the year. He had a good stretch over the last 2 weeks before the All-Star break. But,
all right, so I don't know.
But he plays hard. I get it. You're not losing games because of Damian Lee. You're losing games because you're 12 of 20 from the free throw line. You're losing games because all-star starter Andrew Wiggins is scuffling in the month of February.
Well, he's not playing like an all-star.
You're losing games because Steph Curry is not shooting 40% from the three-point line.
And Klay Thompson didn't play.
And Klay Thompson didn't get play. So
you still got to win that game.
Auntie Marie in Michigan, I love the passion. Please call me back. She can call the show anytime she wants.
But this thing that we could just insert any coach in, I don't subscribe to that. I just don't subscribe to that.
It's all subjective. If you don't believe Steve Kerr's a top 15 coach all time, fine. I don't think Doc Rivers is.
Well, you know what the funny thing is? Go down the list of if you were to go 16 to 25 of the greatest coaches of all time, see how bad that list is from 16 to 25.
Yeah.
There's no question Steve belongs in that top 15.
Well, and here's the worst part about it. Former coaches and active coaches voted on that list.
His peers.
Yeah, his peers. So they know a lot more about basketball than we do.
Real quick, I know you're going to go right out of the lines. But like the thing with Draymond being out, I actually think they've overachieved with Draymond being out because of how bad it has looked at times.
And again,
they could be easily 15-7. They're, what are they, 13-9, you said?
13-9 in the last 22 without Draymond.
I mean, that's incredible. I mean, did the Brooklyn Nets lose 10 in a row without Durant?
Yeah, yep, sure did. You think they're panicking in Brooklyn? Again, I find it hilarious that everybody's pinning the loss solely on Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr blew a 21-point lead. Yeah, okay. But guess what? Everybody's worried about the number 1 seed and the number 2 seed. Well, Draymond Green practiced on Saturday. And here's what he had to say about chasing the top seed.
Of course. I mean, if you're healthy, you're always trying to win every game you can win. But if you're not healthy, it's no use of rolling guys out there and risking more injury, or some guys a little beat up, risking that possibly getting worse. It's not worth it. So, if you're 100% healthy, which no one is, and you got a chance, go after it. But like I said, I don't see or feel any reason to exhaust ourselves trying to chase after it.
So you want Steph Curry to exhaust himself over a late February game? He played 38 minutes last night. 408. Here we go. Comcast Business Sex Line. Kerr inherited a super team, though. How would Steve Kerr rank with the Kings?
The Warriors weren't a super team. They lost in the first round to the Clippers in Game 7, where they couldn't score in the final 4 minutes of the game.
It wasn't a super team.
That was not a super team.
They went from losing in the first round to winning 67 games in an NBA championship. All right,
and beating LeBron.
Yeah, Kevin Durant wasn't on that team, folks.
What seed were they when they played the Clippers that year?
They were a 6 seed, I want to say. A 6 or 7 seed,
right?
If I'm not mistaken.
Okay, and the year before they were a 6 seed or 7 seed.
Oh, against the Denver Nuggets.
Right.
They were a 6 seed.
Which was a great series where they knocked off the Denver, and then they ended up losing to the
San
Spurs.
Antonio in 6.
Yeah, so that was not a super team.
All right, let's just.
That was not a super
let's
team.
Just stop.
Well, that's the other thing. People said.
No, hold on, real quick, since we're here.
Yeah.
With the coaching thing, just put some context over everything. The Lakers, with Kobe and Shaq, had Dale Harris as a coach. They were getting swept out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
Phil Jackson comes, you win a championship. You don't think coaching sometimes matter? You need talent in the NBA. And you need superstars. It's a superstar-driven league.
And people, look at, Phil won the 3 with Shaq and Kobe. Do people forget? That last one was ugly.
They got beat in 5.
Yeah, got beat in 5. It was ugly. So even the great Phil Jackson has some L's on his resume.
So let's just...
Didn't he lose to the Celtics as well?
He lost to the Celtics.
They
got beat in 6. The Lakers
happens.
Lakers gagged like a 23-point lead in Game 4 of that series.
It happens.
We're going to put that on coaching, or we're going to put that on players? Players getting paid. Wiggins getting paid 30 plus.
I do
30 plus million. Steph Curry's getting paid $40 million. At some point, the players got to put the player, like, Coaching? You think Doc Rivers is going to help this team win a game like that? What coach is going to come there and prevent the Warriors from blowing a 21-point lead last night, playing the way they did in the fourth quarter?
Well, and the other part of this that people I don't think understand is that when you play with that style of win every minute of every single game, it wears on your entire organization and has depreciating returns for the playoffs. Why do you think Thibodeau runs through players left and right?
I know.
His coaching style is draining.
Right. His rotations that everybody loves.
Is draining.
It just wears people out.
Ask Derrick Rose.
Exactly. Ask Carlos. Ask Luol Deng.
Yeah, there you go. Well, but I do think that it's fair to knock Kerr for not starting Jordan Poole. It's fair to be like, hey, why are you playing Damian Lee, things like that. But to say that he stinks, that's unfair. To me, that's going too far.
That's insane. That's what that is. It's insane. Let's go to my buddy Will and Marin.
What's up, Will?
Hopefully he took down the Christmas tree. What's up, Will? No, actually, that's Casey.
Yo, what's up, guys? Thanks for what's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I just wanted to say that from like T-ball to 8th grade, that's when your coaches really matter the most. But like freshman year and beyond, your coach's job is to set you up for success. Then it's your job to realize who's playing around you, and then it's your job to realize how those people play, so therefore you can adapt and play like a team. The coach does not lose things for you. It's your job to buy into your coach's plan, so you buy into the philosophy. That means there's one chief and the players are the Indians. You buy into the philosophy, right? Then you work that philosophy together to your best advantage to the people that you have around you, and then the grit and the heart comes in, and then you guys need to go out and win the game. I've been watching the professional rugby league this whole weekend, right? Here's the thing in rugby. During the week, the coaches are there to set you up for success. Make sure you're running plays. Make sure people are healthy. Make sure that you're fit. Make sure that you're working as a team. On Saturdays, rugby coaches aren't even on the field. They're up in the booth. They're watching, and they don't even get to talk because at the end of the day, they know that it's up to those players to go out for 80 minutes and win the game. So, yeah, okay, cool. Kerr did get Steph Curry. Kerr did get Klay Thompson. That's not his fault. He landed in a great spot. He knows how to work with them. KD wanted to come here. They went and got KD. It's not like they didn't pay him $52 million for 1 year, right? So they still had to pay for it. They all meshed together.
Yes.
They all played well together. They all bought into Coach Kerr's philosophy of passing and playing defense and scoring. And guess what? They won championships. So don't knock Steve Kerr for building a philosophy, having players buying into it, and winning. It's absolutely childish.
I'm with you.
Childish. It's amateur hour is what it is.
I'm glad you bring up the in-between-the-lines thing because there is, and I say this all the time, like, try coaching any team. I don't care if it's a CYO team, if it's a high school team, college team, pro team. At some level, once they inbound the ball, you're done, dude. Like, you can do only so much screaming and yelling. Guys are going to do what they want to do out on the court. I could sit here and I could go, hey, Steph, Draymond, Clay, whoever. Here's the play that I want to run right here. Here's the inbound. This is everything I want to do. And if Steph goes, yeah, I'm deviating from that the second I get the ball, guess what? I'm sitting there spectating just like everybody else in that arena. You know why? Because that's Steph Curry. These are still the players. Once they inbound the ball, those guys have to execute. That doesn't take away who you got out there and the buildup of everything and the sequencing of how you put guys out there. That all can be critiqued. But like at some level, like this team, I can preach defense all I want. Either you stay in front of your guy or you don't.
Often in late game situations, you need guys to get you buckets. That's why Kyrie's so special.
Oh.
Late game
Did
situations.
you see him the other night?
I've seen him for his entire career.
And then the mayor coming out saying that he can't play home games again. Just wild, but yes.
It's wild.
The offense.
Kevin Durant, what made him the Warriors unstoppable was, man, read and react offense isn't working right now. Let's get a ball to number 35 and move out the way.
And if he doesn't get a bucket, he gets fouled and he goes to the free throw line, and he's a great free throw shooter.
You set your half-court defense
100%.
up. You set your half-court defense up. You got to get buckets. 408 talk about, Phil Jackson without a star team would not have won anything. Guess what? Look at all the NBA teams. How many teams have won championships without quote-unquote stars in the last 30 years? There's one. The Detroit Pistons.
Why doesn't anyone ever talk about what happened when David Robinson got hurt and San Antonio had a horrible year and got Tim Duncan and got lucky, and then all of a sudden Popovich is the greatest coach of all time?
Exactly.
And then he's evolved since then. But you get where I'm going? Like, when you have good players, you win.
You win. Tony Parker, great player. Manu Ginobili, great player. By the way, top 75. How did Tony Parker not make the list?
Damian
Lillard made it.
I have a lot
Tony
of
Parker.
Dwight Howard should have been on it. I thought Tracy McGrady should have been on it.
Chris Mullin should have been on it.
Klay Thompson. I have a lot of issues with that.
Anthony Davis.
Anthony Davis should not have been on it. That was a projection by them. That was ridiculous.
That was all bad.
And then he goes and almost breaks his ankle in half.
For me, he's out for the
But
next
I'm with
month.
you. Just go through the list. If I gave for example, the 2000 Golden State Warriors or the 2001 Golden State Warriors that won like 19 games. If I gave Red Auerbach that team, they're not winning more than 20 games. Right?
You know what Red Auerbach is doing? He's making sure they don't win 19.
Because he wants to
He's making
tank.
sure they win in 10 games.
To get somebody.
Exactly. The Pistons. If you want to put the Mavericks in that category with Dirk Nowitzki being the lone superstar,
I mean, they had Jay Kidd and Shawn Marion.
They're at the end of their careers.
Yeah,
I get it.
and then Jason Terry. They had a squad.
Tyson Chandler.
That was a better team than people give credit for.
No doubt. But you got to have superstars to win in this league. So don't give me this, Steve Kerr inherited this team. Eric Spoelstra inherited this team. No, how hard it was for Spoelstra to get the super team, the Heatles, to win. That was a tough job.
LeBron checked him on the way to on a timeout.
14 games into the
and
tenure.
it was it literally pointed up to Pat Riley and was like, "Are you going to come down and coach this team?"
Bay Rob in the city. Bay Rob, what's happening? We'll get to Tamir, Gene, Jake, and Robin in just a second here. We're going to get all you guys before we go to break. Bay Rob, what's happening? Good morning.
What's up, fellas? How was the weekend?
Oh, man, it was awesome until that game last night.
Yeah, you're right. You know what? I kind of blame this on Kerr, and I blame it on Curry. And the reason why, because right now we ain't got Draymond. We know Draymond, normally one who put his foot on everybody's neck. So I feel like Kerr needs to do this because Draymond not around right now. So they needs to do this. So I blame it on them too. Even Klay Thompson, when he's in here, they at the end of their career, kind of like in their prime. So all this stuff counts, you guys. You know, anything could happen. So we running for a championship right now, and they need to hold these young guys accountable. So I blame it on Curry, and I blame it on Kerr too. 1 point in the fourth quarter against Dallas? Is you kidding me right now? 1 point, you guys. Come on, we got the best shooter on the world in our team, and we only score 1 point in the fourth quarter. You got to be kidding me. I blame it on Kerr, and I blame it on Curry. You know what I'm saying? I know it was a brain fart, but we could definitely do better than what we did. I can't accept that from Kerr and Curry because Draymond not there right now. So I blame it on them too. Curry is a great coach. Kerr is a great coach, but he needs to put the fire up under them every once in a while. He needs to get to tripping like Popovich. And you know, when he's screwing up, set a player down. Let them know they can't do this right now. We on the second half of this run, guys. We got to get focused. Well, that's all I got for you guys. Have a great day.
Part of what made Popovich great, too, was there was the in-game, and again, I'm not the biggest Popovich fan, but you have to recognize how great he was. But part of what his brilliance was understanding this regular season doesn't matter. Now, yeah, I'm going to tinker with things, and I'm going to experiment, and I'm going to try different things out so that come playoff time, my team's ready. How many times did the Spurs have the number 1 overall seed when they won the championship?
A lot. They were at least a top 2 seed.
Two. But they didn't have to have the number 1 seed every single time.
Top 2 seed. What is the other ones? 2 seeds, right?
Yes, but I'm just saying, you don't have to necessarily be the runaway favorite every single year. You can lose some games throughout the year. It is a good thing to have a lot of these close game situations for guys like Wiggins, for Curry, for this version of the team. I do believe in that, and I know that losing a 21-point lead sucks, but I'm okay if they've got to tinker a little to kind of figure this thing out. Right. I'm okay losing some of these games.
And you're trying to get the youngsters up
That's
to
what
speed
I'm saying.
here.
The gelling.
The Kumingas, because Kuminga's going to be part of this playoff rotation. Jordan Poole.
Yes.
Moody may get some tick here and there. And then James Wiseman. The big elephant in the room is, what is James Wiseman going to be? Because, man, if he can give them anything, I know he can finish around the rim. Bielitsa's not doing that right now. Bielitsa's not doing that right now.
He's not shooting, and he's turning the ball over left and right on offense.
Defensively, he's food.
Well, defensively, he's terrible.
He's food.
No, he's just terrible.
Teams are hunting him. Watching it at the game, they're hunting him for pick and rolls. I saw the Knicks do it a few weeks ago. They over and over and over involved Bielitsa in every action, pick and roll, whatever it was. They made sure to go hunt Bielitsa, so he's not playing well. Look, you want to play the blame game after a loss like that? I'm looking long term. Does it mean anything long term for the Golden State Warriors to lose these games? I can't look at it long term until they get their guys back.
Well, that's the biggest question for me is Draymond Green. And like I'm saying to myself, no, I don't think Draymond Green is a save all, like where he comes back and everything's fine. It's kumbaya. But at the same time, boy, he helps a lot of things, B.
A lot of things.
I mean, they need a playmaker in the half court. That's number one. They need a help defender. They need a communicator on that back end. Right now, there's too many guys getting blown by, and the help defense is not coming.
Right.
And they're getting destroyed at the rim. In terms of guys, how many paint buckets yesterday in the second half? I swear to God, they had a dozen layups in the fourth quarter alone.
It was bad yesterday. It was bad in that second half. In the second half, the Mavericks outscored the Warriors 59-41. 59-41 points in the paint, 32-20 advantage Mavericks. Advantage Mavericks here. Second chance points, 13-10 advantage Mavericks. Free throw shooting, 10-13 for the Mavericks, 7-12 for the Golden State Warriors.
There you go.
3-point shooting in the second half. Or how about overall shooting in the second half? Mavericks 22-39, 56% from the floor. All right? Warriors in the second half, 15-44, 34% from the floor. They got cooked for 59 points. And they didn't get buckets. Is that all on Kerr?
No, but my biggest beef on Steve Kerr was in the final minutes, and I get why he didn't play him because he is a young guy. I'd have had either Otto Porter Jr. out or Damian Leon, and I'd have had Kuminga in there. That's just me.
I would have had Kuminga and Jordan Poole.
Even though he had the foul, and Jordan Poole.
I got to have Jordan Poole in there.
Even though he had the foul trouble, Kuminga.
To me, I know the Warriors got off to a great start yesterday. They were up 21 in the third quarter. But I got to play Jordan Poole more than 19 minutes without Klay Thompson.
I'm with you. And you got to find a way to get him going offensively.
Yeah, you got to let him play through the struggles. Let's go to Gene in Oakland.
If he's not hitting buckets, what else is he doing for the team?
He's a playmaker.
No, I know, but
if he's not,
it didn't feel like it.
It didn't. No, it did not.
He's a guy that I feel like when he's not hitting buckets, it affects other parts of his game. Not that he's going to be a great defender. He's not.
But he's one of the few guys on this roster right now that can create for himself.
And he's a great free throw shooter.
Right. He's shooting 90% from the free throw line.
So I want him to attack the rim more.
Exactly. So he could create for himself, which is the Warriors don't have a lot of guys that can do that.
No.
He could get to the cup at will, which, again, the Warriors don't have a lot of guys who could do that. And he could hit free throws, which you look at the bottom five of the Warriors free throw shooting. A lot of guys under 70%. Draymond, Looney, Gary Payton II, Andrew Wiggins. Looney. I mean, it's not good. It's not good right now when it comes to free throw shooting for the Warriors. But at least you know what? The other night, Kuminga, he got to the free throw line 10 times, hit 8 of them in the first half. And then he finished 10-12.
He's the only guy I know that could take a full-on body shot midair and just not change trajectory of where he's going.
I mean,
he's a monster.
The guy's getting better and better. He's having a great month of February.
Dunks in the first half.
He's having a great month of February.
How about the block?
Well, it wasn't a goaltend. Let's go to Gene in Oakland. Gene in Oakland, then we'll get to Tamir, Jake, Robin, and T. What's up, Gene? How you doing this morning?
Hey, Phil. I'm doing fine despite the game. Yeah, maybe Kuminga should be giving free throw lessons to the rest of the team.
Man,
who would have thought that a month ago?
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, no, you know what? It's not Kerr's fault. This the problem right now is pure and simple. No Draymond. All right. I mean, I didn't research this, but I'm guessing there are at least 6 to 8, maybe as many as 10 games where we've gone into the fourth quarter leading and then losing. We're fading in the fourth quarter. Why?
Agreed.
Because we desperately miss his leadership in the fourth quarter, running the offense, and inspiring the defense, defending against anyone. Who's hot? I'm going to go get him. Draymond takes care of them. So, like I said, for many years, he's at least the co-MVP of this team. Without him, this is what you're seeing. Kirk, he can mix and match all he wants. But without Draymond out there, I'm sorry, we're a 4th or 5th seed at best. Okay? So the good news is he looks like he's coming back pretty soon. I'm confident he will, and I think we'll be fine.
No doubt. Thanks for the phone call, Gene. I'm just looking at the game right now. It's in the fourth quarter. It's on NBC Sports.
So right here, you got the Steph Luka possession. They got to run a second guy at him.
Well, no, this wasn't the possession. He hit the step back. That's when he passed it up for the 3.
I know, but I want to see them run another guy at Luka earlier in the possession.
They got 3-point shooters out there. What are you going to do? Did when he hits a 3.
But in those situations, it does feel like, to Gene's point on Draymond Green, he is a guy that can get a stop. And it's not just locking up whoever's got the ball. It's more getting a rebound or helping and coming over and doubling.
Listen to Mullen and D. Wright. watching a basketball game with them. And you could do all the switching. You could do all the helping. You could do all that you want to. In the last 4 to 5 minutes of the game, you know what they say? They were brought up, and they're, hey, stick with their man.
Well, I agree with that.
Can you play one-on-one defense?
Yeah. Stay in front of
stay in front of your man.
Yeah, stay in front of your guy.
Stay in front of your guy.
That's the key.
And play some defense. Forget all the helping. Forget all the doubling. Can you check your man? And if you can't check your man, then maybe you shouldn't be out there defensively.
Well, Dallas's offense feels like it's predicated on the Houston Rockets' old school way of we're going to make you switch until we get the matchup we want, and then we're going to cook you.
And that's what they did yesterday in the fourth quarter, 33-13.
I do believe teams switch too often, too quickly.
Way too quickly.
And too
Everybody's
easily.
passing it off, switching. D up.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Get dirty.
I'm with you.
D up. Tamir in Oakland.
Hedge over the top.
It's just too much. Just play defense.
Yeah.
Tamir, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? You know me. I used to always say little things about Kerr's substitutions, but to me, this is not on Kerr. It's on the players. Like you guys just mentioned it, the defense. That's the way I teach my guys, and we're not switching through anything, fight over a screen and man up.
Thank you.
Because I teach the help side defense, but I think the Warriors, what they do, they help a little too much. They come in way too far. And also I have an issue with Belly. Like he gets to the hoop and he's about to have a layup, and then he'll throw it back to Wiggins with 7 seconds on the shot clock and then expect Wiggins to do something. Same thing with Damian Lee. Did it a couple times yesterday. They'll drive to the hoop, which is a perfect layup, but then they'll pass it out. So that's not on Kerr. That's on the mindset of the player. You got to be able to know, I can get a 2 and make a free throw if you have to. Like, even if you miss the free throw, it slows momentum down a little bit because they have to drive. They can't just catch the ball and run up the court. They have to dribble up, and then you can set your defense. But I'm not a fan of the double trapping and, doing the help side defense. Just man up pretty much. That's how I feel about that. But this is not on Kerr. It's on the players to me.
The Bielitsa thing, you're 100% right, Tamir. The Bielitsa thing, the reality is, when Draymond's on the floor, it was working. When Draymond's not on the floor with him, it's not working at all. He can't defend anyone, and he's not hitting the 3. And B, it feels like he's putting the ball on the floor and
just turning it over.
It's just throwing it out of bounds.
Away. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how bad he's been. I thought there was a time where the Warriors would look to the buyout market as the buyout market begins tomorrow, March 1st in the NBA. What would they do with Bielitsa? Or will he just get – because he didn't play in the Portland game until the fourth quarter.
And I was okay with that.
Yeah, a lot of people were.
I was okay with that.
A lot of people were.
How sick was Kuminga in that game?
Maybe he should have played JTA more yesterday. Maybe it was
interesting.
In case of an emergency break glass game where you need some energy or whatnot.
That's a good point.
I don't know. They blew a 21-point lead. It's hard for me to come here on Monday morning and say, it's on the coach. I'm putting it all on the coach. When you're up 19, they were up 19 with 9:59 left in the game.
And you're asking
points.
him to play the 10th or 11th man on the team.
You're bitching about that.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong.
Right.
What I'm saying is that that's where we're at because
of the bodies that you're missing.
There you go.
But we're bitching and moaning about Steve Kerr. And they were up 19 with 9:59 left.
I got to say, I do love the passion of Warrior fans. It's a February 27th loss.
Oh, I love it, too.
And we're acting like it was game 2 of the Western Conference semis.
Well, you just wait until the Western Conference semis when they lose a game. Oh, it's going to be all like, I'm telling you guys, buckle up. 21 games left here, and you got Minnesota Tuesday night. You
going to make it through?
Oh, I'm built for this. I'm built for these games.
I know you
when
are.
When the lights get bright, baby, yeah. I'm going to make it.
You came in this morning guns blazing, ready to go.
Dude, this is what we do.
I know.
Give me 5 hours of sleep and I'm ready to roll. I need the eye black. You got to wake some people up around here. It's just Curly's hung over on Chestnut Street. It's a Monday morning. It's go time. It's go time!
How many clipboards would you have broken if you were the coach last night during that game?
I wouldn't have broken the clipboard at all.
That liar.
I would have sat there like Phil Jackson and watched the league whittle away.
Not 7.
And then in the film room is where we get when it's on the cracking.
Who's that guy on Twitter with the film room stuff? He's hilarious.
Oh, there's a lot of guys on Twitter with film room stuff.
He does like parody videos where like someone will get burned in a game.
Fabulous something? Is this that guy?
He's so good.
He's the black guy?
He's so good. And he's the coach talking to the players.
Dude.
He's every coach I've ever had in my entire life. This ain't me doing this. This is you doing it. But
the guy on Instagram.
Yes.
With the whistle. And he's like, clips it.
Yep.
He's like chewing it up. What we doing right here, sir? You backpedal. That's not good enough.
He goes, I'm either coaching it or I'm allowing it. And I'm not allowing it, nor am I coaching it.
Let's go to Jake and Alameda.
It's so good.
Let's go to Jake and Alameda, and then we'll get to Robin here in the city.
Find out what that guy's name is.
Jake and Alameda, what's happening? Curly doesn't have Instagram. Maybe the only millennial without Instagram. Jake and Alameda, what's happening?
Great show, fellas. You guys got the energy for sure. You know, Steve Kerr is my favorite coach, and he's probably the best. And, you know, people are going to get on him and stuff because his first championship, Kyrie wasn't playing. And the second championship, people scratch their head because, you know, he didn't call a timeout when almost everybody in the world would have called a timeout to help win that Game 7. And it's just too bad because right now, you know, people are going to get on him because he didn't draft LaMelo Ball over James Wiseman. You know what? And big deal. You know, these things happen. He doesn't like LeVar Ball. He didn't want to bring LaMelo here. He can take Wiseman instead. So what? But, you know, last night, Jason Kidd from Alameda, he got the best of the Warriors. That's okay. These things happen. But the coaching is going to come down to basically, you know, is Kerr going to be able to have the best player in the league, Steph Curry, do his thing? Because right now he doesn't. He wants to be the alpha male, but he's got to defer to his best friend, Klay Thompson, and the old guy back here, Green. He's not coming back because of his back. So what are we going to do? We need Wiseman to come back, but he's not coming back. We needed LaMelo. If LaMelo was here, he'd be hitting Jordan, Kuminga, and Bellaliza as all-stars. They'd all be cooking. Man, you know they would be. You know it.
Man,
you know they'd be cooking.
LaMelo Ball's not starting on this basketball team. And then if LaMelo's not starting, now you got LeVar Ball talking. Now you open up a whole new can of worms here. You're not starting LaMelo.
I thought it was a parody call from the beginning, and I said to the back room, is this a parody call? And I knew it was going to heel turn on us at the end.
Said LaMelo. He was confident. I like you, Jake and Alameda. Give us a call back.
Do you think Draymond Green is going to basically be the Band-Aid for everything?
Well, he said he feels good.
I feel good. Getting my explosiveness back, getting my win back. I feel good. It was good to be in practice today and just to feel that energy. Just be out there with the guys and with some structure, you know, kind of filling back in, figuring different things out that's been installed since I've been out. Still a little ways away, you know, but overall I feel great. You know, I continue to see progress, continue to see myself getting stronger, so continue to take it day by day, but I feel great.
Hey, Draymond, how many games do you need to ramp it up? How many games, as we use that buzzword, ramp up?
If it was up to me, it'd be 20, but I don't think that's realistic. So just as soon as like I said, as soon as I feel like I'm whole and can get back out there and get my feet back under me and get my feel back before the playoffs, great. If that's 15 games, fantastic. If it's 10, I'll make do. If it's 5, then the 5's going to have to work. And that's just kind of where I am. As far as contact scrimmaging, hopefully that'll come sooner rather than later. But again, I can't really tell you like, oh, I'm ready for contact scrimmaging because I don't know what that feels like. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know, like, where are you from a progression standpoint to where it's like, oh, you're ready for contact now. If it's up to me, I'll tell you I'm ready for contact today. Am I really ready for contact today? Probably not, but if you want me to tell you, I'm ready for contact today. So I don't really know. I don't have the answers. Like I said, I've never been through it before, so it's not something that I can draw to and be like, all right, when I got to this point, that's when I was ready for contact. I don't have that luxury, if you will. So just following Rick's lead, taking it day by day, and as he allows me to progress, I go.
Well, Warriors are 43-18. They're 61 games in. There's only 21, so Draymond said he may need 20 to ramp up. 21 games left. 21
you
games
and I
left
did the same
season.
thing, like, damn, 20? 20?
I mean,
I need a third of the season to ramp up, fourth of the season. Wow, I was kind of surprised. Secondarily,
season hinges on him.
I'm more confused with his injury than ever because he's like, I'm ready to go, but I'm not, but I am.
Robin in the city. What's going on? Are you blaming somebody this morning, Robin?
Thank you. Oh, I don't. Hey, wait a minute, you two. Now, we done had our disagreements, but you know I hate the blame game. You know I hate that. And I've been on record and have stated Warrior fans, Shasky, you're being gracious. Sometimes I like when you come straight. They're not passionate. Many of them are delusional, okay? In my honest opinion. In my honest opinion, I'm going to tell you why. Because I don't have much time. There's so many things going on here. I don't know if you guys remember. I am not surprised by this. Is it disappointing? Yes. But I am not surprised because the team is flawed. Now, both of you are good at this. But, Shasky, I'm going to ask you, look from last year to where they are now. How much has the roster improved? Do they have talent? Yes, they have more talent, but that talent is young. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And they're trying to do two things.
Yep.
And that is develop and also win a championship within a 3-year window, okay?
Mm-hmm.
They have not been playing all together, not just the 1 through 3 or 4. They have not, as a team, been cohesive. And if you look at that talent, 4 through 7, I mean, come on, you got young players that need developing. You got a G League player that you're like relying on that is still developing and leaves a lot of his game on the table. I mean, there's so many, and then you got your championship players that if any of those go down, including Looney, that people leave out, any of those moving parts go down, they're even more vulnerable. And even with their championship core, they are hella vulnerable. So then I want you to do this for me, Shasky. Really, really, really be honest about this. Look at the Warriors. Look at go up and down that roster. Look at the Warriors, 4 through 8, and compare it to the rest of the competitors. But also look at our 1 through 3. Don't look at name and what they have done in the past. Look at them if they're aging, and look at what they're going through, and compare it to the rest of the top teams 1 through 3 and 4. And tell me what you think, honestly. Peace out, you guys.
All right, Robin.
Well, honestly, I just look at it and I think that Phoenix is a better roster right now than the Golden State
better
Warriors.
roster right now.
Up and down. And I also think even though their second and third leading scorers have been hurt for a lot of this year, I think Milwaukee's a better team up and down right now than the Golden State Warriors. But that's not how we do the math.
Milwaukee.
No, am I wrong?
Philly. No, you're right. Top 3 teams.
If you're just asking me those two, I think those two teams have better rosters than the Warriors.
And then you got Bruce Brown in Brooklyn telling Nick Friedel, when we're fully healthy, the league's in trouble.
Well, I mean, I've never seen any of those teams healthy, so we'll see.
I love the NBA. Oh, I love the NBA.
How about James Harden tying the amount of Ben Simmons three-pointers in one game for Ben Simmons' career?
He's playing well so far with Philly. He's playing well so far.
Oh, you always eat the crow early on James Harden, but then you cash in that bet late.
Because the playoffs are coming.
Yeah.
The playoffs are coming. Exactly. Trust me, I'm here, baby.
Harden.
I ain't going nowhere.
Don't panic, yeah.
The NBA, hey, I don't panic, baby. You know, I downhill. I'll down that Harden Hill. Anton in Oakland, stay on hold. 888-957-9570. What happened last night to the Golden State Warriors? And is this a long-term concern that you have with the Golden State Warriors? It's just becoming problematic. Boy, a 21-point lead last night at home. 21-point lead at home. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Listen to the Morning Roast with the Odyssey app.
The big elephant in the room is, what is James Wiseman going to be? Because, man, if he can give them anything, I know he can finish around the rim. Bielitsa's not doing that right now. Bielitsa's not doing that right now.
And he's turning the ball over left and right on offense.
Defensively, he's food.
Well, defensively, he's terrible.
He's food.
No, he's terrible.
Teams are hunting him.
Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game now.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years? Like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models. Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses. So help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet.
It's a story about New York's first black mayor, the rise of Rudy Giuliani, and the Lubavitch Jewish and Caribbean communities sitting at the center of it all. You can listen to new episodes of Love Thy Neighbor every week wherever you listen, or you can binge the entire series exclusively on Odyssey.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel teaches you conversations that you will actually use. With 14 languages and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll learn what matters most to you. Babbel. Language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com.
My Friday nights usually spent out, but since my friends got Xfinity Internet, Friday nights in are where it's at. Because Xfinity has Wi-Fi speeds faster than a gig to power a house full of connected devices all at once. We got our shows streaming, playlists bumping, and games galore. That's gig speed Wi-Fi for every great night in. Can your internet do that? Come on, y'all. The coasters aren't just for decoration.
Now through March 7th, ask how to get a special offer of $200 back when you get gig speed internet. Or get started with Xfinity Internet for $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and autopay. Restrictions apply. New Connect 50 megabits per second internet customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. After term, regular rates apply. Gig Wi-Fi requires gig internet and Xfi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Presented by Timeless Coffee. This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Hand off to Doncic. Doncic dribble drive. Bounce pass inside. Double clutch on the layup. No good. Tipped in by Finney-Smith. And Dallas has their first lead of the night. 95-94.
Oh, they are getting the much better looks on the offensive end in this fourth quarter.
Tim Roy, Tom Tolbert on the call right here on 95.7 The Game. Oh, Warriors. Boy, a 21-point lead last night at Chase Center. They were up 93-74 with 9:50 left. 9:59 left in the basketball game. Warriors have won 62 straight games. 62 straight games when they led by at least 20 points. But that streak was broke yesterday. They're now 16-11 in the last 27. 13-9 without Draymond Green over the last 22. And oh, baby, we got drama here in the Bay Area as the Warriors embark on this 8-game gauntlet. The 8-game gauntlet started yesterday against the Dallas Mavericks. They blow that. Now they play Minnesota on the road. They're going to go to Dallas again. Then they're going to go down to Crypto.com Arena and play the Lakers. Then they're going to go to Denver to make up that game that got postponed earlier this season. And they have to go to Denver twice next week. Twice. Oh, by the way, they have to go to Denver and then come back home Tuesday to play it back-to-back against the LA Clippers, a team that just smoked the Warriors a couple Mondays ago. Boy, this stretch. Oh, by the way, they play Denver again Thursday, Shasky. And then they got the Bucks to end this 8-game gauntlet. The Milwaukee Bucks come to Chase Center. So, boy, will they still be the 2 seed after this 8-game stretch? I don't know. But the Warriors, doesn't really matter to them right now.
Okay, so if you're looking at the standings and you're counting how many games are left, what do you think is the over-under for the rest of the season?
In terms of win-loss?
53, 54, 55?
Oh, 21 games left.
Are they going to win 53, 54, 55, 52?
I would say the over-under is at 53.5.
Okay.
They may end up winning 53.
So let's say I told you at the beginning of the year that they were going to win 54 games.
I'd say take it. That's a great season.
And especially with all the clustering that's going on kind of beneath them in the Western Conference, I still think that guarantees you at least a 3 seed, don't you?
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean, I'm guessing
you know what?
here.
And if they played Denver in the first round, I wouldn't fear the Nuggets.
No.
I don't fear the Nuggets.
No.
The Warriors could beat the Nuggets. Jokic is a great player, but I don't fear the Nuggets. By the way,
they're going to try to work back Jamal Murray and
Michael Porter Jr.
Michael Porter Jr., yeah. I almost called him Kevin Porter Jr.
By the way, multiple baseball reporters are reporting that Derek Jeter and the Miami Marlins have decided to mutually part ways. He will step down as CEO, effective immediately, per sources.
So,
I'm actually surprised by that.
I'm not at all. Derek Jeter didn't have the money to buy a baseball team. You hear a lot of these guys that are former athletes like, I want to buy a team. Do you know how many millions upon millions upon millions you have to have invested to get into a team or be a part of a minority ownership group? Like, it's very, very, very difficult. So when Derek Jeter got the Miami Marlins, everyone thought he was the owner. He was the face
of the Marlins.
As they had a bunch of money backing it. He didn't have a lot of his own money invested into it, but I'm sure his little buyout here and the salary he was drawing, I'm sure he's going to get a little kickback here. But this is Major League Baseball, again, screwing up. They gave this to Derek Jeter because they wanted Jeter to be a part of the ownership group. And what did Jeter do immediately? Traded away Yelich, traded away Stanton, traded away Ozuna, and then, basically stripped down their payroll to nothing. And it's they knew what was going to happen because the group that had the money didn't even have a lot of money to begin with. Right. And part of their package to buy the team was we're going to strip it down. So once again, Major League Baseball just can't get out of its own way.
They get a deal done yet? Nope.
So, real quick, because we're going to have him in an hour. Willard and Dibs are going to come in less than an hour. Is it the 27th or the 28th where the deal has to be made?
28th.
Okay.
28th.
Okay, the 28th. So if there's no deal by midnight tonight, we get burritos.
I'd say we just get burritos because there's no deal right now. It's the 28th. There's no deal. They're sitting there scratching their asses in a meeting room trying to figure something out. Rob Manfred's just walking in on Friday showing up.
Guys, I'm here.
Hey, guys. Let me rub my belly. Where are we at right now? Hey, where are we at right now, baseball? Oh, yeah, the 28th, that's our deadline. No, he should have to pay for burritos now because the deal has not been done yet.
Okay. I'm going to allow you to broker this deal.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to make something up. You know what? This is better. We got 3 people behind the glass today. We got John Curley, Sam Lubman,
feels like
and
one.
Stephen Langford.
Thank God Stephen's on the show.
I can count on Langford. Can we find the audio from that crosstalk? When was this bet made? And can we get the audio to make sure there's no confusions? No confusion on this bet. Because a lot of people like to, wiggle their way out of it and make things up. I don't like that. So Curly, Ludman, somebody, shouldn't take long. Love me to Curly. Oh, boy. Oh, man. Anton in Oakland.
Spider-Man meme. Just pointing at each other.
It's just unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Anton in Oakland.
Who's going to do the work first? You, as they point at the
rock,
other guy.
paper, scissors.
Good morning. Good morning, guys.
What up?
What's up,
Hey,
Anton?
look, hey, you know, man, you said what player to blame, man. I look at Jordan Poole. You know, Jordan Poole, 4 points, 6 rebounds, 1 assist, and 0 for 4 from the 3-point line. You know, it seems like if this guy doesn't get a start, he's not effective. You know what I mean? And he's looking for the bag next year. You know, he's looking for a big payday next year. How do we justify paying him over Wiggins? You know what I mean? And I just don't see it. And I know he's one of our young people that we grew up through our system, but we just can't. You know, man, we couldn't throw the ball. If we were standing on the Golden Gate Bridge yesterday, we couldn't throw the ball in the water, man, in the fourth quarter, and that's a problem. You know that you see Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie was giving Looney all kinds of problems. How come you don't put a younger player with JTA in on him and see if he can slow him down? I mean, you know, they didn't make the adjustments to me down the stretch that would have tried to win the game, man. And we need a guy like a Sean Livingston, man, from 15, 17 out that's buckets all the time. I would say to Gary Payton Jr., man, get in the gym this summer and develop that mid-range shot, and he'll eat forever in this league.
I'm with you on that.
Have a good morning.
Great call, Anton.
I'm with you on that because there is something about when you just need a bucket to just stop the bleeding.
Right.
You need somebody that can get you one. And you talked about Durant. Now, Durant's a special player on every level.
But he's a bucket getter. He's a guy when the offense breaks down, he go get you a bucket.
Or get you to the free throw line and slow it down a little, let everyone catch their breath.
Kyrie, he can do that. You could do who else? Kawhi Leonard, James Harden.
Hey,
much as I hate to say it, James Harden,
Tatum,
Joel Embiid. You know what I'm saying? Jason Tatum was playing some really.
I love
Celtics
Tatum.
are playing some great basketball.
I love Tatum. If there was a way to pry him out of Boston,
oh my gosh,
I would be willing to put together a very comprehensive package.
I've got a package for Jason Tatum. I got some things cooked up. I would love Jason Tatum, but
well, the Poole thing is interesting because Poole is in a spot in his career where I don't think that he's solidified, personally. I think he's still trying to find himself in the league. And to be a great NBA player, you have to do it consistently. And he wants to get paid. And I understand the organization trying to fit him into a box in terms of coming off the bench because that serves them. I don't know if that necessarily serves Jordan Poole best. And I can understand as a young guy who isn't established, that would be a difficult transition. I just know I would. I would be struggling with that.
It is difficult. He's averaging 17 points per game as a starter, but all right, Klay Thompson's back. I get that. All right, Klay Thompson's won championships.
Yeah.
He's going to start. If I'm Jordan Poole, I'm cool with that. I think he was cool with that. It's one thing to not start when Moses Moody is getting to start for Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson doesn't play, and Moses Moody is starting alongside Stephen Curry and not you. I do think that got into his dome last night. And I'm not mad at the young man. I thought he should have started last night. You need some offense there. You need people to break down this defense. The Mavericks have a lot of wings in terms of Jalen Brunson, Dorian Finney-Smith, Reggie Bullock.
Reggie Bullock.
He plays defense, man.
Did really well.
Dude, who else?
And I think he hit a 3, too, in the corner.
Maxi Kleber's not bad. Bullock was 0 for 1. No, I'm just looking at the fourth quarter stats. Maxi Kleber could play defense. You still got Dwight Powell down there. I mean, I would have liked to have another playmaker out there on the floor. You know, instead of just now, again, they got off to a great start. They blistered the Mavericks in that first half. They went at halftime. They're up 12. They scored 60. They're up 19 with 10 minutes to go. I still would have liked to see Jordan Poole get more than 19 minutes. You got to get this guy a rhythm because, again, I keep repeating myself. I told Langford this on Friday. Poole and Wiggins are not going to dictate whether or not you win a championship, but damn, if they don't play well, you're not winning a championship. Because now, can Curry score 40 a night in a playoff series? Probably not. Probably not. It's Steph Curry, but he's human. You know what I'm saying? You're going to need your ancillary pieces to step up and play well and be consistent. I need consistency from Wiggins. I need consistency from Poole. If you don't get consistency from those guys, then are you going to get it from Jonathan Kuminga. It's tough to ask a 19-year-old to be consistent, right? It's tough to ask him. James Wiseman played 39 games last year, Shasky. Tough to ask James Wiseman to come in right away and say, hey, fix the problem. Poole and Wiggins, I think, are big-time X factors for this team, man. And they got to get rolling here over the last 21. Or it could be bye-bye in the playoffs in the second round.
I'm looking at this team yesterday specifically, and it just felt like Wiggins is in such a funk late in games. I don't get what's going on. He gets good looks, back rim. Then he doesn't want to go to the rim, or he gets fouled, misses free throws. Sums up with him in the fourth quarter. I do think that since Klay Thompson's returned, he is, not that he's the odd man out, it just feels like he's a little out of rhythm. I don't think he's getting the appropriate looks on the court that he was accustomed to.
He's not, and without Trey White, what'd you laugh?
Cut that drop. I got a package for Tatum.
Why'd you have to read that,
from the
man?
510? It's just funny.
Why you guys got your head in the gutter? Thought we had a mature audience. We being 12 again?
It's just funny. It's just funny.
12 again? Like Layford, what are we doing? It's Curly. Curly's not even laughing. He laughs at everything around here. He's not even laughing.
Curry,
wet balls. There was no wet balls yesterday at Chase Center in the fourth quarter.
What was the context of wet balls?
When the Warriors were actually making shots?
Oh.
Yeah. Wet balls. There was no wet balls yesterday. Wiggins, since Draymond's gone down, 15 points per game, 3.5 rebounds, 2.5 assists.
I mean, that's down.
All right.
And that's when you need him to step up more. We talk so much about Steph Curry being the guy who kind of drafts off of Draymond Green's passing. Maybe Wiggins is somebody that we underestimated receiving some boost from Draymond Green's passing and facilitating.
No doubt. He does. But 7-16. Look, in the first half, he did a great job on Luka. Andrew Wiggins did a great job on Luka. But, man, the month of February for Andrew Wiggins, not pretty. Not pretty. Shooting 41.2% from the free throw line in the month of February. He's shooting 41.6% from the floor in the month of January. He's averaging 14 points per game in the month of January. Those are not all-star starter numbers. Those are not, I get paid $30 million a year numbers. You need a little more from Andrew Wiggins here, Shasky. You need a little more from Jordan Poole here. You do. It's just the truth. It's not ripping on the guy.
The 925 saying he's the worst NBA All-Star starter in NBA history.
You ever see Rudy Gobert?
I mean, he's a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, but he's a terrible All-Star.
I mean, starter.
Is he just meaning just All-Star starter in NBA history?
I felt that way when I watched it. I was like, starter?
Now you guys. Now when he got announced as a starter, it was all kumbaya.
Yeah, but then you see it on the court. When you see it on the court, especially juxtaposed with the top 75 players being announced at halftime.
Oh, gosh.
That's all.
Oh, man. You guys
I do not think that Draymond Green is a cure-all, but boy, I do think that they could, getting him back is going to be absolutely massive. And I really do think having Wiseman out there for whatever, 8, 12, 10, 15 minutes, whatever it is, they need him. They need length. They need somebody who can give him. When was the last time they threw an alley-oop to somebody?
It's been a while. 808 Comcast Business Text Line. Second round, Bonte. Warriors could be one and done against Dallas in the first round. Damn. We're that far? A lot of people blaming Steve Kerr for last night. I'm not going that route. It's on the players, man. Players got to make buckets. Got to get a stop. Play defense. Mavericks shot. Look at the numbers here in the second half. Just second half, the Mavericks shot 56% from the floor. 56. All right? That's not good enough.
I can't
Warriors shot
stand
34%.
Luka. Is it me? Luka's in like the top 5 in terms of most frustrating watches.
He complains all the
whole game.
The worst part about last night.
The whole game.
The worst part about last night, there was 5 different times the Mavericks looked over and they were ready to wave the white flag.
So was there a guy ready to put the flag up?
Yeah, they were ready to say,
like in a war movie,
warm up the charter bus,
take the handkerchief,
get us to SFO, let's get on the flight down to LA and take on the Lakers. This one's done. This one's done.
So when they
didn't
start
even
to
play
do that,
Luka to start the fourth quarter.
So you're in the arena, you're looking over at the bench, and you're wondering when's Red Auerbach going to light up his cigar and wave the white flag for the other team, and that's when you walk over to the.
I walk over to the gatehouse about 3 minutes left.
Oh,
3 minutes left. So at that point, the Mavericks have basically cut it to 4.
Do you have a personal bodyguard walking you through?
We do not.
Oh, you round up Mully and D-Rat, you walk together?
Come on, man.
Yeah. Maximum exposure.
You trying to make me to be, man. I ain't nobody, man. I don't need a Secret Service agent.
We are rolling deep.
All right, yes. I'm not shooting. Did I? 408. Relax. I'm not shooting Butcher down. Butcher and I have been in sync today.
Yeah, we're on fire.
Yeah.
I missed you.
Well, I haven't been shooting.
Admit you missed me on vacation.
I needed a break.
I didn't text you once.
I was surprised.
Didn't text you once.
I was really surprised.
I kept you. I wanted, because I didn't want Anna coming down my road, so I figured, you know what? I'll back off. I'll let him do his thing. Plus, the shows were so damn fire. I mean, I was like, maybe he doesn't come back.
Maybe not. I actually texted he get on the side. He's 9 to 12 open. Langford's doing a great job. Maybe 9-12's open for you, boy. Well, bye. Put me, give me a pay cut.
So the Clay sickness, what's going on there? He missed practice Saturday?
Yeah, general illness.
General illness?
Yeah, general illness. We're off the rails here.
4 months ago, anything under illness would have been filed under COVID, and people would have been losing their minds.
You know what? I got to walk around Chase Center without a mask yesterday.
Oh, is that what it is now?
Yeah, you know how good that felt?
Well, I bet.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so sick of these damn masks. I'm so tired of them. Oh, my gosh. Oh, I was breathing so you could taste the air. You don't have to lift it down, put it over your nose, lift it down. It was felt great. Let's go to Tsunami in San Jose.
I just like eating air. It's just hilarious.
Is there a U drop anywhere?
What's up, big fellas? What's up, big fellas? How you doing,
What's
man?
up, Tsunami? What's going on?
Oh, man. You know, I just wanted to call a couple things, man. The first thing is on the Dubs, and then I want to rehash a little bit on high school hoops, which has got me more triggered than the loss last night.
Uh-oh.
You know, on the Warriors, is right, man. You know, on the Dubs, I think we need to reset our expectations, man. I mean, last night, really, it was Curry, and then we're still missing Draymond, and we're missing Clay. I think we got out of whack in terms of what we're expecting the Warriors to do. The team is what they are right now. They're not the greatest team right now, and you know, we skid in as a number 3 seed. Maybe we win a series or two, but we're not a championship team at this time right now. And I think those are the facts. And we're sitting here trying to pin the blame on Kerr, and I hear all these callers. I hear Shirley saying that he's not a top 15. We got to chill, man. It's like what you were saying about a month ago with Curry when he was in the slump. You guys got to relax, and I think that's what the Dubs Nation got to do. Now heading into the high school hoops, man, I am so pissed at the CIF. They put no respect on the WCAL, the best league in Northern California by far, maybe even in the state.
Thank you.
I don't know. There's a couple leagues down south that really represent. But man, Reardon, Mitty wins a WCAL league title. The only losses they have this year before Reardon were to out-of-state teams from Nevada. Reardon beats them in the CCS Open title, and they both have to go on the road.
Yeah,
in the
that's
first
a joke.
round of the NorCal.
That's a joke.
Ridiculous.
That's a joke. But you know what?
Absolutely ridiculous.
You know what, Tsunami? Ritter's going to go to De La Salle and pull off the shocker. De La Salle want no parts of Reardon High School. It's okay. It's going to feel that much better to go on the road and get that win. Trust me. Sucks that it's not at Crusader Forum. That's a game I probably would have tried to sneak into.
Can we agree? I know everybody Kezar, which I'm not dismissing Kezar. In terms of high school venues, grammar
Crusader
school
Forum
venues,
is nice.
it's the best gym in the city. If we took Kezar off the board,
let me think. SI's gym pretty damn.
it is, but it don't have the feel like Crusader Forum. Come on,
sick.
man.
Crusader Forum
It's sunken in.
Yeah,
come on.
sick.
When the band is
Sick.
rolling.
I got to sit courtside a lot for those
Come
games.
on.
Cover the games.
When we come out, bang
Crusader
those doors wide open, come flying
Crusader-
through with the band going, playing that Empire music. Let's
Crusader
go.
Forum was good. I do like. You know what I do like though? Yeah, you know what I do like though? I'm not gonna lie. I like University High School's gym.
I don't think I've been in there.
It's on the roof of the school, so you know they have 2 buildings.
Oh yeah, like
Such a small
Stewart Hall.
school. Yeah, they got 2 buildings,
Yeah.
and it's on the rooftop.
Oh,
The gym's sick.
Yeah.
It's a throwback. It's a throwback. I kind of like it.
That used to be the joke to freshmen. Yeah, the pool's on the roof. You got to go all the way up to the roof. That's where the sweet pool is. Go check it out.
Mavericks shoot 63%.
You don't remember those jokes?
No,
Yeah.
we didn't have a pool at one.
Yeah, nobody had a pool. Yeah, that was the whole point.
No, there's some schools with a pool.
SI.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of schools. All those schools in Marin got pools.
Well, yeah, that's Marin.
Yeah, it's true. I heard there was a pool on the rooftop in Washington.
So you were that freshman that got duped. There we go.
I didn't get duped. No. I just wasn't walking around
Makes
like that.
total sense.
I wasn't walking
You were
around
that
like
dork.
that. No, I wasn't walking around. I knew my way in and out. I wouldn't get duped, man. We had a lot of cuts at Washington, though. A lot of back stairs, a lot of back cuts. See some things on them stairs. See some things. Let's go to David Frisno. What's happening? You're on the Morning Roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, good morning, boys. Good morning.
What's up?
Good.
Question for you. What do you guys think? Quick question. What do you guys think about this Draymond? I know he's got his role in TNT right now, and I think he does a great job. But what do you think of him trying to do this and still be under contract as an NBA player? Personally, I'm not really a fan of it because he's being critical of current NBA players, and to be honest, you kind of put an extra bullseye, if I may, on the Warriors because when you got to face these guys, they're gonna remember. Oh yeah, Draymond thinks because he's a 3-time champion, he can say this about anybody. Like I wish he would just wait till the career is done. Then maybe he could be the next Charles Barkley. But right now, I just like out of sight, out of mind. What do you guys think about that?
It's an interesting point.
Well, I've come. I'll answer it on the other side because I have a very deep thought on this.
Yeah. We'll get to Antonio out there in Oakland on the other side as well. By the way, Wiggins, when he guarded Luka Doncic last night, Doncic was held to 2 of 8 shooting, 1 of 5 from the 3-point line, and 6 points. Wiggins played great defense. But we also needed him to play a little more offense last night as the Warriors boy 21-point lead and lose to the Mavericks. They've lost 5 of 7. Should we reset the expectations now with the Golden State Warriors? Is that where we're at right now after a loss like that? Or is this still championship or bust? Is this still championship or bust with the Golden State Warriors? What's the realistic expectation of this basketball team? We'll discuss that coming up. Brought to you by MB Jesse Painting. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Listening to Willard and Dibs has never been easier with the Odyssey app. Only money.
Who's the biggest boss in the NBA right now?
Giannis.
He is a big boss.
I think he's going to get his third MVP.
I think Embiid's getting it.
You think it's Embiid?
Embiid got to the free throw line 25 times yesterday?
I know.
Was it 27?
21 or 25, I thought, was what I saw.
Gosh.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Oh, my gosh. He's having an unbelievable season. Sixers 2-0 with James Harden. He got to the line 27 times, Shasky.
Wow.
23 is 27.
Wow.
37 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists. James Harden, 29 points, 10 rebounds, 16 assists.
James Harden.
NBA's great. Dude,
Did you see
these playoffs are going to be fantastic.
I know we're going to get back into the Warriors, but at some point this week, can you promise me that we'll get into this comment made by Draymond Green? He said on his podcast,
oh my God.
Why are you laughing?
By the way, coming up in 17 minutes, the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Stay tuned to find out what we pick as a flex moment of the show.
All right, so you know he has a podcast on Colin Cowherd's The Volume. It's like the name of the podcast network or whatever that he's doing. So Draymond's show, he said, and I'm paraphrasing here, but this is exactly what he said, essentially, that he would have been named Finals MVP in 2016 if they win Game 7.
Oh boy!
And I thought about it, and I was like, wait a minute. So I rewound it, and I heard it again, and the way he said it was such conviction. He was like, yeah, I was going to be Finals MVP if we win Game 7. I was like, damn, that might have been the first ever Finals MVP that missed a game, number one. And number two, was he going to be the MVP in Finals 2016? I don't remember it that way.
Draymond shot 49% from the floor in that series. Actually, you know what? Let's go to the series itself. I'm actually looking at the season stats. Let's go to series stats. Because I heard that too, and I was like, huh?
Because
first time I ever heard about that.
And the reason I'm bringing it up is because the caller asked us right before we went to break, hey, are you okay with Draymond Green doing some of the broadcasting stuff while he's playing?
Right. And I don't... Warriors are okay with it. I'll be cool with it. It is something to criticize the players, though. Like he was going at, don't compare me to Rudy Gobert. So he got into another little tit for tat with Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert says, I'm not listening to the noise. But they hear him. He took a shot at Harrison Barnes. It's basically Harrison Barnes has not invited him to the wedding or invited him to his wedding where everybody else got invited. And he think he took it personal because he called KD after Game 7 like, yo, come to Golden State. Come here to the Bay Area. Come play with us. Who's Kevin Durant, HB? I mean, you know, I don't know. Shasky, I don't know, man.
Well,
but real quick, the numbers, not to cut you off. Steph Curry, that 2016 final, averaged 22.5 points per game, 5 rebounds, 3.5 assists. He shot 40% from the floor, 40% from three. Draymond Green shot 48.6% from the floor, 40% from three. He averaged 16.5 points per game.
He was good.
10 rebounds, 6 assists.
Outplayed LeBron in the first half of Game 7.
Maybe he would have got Finals MVP.
I don't know.
If they won that game.
I don't know.
Maybe it's not a ridiculous thing to say.
I don't know. I don't remember it that way. But here's the way I look at it. So having 2 jobs simultaneously, I think for a long time there was this negative connotation on being someone that has multiple jobs simultaneously. And I currently have 2 jobs simultaneously. You currently have 2 jobs simultaneously.
You know what, Shasky? It's been like that for the last 15 years for me.
Well, I think it's more acceptable now in terms of I think employers are a little more lenient, but this is the way I look at all of this. You can do both.
Right.
As long as you keep everything tight. The second you show slippage is the second people are going to start to question whether you're in on one of the other more than the other job, right? And that's to me how I view this thing. You read all these things from back in the day, like the 1600s or the 1300s. So and so was a cobblestoner,
right?
And he was also an artist, and he was also a philanthropist,
right.
And this it was no problem to be a Renaissance man and have 7 or 8, 9 different passions back then. And yet, for some reason, in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, there was this negative connotation, like you had to work at the steel mill, and that's all you could do.
Right.
And you had to work for the same company for 60 straight years. Right. Otherwise, you were a vagabond.
Yeah.
Now we look at things a lot different. You can bounce around, work all these different jobs. Everybody moonlights as something else.
No doubt. No
you
doubt.
know?
Everybody's got a side hustle.
Exactly. So I'm okay with it. But the second you show slippage is the second you're opening yourself up to criticism. That's it. And that's the reality of the Draymond Green situation for for me.
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. I don't have a problem with it anymore. Like, yeah, I don't. If he comes out playing at a high level, nobody be talking about it. They'll say podcast more, go on TV more. In that game 6, I'm looking back at game 6 of the finals in 2016. I'm looking at that goose egg from Harrison Barnes, 0 of 8, 0 of 5 from 3, 0 points, 2 rebounds in 16
Why are
minutes.
you doing this?
I'm just looking. I'm like, damn, they scored 11 points in the first quarter of that game. 11 points. Whew.
I mean, if you look at the way the television money's going right now, right? Like Troy Aikman. Troy Aikman made, I think it was like something.
$17.5 million per year.
No, in his NFL career.
Oh.
He made like $61 million or something like that. That's what I had seen. I saw that floated out. And then now he's making $17.5 million a year. I mean, for him, that's pretty damn good.
Pretty good.
Now, Peyton Manning made so much damn money in his career. I believe him and his brother made, well over $600 million combined between the two of them. $20 million a year. It's like, I'm worth, $500 to $1 billion, $500 million to $1 billion because I invested in Papa John.
Yeah.
I'm not working for $20 million. I'll do what I want on my own network. But for someone like Troy Aikman, it's like, yeah, I'll get that. Draymond Green, although he's made a lot of money, he's not in the Steph stratosphere in terms
he's still making some damn good coin.
No, he is. I get why he would want to do some broadcasting because it's easy
He's
money
a natural.
to him.
He's a natural.
He's great at it.
He's really good at it. There's no doubt. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno here on the roast because
easy money.
You know what? I think Rob is about to say something that's about to light these fans up. Rob, what's happening? You're on the morning roast.
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, I don't like to blame the fans, but we got to understand what the Warriors are and why the Warriors were the Warriors. What made the Warriors good? First off, they're a 3-point dependent team, so if they're not hitting threes, they're most likely going to lose that game. I think we need to come to, let's just be honest about it. They're a 3-point shooting team. They're designed to shoot threes, so if they're not making them, it's a high possibility they're going to lose. That's why Kevin Durant was so important because he was that guy who can, break it down and get his shot. But I'm watching the game yesterday. Warriors up, 18, 17 points in the first half. Me and my little brother, we playing pool. We watching like, damn, is the fans here? Why is it so quiet in there? Why are the fans on their feet? It was like a golf tournament. It was so quiet. And to me, what made the Warriors great was back then they shot their lights out, and then the fans would start getting on the players' nerves, and they'll shoot some more threes, and then eventually the other team will wilt because the fans, all the threes raining down like hell. It's not that no more. They didn't erase off the real fans, the real Warrior fans, but these tech people got all the loot, and then they giving tickets out, but it's not the same crowd. It's not Orco. I'm sorry. It's like we complain about Levi. Levi now is more 49ers than what the Orco is to the Golden State fan base because they have priced out the real fans, and real fans not going to that game. The people that go to that game is people that go to the game for business purposes and not because they like the Warriors.
All right, Rob. Look, I will say this about the last 4 to 5 years of Oracle. They priced out a lot of the real fans.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I didn't go to a lot of games.
Yeah, there's a lot. Charles, I went to a lot of those games.
Couldn't afford anything.
There's a lot of techies, a lot of people leaving early in the fourth quarter. A lot of people. Crowd wasn't the same Oracle the last few years of the championship run. However, let's see what happens in the playoffs. And I did hear, they were in the funk in late third quarter, early fourth maybe, and there was a spirited "Let's Go Warriors" chant going around Chase Center. There was a spirited.
Well, I will say that as I've only been to Chase less than 10 times, right, in terms of going to games.
Right.
And the one thing that I would say is that I understand if it's your first, second, third time there, getting intoxicated by some of the extracurricular stuff that they have available.
Drive City.
Right. Every time
I've
sat in different seats, I've kind of experienced it from that section's perspective, and I've been introduced to things that I didn't know. Like, for example, when I sat in Bram's seats, Warrior Huddle, guys that do the great podcast, you got to go underneath, and there's this cool thing underneath where you can hang out, and I get it. Like, believe me, I'm just saying I understand. There's so many other things. A lot of amenities
there.
Exactly. Whereas when you're at Oracle, which was the same way as Candlestick, sports. And the game on the court was the only thing there.
Yep.
You go into the concourse and you're missing the game. Here you can sit on a leather chair and eat a hot dog or whatever, and you don't have to sit in your seats.
The concourses at Oracle was narrow, so you couldn't really walk around or hang out there, or you were stepping on somebody's shoes. There's a lot to do at Chase Center, no doubt about it. But I walk out to Thrive City when we get ready for the post-game.
Cool. I love it.
They're lit out there at Thrive City.
It's so cool.
Have faith in the Chase Center crowd. I think they will be fine. Plus, I'm not making excuses for them. 4:30 start yesterday. Kind of a weird weird start time for a basketball game here on the West Coast. So Antonio in Oakland, and we'll get to Bobby here on the Morning Roast. Antonio, what's happening, man?
Man, that was the players' fault. Coaches coach, players play, man. Should have kept Andrew Wiggins on Luka, man. That's like taking a great cornerback off of a great receiver, and he has a game-winning touchdown or something, man. Oh, I hate that, man, because I feel like the E40, my favorite E40 song, Dusted and Disgusted, man. And, yeah, I'm still mad at Harrison Barnes, a.k.a. Harrison can't hit the side of a Barnes. All those darn bricks in the finals, man. Cost us a ring right there. But at the same time, it got us KD, man. But, you know, like, this kind of reminded me of when the Niners blew that 12-point lead against the Colts. We had that game. We were out playing them, and we lose. So that's what I got to say. I'm pretty heated.
No, but you should be pretty heated. And look, we'll get to Bobby in just a second, but the Draymond stuff, damn, maybe he would have stolen Finals MVP. He had 32 of 14 in Game 7. He was dynamic in that first quarter.
24 in the first half?
Yeah, he was dynamic in that first half. Kept him in the game. He may have stolen Finals MVP. I thought it was ridiculous at first, but when you look at the numbers, you're like, you know what? He averaged 16, damn near averaged a triple-double. That's funny. I don't know why it got brought up.
He was a lock.
I mean, I don't know, man. What do you want me to do?
I love Trey.
I love Trey too, man.
He continues to just feed the content tree.
Lakeford, if you
Like,
can
man,
pull,
no respect. I will.
Lakeford, can you pull up the cut before we get to Bobby? Can you pull up the Draymond cut? I'm not sure which one it is. Maybe you can play it for me. Draymond Green on coming back and dominating. I want to hear that one. Draymond Green on coming back and dominating.
Where's that from?
From the Saturday presser. Draymond Green, he worked out Saturday at Chase Center. Practiced with the team.
Machine.
No, we are. Just making sure. Lakeford's finding it. You got it? You don't have it? No? Nobody has it? He specifically said, I'm going to come back and dominate. I expect to be dominant when I come back. All right, if we can't find it, let's go to Bobby in Los Santos and get him on the air. We'll go to Bobby. What's up, Bobby? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas, it's been a minute, so good to talk to you.
It has. Where the hell you been at, man? I heard you calling Steiny Guru. You've been cheating on me, man. What's going on?
Hey, extend your show to 10 o'clock. I'll be there every day.
We lost that fight, but go ahead.
Come on, man.
We lost that fight, Bobby. We lost the fight, man. What do you want me to do? I got TK'd trying to go to 10 o'clock,
I
man.
begged the boss go 7 to 10, and it wasn't happening. I lost it. I wanted that extra hour of sleep. It's a big difference in my life.
All right. Yeah, then work with the school district and have them start school. You know I love you guys.
I love you too, Bobby.
So you actually posed, I think, a very interesting question, championship or bust. I mean, honestly, in itself, it's a pretty simple question, but as it relates to this season and the Warriors, it's very intriguing to me because I don't think they're ready for the championship, but I think the window's closing, and this might be the last year they can do it because of a couple of factors. Number one, in my opinion, the West is kind of down all around. So I guess aside from the Suns, there's no one really that is showing excellence like the West has in the past.
Right.
And then, of course, number two, we're starting to see the decline of some of our superstars. And I think this might be the year where if it doesn't happen, we might not have a good chance of contending next year. And if we really care about next year, I know this sounds ridiculous, but if we really care about next year and the development of our young players and trying to preserve our superstars, I almost want to shut the season down now and go to next year. Because if you work them hard this year in the playoffs, I really am doubtful they're going to be able to do too much next year. But
Bobby,
You gotta live in the year.
You're overthinking it. You're not gonna just say, "Hey, we're number 2 in the West. Let's shut this bad boy down and get ready for next year." Not gonna do that. You're alive for. You're playing for big stakes here. You're at the poker table with the big boys. You're at the poker table with the Bucks. You're there with the Brooklyn Nets. You're sitting there with the Sixers. You're sitting there with the Miami Heat. You're sitting there with the Phoenix Suns. Utah Jazz on some of the table. They're looking for a way to. They're looking for a seat. The Grizzlies are looking for a seat. Not going to do that, Bobby. You got to try to win now while bringing the youngsters along for the ride. All right? You're not going to just say, "Hey, you know what? It's been fun. We're 43-18, but let's shut it down. No. It's not how this works. It's not how it works. We're gonna go. They're gonna go try to win a championship, damn it. But is it championship or bust now? I want to know, has the expectations changed for Warrior fans now? They've lost 5 of 7, blown a 21-point lead yesterday, which is a microcosm of what's been going on with this roster. Also, without Draymond Green, can he come back and be dominant? Well, here's what Draymond had to say about him coming back at full strength.
I'm trying to stick to as fast as I can possibly get back and be prepared to dominate. I was dominating when I got hurt. I plan on coming back and dominating. And I don't want to limp back out there and trying to figure it out as I go. Like, I want to come back strong, just stronger than I left. So I'm still a little ways away from that. And, that's okay. I think we got 22 games left. So, if I can just get some of those under my belt before the playoffs, I'll be fine. Just keep taking it day by day, week by week, continue to see progress. And my progress has been tremendous. I think from where I am today, I think if you guys knew where I was 8 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago, it's night and day. So very pleased with where I am and just continuing to try to get better and work myself back.
Work himself back, baby.
I'm worried still, though.
You are worried.
Well, because he can get healthy and then he can come back and then he can re-aggravate it, right? So it's a very delicate situation. And I think that, the even the most optimistic prognosis, you still have to account for the re-aggravation portion of it, right?
No
at
doubt.
any time, one jump, one leap, one extension, one elbow, anything can do it. And when you play the way he does, I just think this is really delicate, man. I think this is tough.
We just got through the Niners season of all the up and downs, the 3-5 start, the Garoppolo mania, Trey Lance ain't ready, Kittle being hurt, all this stuff. And now we got trauma with the Golden State Warriors. Look, the last 21 plus the playoffs, and you got Draymond Green with the back.
You know what today is, right?
What's today?
Today's the first day of the Combine, which means all the talks when it comes to GMs and stuff. So today's the day that the real business in the NFL starts.
It's the last day of Black History Month, too.
Well, there you go.
But, yeah, the NFL, I guess, business is going to start. So finally, hopefully, we figure out where Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, that's what I was going with that.
Yeah. I mean, I've said, God bless his soul, but I'm cut the bait. The hot takes are spewing.
Well, we went 2 full days without a Trey Lance take on the internet.
Well, you got some other takes that I will bring to the table.
What are that?
I don't know. Just some other takes about the 49ers.
Oh, the one where someone put out the trade George Kittle. I did see that. I mean, while we're at it, let's trade Steph.
Trey Lance is dope.
I mean, what's Logan Webb worth on the open market? Let's trade everyone away.
My man Bobby.
Are we ever going to keep anyone? The way the internet works, that we're always looking for the next.
I love my man Bobby in Los Santos. Said, man, may need to just shut it down this year. Let's preserve Steph and Clay and Draymond. Let's shut it down. 43-18. I love you, Bobby. You know I do, man. But you're not shutting it down. You're the 2 seed in the West. But has your expectations changed, folks? 888-957-9570. Has yours changed? Explain to me on the other side after we have our flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. You know what? The Warriors are struggling right now.
Yeah, they are.
16-11 in the last 27. They got no rhythm. They're 13-9 without Draymond Green in the last 22 games. All right? Things are not good right now. But it's not all on Steve Kerr. We got to play rotation. He's got to pick from Bielitsa, who's had maybe 6 good games this year.
That's the bigger thing.
He's had 6 good games this year,
and Damian Lee, who hasn't played good ball.
He's been up and down, but he plays hard. I get it. You're not losing games because of Damian Lee. You're losing games because you're 12 of 20 from the free throw line. You're losing games because all-star starter Andrew Wiggins is scuffling in the month of February.
Well, he's not playing like an all-star.
You're losing games because Steph Curry is not shooting 40% from the three-point line.
And Klay Thompson didn't play.
And Klay Thompson didn't get play.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
Not a stretch moment, a flex moment. Langford, what was that, 30 seconds or less?
It was 41.
All right.
But did you
Under
notice?
50.
Did you notice how your partner came in and enhanced the take?
I did like that.
Just little crumbs to
those are
enhance
great.
the take.
I do that too. We both do that. We compliment each other well in that.
You were the mac and cheese, and I came over with the breadcrumbs and sprinkled it right over the top.
I like that. This is why we work well together.
Exactly.
That's why it's good to have you back.
You're the chicken strip, and I'll be the barbecue sauce.
Oh, man, look at you.
Everybody loves barbecue sauce, though.
Yeah, but I like them with ranch. Dude, I had the chicken strips last night. So I ran into Ray Alameda, right? Big fan of the show.
Barbecue chicken alert.
Ray Alameda out there working at EA Sports. We talked a little business there last night.
What's up with EA? Are they going to release that video game for golf or what?
We really got some things cooking with Ray Alameda, Verducci's boy, Verducci the Creek.
And he works for EA?
He works for EA.
Get your boy online, too?
Well, calm down. Can I tell a story before you start
I'm
begging?
a PS5 maniac.
Let's meet the guy before you beg for something.
Well, I mean, just damn.
But Ray Alameda caught me slipping yesterday at GOTS. I got off the show yesterday. I'm not supposed to be eating after 8 o'clock, not heavy meals. But I went straight chicken strips with the ranch. And then I got some fries with some cheese sauce on the side. I couldn't help it. I was hungry. I was a little depressed. And then Ray Alameda popped up on me, shared it on Instagram. Have a late night meal. You can't tell that. You can't tell me, man.
So damn good.
GOTS is good over there at Tri-City.
No, GOTS isn't good. It's great.
And then you got Dumpling Time on the other side.
Killer.
That place is always cracking.
Killer.
So I saw Tyler
what's the
Miller at. He was waiting on Dumpling Time for an hour.
What's the little beer place? Because they got killer pretzel there, too.
Oh, that's on the other side.
Yeah, it's up and around the way.
Yeah, that's on the other side.
I've been to all those spots.
All right, nice flex there, nice flex there. But I tell you, you would not survive with self-promotion. I don't self-promote. At this station, I'm the last guy. Like, if you had a power
selfish
ranking
human being
of self-promoters, I'd be at the bottom half of the rankings.
Who knows?
Bonte, you're trash.
See, you know what I'm saying? I'm at the bottom half. I don't self-promote anything. I don't do that. It's not my style. It's my skis.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
I am about that action, Shasky. About that smoke. What's up, man? It's so good to see you, man.
Stephon Gilmore, 49ers?
Oh, gosh, we're doing this.
Did you see that?
I did.
Richard
see
Sherman?
Can he play?
Pontificating that Stephon Gilmore comes to the Niners?
I did see that. Sherm's got sources.
And what do you think?
Be great, but what did I say in the thread? Can Stephon Gilmore guard Cooper Kupp? Can he guard DK?
Okay, who can?
I know, but seriously,
I'm asking you seriously. How many legit? Let me ask you an honest God question. How many legit lockdown corners are there?
There's not many. Bring him in. We need him. He's smart. Bring in Gilmore. And bring in Stephen Fremont. What's happening? You're on the roast. Then we'll get free to people in a second. I'm not mad at
What's going on,
Gilmore.
guys? Love your show. Just want to shout out you guys. There was a previous caller talking about, save everything till next year. No, man. You win now.
Thank you.
Got the nucleus. We win now. They're grooming the young guys. It's a little bump. We dealt with this with the Niners, but, hey, look how far they went. So, hey, best guys there to teach them are the guys that are there right now, Steph, Draymond, and Clay. And look what they got going with Kuminga.
Yep.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Let's get to Free the People in Oakland real quick. Free the People. Finish this bad boy off here on a Monday morning. Fun show, man, to be back. It was good to be back. Free the People. What's happening?
Hey, big shout out to Steve from Fremont because he said exactly what I was going to say. Hey, man, the NBA, when windows are open, you take advantage of the windows that are open.
100%.
If you wait till next year, you'll find yourself on the outs looking in, wishing you would have been for it the year before. The whole league is down if we want to be real about it. No team looks like the favorite. And we're in second place in the West. There is absolutely a chance that we can win the title this year. There's no way we shut it down. Let's go Warriors. Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Morning Roast. We love you in the Bay, man.
Thank you.
Love you,
Appreciate
Free the People. Free the People. It's been a long time hearing from him. A lot of fun to hear from Free the People. Man, championship or bust. I'm still there with the Warriors. But some people are now like hiding and blaming Kerr.
I'm going to maintain the same thing. Western Conference Finals is a great accomplishment.
It is.
Obviously, I'll be disappointed and I'll want more, but there's levels to it. Like, to me, when you barely get into the play-in game last year and you lose the way you did and you're trying to incorporate a guy who hasn't played in 2 years and Draymond now has the back injury, like, there's context here. So, getting to the Western Conference Finals. Now, let's see what that series looks like if they can get that far. If they don't get to the Western Conference semifinals, it will be a big disappointment.
It will,
for me.
especially if they lose to Memphis in the second
knock
round.
Anybody that thinks that they should be a champion.
No doubt. Now we got Mark Willard and Dan Dibley walking in on a Monday morning. And before we break down what happened last night with the Golden State Warriors for the 21-point lead.
I can hear your confidence before you even ask. Are you that confident?
Confident about what?
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you finish. I'll let you finish.
I'm just happy to see you guys. I'm happy to be here.
I can hear smug at 8:57 in the morning.
No smug.
I mean, even though it's 3 hours later there, you're that smug when they just started?
No.
You don't believe in deadline spur action? Is that what you're about to say to me?
Full squad back in the studio. I get to see Dan Dibley with the beard.
Bonte Hill.
I got Willard to my right.
Yep.
Feeling good. Your daughters are celebrating her 13th birthday.
Teenager.
I got 2 teenagers now.
2 teens.
2 teenagers. 2 out of 3.
You seen Bad Boys 2, right? Bad Boys 2 the movie.
I don't think I did.
Will Smith and Martin Lawrence.
I definitely saw one. I don't know if I made it to
Bad
2.
Boys 2 was
better.
Yeah, it was better than 1. Better than 1. You see Bad Boys 2, right, Dibs?
No,
you haven't? No. I'm actually shocked by that.
It's Bad Boys 1 was good. Sequels for me are tough because most sequels, I would say 90 to 95% of sequels are disappointing, and that was one where I kind of smelled it coming and thought, I'm going to pass on it. But if you give it the green light,
it was better than 1.
Watch it. Okay.
It was better than 1. But there's a scene where Martin Lawrence's daughter is getting taken out to the prom, and a guy walks up to the door named Reggie, and Martin and Will Smith sit there. Will Smith's in a tank top looking at him, and they're just scaring the kid. They had a gun. So basically, what I'm saying is, your daughter's a teenager now.
Is that what you're telling me right now?
No, you don't need a gun. But if you want to call the goons and Chasky and Bonte, we could be there at the door, and we'll shake this little sucker up. We'll shake him up.
I appreciate the backing. It's going to be needed at some point. She has not tried to bring a member of the opposite sex into the home as of yet. That day is coming, though. That day is coming.
Let us know.
No, she's been asked out. She's been asked out before, and I think this is funny, actually. This wasn't even this year. I think this was when she was in 6th grade. I first wanted to go over to the boy and I didn't want to get into his face. I wanted to just be like, hey, man, give me a fist bump because you got some guts.
Yeah.
Like, you do that in 5th or 6th grade. I'm like, you got some you-know-what's on you. They ended up going, but they go in it like how they ended up going was like everybody got to bring 7 friends.
Right.
It was like, let's go to ice cream. It ended up being 15 people. The girls got up and left without saying goodbye. The whole thing is a big mess. So I'm going to need your help at some point.
We got baseball bats in the trunk.
Man.
We got what you need. Trust me. We're going to get these little young punks.
What would you like to use those baseball bats?
Yeah, I'm not assaulting anyone. I'm
just going to hold it. Yeah, I know. Scary old Shasky over here. We already know we can't rob the bank with him.
I was just thinking maybe we could, I don't know, play baseball with him. That would be fun.
That's all. Just going to have it on my shoulders. That's all.
Bonte's daughter is 1 and gorgeous and trending toward being in 12 years. Coming up in 12 years when she's a teenager, I can imagine Bonte is going to be, at the forefront.
I think about it every day.
Girl dad is different, man.
I think about it every day.
It is different.
I think about it every day. She waves at all the guys, hi, and I'm like, what are you doing? Wave at the little girl over there. She mugs the little girls and waves at the guy. I don't like that. It makes me feel a little...
Baby Chaz, I love
Makes me feel some type of way. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and AC1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified.
Well, let me transition this way, if I can.
By Timeless Coffee.
Yeah, sorry to step on the Timeless Coffee. The good people at Timeless Coffee.
Great people, yep.
I wish that you would have come with a little bit more of a mean mug last night. And I know that you're doing the post-game show for the flagship team on the flagship station, but... After what we saw last night in the 4th quarter, a complete flaccid offensive approach.
Oh, my gosh.
We're up by 20. Let me shoot a 3. We're up by 17. Let me shoot a 3. Hey, this game's getting tight. I know. Let me shoot a 3. That was embarrassing. And I know that you're trying to, toe the line and play the company game. But, man, I felt like there needed to be some rippage last night following that meltdown.
Are you trying to get me fired from television?
No,
what are you trying to do, man?
I've been there.
I greased it up a little bit. I said, hey, 4th quarter, you shoot 32%, 34%. It was unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's a bad loss.
When
I
the
said it
Quakes
over and
lost to
over.
the Columbus Crew 4-0, believe me, I'll tell you what, the defense in that 20-minute stretch, I played the same game, and I get it, but I was sickened last night by what I saw.
No, actually, 23.8% in the fourth quarter.
Well,
I was going to say, you said 34. I'm
Yeah, I
like,
said
they
that was
would've
the
won
second.
if they'd
That was the
done
second. That was the second half.
The
That was the second
sequence for
half.
me, Dibs, was when Kuminga got the goaltending call, right? And then they call the goaltending. They give him the automatic tech because he grabbed the net, which it just seems so.
Scott Foster.
I couldn't tell if he was trying to keep from himself from hitting his head on the rim. Like, it's a tough one. I've never jumped that high. I have no idea what it's like when you're hung up in the air. Then the very next play, they get the ball in bounds. They hit a three. They come down. Kuminga hooks the guy that he's going to go around. They come down and hit another layup.
Right.
And it's like a 9-point swing right there. And like right there, they got gut punched and they just couldn't recover.
Right, but you should be able to recover, and ultimately you can put blame across the board. And Steve Kerr afterwards said, when we get Draymond back and Captain Vetman, things will be a little bit different. But I'm not completely. I won't say the man's name. I got caught last week saying his name, and
I know.
I feel palms up.
I found him.
Yeah, palms up.
We should, we do $1 every time we rip Tim Roy off.
Yes.
Yeah, every time you actually
absolutely.
say, every time you say Iguodala's name, I don't know, maybe it should be like 10.
It should be.
Yeah.
It should be. And maybe I can hit him up for a loan, because if you start to compute how much he's making based on how much he's played, his dollars per minute continues to rise.
Not Vetman anymore, is it?
I love it.
It's an appearance fee like golf.
He's making about $50K a minute is what he's making so far this year.
I love that. Wow.
I'd have to recalibrate and be a recalibration sensation.
Russ Ortiz out line too.
So did you want to be pounding the table? That is unacceptable.
Kind of.
Yeah. You're showing up to my daughter's dates with baseball bats. He's showing up to your television broadcast with baseball bats. Just tapping them. Just
Look at
standing
the
right behind you.
fans. I saw the smiles. They're happy to be out
and
there.
And they're still the 2 seed. I get all of it.
And
big
it's late
picture.
February. You gotta ramp it up. Everybody's favorite buzzword now. Ramp it up.
Here's what I think is your actual real concern. And it's, we don't know what the roster is going to look like come April, but here's your real concern. If stuff keeps happening in the fourth quarter, doesn't it start to feel reminiscent of pre-KD, where the Warriors would fall into slots where you can't get that open two when you need it? You can't create a shot when you need it, because in the playoffs, you need that more. It's not like the Warriors have unmatched ball movement. It's like the best ball movement the NBA has seen in the last 20 years. And that's great, but when things lock up and you need to just be like, hey, can you go get a bucket? That's a role that I think that they felt for the last couple of years that Wiggins should play. Not playing it. He's not doing it.
You see Wiggins' February numbers?
He's not doing it.
And his free throw percentage, when you're not going to attack the rim and you know that you're a poor free throw shooter, it's going to affect you psychologically attacking the rim. That's why he settles for the fadeaway.
That's what I worry about.
I'm with you on shots.
The only ball movement that I've seen that's greater is when I jump rope in boxers, quite frankly.
Wow.
Thank you. But before we get into real concerns, Mark,
you've got a big mouth.
Thank you. I thought maybe I would get something from one of the three of you, but you have bigger concerns, Mark.
Thank you. It was too uncomfortable.
That's not bad. I mean,
that's a 3.
It's a 2 for Shafsky for not giving me a charity laugh. But a bigger concern, Mark, is your burrito bet. The Mark Willard burrito bet is a bigger concern because. And it's a recollection issue because, here we are at the end of February and, you seem to think that the deadline is still approaching, but, Bonte, you have your hand on the trigger over there.
I'm ready to pull it.
Why don't you share
So
with
let's
us?
pick the date.
All right.
Wait, hang on. Let me look at the calendar.
Tuesday.
March 31st is the opening. That's when opening day should be.
Hold on.
Giant spring training is 11 days from now.
They don't care about spring training.
They need 3 weeks.
Yeah, but it's $140 to sit on the lawn in Scottsdale.
A lot of people care.
Sunday, February 27th.
All right, I'll do burritos for you guys. I'll do it. I'll one up it. Burritos for the show because I don't want the other guys to be
deep pockets on
excluded.
Butcher
All right?
I love it.
How does that sound? Now, what are you guys going to do for us in the morning?
So if we get to February 28th.
Well, I'm not on his side.
Yeah, no. This is me.
Please.
If we get to Monday.
You're a benefactor, though.
If we get to Monday, February 28th, and there's no deal, I'll match what you're offering.
Deal or no deal?
Yeah.
Sounds
you
good.
guys are just going to have to. You're going to have to be brunch burritos.
That's fine.
I'm not coming in for your show. All right.
Today's what day?
Monday, February 28th?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Let me look at my phone. Hold on. You guys stay right there for 1 second.
My fault.
Stay right there. Just talk amongst yourself. Let me get my phone.
He's going to the phone. He's going to go to his calendar. He believes that he gets the entirety of this day.
Hold on. It's okay. I got it. First of all, I got
Let's go to
beautiful
the
picture of my 3 kids, right?
go to the phones.
Lock screen. Beautiful.
Love it.
First time, long time.
Okay. What does it say right above Abe's head? What does that say?
February 28th.
Oh. I mean, it sounded to me like y'all thought February 28th was over.
Well, you did say in the cut if we get to February 28th.
Very specific.
And here
Words
we
are
are.
key.
Right. It's not over.
The way I determined it was end
I knew
of
this was
day,
gonna happen.
the
Not over.
27th. So when it hits 28th, it's expiration day.
Boy, I knew we were going to have controversy.
Yeah, I didn't.
Oh, boy.
I don't feel that way.
I don't know, Willard. I don't
feel
know,
that way.
man.
So you
I don't
have
know.
how many? So you think you have how many hours left?
I think I've got till midnight.
14 hours and 52
I
minutes.
think I got till midnight.
I don't know. It sounded, Dibs, it didn't sound like it to me, Dibs. I don't know.
Yeah.
We can go to
I
arbitration,
like
but
chorizo.
You do?
Yeah.
Good.
he's in the third string with the Warriors, is he not?
Text me at 12:01.
Depends who you ask.
12:01.
So he's got the entirety of the day, or he doesn't. Either way, I don't think it's going to matter. This thing's going on and on to the break of dawn.
So I want to ask you guys, because we were having
Thank
a
you.
show text back and forth.
And
I know Mark's probably more in my camp, where it's like, I love baseball, and even talking about, I know people don't care about labor strikes and all that, but like baseball, I like baseball, and I like to talk about it. B's of the nature like, dude, wake me up when you figure out a deal, and we'll talk about it.
They don't care. They don't care about the workers at the stadium.
So
they don't care about
care?
the parking and attendance and concession stand workers, the people who are dependent on baseball games to go make some money. They don't care. So I don't care about millionaires.
But the energy you all are spitting right now suggests that you do care. I know you don't want to care.
I care.
I know that we're mad at them, and you have every flipping right to be mad at them. But let's not act like if we get to May and there hasn't been a baseball game, that's just like no big deal and we don't care.
We'll be watching the Warriors.
Well, that's fine.
The NBA playoffs.
I would love to ask the Warriors if they could play every night then, because I'm going to be bored out my skull about 4 or 5 nights a week. Like, yes, this matters. Yes, there's a trickle down way past what each and every one of us thinks solely about the game of baseball. Whether it's your kids, whether it's the example little leaguers see, whether it is the economic fallout like you're talking about, all the employees that are involved in this. So I very much care. I'll just say it this way. I don't know if today is an actual deadline as imposed verbally by MLB, but we talk about the urgency that needs to be created in baseball. We got it today. Not for the fun stuff, not for the good reason, but I will reserve the obliteration sensation.
That's a buck.
Until tomorrow morning. And if they do actually cancel opening day tonight, if they don't have a deal.
Well,
it's a problem.
I'd like sausage and no sour cream, no crema in the morning. It makes my stomach a little upset.
Bob Nightingale, I get you one.
Bob Nightingale, USA Today just tweeted out.
Like I said,
the first negotiations of day ends after about 45 minutes.
Oh, that's not.
By the way, context on that, because the guys are all their boots on the ground.
You got that from Ryan Mauser.
Yeah, that just means that they crossed. Like there's two sides. Yeah, there's two sides. They're physically two sides.
We don't know where this is going. But Ryan Mauser sent that to me. Right on, Ryan Mauser. Producing. Like, did Curly already sign out? Love it. They already signed out? Well.
That just means the two sides went face to face. And now they're going to meet amongst themselves. Oh, that's going to go back and forth all day.
Oh, great.
They're not
if the owners agree to a deal, it will be a lead blown, much like the Warriors blew last night. Because right now the owners have a 22-point lead with about 10 minutes to go.
Depends on what the deal is. I mean, and as you guys, this is what you're stating. If
gonna
they
be
get a
talking
deal,
NASCAR?
if they get a deal, do any of you care what the particulars are?
No, just play.
Thank
that
you.
was my big thing during
That's
COVID.
the thing. I don't
During
care
the
who
COVID.
won the deal. Don't try to tell me who won this.
I want to see you on the field.
Oh, the competitive balance tax.
It
Shut
killed
up.
me when they
Report
weren't
to spring
playing.
training and let's go.
Yeah, my bad. They killed me when they weren't playing during Memorial Day weekend. Like of that COVID summer.
Right.
Like, and I know there were people
Right.
like if they would have just got their act together, they'd have had baseball for Memorial Day weekend. And I remember I was like, this is the first time in my entire life there's no baseball on Memorial Day weekend. It knocked me back, and I don't know. It's just something nostalgic about
Just wake me when we get back to 3.5-hour games. That's my attitude.
They're not calling you Pity Pitching Mark now. Pity Pitching Willard on the Comcast Business Text line.
Oh, no, you got
Because he's not going to break me off my eggs and potato goodness. It's all right.
Can we add bacon to the burritos?
I will say this. This is just a child care thing. Your burritos, if I lose, your burritos will be on Thursday morning.
Yeah,
Thursday morning.
I'm good with that.
He'll be hungry on Thursday.
I can't get here early on Tuesdays and Wednesdays.
No. You don't have to get
I got kids.
No, it's all good.
Thursday's
It's all good.
burrito night in the Shasky
He's
house.
too busy
Right.
gun shopping for his teenage
that's right.
daughter.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, lots of errands, and the to-do list goes in order. But no, there will be no pinching. If I lose, you get your burrito.
A little sour cream, a little guac.
I need
Mon Cornetta, I'm adding everything on it.
Yeah. No,
Everything on it.
text me your order. Text me your order. In fact,
Get that
I'd
Uber
love for
Eats
you
ready right now.
I'd love for you to text me your order right now.
Oh, don't do that.
Just go ahead and
That'd be
whammy
decent.
yourself.
I love the green sauce.
Don't do that.
Hey, you guys have a great show. I don't even know what you're talking about. Let me guess. The Golden State Warriors blown a 21-point lead.
Might come up.
Dibs beefing with NBC,
Are
man.
they
You must have hated. I thought about you as soon as the halftime show was over yesterday.
I thought the three of you were a little bit too cheerful after what we all saw. They had a 99.2% chance to win with 10 minutes to go. You know what, Bonte? You're ensconced. You're a fixture now. It's time to start ripping.
I can't do it, man. I gotta keep it all in perspective, man.
Can't do it.
All right, you guys have a great show. We're out. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Great job, everybody. Roaster, see you tomorrow morning on YouTube, Twitch, and of course the Comcast Business Text line. Willard Dibs next, right here on 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Look at you trying to corner me. You're trying to corner me and take away the fun of today. How dare you?
Well, it was...
what are you doing?
Yeah, it's coming up at 9:45. It was a team effort.
Well, clearly. I didn't think you went in over the weekend and started editing.
No, I didn't start cutting cake, but...
You go to the Odyssey app on Sunday about 5 o'clock. I found it. Spadone, I found
it. I got here about
got him.
5 minutes before you, and in that 5 minutes, there was a concerted effort to take the rug that you were standing on, and while you weren't looking, yank it firmly and pull it out from underneath
It's
you.
fine. It's fine. We do have a little. There's a. I hear it. There's a semantics in there. I hear it. That's fine.
A lot of semantics, but and you can keep the running all show because you are running out of time.
Well, clearly, 9:14.
That works too.
And over there in Jupiter, Florida,
Yeah.
it's not 9:14. It's 12:14.
And Derek Jeter packing his things in Florida.
Jeter's like, I'm out.
God, seriously,
It's like
what
this-
was I thinking?
this
What am
whole
I
thing.
doing?
This whole thing. By the way, 9:45. Yeah, I might turn "What are you doing?" into "What am I doing?" Just for today. Going to point the finger at myself with a big old "What are you doing?" So we got that coming up. Kalena's coming on at 10 a.m. We'll get into the Warriors, and we'll get into them in a second. Buster Olney is coming on at 10:30. Excited about that, so we can get the update on what is happening. Boots on the ground in Jupiter, Florida. But yeah, we probably should just go ahead, throw the song of the day out there right now, because it is not the new social media platform, not that new anymore. It's not TikTok, or it is TikTok all day long, because whether it's burritos or MLB's self-imposed deadline, we are down to the final moments in Major League Baseball. I was going to ask the guys for a little hot chocolate this morning, and I don't mean the kind that comes in a cup. I mean the kind that sings, "You sexy thing," because I believe in miracles, Dan. I absolutely believe in miracles, so I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up on Major League Baseball today at all. There have been little sprinkles of optimism. John Heyman sent a tweet yesterday, said, I talked to an official that said we're within striking distance.
Right.
Pitcher Zach Britton immediately responded to his tweet and said, this is inaccurate. So we'll see. But I believe in miracles, which actually bounces us right over to yet another incredibly frustrating loss for the Golden State Warriors, and it got our show thread and our text chain going last night after the game because Kyle tweeted something like, what did you tweet about how many different frustrating losses in a row have the Warriors had?
Yeah, I just said they're stacking them up.
Stacking them
a whole
up.
collection of worst losses of the year.
Yeah, so was this it? Was this the worst loss of the year?
Like Kyle's saying, I mean, you stack them up. It's like, I don't know if you've ever stacked wood, like a cord of wood or a quarter cord of wood. I do a thing, Mark, where I do a lot of the landscaping at my house, and when you deadwood the foliage around your house, you can use that wood for firewood, but not for a year usually. So you put it aside, you put your wood, my 2023 pile is growing. I'm stacking wood from some of the trees and the plants around the yard, and that's what this has become. You're stacking bad losses to where, man, this pile's getting a little bit high, and I know you're still a 2 seed, and I know Vetman and Draymond Green aren't playing, and Klay Thompson didn't play, all the rest of it. Shout out to Matt Nahigian, who's back today. But the problem is, your bad loss pile is growing, and meanwhile, the teams around you are playing better basketball.
The Warriors now 6 full games behind the Suns. Everybody's given up on the 1 seed. The Suns are going to be the 1 seed in the entire playoffs. The Grizzlies, who I think are also 1-1 out of the gate since the All-Star break, are just a game and a half behind. The Warriors completely clear of the Utah Jazz, 4.5 games ahead of them. With what do we have left? We got 20 some odd games left for all of these teams. It is wildly evident to me that they are either the 2 seed or the 3 seed. The concern level is fine. I get it. I even had a weird experience with this game last night. Like, I watched the first 3 quarters, watched into the 4th quarter, and then, as I've told you, the one thing I hate about my new place, you can't see the TV while you're cooking.
Right.
I got one of those things. Got to knock a wall out or something around here because I can't see the TV from the stove. So I go in there to cook dinner and I make the dinner, right? And then I pop my head out about 50. What?
Yeah.
What the hell happened?
You shared that on the thread.
What in the place? And I kind of heard you guys buzzing the phone and zzz, 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 and I thought somebody just made a funny.
Right.
Or somebody was, baseball, Willard burritos, man. Tatis. I thought, whatever. They're buzzing. But I came around the corner, hey, Warriors, what are you doing?
Totally.
What? I thought, honestly, the first thought that went through my head, I'm like, did the TV graphic wrong? They were up by 17.
Yeah.
4 minutes ago. And now they're down by 4 with a minute and a half to go. I was like, what? So I get it. I'm not here to tell you yesterday didn't happen. Yesterday happened. But it led to the two of you. You and Kyle both said something. You both said, first Kyle starts with, championship contenders in quotation marks.
Right.
And you followed up with, they're not. They're not championship contenders. And I thought to myself, hold on a second.
And then we got into the whole debate about him using quotes and what that meant and whether or not I should have fired back. It was a whole thing.
I got a list. I got a little list. I remember in 2019, preseason, San Francisco 49ers, I was asked to make a prediction. And I said 10-6. Mark, you're such a homer.
Willard is so high.
Oh, you're so positive all the time. They won 13 games and went to the Super Bowl. The 2021 Giants, I was asked for a preseason prediction. The Vegas over-under, I think, was 74 or something, 75. I said they're going to win 86 games. Mark! You're such a homer. Are you inside Farhan's clothes?
The 4 for Kelly Stafford.
They won 107 games. The 2021 49ers, you were with me to a certain degree on this one. They were 3-5, getting ready to take on the Rams on a Monday night. I think both of us picked the 49ers to win that night, and I said this team can still make the playoffs. Mark, you're Captain Positive. It's so ridiculous. Such a homer. What are you pandering to the audience? And they went to the NFC Championship game. So what I'm trying to do is not tell you that last night didn't stink. I'm trying to understand. I want to understand why and how. When there's a night like that, why do we go macro and say this team can't win? Because of course they can.
Of course they can. But let's go back to your cute little analogy, and I love the Callie Stafford and all that. 2019 Niners, no parade. 2021 Giants, they won the division, but couldn't even make it to the LCS. 2021 Niners, nice little finish, cute little run, Super Bowl berth, no. So when I say that the Warriors are not a championship contender, I believe that they'll win a playoff series. They might even win 2 playoff series. But what they are showing you, showing us, showing Steve Kerr and the rest of the cognoscenti and the people who cover the Golden State Warriors is they are a team that's flawed. And yes, Draymond comes back, and if Captain Vetmin can pull himself away from the driving range and ever play again, and when Klay Thompson is able to play meaningful minutes on consecutive nights, yes, they are a different team. But this current composition of Golden State Warriors, when you as an opponent defend Steph Curry, their offense, it stinks. Andrew Wiggins brought the K-Wig back. First quarter, he's lighting it up. It's like, oh my God, this guy was the first overall pick. He might go for 40. You realize he hasn't even crested 20 because, and I hate to do it, it might be a tired bit.
I turned this on when I went to cook last night.
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what?
It didn't matter.
Let's cruise, babe. It's 17-point lead.
You know what?
I'm going to go make a French dip.
Until it matters.
We'll worry about what's going on in the other room some other day.
Yeah. Steph Curry's double teamed, but you know what? I'm going to let Jordan Poole carry the water. Nemanja, I used to call you Nemanja, Bielitsa. I believe you should not be on the floor, but you know what? He still plays. GP2, elite defender, but not necessarily a knockdown shooter. And Jonathan Kuminga, God love you, please no more hoisting threes, because when you take away Steph Curry, you take away their chance to score.
Do you remember the first week of the season?
Yes, I do.
When K-Wig was playing rap battles with Nemanja Bielitsa's name. Do you remember that?
I missed it.
First week. Bielitsa! Oh, we loved him. Now nobody even wants him on the floor anymore. So
what does he bring?
Well, my point is that this is the evolution, the up, down, the story of a season. Let me go back to your first counterpoint that you made. Did the 2019 49ers win it all? Nope. San Francisco Giants 2021. Negative. 2021 49ers, did they win it all? No. The word you guys used yesterday was contend. Are they contenders? Were the 2019 49ers contenders? I would suggest with a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl, that counts as contention.
Joke artist.
When you're the 1 seed in all of Major League Baseball, and then you go up against what was essentially the 2 seed in all of Major League Baseball in a 5-game series, and you go to the 9th inning tied of the 5th and deciding game, does that count as contention? My world says yes. Did the 49ers contend in losing by 3 to the team that ended up winning it all 2 weeks later by 3? Yes, this all counts as contention. My point is, now is not the time to give up on the Golden State Warriors. We don't even know what their roster is going to look like next month. This is absolute. If they're not a contender, well, then let's go home. The Suns won.
Well,
it's over. That's
the
it.
Lakers are a championship contender because
Good
they're
grief.
going to be the 10 seed and they're going to be in the play-in game.
Lakers
so
can't
if you want to
even-
be Captain Semantics,
They
we can play the
lose
game.
more games than they win, Dibs. The Warriors have the second best record in the league.
$1,000 right now.
On what?
Who are you picking to win the NBA championship? If you had to take $1,000 from your beloved savings account,
not the Warriors.
Okay,
but are
Thank
they
you.
contenders? They'd
Of
probably
course
be
they
the
are.
second. Well, then but that's not what you
20
said.
teams are contenders.
No, they're not. No, there's probably about 5 teams that are contenders.
We've got our first elimination game today. It's an elimination sensation in college basketball. I'll be making a pick on this game in Pick Your Battles. It's the first win or go home game. It's a 4-23 team against a 7-21 team. The loser of this game is
Beautiful.
out. So the winner of this game is still a championship contender.
No, that's not what I'm saying at all.
That's exactly what you
It's not what I'm
say.
saying at all. There's about 5 teams in the NBA who are contenders. The Warriors are one of them.
Maybe.
It's all sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Let's get to the phones on this at 888-957-9570. The same goes for the Comcast Business text line, which is always open. And good morning and hello, Twitch and YouTube. Always, you can watch the cheeks get red in the middle of these blistering arguments. Twitch.tv/957 the game, YouTube.com/957 the game. We get to the MLB urgency and also the funniest released statement I think I can ever remember in my entire life came out this morning from an NFL quarterback. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 the game.
Enjoy weekly deals at Whole Foods Market. Get animal welfare certified air-chilled chicken breast thin sliced cutlets for
accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
When it comes to cybersecurity, the biggest threats don't always strike the biggest targets. Almost half of all cyber attacks target small businesses. So help protect yours with Comcast Business Security Edge. It's advanced security that continuously scans for threats and helps protect every connected device. On the largest, fastest, reliable network with speeds up to 10 gigs to the most small businesses. So switch today and get cutting-edge speed with advanced security and be ready for what's next. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get fast and reliable internet and voice for just $64.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. And ask how to add Security Edge. Or ask how to get up to a $650 prepaid card with a qualifying bundle. Call or go online today to learn more. Limited time offer, restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 35 megabits per second internet and one voice line customers only. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change. Prepaid card offer ends 4/21/22.
Has this ever happened to you? I bought football tickets for my husband's birthday, and now I'm in a football bubble. All I see online are articles and ads about football. I hate the feeling of being manipulated. I downloaded DuckDuckGo, and I saw a difference right away. With one download, you can search and browse privately, avoiding trackers all for free. It's that simple. Take back your privacy online with DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
In a world where a single touch can threaten the surfaces of your home, there's Microban 24. Just one spray fights bacteria all day.
Bacteria incoming. Shields up, defenders.
When used as directed, Microban 24 sanitizing spray forms a defensive shield that keeps killing 99.9% of bacteria for up to 24 hours. Touch after touch.
Threat eliminated.
Microban 24. Don't just sanitize it, microban it. Now spraying in a store near you.
I love my hardwood floors, but I wasn't sure how to take care of them. Carrying around a bucket was such a hassle. And even worse, my string mop left streaks and haze behind. Then I found Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, the all-in-one tool made specially for wood floors. Its microfiber-like pad is soft, and it sprays a light mist solution that dries fast. With Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, it's easy to keep up with the mess on my wood floors. Even that mess.
Swiffer Wet Jet Wood, proud member of the National Wood Floor Association.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Football is back, and there's a new cat in town, the Bay Area Panthers. The Panthers kick off their Indoor Football League first home game at SAP Monday, March 21st against the San Diego Strike Force at SAP in San Jose. Tickets on sale now at BayAreaPanthers.com.
And while you weren't looking, yank it firmly.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs, presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Jupiter, Florida. Might as well be another planet. We'll have updates, though. Buster Olney coming up in 1 hour. You don't think it's possible we see white smoke tonight? You don't think it's possible?
Shout out the Pope. And, I mean, that's a really,
Shout out to the Pope.
Really, that was a very sectarian reference. Because when they decide on a new pope, you wait for the smoke. And the smoke comes out. If it's black smoke, no pope. Black smoke, no pope. When the white smoke comes out,
we got a pope.
We got ourselves a pope. That was a really, really highfalutin, highbrow Vatican City reference. But I'm here for the people. But
you liked it. Yeah, you liked it. And then you explained it, which is helpful. Yeah.
And no, we're not going to see white smoke.
We're
tonight.
not?
No. And
if we do.
I heard something from an expert in baseball earlier this morning saying owners don't really care about April and May baseball as much as they do games later in the year because attendance is lower. Kids don't go to games until the summer. So if you're going to lose games, these are the games you lose. Owners would rather lose a dozen games now to make real gains in the overall overarching deal.
What are you doing coming up in 10 minutes? Kalena Azubuike also coming up at the top of the hour. There's one texter that knows me better than anybody on the whole face of the earth.
Yeah?
650 just texted in and said, Willard is going to cut corners and make you guys burritos. Which is totally something I would do. That is completely something.
And honestly, based on the cut that we played,
I make a really good.
And yeah,
I make a really good breakfast burrito.
The bet was not that you buy breakfast burritos; it was that you give breakfast burritos. And we can go back to the cut if we need to, but you may be able to chef
I will
up a couple.
actually. Yeah, I'm gonna need to hear that again. I might do that. Would you be angry if I did that? I make a good one.
I would be quietly delighted.
You would?
Just to see Butcher Boy and his face, how crestfallen he would be, watching his face drop as you say, "Here's your burrito, Joe." And you hand him not a gigantic, foiled, everything he wanted.
Oh, no, we can do gigantic and foiled. I can make that.
It would be better if it was minuscule and Spartan.
Well, these are street burritos.
Totally.
They're mini. Yeah. And they're delicious.
And I made them an hour and a half ago. Sorry if they're a little bit lukewarm.
Chilly, but there's a microwave right down the hall.
And I brought
you
you
don't
a
need
side
girth.
I brought you a side of sour cream.
Where the hell did you find that, Joe? Oh, gosh.
He's
that's
got.
awesome.
Where do you get all these damn buttons?
Oh, man. Okay. Kyler Murray's statement is hysterical. We'll have that coming up for you in a little bit, especially if you're 6 years old. If you're 6 years old, you'll really love Kyler's statement because it was written for you. It reads like a children's book. So we'll get to that, but let's get out to the phones on the Warrior conversation we're having. Aaron in Alameda. Aaron, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing right now?
Oh, my gosh. I'm just walking here and over here in Alameda by St. Joe's where Jason Kidd used to go to school. You know, with the Warriors losing to the Mavericks last night, that was a Jason sensation because this guy was sensational. The Warriors haven't lost a game like that in 62 years, and here comes Kidd, the coach that nobody thinks is all that great. You watch out for him in the playoffs. He's got a star. He could do some stuff. I wouldn't be surprised if he did some good stuff. Shout out to Bishop O'Dowd and Lou Ritchie, because Jason Kidd wanted to go to O'Dowd, but they don't let freshmen play on varsity, so O'Dowd let him go to St. Joe's, and you took a nothing school and made it into a legendary school. So thank you, Bishop O'Dowd.
Well, before we go any further, let's just really, clarify your shout-outs because St. Joe's is the house that Dibber built, and I've got 3 pennants to show, 2006, 7, and 8. BSAL champions, the pennants are on the wall. And Bishop O'Dowd, Lou Ritchie, quaint little run there. He may have churned out NBA products, but I started a boys volleyball program there as well. So if we're talking St. Joe's in Alameda and Bishop O'Dowd in Oakland, the one connector is not Jason Kidd, but it's Dibber Claus himself.
Yeah, but you can't use your name and rhyme it with sensation. So I'm going to go with Aaron on this one.
I'll allow it.
Jason Sensation. It's not perfect, but it's enough to add another $1 to our charity. We're going to Michael's tonight. We're going to Michael's tonight.
We're getting
We're getting
vat.
it done.
I love it.
We're getting it done tonight. And I'm going to, let's see if she can turn it around in one day. We'll see if daughter Ella, it's the day after her birth. She's 13 now. She needs some more responsibility.
Totally.
Should I ask her to turn it around in one day? I'm not asking her to build it.
I'm
asking her to decorate it. It'll be a decoration sensation.
Yeah, that's a buck.
What'd you want to say, Kyle? What'd you want to say, Kyle?
I was going to say it would be a decoration sensation.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, it's a buck each. It's an absolute double buck.
You
right
should
there.
thank me. I'll pay it for you. Jonathan in San Francisco. Jonathan, what are you doing?
Official U.S. Postal Service business.
All right.
I just want to say, man, the Warriors subs are the most incomplete team heading into the playoffs. I say that because, they just live and die by the three. They just shoot from the outside way too much. I don't know why Kuminga and Jordan Poole is getting less playing time than D-Lee. I mean, don't we need size? Don't they need size and athleticism? So why is D-Lee playing more than Kuminga or Jordan Poole? I mean, they need to find a guy that could get them buckets in the mid-range. They need to find a guy that could get them free throws. They don't have those guys. So, and everybody has those guys, and everybody's shooting from the outside too. So it's going to be a problem if they don't train Kuminga to be that guy or Jordan Poole. I mean, we can't win another championship just shooting from the outside. It's not going to happen.
All right, Jonathan, I appreciate it. The Charles Barkley take, which is you can't win a championship shooting jump shots until the Warriors went out there and did it. I mean, here's the thing. I feel like we all think a team shoots too many three-pointers on the nights that they don't go in. Everybody shoots 30-something threes. Like, go up and down the box scores in the NBA. How many more three-point attempts do you think the Warriors had than the Mavericks last night? How many more?
I'm not sure how many more.
Guess. I mean, everybody's mad at too many three-pointers, so how many more did they shoot than the team that won that everybody's happy with?
Probably 3 or 4.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
I think the answer's 5.
The problem wasn't the number of threes. The problem was when those threes came and from whence they came. Not Carson Wentz. We're going to get into him in the Kyler Murray discussion, but from whence they came. Because if you look at the game log, Mark, and I know that you were Chef Boyardee in the kitchen, but as that game was slipping away, they kept jacking up threes. They did not attack the rim. They only shot 2 free throws in the entirety of the fourth quarter. And by the way, Andrew Wiggins shot those 2, and he is struggling from the foul line. This team, they settle too often. I don't mind if Steph Curry settles for threes. And by the way, 3 for 10 from the floor. And Jonathan brought up an interesting point about Jordan Poole. Why is Jordan Poole now in Steve Kerr's doghouse? And I believe Steve Kerr spoke to this after the game, Mark, if you'd like to hear his very dodgy comments when asked about Jordan Poole.
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Huh. Who else wasn't having a good night? Because you look at... Damian Lee wasn't having really a good night. Andrew Wiggins, a pretty quiet night. I think like Jordan Poole is suddenly now being shuttled down the depth chart for who knows what reason, because Klay's out. You don't have Draymond, no vet min. You need somebody to step up and score. And yeah, Jordan Poole is struggling, but he's been banished.
This goes. I don't want to say night to night. I don't know about night to night, but it does go. It goes week to week. Jordan Poole still was second off the bench in minutes with 19. Otto Porter was the only one who had more. I think that when Draymond's out and Klay is on an off night, they are still searching for what they're supposed to do with that starting slot, that fifth starting slot, if you will. And last night they went with 2 new guys, putting Peyton and Moody into the starting lineup. And it's a lot to ask those guys. Peyton, I think, was his normal self. He wasn't great from 3. Moody, in 25 minutes, only shot the ball 6 times. Like he's probably still suffering from that all. Shoot here, coach?
Yeah.
Right? I'll shoot here, right? No, I better not shoot. Let me just pass the ball to the Hall of Famers who are standing next to me. So there's a little bit of a lack of feel, I think, right now, which is what happens when big-time players are out.
But Jordan Poole is supposed to be that guy to step up and be that third scorer. Andrew Wiggins is supposed to be the second scorer, but we have to get beyond expecting him to do more than what he did. 7 for 16, a good old
18
sturdy,
points.
18, 2, and 2. In 34 minutes, he always shows up, and he always gives you that. But when Steph Curry gets taken away and Jordan Poole is not allowed to play, who's going to score? And that's what we saw in a 13-point flaccid fourth.
So it's time to fire him up, whether it's on our Comcast business text line at 888-957-9570, or you can call one in right now at 888-957-9570. Jordan Poole might be the person you're pointing at. It could be Kyler Murray. It could be Rob Manfred. Or it could be anything from your own life. As we ask, what are you doing?
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah, Dibs, coming out of the weekend. Do you go through the weekend now the same way I do? I'm like looking for it. I'm looking for it. Everything I experience, I'm like, was that it? That might have been the what are you doing? Because when you get 3 full days since we've done a show, since noon on Friday, I mean, I could do the rest of the show on all the what are you doings that I ran into.
Well, I go actually through my weekend looking to not have it happen, but it hit me, Mark. I did 8 games refereeing on Saturday, and it didn't take long. It took only the first game for me to get to that what are you doing moment. It's a 4th grade girls B game, okay? 4th grade girls B. We're talking about 9 and 10-year-olds. Shout out St. Vincent School for Boys in Marinwood, the venerable old venue. It's a tight game. Coaches from both teams actively coaching. The coach on the team that's ahead may be a little bit more active, wandering past his bench, out on the court a tiny bit. The coach on the team that's losing, 3rd quarter, brings me over and says, are you going to enforce the coach's box? Are you going to enforce the coach's box? This coach is all over the place. And I said, Coach, excuse me? First of all, Coach, there are no demarcation lines on the floor. This is a school for boys. It's 100 years old. They didn't chalk out the coach's box. And additionally, Coach, you yourself were down near the baseline in the 2nd quarter barking out instructions. What about your coach's box? Coach, what are you doing? And so he said, he tries to follow up. I turn heel, pivot 180 away, and march off to continue the game. And he's like, you won't even talk to me? I said, Coach, no, I won't. We're not enforcing the coach's box in a 4th grade girls B game. What are you doing? They proceeded to lose.
You must have 100 every weekend.
Yeah.
I mean, youth sports. If you just go to any youth sporting event.
The adults, Mark, they ruin it. Game 5, 4th grade girls B game. The one team, the coach, he says something right away. Opening possession. That's a travel. I, of course, go, no. Not today, Coach. We're not doing that. And he clams up. The coach on the other team, with whom I've had previous issues, her assistant, and one. I said, what are you doing? What are you doing?
And one.
It's not only is it not an and one.
4'2" and uncoordinated.
It's an and 0.
That's right, it didn't go in.
She missed the layup, and I didn't call the foul. Needless to say,
thank you, Nick Young.
That team of the 2nd team with whom I've had previous issue, they got a grand total of 0 close calls to go their way.
I bet. I
mean, what are you doing? Do you think that I'm going to give you a call after you bark at me? What are you doing?
Some very good ones on the Comcast business text line, and a few that you would really like, Spadone. 925. All it says is just Lakers. That's it. What are you doing?
That was embarrassing.
What are they doing, Spadone?
I can't judge this team. I can't judge this team, Mark, until Kendrick Nunn comes back.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
Once he comes back, then
Yeah,
I can
there you
judge
go.
him.
I've always said that.
It's a great point.
You can't judge a team until the Kendrick comes back.
Yeah, well, you can when the number in the L is bigger than the number in the W, but
they are the fake show until further notice.
This is one that you'll also like, although you didn't do this, Spadone. I thought you played it perfectly, but Mikey Dubs out of the 707, bring a baby to a Super Bowl party and then ask people to quiet down so the baby can sleep. What are you doing? What are you doing? All right, but I'd like to do something that I don't think we've ever done on this segment before.
Really?
Yeah, I'd like to ask myself.
Oh.
What are you doing? So,
oh boy,
Christy and I go to one of these cooking classes over the weekend, right? Little night out, and you got all the preparation sensation is all set to go, and you got people, right? Other people you get. Yeah, at your table, there's 2 other people. You got tables of 4.
Yeah.
So you got another couple people over there.
So you don't need to do the chopping. The chopping's all done.
Yeah, no, you do a little bit of the chopping. Okay. They'll give you some chives that are still whole, and they're like, they dice those up. We want you to do something. Don't just stand there. But but the portions are all set for you. Beautiful, just these beautiful large pieces of chicken are going. And we're making mashed potatoes. So everybody mashes them all up. You brown the butter. and then you put it in the mashed potato, and everybody's trying to give everybody at the table a job, right? And everybody wants to feel included. So what did I get? I got the mashed, but Mark, can you stir the mashed potatoes, please? So in goes the browned butter, and we're stirring, and then people are tossing the chives in. Here come the chives, and we're going to get a little salt and pepper to taste, please. And once we got to the salt and pepper to taste part, they've got a little cup of little baby tester spoons so that you can test the taste of the salt and the pepper. Well, I'm the mashed potato guy, so I'm stirring. And I've put a bunch of salt and pepper in, and I take one of the little baby spoons. Let me check it. Scoop, taste. Not enough salt and pepper. Let's put more salt and pepper in. More. I have the little baby spoon right in front of me.
No, you didn't.
I stir. Picked it back up.
No.
Scoop.
Oh.
Taste.
Oh.
Still not enough.
Double dip.
Apparently, while I was staring at the mashed potatoes, the other couple, their face went they were already white people, but their face went white.
Even whiter.
It just went totally white. And, we're in the middle of COVID, and I'm over here with tester spoons.
Oh, God.
Firing at community mashed potatoes twice. And the worst thing, it didn't even occur to me. Like, it was as if I'm at home.
You might as well cram your fingers in there, Just 2 fingers and just scoop it.
And then I got some on my fingers, and I went to the finger lick.
No.
Well, but the finger doesn't go in the Anyway, not the presentation, apparently, that the rest of the table was hoping for. So Christy starts now reaching over without me even seeing, and every time I go down to pick up my tester spoon, it's not there anymore.
Gone.
And I got to go get another one. And literally, instead of my mind having it occur to me, dude, like, you're completely out of line right now, I keep thinking, where the hell did my spoon go? I thought I put it right here. How come 3 times in a row my spoon is gone? We get to the end of the night, and I'm let in on the issue.
Oh, boy.
And I could only say one thing, which is, Mark, what are you doing?
Exactly.
What the hell are you doing? It just didn't even occur to me. It was as if I was in my kitchen by myself, not seeing the Warrior game around the corner.
Exactly.
Making mashed potatoes for me. It was an unaware production.
Did they end up eating the mashed potatoes? Because part of these cooking classes is you all sit down to dine together.
Oh, you're damn right they did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'd gotten to know each other enough by the time it was time to eat that they trusted that I didn't currently have COVID-19 or the HIV or anything like that.
You shared your vaccination status.
I did. And it just, tiny little spoon, like the little ones you get in the ice cream shop. Just boop. So, everybody was able to get around it. And I do have their phone number now, so I'll be checking on them on Wednesday to see if they're sick.
Make sure that Hep C.
You guys okay? Or
anything else? Random canker sore. It's a total trap.
Brain fart.
Yeah.
Brain fart. Whoops.
Those cooking classes are always curious, though, because we need more salt may not be their version of we need more
and
salt.
So then they started pulling out I'm like, you guys test it. And they're like, test it? That's gross. But no, then they did, and they tested it with their own spoons. I mean, amazingly, we ran out of spoons. I had to go to another table and take their spoons.
The double dip, though, is a classic what are you doing?
It is. It's like eating a plate of nachos in a collective setting. You got to be very careful with how you go about doing this.
Yeah, you pull the chip, and whatever you get on the chip, you eat the chip. You don't get to go back in for a recalibration sensation.
Right? It is a big, huge chip, and it's got like some on the corner, and you eat that, and then you're like, I still have half of a chip. Am I going to go in and get a little cheese and beef on that sucker?
The other one's the big piece of celery where you go into the dip and then you bite half the celery, and even if you then grab
Switch the other side, no?
That doesn't
work. Is that not okay?
No, because your fingers were on the other end, and now you're dipping the finger end.
What if you use your fingers in the middle, almost like a joust, and you just, dip one side, eat, dip other side, eat, without ever moving your finger? Is that acceptable?
It's still unacceptable. Okay. The optics of it, much like, playing a round of golf when you're out with a knee injury or a back injury, the optics are bad.
Kyle and Spadone, now that you've been to a Super Bowl party where I cooked the majority of the food, are the two of you reconsidering your decision.
I thought it did taste the dip that you were so highly touting did taste a little bit like tester spit. So.
Yeah, you're wondering why we left at halftime.
There it is.
Yeah, don't say we, because Kyle closed that sucker down. Okay.
You're wondering why I drank a whole bottle of wine.
Lights are flashing. People are like pushing light levers up and down. They're like, can we walk you to your car? It was unbelievable. Anyway, all right. Kalena Azubuike in just a moment. Your What Are You Doings are always welcome. Keep them coming throughout the day. Comcast Business text line 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
My Friday nights usually spent out, but since my friends got Xfinity Internet, Friday nights in. Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show!
Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
You dipped the chip, you took a bite, and you dipped again. So that's like putting your whole mouth right in the dip. From now on, when you take a chip, just take one dip and end it.
It's the 9 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs. Presented by Timeless Coffee on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Seinfeld did come up on the text line as well, Comcast Business text line. Also, 650, you'll like this one, Dibs, 2 fingers inside.
Yes.
Yes.
In the dip. In the dip. It's a problem.
Don't talk about that.
When I put my hand up in that dip, anyway, you know.
Yeah.
Kalena Azubuki is going to join us in just a second here. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. I mean, what do we want to ask Kalena? I think it's not what are you doing? I think it's what are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? And where is the concern level? I will give Steve Kerr this, as we all talk about, and Spadone makes fun of, well, we can't assess the Warriors right now because they don't have Draymond, and last night they didn't have Clay. Steve really sounding an alarm last night saying, well, look, whether we've got those guys or not, whether it's a fair point or not, we've got to learn how to play better without them. And it's almost like that excuse would have worked better if they had just been beaten last night. They didn't get beaten. They weren't beaten for 4 quarters. They collapsed down the end. So here we go. Here's Kalena Azubuki joining us here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. So glad you're with us. Kalena, what's going on? We wanted to make it a very open-ended question with regard to the Warriors to start. What are they doing? What are they doing right now?
Well, that fourth quarter was a struggle. It was tough to watch, and I just feel like they got a little one-dimensional there. The offense got a little stagnant, and I kept saying it on the broadcast. I just felt like someone needed to figure out a way to switch it up and stop shooting jumpers because they kept missing jump shots, and even if they were somewhat open, they couldn't get one to fall. So at that point, you got to figure out a way to get something going to the rim, get to the free throw line, just switch it up. And I understand that Mavericks were really defending well, and we talked about how good their defense was the whole game. When they really kind of tightened up in the fourth quarter, intensity was much higher for them. They weren't making mistakes. The Warriors' normal sets weren't working, pick and roll. They tried the 1-2 pick and roll. They didn't bite on that. They tried to throw it in the post. There was some double teams in there. They didn't really get to the split action like they wanted to. You weren't getting cuts. So there's got to be a way to combat what the other team's doing when they're executing their defensive game plan and just clogging up the paint. I'll ask you guys, do you feel like the Warriors are good enough to get to the rim when the other team is defending well, they're clogging up the paint, without Klay Thompson, without Draymond Green, and do you feel like the Warriors are good enough based on what we had seen the previous 3 quarters to get to the rim?
Yes, I do, Kalena, yeah. But it's dependent in large part on who the personnel is that's on the floor because Andrew Wiggins does not, he was aggressive in the first, but he was not aggressive in the fourth. And if it's Bjelica, he's not going to attack the rim. Gary Payton II tried at times and at spots. It feels to me like personnel-wise, the team they had out there, it felt like was much more of a settle 5 than it was an attack 5.
True, but I just feel like the previous 3 quarters, I think they got to 44 points in the paint in 3 quarters before the fourth quarter started, and they ended up with 50. But I just feel like if they had that same mentality, continuing to get to the rim, figuring out a way, it takes someone passing up an open jumper, honestly. And there were some situations where I thought Andrew Wiggins could have drove it a couple more times. He finally did after they went a long time without scoring there, that really rough stretch where they're just missing jumper after jumper after jumper. But the creativity that the Warriors normally have in those moments where they can use Steph as a decoy, when he gets back in the game, maybe set a back screen. We hadn't seen one of those bone-crushing back screens in a while. Maybe have Steph start off the ball since they want to double him. They want to send bodies to him, have him come off a pin down. Maybe they send 2 to him. You get a roll to the basket. So there's different ways to kind of let them see something different, make the defense work a little harder and make them make mistakes, hopefully, and get away from maybe your regular set that they had already kind of figured out. And so I feel like the Warriors were creative pretty much through the 3 quarters. We've seen them in fourth quarters before kind of win in different ways if the shot's not falling, and get a little more creative with Steph out there, because there's so many different things you could do with Steph, and Coach Kerr is great at that. But I think it's good that they, like Coach Kerr said, it's good that they kind of have lived through this, and the frustration of having a fourth quarter go that way, and they'll watch film, and everybody will kind of batten down the hatches. And I think Coach Kerr talked about it, like they kind of lost maybe their grit a little bit there. They get the momentum. They let the momentum get away from them a little too easily. And so hopefully in the future they're better for it.
Kalena Azubuike with us, Willard Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Kalena, is this a fair concern or not? If you go back to pre-Kevin Durant, the feeling was that in the playoffs, when things slowed down, there were times where the Warriors needed a shot creator, and they didn't have one. And then they got Kevin, and that was never a concern. Even if everybody's healthy, is that a concern for this team in the playoffs?
No, because we didn't have Clay this last game. Clay wasn't there, and he's a guy that could come alive in the fourth. And we've seen it. We saw it a few games ago. And he's a guy that's hunting shots. And with Draymond in the fray, he's also a guy that can go to everybody and say, hey, okay, we're missing jumpers. Let's get something going to the rim. Let's find a way to get something going to the rim. Let's get a cut. Let's get a screen, a pin-down screen, slip out of it, roll to the basket. They're switching everything. Let's slip one of these, get to the rim. Like, he's going to get something going to the rim, at least a better attempt than what they were getting, because it was just miscontested jumper after miscontested jumper. So I think with the lineup that they have with everybody healthy, that's not a concern. There's too many really good offensive players, really high IQ offensive players, to let that happen in a game down the stretch, playoff game, a game you really need. I just don't see that happening. And again, if you're going to have a fourth quarter like this, it's probably best to get out of the way now, so you kind of feel what that feels like, the frustration of it. It's like, figure out, okay, how do we make sure this doesn't happen again? How do we go and miss 5 or 6 jumpers, contested jumpers in a row, and not get anything really good going to the back? I know Jordan Poole tried, he got blocked. But even against a good defensive team, when the Warriors are all the way healthy, I just don't see this happening.
You mentioned Jordan Poole. It feels to me like he's in a little bit of, I won't say doghouse, but he's not getting the minutes. Moses Moody started instead of Jordan Poole. Where do you see his confidence and his place in the rotation right now?
I think he's fine. I think they just started Moody because they want Jordan Poole to stay comfortable in his role coming off the bench. And that's the role he's going to be playing for the Warriors this season and down the stretch and in the playoffs once he's in the rotation there. And I think Coach Kerr just went away from him, like you said, because he just wasn't having the kind of game we're accustomed to seeing him have. And
He didn't have that same kind of gravity of the defense when he is rolling like that, so he wasn't affecting the game the way that Coach Kerr wanted him to. I think he's fine, though. He has games like this every now and then where it's just he kind of struggles here and there, and he's still young, and he's going to continue to grow, and they're going to encourage him. I still think the team has confidence in him. I don't think he's lost any confidence in himself. And it's just about continuing to be that offense generator we know he can be, and that's working out of pick and rolls, finding guys when it comes to pocket passes, rolling the basket, skip passes, all those different things. He has a knack for getting guys involved and just being a guy who's just a threat. It's threatening in a lot of different ways, whether it's his drive, it's his handle, it's his three ball, his ability to score in a lot of different ways. He's much better attacking the rim now. I thought Dorian Finney-Smith made a really good play on him, recovering when he rejected that screen. But he'll be all right. I'm not really worried about him, and that's his role. That's the only reason they didn't start him, because they want to keep him there. And obviously, Klay Thompson, when he's back, he's starting.
Kalena, appreciate it, man. Great stuff. Great to have you as always.
All right, man. Thanks for having me, guys.
Okay, it's Kalena Azubuike on Willard and Dibs here on 95.7 The Game. And a little bit of a shoulder shrug there by him. And that's kind of, for the most part, where I am as well. Like, I just think last night, and even if we want to go the last week and a half, I know this bleeds back to before the All-Star break too, I think there's plenty to allow to concern you. There's plenty that can frustrate you, and that's all fair. I just my mind does not go to April and May on this one. Like the Warriors, there are, I had said 5. I don't even know if there are 5.
Bad losses?
No, 5 teams that can win it all, and the Warriors are one of them.
Well, I would say there are easily 5, and they might be the 5th one of them. And you look at what they've done of late, and I know it's recency bias, and we could talk about an 18-2 start, and they're 25-16 since, but they've dropped 5 of 7. And one of those wins they got was a gutsy win over a Laker team that, as you've mentioned, is not very good.
Not good.
You had to dig deep, and the Lakers brought their A game in that contest, and the only other victory you have over the last 7 is against a tanking Portland team that traded its second-best player and sat its best player, and their only big guy who could hurt you didn't play either. So I look at a stretch now that is more sizable than just, okay, one quarter last night against Dallas, that was a problem. You go to Minnesota, a game team that is going to be up for the challenge, and that game's tomorrow. Then you go to Dallas. You go to L.A. You go to Denver, home to the Clippers, back to Denver. This upcoming stretch is not easy, and Steve Kerr made mention of it last night when he was asked by Ron Kroichek in the post game, but the next 5 games, you've got 5 on the road, 5 of the next 6, rather, are on the road. This is not a very easy stretch, so you might wake up on March 12th when, by the way, Milwaukee comes to town. You might find yourself fighting for the 3 seed. You might be closer to the 4 seed by then.
I know last night was called general illness, right, for Klay Thompson.
General.
Yeah, I know a lot of people were used to Klay Thompson not playing when it comes to back-to-backs, but Warriors do not play tonight. This was something totally different and a little bit surprising at the last minute. So Kalena brought his name up when I said, hey, is there a concern in the playoffs in terms of nobody who can just create their own shot? And he brought up Klay Thompson, and Klay is solid at creating his own shot. Wiggins, at times, solid at creating his own shot. It's not that Steph Curry can't create his own shot. What I don't know if any of them can create is a high percentage shot. I don't know if anybody can, right? Like Kevin Durant, it felt like, could create, whenever he wanted, a 62% look.
In the mid-range.
These guys can create a 42% look. They're very, very good at it. But it's different. It's different in the playoffs when it comes in the fourth quarter. That's, if you want me to sound one alarm, it's not a general alarm, it's a fourth quarter alarm. A lot of what we've watched go down has been in the fourth quarter of games where there were leads, where things slow down, where you need to create a shot. And that's where the Warriors can struggle.
Yes, outside of Steph Curry. And you saw a couple of times last night in the fourth quarter and late in the game, Steph had some great drives to the hoop, and they didn't go down, and that's unfortunate. But even when Klay is back, he's not a consistent threat offensively at this point in his rehabilitation. Draymond Green is not a scoring threat. He can help get others involved, but he's not going to be able to get his own in the fourth quarter of a game. You're not going to throw it to Draymond and say, go get us a bucket. If the vet min guy, who may or may not ever play again, he's not a guy you're going to want to look to score. He's not a guy offensively who you can bank on. So Jordan Poole buried in the rotation for whatever reason. And Kalena's right. He's more comfortable going off the bench. 0 for 7 last night. And so now we're left with Andrew Wiggins, who we know is not going to grab the game by the scruff of its neck and take over. I cannot see this current composition being the kind of team that can go out and win 16 games in the playoffs.
You can give Iguodala a break. You can give him a break. Andre Iguodala is not the key to the whole thing. He never was.
I'm not going to give him a break because when you listen to Steve Kerr's comments last night in the post game, and he talks about, when you play without Clay and Andre, he's the one who is constantly injecting Andre into the conversation.
Right,
not me, Mark.
But
not
Andre,
me.
the injection of Andre is more about, as he used to call him, the adult in the room, somebody who can calm things down when they're going sideways, not someone who's supposed to necessarily go get the bucket.
But we're talking about, you and I, Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. This conversation is about fourth quarter bucket getting.
Yes.
We're not talking about lockdown defender, which I don't believe that Andre Iguodala still is at 38, coming off of an injury. Draymond Green's coming off a back injury. We don't know when he'll be able to come back and play. Klay Thompson's coming off of 2 catastrophic injuries, and we know that Klay can be great, but Klay can also be not so great as he continues to rehabilitate. As we look at fourth quarter bucket getters, Steph Curry, yes. Andrew Wiggins, and then you can go ahead.
Should be.
And then the rest of the guys are just guys. So that, to me, for this conversation, I'm not talking about an adult in the room. And yes, Draymond calms everything down. Draymond gets everyone more elevated offensively and all the rest of it. Outside of Steph Curry, who are you going to throw the ball to get a bucket in the fourth quarter in May?
They also changed things on the defensive end, which I would guess was Steve Kerr's point. Those two guys do change things on the defensive end, and right now the Warriors go through large periods of time where it looks like their defense is a sieve. So maybe that's a little bit more of what he's talking about.
You gave up 107 last night, and you lost. I mean, you should. The reason why you lost last night was not the defense. You played pretty good defense for the majority of that game. The fourth quarter, the defense was not so great, but if you scored 20 points last night in the fourth quarter, you win the game.
All right, Buster Olney's going to join us in just about 10 minutes with the latest in Jupiter, Florida. It got quiet out there, by the way. It's gotten quiet.
In Jupiter, Florida?
Yeah, there's no updates. Which I think is...
Of course you think it's good news.
I don't think it's good news. I have no idea what it is, but... quiet is better than loud. Quiet is better than loud. I mean, if they're screaming at each other across center field or somebody walked out, that's worse than, we broke to go get some pasta.
Yeah. I don't know where the expression grasping at straws came from. I don't know if it came from a 5-year-old who's trying to get a straw for his or her drink and they can't reach it.
I'm not saying there's anything positive. I'm saying that quiet is the only thing you can hope for. If anything were good, it would be quiet, don't you think?
I wish that for one day of my life, I could live with your countenance.
You can.
No, I can't.
Yes, you can.
Because I keep it real.
Yes, you can.
Mark
Yes,
Willard.
you can.
I don't. Your ability to find the positive out of virtually everything, it's not only is it adorable, it's inspirational.
I did, I think it was 6th grade, 7th grade. I was Buffalo Bill at Bowditch Middle School, Annie Get Your Gun. And that someone needs to help me out because it's been so many years. I can't remember how it went, but there was a song. There was a song where I think Annie and Frank, the lead in that play, it's like, yes, you can, no, you can't. Yes, you can, no, you can't. Yes, you can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. I'm like, yes, you can. I want to sing that song to you right now, Dibs. You can.
Did you have a baritone even in 6th grade?
Oh, gosh.
Was there ever a time where hey, the sun will come out tomorrow?
No, that's why in 8th grade...
They called me Little Orphan Danny in middle school.
The great Virginia Musante, who has got to be the greatest middle school drama teacher who has ever lived. I know she's out there and her husband listens to sports radio, so hopefully she's listening. He's listening right now, and tell her I said hello.
What's her name?
Virginia Musante.
Musante.
Ah, right.
Mark, I got a role for you, Mark.
You just got to do one thing for me.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm going to do you a favor.
Anyway, she's amazing, and she pulled me aside after her 8th grade year. She was waiting for years to do Annie. Not Annie Get Your Gun, just Annie. She was waiting to do Annie, and she didn't do it until she had someone with enough of a messed up voice who could put on a bald cap and handle being Daddy Warbucks at age 13. That person
M-Dub?
Was me.
You got the role.
Yeah. But singing?
Mark, I've got a role for you. Normally I sound like more of a female, but for the bit, I'm an old Italian man. I'm the godfather. I got a cast for you. I got a role. You got to put on the bald cap. You're going to be Annie's father. Not really her father, but a daddy. Who's your daddy? You are. That's who you are. Little orphan Annie. I got a role for you, Mark. You got to sing the songs. You got to do the dances. If I say exit stage left, you're going left. If I say go to the right, you know where you're going right. Your daddy Warbucks. I'm the playwright, not the godfather. I'm a female drama teacher from the 650, Mrs. Mazzanti.
I like it. You changed it to Mazzanti.
Whatever.
We called it Musante, but yeah, that's how you would say it. Yeah, Mazzanti.
Thank you, Kyle.
Yeah, Mazzanti. I think Spadoni's eating that this afternoon. He's got a little Mazzanti.
Fettuccine Mazzanti.
Yeah, delicious.
It is lunchtime for
It's in the fridge right now.
No, I love...
That's exactly how it went. You just took me back.
I love your positive outlook because...
As an Italian, I'm offended.
They're not going to reach a deal, but silence is good. And if they were yelling at each other, you'd be like, you know what? This is good.
Look me in the eye right now.
Look.
There is totally the possibility of a deal today.
There is.
And there is, almost a guarantee of a deal within the next couple of weeks.
Well,
this idea that these guys are going to let this go into June, think about it. I know what you're hearing. I know what Twitter says. And I know what both sides have said all along. Do you all honestly believe that they're just not going to play? They're fighting over what, Dibs? What are they fighting over?
Control.
Of?
Money.
Okay. What's the one way that nobody gets any money?
They don't play.
Thank you. So, yes, they hate each other. Yes, they're at odds. And yes, the big bad owners are awful. These are all, and yes, you're probably right. There's probably not going to be a deal today. But there's going to be a deal. Because there's only one way that both sides lose, and it's to not have a deal. That's the only way. So, of course, this is bluster and deadlines and this and that, and we're going to flex on you and we're going to show you our power. The real power, believe it or not, it's ours.
It's not.
It's ours.
It's not.
It is.
Because we're suckers. We're coming back no matter what. And we're paying $100 to park. And we're paying $17.50 for a crab sandwich and a cha-cha bowl.
Only if you want to.
But everybody wants
to. This is a choice. Well, but then it's okay. If you want to, then go spend your money. That's the beauty of it.
For Fanatic, as Guru will tell you, if he ever makes it back from the Big Apple. God, he loved it so much, the big city. It suits him.
I have a big apple in my bag. Wow. I was going to eat it during this pause.
You should.
As we get ready for Buster Olney. Fat for an apple? Anyway, Buster Olney in a second.
Spinoni fresh off a rigatoni of some variety.
A little Muzzanti. A little Muzzanti with sauce.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. By the way, I'm pretty sure Buster Olney is going to be on your side on this. But we'll find out coming up on 95.7 The Game.
Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray, it's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID-19. Brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer.
It's a sprint to the playoffs for the Dubs.
Gotta have some tunnel vision on what we need to do, these last 21 games.
Can the Warriors hold on to the second seed?
Payton's pass, Curry runs it down, catches and lets it fly!
I don't think we're in a position where we can look at anything other than us just trying to win games at this point and how we're playing. And
All right, glad you're with us. Jupiter, Florida, the spot. Buster only in a minute, and literally right as Buster hops on, and we can let him expand on this, but moments ago, tweets coming out from some of the reporters on the scene that the rhetoric is on its way. MLB has indicated directly to the Players Association that the league is willing to cancel a month's worth of games. Is it simply a threat? Is this a part of the negotiation? Is that realistically something that could happen, and could it happen by nightfall? Buster Olney, ESPN, always love having you on, and I'm sure it's so busy, so thank you so much for taking some time. How do you translate that?
That it is a threat, but given the context of when the owners make their money, it's a real threat for sure, and it's not just posturing, because the fact is that the owners make a huge portion of their money with the postseason, and on the other hand, the games in April and May when students are in school, when it's not as warm, and in a lot of places. Games in April and May are more disposable, and this relationship between the two sides has spun downhill over the last 7 years. You definitely had the feeling that there was a chance that they would get to this point. On the night that the owners locked out the players, a really experienced agent who watched this relationship deteriorate and also knows how draconian the owners can be, texted his clients. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Happy Valentine's Day, Happy Easter. I'll talk to you on Flag Day, which was June 14th. It was his way of saying, guys, this could be a long, long time before we see baseball again.
And do you still feel that way as we sit now on the precipice of maybe a month's worth of baseball being canceled? Is it possible that this drags further into it? I mean, Flag Day, you sent chills up my spine, but could we see another truncated MLB season of 100 or so games?
Yeah, I don't think there's any question about it. I think that, the owners, what they saw in 2016, which I think is really important context for, what's gone on here. There was, under Tony Clark, there was not engagement in the last days leading up to that negotiation. Rob Manfred predicted to the owners going into that negotiation, look, there's going to be a rush to get a deal at the end, and then we're going to kill them. And they did. They destroyed them in that negotiation, and I've wondered if, they've anticipated a similar situation where at some point, you could see a collapse from the players. I don't think it's going to be today, but at some point the reality is that, the owners are playing with a bigger pile of chips. If you think of it like a neighborhood poker game, the players are the side with $100 worth of chips, and the owners the side with $1 million worth of chips. Here's the thing that's scary is that even if the owners, quote unquote, win, they still lose. And I don't think they get that. They still lose because the sport, which is in a fragile state right now, would take a huge hit, and the relationship with the players would take a huge hit. It's why when I've been texting back and forth with people today, it feels like this whole situation has been created by a bunch of dumb, smart guys. I mean, it really does. I don't get it. In an opportunity where they all need to band together and grow, they've absolutely moved in the other direction.
Well, you just tapped into why, and to let you in, Buster, I've been running around the building being the faux optimist for the better part of the last 4 or 5 weeks, because I have the hardest time believing that these smart people are actually this dumb. Like, how would you put into words what happens to the sport, to the relationship with the fans, just in the immediate term, if there's an announcement tomorrow that, for example, April is off?
It would be a huge hit. I started covering in 1989, and I was covering the Orioles in 1995, that spring when baseball resumed and the ballparks were half empty. The work stoppage of 94-95 destroyed the Montreal Expos as a franchise. They never recovered. They had to move that team. I think that there would be a huge hit. There's no question going forward. I feel like this is one more example of the incrementalism which has gone into the sport over the last decade. And I don't mean to have this as a rant about analytics, but I think that the fight for every decimal point has overcome common sense at times. It just feels like there's so many decisions that are, penny wise and pound foolish, whether you're talking about reducing the number of minor league teams from, 42 to, by 42. You're talking about the Oakland Athletics owner's decision to, initially to cut the minor leaguer salaries from $400 to $300 a week. You feel like just what are you thinking? What is going on here with this thing? The game itself, where the front offices now have created this product. We're seeing 8 relievers that no one knows the name of, as opposed to the Madison Bumgarners, the guys who create memories, the Hulk Hogans of the sport. It's mind-boggling where we've gotten to, and I always go back to something Theo Epstein said when he stepped down from the Cubs. He said, I look at the product today and I take my responsibility for where we are today in part, but it's not good. And this is going to be one horrific step for them if that's actually where they take the game.
That's a great way to describe it, just sort of the faceless nature now in Major League Baseball, doing nothing to promote its stars, let alone its general players, and preventing fans from sharing content accordingly. The macro view of baseball is really sad when you think about it from that standpoint, but just looking at this season and what this season might become, is it going to start anytime before June, and are players going to be able to stomach the defeat that they're inevitably going to take?
That is a great question, and I think we're getting some evidence of maybe an answer to that question by all these retirements we've seen this winter. On last Monday, I was in Nashville, and some of the former Vanderbilt players are working out on campus there who are major leaguers, including Kurt Casale and Mike Yastrzemski. And we were talking about that very thing, how, this winter we've seen guys like Kyle Seager and Ryan Zimmerman and John Lester, just retire. And I just mentioned to those guys, boy, I wonder if baseball was in a healthy state, if everything was great, if everyone was having a good time and felt like the product was good, wouldn't some of these guys want to play another year or two? We talked about Buster Posey. If you knew for sure that it was going to be this really joyful experience, whether or not the players would want to stick around longer. I think that's becoming a factor. I think this, ugly relationship between the two sides is really illuminating an ugly side of baseball. I'm not going to use the players' names, but I heard a story earlier today where one player texted a colleague, and this is a player who's on the edges of the negotiations. He said, "I hate Major League Baseball," and this is someone who has a reputation as being, this gregarious, person, upstanding citizen within the sport. And, the fact that someone like that guy has been moved to that point is really awful. And I think that's where a lot of people are right now.
Amazing. Buster Olney, ESPN, with us on what is a self-imposed deadline day, if you will, for Major League Baseball. We did see over the weekend just tiny little flickers, Buster. John Heyman sent out a tweet that said there was an official that used the phrase, "we're in striking distance." Yesterday, they said a little bit of progress. Obviously, no one thinks they're close, but how do you translate little signs of positivity over the weekend and what they mean?
Yeah, I mean, first off, the fact that they're talking is remarkable in itself. That's progress over what it was. And what was it on Friday? The Rob Manfred and Tony Clark, the leaders on their respective sides, actually came forward and they joined the talks. What a concept!
Right.
Right. After months and months of these two sides not engaging, the fact that they were talking was, in theory, a good sign. But the fact is, in this moment where we are right now, that the owners who took so much financial landscape in 2016 in those negotiations, they need to be the party to step forward. They need to move toward the middle to make a major concession that keeps these talks going. The deadline today, I don't think is a hard deadline. If in fact there was a sense on the two sides that they are making progress, they could always extend it by a day or two, make up a couple of days, with doubleheaders, that sort of thing, if they were making progress. But they haven't really agreed to that much. And when you start seeing, and, I don't know how you guys are, but when these texts start coming out or tweets start coming out from various reporters, I'm like, okay, well, that was, leaked out by this side. That was leaked out by this side. The fact that they seem to be doing war via tweet tells you a lot about what's going on behind the scenes.
It seems like most fans, everybody outside of the 30 or so owners, wants the players to get more in these negotiations. What's the one thing that the players would want to get, that they potentially could get, that would make them feel at least okay with this negotiation?
Well, I think that, the increased minimum salaries is a step forward for the players. But the biggest thing in this moment, it feels like that the owners need to move on the competitive balance tax, which has essentially become a soft salary cap that's treated as a hard salary cap by a lot of the big money teams. We've seen, the Yankees, the Red Sox, the Dodgers all float back underneath that number. That's the way it's been treated. And so in this negotiation, the owners want to keep that number down. They're proposing in the first year, this year, $214 million as the level at which, beyond which, the teams will get taxed. The union wants it about $30 million higher in that first year, expanding up to $53 million higher. That's the key figure for me. If the owners were to come in today and were to present a major concession on that front, I think the rest of the dominoes would fall in place.
Buster, like I said, we really, really appreciate you hopping on such a busy day. Give me a sense of, just real quick, your level of surprise if something were to happen today.
I would be completely shocked if they were to actually get a deal done. And based on what I heard yesterday about how far apart they were, I would be surprised that there would be that major concession that we're talking about, because there apparently are owners willing to say, you know what, we don't need to play in April, and we're ready to drive this sport off the cliff, and then come what may.
Mark has a bet with the show before us, Buster, that if it's not solved by today, he's got to buy breakfast burritos. Is Mark going into his wallet for Mexican breakfast food tomorrow?
Yeah, I think you guys ought to be looking at what the sides are, okay, besides the burritos. That's how much confidence I would have in terms of winning that bet.
What would you suggest, Buster? Like, what do you like in your breakfast burrito?
If someone else is paying for it, I'm going down the sides. So I'm taking it all, right?
All right, so, hash browns, do you like the little home-style potatoes?
Sour cream?
Yeah, what pico de gallo? What are we doing?
Paying a little extra for the avocado, the extra side of bacon, the hash browns. You get the whole thing when you have a bet like that. I wish I had made a bet like that, too, because I remember saying back in December that I couldn't see the mechanism or the leader that was going to get these two sides across the finish line. That's the way it's been for a long time. It feels like the sport really likes leadership.
Yeah, next time you're out here, Buster, huevos rancheros on us.
You know what? I might have a lot of time on my hands. I might pick you up on it.
I love it.
Come hang, Buster. Thanks so much, man. Appreciate it.
See you guys.
All right, there you go. Buster only.
Active Buster.
The only active Buster. If he had made the bet back in December, I think it's more expensive than a burrito. That's a white tablecloth Italian meal, don't you think? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Without a doubt.
A little chicken parm?
Yeah.
Something?
I like his approach, though, to cashing in.
Listen.
Mark, it's going to have to be soup and salad. Yeah, he doesn't like your chances.
No, but you can't order a side of bacon. That's not a side. Like, yes, if you want me to pay extra for the Avo. And quick question, why is Avo such a tremendous upcharge? You can go into a Mexican establishment and ask for 47 baskets of chips.
Yep.
No problem. Basket of chips. Here you go. I need more salsa. I need an extra side of cheese.
No problem.
Can I get a free refill on my Coke or Pepsi?
No problem.
Can I have a little avocado?
$17.
That's going to be what the hell is wrong? Why? What has happened to the avocado?
Man, It's like buying a gallon of gas these days.
Yeah, it's not like it's also like, oh, cheeseburger, you want to add bacon, that's 50 cents. You want to add avo? It's $7.50. Like what is that?
Per Google, if you type in why is avocado so expensive?
Yes.
First thing that comes up, avocado requires a massive amount of water to grow these. So
Okay.
that is probably why it takes around 80 liters of water to produce 1 kilogram of avocados.
Look at him going European
what is
with
the
the
more
liters
you know?
and a kilogram.
What is a kilo? How many avocados
Well, it's
is
about 7
that?
hectares is what it is.
Yeah, please keep Googling how many avos in a kilo. And if you keep going too long, the cops are going to show up. So just be careful with
Seriously.
what you're Googling. I can't wait to see Spadone's Instagram advertisements later today.
2.2 pounds is 1 kilogram.
Yes, of course.
All right,
It
how
always
many,
has been.
how many pounds is an avo? An average avo is how many pounds?
Well, what's
Maybe
average?
a quarter pound.
Are we going Haas avocados? Are we going?
Are we going Peter?
Go to the grocery
mini
store.
avocados from Trader Joe's.
Bucket of Trader Joe's needs it's my only complaint. A little softer avocados. A lot of times we got no choice.
They've got the tree in the back, and they just pick them right off
Right.
and set
It's
them on
like
the shelf.
Produce at Trader Joe's. Do you not? And I love Trader Joe's. Hi, this is Dan Dibley for Trader Joe's. And whenever I need frozen goods,
If you steal my Trader Joe's
you already
endorsement,
got all on
if you steal
SFO
my
parking. Let me get a piece of something.
I'll trade you a Park SFO and an endorsement to be named later for Trader Joe's.
Done.
Trader Joe's will come from my DNA when I do those ads.
However,
can we, as a show,
thank you,
have a
That's
Trader
4.
Joe's sponsor?
It's a solid 4.
I would love to do a remote broadcast from a TJ's.
I'll just say this.
Obviously, your avocados
Yes.
are a little bit too hard. Anyway,
If
go
you're
ahead.
ranking goods and services at Trader Joe's, fresh produce is at the bottom. That's all I'm saying. If you're looking to buy an avocado and you go to Trader Joe's, you're doing it wrong.
This is true for certain produce items. Not all.
Bananas, fine.
Bananas are fine.
3 artichokes in a plastic container.
Get your green beans at
I'm
Trader
in.
Joe's. Your
Great.
green beans are going to be
Frozen,
better there than you're going to
fine.
find at your average grocery store.
If you're going there and looking for avocados, then it's a pass for me on the guacamole. And I understand this may ruin my chances
It's a
of getting the
pass or
endorsement.
a hass?
That's a 2.
Okay.
It's a 2. It's a good effort.
Go for it.
We
Go
needed some
for
way
it.
to get out of that. But no, it's good. It's good. It's done.
Pass avocados? No.
SFO parking is mine and an endorsement to be named later. And by the way,
if I get Trader Joe's,
fine. And I'm riding high right now because it's one thing to get that's a good question, but when you get one from someone of the ilk of a Buster only,
yeah,
that's worth like double. That's
By
a
the
good
way,
question.
I don't think it was that's a good question. I think he said like a great question or an excellent question.
And
like
he
it was
paused
bigger.
and- he built it up.
Yeah.
He reflected and then he delivered.
I mean, he wanted to put the emphasis on it for sure.
Thank you.
Emphasis?
Hakuna Matata.
Okay, 3. I thought you were giving me a 2, but yeah, emphasis?
Getting better.
Anyway.
Maybe a 4. It's getting better all the time.
All right, listen. You also did pitch that to Buster incorrectly, though. You said...
Hater.
You said that I've promised to buy breakfast burritos.
Oh, yeah.
And I will, but I do think we should search out what exactly did I say, because if I can cook these suckers, I will. Do you have it, Spadone?
So let's pick the date.
All right.
Wait, hang on. Let me look at the calendar.
Tuesday. March 31st is the opening. That's when opening day should be.
Hold on. Let me get
Giant
my
spring
phone
training
out.
is 11 days from now.
I don't care about spring training.
Yeah, but they need 3 weeks.
Yeah, but it's
to ramp up.
$140 bucks to sit on the lawn in Scottsdale.
A
lot of people care.
Sunday, February 27th.
All right, I'll do burritos for you guys. I'll do it. I'll one up it. Burritos for the show because I don't want the other guys to be
deep pockets on
excluded.
Butcher
All right?
Boy. I love it.
How does that sound? Now, what are you guys going to do for us in the morning?
So if we get to February 28th.
Wait, I'm not on his side.
Yeah, no. This is me.
Please.
If we get to Monday.
You're a benefactor, though.
If we get to Monday, February 28th, and there's no deal, I'll match what you're offering.
Deal breakfast burritos.
Or no deal?
Yeah.
That sounds
you
good.
guys are just going to have to. You're going to have to be brunch burritos.
I matched
I'm not
it.
coming in for your show.
All right. I matched it, and his words were, "We'll do breakfast burritos." What I was looking for was the word "buy."
Bye.
It did not come.
Bye.
My translation sensation is that I've got the option.
Cha-ching!
I've got the option. I never said in there that I'll take your order.
Right.
I never said we're doing sides of bacon.
No.
I said we'll do breakfast burritos.
You said you'd match.
So, and he said we'll do.
He said do.
So, the voodoo that you do.
Totally.
So I can make them if I want.
You can.
Okay.
Because he said that they would do breakfast burritos, and he'd do them for the whole show.
By the way, I think that the burritos that I do, I mean, I'd put them up against anywhere that we would get them around here. I think they'll hold up.
Wow, that's insulting. Unless you really...
Not insulting.
You're a guy who double dips in a cooking class, and you're telling me that your skill set is such...
Are you a fan of the breakfast burrito with or without the potato?
Oh, boy.
It's got to have potatoes.
Or either. What do you, gotta? Gotta?
No. I mean, believe me, if you want to slap a second-rate breakfast burrito down in front of me, I'm eating it. I'm not going to turn my... what do you call this,
but
Mac?
I know a lot of people think the potato is actually just a filler.
No, I can go eggs, beans, pico de gallo, eggs, potatoes.
You already said eggs.
Pico de gallo.
Oh, okay.
No, I can go either way.
Well, but, okay.
It has to have eggs.
Well, yeah.
It has to have eggs.
I'm not sticking Cheerios in a tortilla.
Now, if you want to go
a breakfast burrito,
if you want to go beans, I prefer black beans. Beans and potatoes, no. So beans or potatoes, I prefer potatoes in my breakfast burrito. Pico de gallo, maybe a little bit of salsa.
I mean, I don't even really.
I've got gas.
I'm just gathering info because, like, I don't owe you one. You're not on the other show.
No, you do, though.
No, but I don't. You said you were joining them, but I said they're doing it for their show. You're not on their show.
Well, because you tried to drag me into an us versus them, and I wanted no part of us.
No, he tried to drag you. I didn't do it. I just sat there and made my bad point about this being done by today.
And I wanted to jump in on the winning side.
I'm not dead yet. Not dead yet. You're saying there's a chance.
You're not dead yet, but next of kin has been informed.
Buster said he'd be
your
shocked.
Your favorite ant is flying in.
He said he'd be shocked. He didn't say he'd run naked through the middle of the university. He didn't
He's
say that.
already making his order, and he wants a side of bacon.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. He's going to have to come out here to get it. Okay. We have not gotten yet to two huge things. And first off, your phone calls, your texts, always welcome. Comcast Business Text line, same as our phone line, 888-957-9570. It's all sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. But we have not gotten to the funniest release statement ever, and it came from a big-time NFL quarterback. And wait till you hear what Daniel Jeremiah had to say about Trey Lance and the draft. That is all coming up next. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels...
it all. Learn more, get tips, and win prizes at mymarinhealth.org/allheart.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We've reached scrolling Twitter for hope time. It's not working.
No?
It's not that busy, man. It's not that busy in Jupiter, Florida. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Willard and Dibs, also sponsored by the Exergen Corporation. You're welcome to join the show always, whether it be by call or text, the Comcast business text line, and our call line, 888-957-9570. We'll pick your battles going on later this hour. It's a donut week. And so we'll get you that standings update in a little bit. Bob Nightingale, just 10 minutes ago. The tenor of the negotiations, certainly on the uglier side today, with neither party optimistic of a deal today.
And if the tenor is going bad, you know that it's all going bad. You know,
do re mi fa sol la ti.
Totally.
Yeah, not good. I will confess one thing. I was just sitting here during the break thinking about, what ingredients would I use for those breakfast burritos?
Funny you say that, because on the YouTube page, which is great, youtube.com/957 The Game, you can watch us. Also the Twitch audience. I'm in with the commenters. I'm commenting on YouTube.
And what are they saying?
Phaetone24 says, Mark is just going to wrap some scrambled eggs in a tortilla and call it a day. And then Bop It Master 19 says, don't try to weasel out. He and everyone, including yourself, knew exactly what he was saying. He insinuated he was purchasing the burritos.
Ooh.
It was an insinuation. Sensation.
There was no insinuation, sensation at all. If you listen to it again, I was the breakfast burrito responder. Wasn't even my idea. Do breakfast burritos. I think where the listeners, if you feel the way that those listeners feel, you don't know about the care that I take in the kitchen.
Okay.
If anybody...
We do know.
You do?
Based on your story from What Are You Doing, which, by the way, every day at 9:45, we talk about What Are You Doing, where we highlight things that people in this world are doing wrong, including you double dipping in the mashed potatoes. What are you doing?
That wasn't my kitchen. That wasn't my kitchen, and it was an admitted brain fart.
Oh.
I'd like a little bit of...
Brain farted in them, too?
Yeah. And they were... delicious. Who knew? Who knew?
Who knew?
Okay.
Secret spice.
You know how, I just ate a burrito during the break.
Gone.
I don't mess around.
You don't. That thing was gone.
We are not messing around. Okay? You guys will be lucky if I choose to cook these. You'll be lucky because there'll be more of them and they'll be delicious.
Okay.
There's no eggs in a burrito. Yeah, meaning not just eggs in a tortilla.
You're not going to slap some eggs and call it a day?
I might even offer you, what do you order? Would you rather bacon or chicken apple sausage? Diced.
Chicken apple sausage, if those are my choices. I prefer chorizo.
Well,
good little backup point guard.
Yeah. You get what you get, you don't get upset. That was the other thing. So
is that how you parent?
Sometimes. Okay. The chicken apple sausage is just good. It's a good choice. So anyway, that is all coming together. And yes, I'm starting to lose faith. But George Michael, you got to have faith, and I'm going to keep it all the way into the end because what Buster Olney said, and then we'll get to the Kyler Murray stuff. What Buster Olney says is, in the end, if I'm wrong, where I went wrong. When he said these are a bunch of dumb, smart guys, because they are. They're really smart. They're really successful people. They're really rich. They're really everything. They've obviously handled business very, very, very well through the years to be in this position. Yes, some of them were born into it and silver spoon and luck and breaks, and we can do all that. But these are not. You don't end up in those meetings if you are not A, savvy, and B, talented. Okay? That's how you get to the meetings in Jupiter, Florida today. But they're all making an absolutely woeful and disastrous miscalculation.
What does that make it?
Sensation. It's a miscalculation sensation. It was too good.
Yeah, it's
no, but it really is. And so my optimism, though it may die a fiery death in this particular case, was based on me thinking, you're dumb, but you're not this dumb.
They are. And, you say my optimism, which is really close to myopic, which is how you and many other people see this, where they couldn't possibly, bang part of the season. They couldn't possibly be this stupid. They couldn't possibly be this greedy, but they are. And that's really what it comes down to is, and I hate to always steal from Ray Ratto, but he mentioned this a couple weeks ago where Major League Baseball owners don't necessarily care about the game or about games being played. They're going to make their money regardless. And the players, they need to play in order to make money. And so when all of this comes down to it, the players are always going to be more motivated to cave in order to get at least some game checks. And that's why the owners know this. That's why the owners are, the CBT, we're going to put $15 million in the bonus pool. And the players say, we want $150 million. And then the owners go, yeah, you're probably right. We're going to put in $16 million. How about that for a compromise? And the owners have no motivation. They have no desire. And they don't care if they're hated by fans because they know the one thing that is the truism of all truisms. When there is baseball back, whenever that is, the fans, like lemmings, are coming back.
Yeah, see, I don't agree. I don't agree.
It's been proven over time.
Well, no, it hasn't been proven over time because the last time they did this got duped. It got duped by the Michelin Man in St. Louis, and the guy in Chicago put his finger out, ran around in a circle every time he took the field, followed up by our favorite left fielder of all time. We got duped. That Babe Ruth and Roger Maris's records are not coming to the party next year to save baseball. This is a very different planet than the one that left baseball back in the 90s and then started hitting home runs all over the place to bring us back. That record chase is not walking through that door. And those human beings back in the 90s had not just been through or are still experiencing a global pandemic with unbelievable economic impact. So that's where my optimism came from. I knew you were stupid, and I knew you didn't care, but I didn't think you were this stupid. Because if you really, really, really think that you're going to get everybody back again, you're wrong. You're dead wrong.
So what percentage of fans will they get back?
Some.
What percentage? 80%?
Not enough.
Let's say it's 80%.
Okay.
Let's say 20% of baseball fans go double middle finger, double guns to baseball, and they say, you know what? I'm not a fan anymore. Well, the owners are thinking, okay, I'm an owner of a team, and the average total attendance is about 2.2 million fans. Let's just say, I don't know the exact number, but it's somewhere in there. So you're going to cost me 200,000 fans. I'm still going to draw 2 million fans to my stadium for my team. I can pay my players less. I can cut corners. I can still make what I need to make. And yes, this is all leading to a point where maybe baseball eventually will, quote unquote, die, when baseball is not going to be the sport that we know it today. If you're an owner of one of these teams, it's not going to happen in your lifetime. It's like the climate change argument. Everyone talks about, climate change and the earth is dying, and all these heads of corporations that are largely responsible for polluting the planet, they're looking at it like, well, yeah, maybe the earth is dying, but I won't be around to see it.
I don't necessarily agree. And then you also look at who these billionaires are and the way they look at their money. They want that money to last through generations and generations in their family and all of that. And no, it's not going to be the same. And, we're talking about attendance at baseball games, which is actually not the huge moneymaker. It's a big one, but it's not the moneymaker for sports owners. That's the television contracts.
Okay.
And it's hard enough to even get people to own a TV anymore, let alone watch it, let alone turn on a baseball game unless it's in their market, let alone do it at 10 o'clock at night during school when people are trying to go to bed or have work early the next morning. It is really hard to get people's eyeballs and ears and attention in 2022. If you're going to give them this, if you're going to give everybody an out, a lot of them are going to take it. A lot of them are going to take it. And so, it's always an interesting debate because look in front of you right now. Give me one corporate item that you are using right now that's in front of you. Anything or something that's on you, anything that you're using.
Samsung phone?
All right. What do you know about the owners of Samsung and who they are and how they conduct their business?
Not a thing.
Okay.
I know that they're an overseas company, and I know that their products are sturdy, durable, and darn it, I like them.
What if you found out that they were awful to their employees, they were politically structured, the exact opposite of you, and they were turning their backs on their customers collectively? What would you do?
Probably not a thing.
Okay. So that's kind of what I like. It's fascinating to me because people will go one of two ways, right? Like we use so many, oh my gosh, the owner of the Giants and his political donations. I have no clue. I got an Apple computer in front of me. Yeah. No clue.
You got an Acer monitor here.
Right. I'm wearing.
I got a Macintosh computer.
I'm wearing a T-shirt. I think the brand is called Fresh Clean Tees. I don't know anything about. I don't know
Callaway
about.
hat.
Okay, I got a Callaway hat. I do know that they. I do know that they just dumped Phil Mickelson. That's about all I know.
Right.
About I don't know what this is. This water bottle, Takea. Do you know anything about this brand?
No.
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah. It's not a water bottle anymore. Now it's a hydro flask.
It's a hydro flask. I have no idea. So we do this all the time. If we find out about owners that we don't like, we're going to take a stand. And then we'll go to the grocery store and put 28 things in our cart, and we have no idea.
I'm with you.
No clue, right? So some people will look at it that way. But in this climate, I also think don't advertise that you should be hated, because if we find out about that, we may well do something about that. You're 80%. In the near term, it's bigger than that. It's way bigger than that.
I don't think so.
I do.
And again, this is where you and I will have to disagree, because all it will take is for one, don't miss the Hunter Pence on a scooter bobblehead night. Watch all the fans come flying back in. It's Will Clark Day. It's Buster Day. It's Pablo hit 3 homers. Do you remember Day? Pablo tweeting from the toilet Day. All these things, and that might have been a little. It was Instagram.
I'm out on that.
It wasn't Twitter.
I'm out.
The first 25,000 fans get a Pablo from the can bobblehead. Fans will line up around the corner because that's what fans do. When baseball comes back and the owners and the players all get up there and say, yeah, we've reached an agreement, and darn it, we're just happy that we can play ball again, the fans will come flying back in.
No, I think you better do that soon. If this, Buster's Flag Day comment,
June 14th.
If this is June.
Opening day, June 14th.
Oh, no.
So let's just say that opening day is June 14th. No. The Giants have their home opener June 14th. They haven't played a game until then. What do you think the attendance would be? They sell that place out.
On day 1.
Yeah.
And on day 2, there's 8,000.
No chance.
Yes.
The Giants never have gotten less than 20,000 at that new place.
Oh.
Well, announced. Tickets sold, which is all they care about. Yeah. They don't care about butts and seats.
I disagree with you on this one. I think they are in a very, very precarious place. But speaking of the lack of awareness that's out there, what did you make of the children's story that Kyler Murray, through his agent, released to the world earlier today? Oddest release statement, First of all, way too long. Second of all caps. Third of all, speaking to us as if we are all children. One of two things.
Third of all, what the hell font is that?
Kyler Murray, this is what I'm not going to go through this whole thing. It's so flipping long. But literally, the first thing that it says is in bold type. He absolutely wants to be your long-term quarterback. And number 2, he desperately wants to win the Super Bowl. Page 2. See the pictures over here?
To me, you already buried the lead, which is at the top of it, and this is a statement from his agent. Kyler wants to be direct with lawyer Arizona Cardinals fans. He wants to be direct, so he's releasing a statement through his agent. That, to me, is the preamble to the nonsense.
Yeah, and then it is no joke, another 3.5 paragraphs long. And it goes to desire to win. It goes to surrounding him with talent. It goes to money. I mean, maybe I should have known. Maybe I should have known. Because people in this world who have a lot of money, who have a lot of attention, who have a lot of resource, like Kyler Murray and apparently his agent, they really are this off in terms of how the American public is receiving them right now. Like, you chose today, the world is going to be talking about the greed of baseball, and you chose today to come out with a statement asking for more money after the most embarrassing finish to the football season of any team in the NFL, by far. Set up for the playoffs, to win the division, had everything going for him. Kyler came off of injury, and the last 5 weeks of the season, nobody was worse in the whole NFL. They went to Detroit and got run off the field by halftime. And you're asking publicly for an extension? This is hysterical. He went to the Pro Bowl 2 times. Who doesn't? You're a quarterback. Oh my gosh. I read this and I went, well, that just helped the Cardinals make the decision for them. This makes it so much easier now for them to let him go. That's what I would do, and I wouldn't even blink. Kyler Murray in the division with Matt Stafford, who just won the Super Bowl, Russell Wilson, who has won Super Bowls, and who knows where the 49ers situation is going, but it's certainly, in a nicer, more cohesive place than this is. This didn't work. This didn't work, and the Niners would like to thank you because they got Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel out of it.
Right, and that's where you think about, and the statement also says, well, if you don't have an elite quarterback, you're guaranteeing that you're not going to win. And if you ask the experts who break down film on Kyler Murray, they'll tell you that he hasn't necessarily gotten that much better. And the numbers, by the way, kind of meet that out, where he had almost identical years from 2 years ago to what he had this year. And yes, they were the flavor of the month through 5 games this year, but they did kind of flatten out. And when they didn't have DeAndre Hopkins, all of a sudden that offense wasn't the same offense that they had. And Arizona hasn't had that signature run like Matthew Stafford has, having gone through and won a Super Bowl. And his agent, I was looking at his agent's Twitter, and he made examples out of, well, look at all these other quarterbacks who got extended after year 3. Carson Wentz, well, that was a mistake. Jared Goff, well, that was a huge mistake. Deshaun Watson, it's looking like a mistake.
It is for Houston, yeah.
It was the right choice at the time, and his first year under the new deal was terrific, even though the team stunk, and now he can't get back on the field because of legal issues. And he also mentioned, Josh Allen. Kyler Murray's not Josh Allen. And he mentioned Patrick Mahomes. He certainly isn't Patrick Mahomes. So his agent, you're right, Mark, about the tone-deaf nature of it and the timing. And he even mentions here in all bold, actions speak much louder than words in this volatile business. Yeah. Well, one of those actions was your client scrubbing his own social media of affiliation to Arizona. So if you want to talk about actions speaking louder than words, those actions certainly were noticed by Arizona.
This didn't work. This just did not work. You know what? With this lack of awareness, Kyler should have played baseball. He's perfect for it.
Well, I mean, I don't think he regrets it. All the money he got guaranteed by playing football. If he played baseball for the A's, by the way, the Oakland A's, we're going to draft him. Do you think he's even outside of AA right now?
No.
John Fisher, it would be slow playing the crap out of his career so as to not have to pay him.
What was the guarantee that he had? Because what was he, like the 9th pick in the draft? I feel like there was $5 or $6 million that was already in his pockets. And then he tossed that back to go into the draft, and people thought he was a 3rd rounder, and he ended up number 1 overall.
Yeah.
No, he absolutely made the right choice. He gets to play right away. The top of the sports totem pole is quarterback.
Right.
That's the top of the sports totem pole. And you know what? They probably will pay him. Because what are they going to do if they don't?
Exactly. Well, you say that.
Wow.
But then you look at that organization and the ownership of that organization. If you did a top 10 list of the worst ownerships in all of pro sports, they're on there at least once.
Oh, yeah.
They might be on there twice.
Yeah.
With the Bidwells and what they've done as an organization. They're a mess. So what they should do and what they will do are two different things. Because if you're looking at Kyler Murray and you have to pay him, what's that number look like? Is it's 5 years and $200 million? And with 70 guaranteed? And if Kyler Murray really is, I mean, he's a good quarterback.
Well, yeah, I guess.
If he's not elite, I mean, can you afford to pay him? Can you afford not to pay him?
Well, this is the situation teams end up in all the time. It in some ways is like Dak Prescott and the Dallas Cowboys. What did Dak get? Is he getting paid $40 million a year? And Dak's a good quarterback. I don't think it's Dak's fault. But Dak is also not Mahomes. He's not Josh Allen. He's not Aaron Rodgers. He's not Tom Brady.
4 and 160 with 66 of a signing bonus.
And so what do you do? Because if you've got a B plus, and I don't even know that Kyler is that, but he does win more games than he loses. Okay, he's gone to the playoffs. If you've got a B, do you give up your B and risk ending up with a C or a D? Right? I mean, this is in some ways, there's tiny little overlaps here with what the 49ers had to do. Because if we do agree that Jimmy is like a B, do you give up your B in search of an A and risk falling to a C or a D? The Cardinals are now in that spot. Normally, when teams do that, you keep them because you know you can stay relevant. You can stay relevant in the fantasy world. You can make playoffs sometimes. You're not going to win a Super Bowl, but does the owner really, really, really care about that? They say they do. Do they really care? Or do they just want to be relevant? Do they just want to sell the tickets? And do they want to have players you've heard of that end up on social media and beyond?
But the offshoot of that, or the other side of the argument is, if you don't bring back Kyler Murray, let's say you don't give him an extension. So now he enters his 4th year of his rookie contract, and maybe he decides, you know what, I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to sit the year out. Well, you have no other answer at quarterback, and there's nobody in the draft. And as we mentioned, there aren't that many great free agents available. So now do you turn your attention to a Jimmy Garoppolo, somebody like that? You know what I mean? It's like, what do you do if you're Arizona? But if you're Kyler Murray, you don't want to enter into that 4th year, although you could, much like Lamar Jackson did, who is a year ahead of Kyler Murray on that same scope, and now he's looking for an extension.
All right, speaking of the quarterback situation in the NFC West, wait to hear what Daniel Jeremiah had to say about Trey Lance and the upcoming NFL draft. That's around the corner. Pick your battles is 2. Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm Chelsea Messenger, helping you beat the books with BetQL.
he's going to need to pull himself up by the bootstraps and get going because it's a donut week. We got 4 picks to go.
Yep.
4 picks to go. Me and Hot Take Jake are 3-2. You're 2-3.
Yeah.
Spadonut at 1-4.
Yeah, and I almost had my pick be my edition of What Are You Doing? Because Manchester City at Everton. Come on, Man City. I'm giving a goal and a half, and you win 1-0. What are you doing?
What are you doing? Did they just go into defensive mode? Did they just lay back after they got the goal? I didn't see it.
Now, the goal came late. They had chances but couldn't convert. And I know for those of you new to the show, we do a thing called What Are You Doing? Where we highlight people in society who, what are you doing? And I just actually stepped in it to during the break to where
would you like to give a quick 11:30 what are you doing?
I'll share it tomorrow at 9:45 because I'm still reeling. But just memo to everyone out there, when a number comes into your phone that you don't recognize, you may want to start with just a simple hello.
I was like, my gosh, Dibs is gangster right now. Like I've never seen someone answer the phone that way outside of the movies. Like, Meryl Streep in The Devil Wears Prada spoke to people that way, And I was like, whoa, what's happening here? You explained it well though, but yeah, you should give yourself a what are you doing?
9:45 tomorrow. Tune in.
Well, and by the way, just so people know too, this is a public service. This is not just so that we can rip everyone, including ourselves, out and about in the world. What Are You Doing is meant to be a palate cleanser, okay? This is to get it off your shoulders, get it off your chest. If something's bothering you, maybe you're bothering you. I pointed the finger at myself today, double-dipped the mashed potatoes on Saturday night, not okay, with a little tester spoon, put myself in the crosshairs, gave myself a what are you doing? We laughed about it. We move on. I feel better.
Good.
I feel better because I felt guilty about the mashed potatoes for the rest of the weekend. I felt like an idiot. And I still do, but I feel better about it. Now we can laugh about my idiocy a little bit. So, yeah, that's every day at 9:45, and you can call them in or text them in, and a lot of you have already been doing it, and I hope you feel better when you're done.
Yeah.
You're already looking forward to 9:45 tomorrow because you're going to have now 22 hours of sitting with that phone call.
And you know what? I can't wait, so I'm just going to share it now. I'm going to Arizona with my girl in about a month. A little resort getaway.
Good for you.
There's a golf course on the property. I sent an email and said, hey, look forward to meeting with you. Would love to talk to you about the course, blah, blah, blah. So I left my phone number. And then the phone just rang during the break, a number that I didn't recognize. And I get calls from across the country, as we all do.
We do.
Robocall, spam calls.
The IRS is coming for you tonight.
Yes, your PayPal has been violated. So I look at the number and I'm like, So instead of answering, hello, I just press on speaker and I wait a second and I go, what?
It was amazing.
I go, what?
I was like, oh my God, what's happening?
And the person on the other end of the phone goes, hey, yeah, this is Aaron from Ventana Canyon. Is Dan there? Oh my God. So I immediately had to go into damage control mode.
What?
What am I doing, Mark? All I would have had to do is say hello and then wait for the, your warranty is okay.
Oh my gosh.
But
like the only business in the world who actually called you back.
Yes. What am I doing?
I'm mad at you.
I'm trying to get hooked up in the desert.
Yeah.
And I just ruined it. What are you doing, Dibs?
You're off to a rough start, but I'm going to give you a 10 for your apology.
Oh, the back pedal?
Oh my gosh.
Darrell Revis.
Michael Jackson just rebirthed to look at your moonwalk.
Oh boy.
That was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow. That was, that guy.
Thank you. We'll see how
that guy thinks he just got invited to Christmas dinner.
Well, then there's a classic flex of, I'm on the air right now. It's a commercial. I'm that guy. What are you doing?
Not accept.
Yeah,
Seriously, I hope it is accept. I apologize 6 times.
It's all brought to you by the Exergen Corporation. That's what are you doing? And so now you don't have to wait till 9:45 tomorrow, but the rest of you do, and we'll have those, and you can have those, and Hot Take Jake, I think you should have one tomorrow. I feel like my mashed potato story was a little beefy today, and hazmat room, get your flow going tomorrow. Okay, Spadone, you could have let out some Laker angst. You could have done that. at 9:45. You could, just so you know.
19 turnovers in the first half.
Oh, my gosh.
What are you doing, Lakers?
And then all I can see, like, there's no sound in here on the TVs, right? Because, we're doing a radio show.
Yeah.
So, but I'm watching the press conference, and Russell Westbrook's just yucking it up. It looked like he had a great time in the post-game press conference. So they're fine. They're having fun. 10 seed, I don't know, 11 seed, who knows? Have a good time. 27-33, blown out on their own floor by, who was it? New Orleans?
Yeah.
New Orleans is kind of sneaky. Like, they're playing some good ball.
They are.
With C.J. McCollum now on the roster. So, anyway, we promised the Daniel Jeremiah. Let's get to it. First off, we know the 49ers don't have a first-rounder. However, could they get one for Jimmy? Could they pile up a second-rounder for Jimmy? Something like that. They may have some things going on in the second, third, and fourth round. And Daniel Jeremiah thinks that's actually a pretty good place to be.
I would just say, kind of as I'm going through this process and watching all these guys and then paying attention through the postseason and seeing the Rams win the Super Bowl, I think the discussion about the Rams being a superstar team is obviously very valid. But I think if you look at that team and who some of their key players are and the home run picks they've had outside the first round to help really build the nucleus of that team, it shows you the importance of depth in a draft. And I think this is a really good depth draft, especially when you get into the second, third, fourth round. There's a lot of quality there, a lot of starters.
Okay, that's interesting. So in other words, the first round may be missing on, eye-popping names, headlines, if you will, but a lot of A minuses everywhere. Too many to all go in the first round. So again, the more we look at the way the 49ers played this, it sort of lends to the idea that they were really thinking this out. They were really like, it was a great time to give up your first rounder. And then especially when your first rounder ends up being the 29th overall pick.
That worked out.
Worked out.
Yeah, I don't know if they looked at the overall draft and thought, it's going to be a down year. This is perfect. We'll give up the first, knowing that there's better value deeper in the draft. Now, they probably looked at the quarterback part of the draft and saw there weren't a lot of great quarterbacks in the draft, but the overall lack of maybe top-end talent in the draft, I don't know if I can give them all that credit for that. And by the way, trading a first-round pick, expecting yourself to be good, that's a good strategy when it works out.
When it works out. But the other side is what you're pointing to, which is if you want to address your quarterback position, do it now. This is the 49ers talking last year. Do it now, because when are we going to be able to do it if we don't do it now? It's not like they would have known that Deshaun Watson was going all into, some legal issues. Who knows? Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, Kyler Murray, Tom Brady, and beyond. But it's all a bunch of what ifs and who knows. So they chose to address it now rather than waiting, which is especially interesting when you hear what Daniel Jeremiah says about where Trey Lance would go if he were being drafted now.
He's more talented than any quarterback in this draft class, and coming out, and I don't think it's even particularly close. If he had a chance to go back to school and continue to grow and play and develop, I think he would have been the first pick in this draft. But I can go through and look at last year's draft and how loaded it was up there at the top that I could make a case. You could go through and I could find probably 10 guys that would have an opportunity to be the first pick in this year's draft. This draft is got a lot of depth, and there's a lot as you go outside of the top 10 that you love as you go through it. But in terms of being top heavy, I think last year's draft, man, you could come up with probably 10 names that would have a chance to be the first pick this year, and Lance would definitely be one of them.
That's really fascinating when you look at it that way, because now, the 49ers gave up what's the 29th pick in the draft. Well, they already have the guy who would have been the first pick in the draft.
Right.
So that softens the blow even further.
Absolutely, especially when you get third-round compensatories back because your coaching and your coaching members of your staff go on to be coaches elsewhere, and so you get picks back, even though they're not first-round picks. It certainly helps to offset the damage done by the big sticker shock of 3 first-round picks for Trey Lance. Well, it's really 2 first-round picks to get a first-round pick, and the first-round pick that you sent, the first of 2, is number 29 overall. This draft, Mark, kind of reminds me of the 2013 draft in that only one quarterback went in the first round that year. It was E.J. Manuel, but you talk about depth in the draft, and there were 13 first-round picks that year that went on to be Pro Bowlers, none of whom were quarterbacks. So there was good value in that draft, and this draft kind of feels like it's going to be the same.
The latest on baseball Twitter and pick your battles coming up on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game.
Exogen agrees with a just-released study by the FDA confirming that non-contact thermometers are not accurate and that their labels contain false information. Be sure, be accurate with Exogen thermometers, backed by over 100 clinical studies. Learn more at exogen.com.
There's no part of our bodies that put in more work than our feet, and with all that work, your feet can start to ache. But luckily, there's relief for our overworked feet. Skechers Arch Fit footwear for men and women. Skechers teamed up with podiatrists to design a shoe that provides total foot and arch support for all.
read this prepared statement. It's not from Kyler Murray.
Okay.
Not from any quarterback.
Oh.
It is from your San Jose Giants.
Oh. Those are my people.
The 2022 minor league baseball season will continue as planned. The length of the MLB lockout does not alter minor league baseball team operations and only impacts players signed to major league contracts, major league free agents, and players on a team's 40-man roster. As a reminder, promotions for all 66 San Jose Giants home games have been announced, and there, of course, you can go find that whole part out. But my reason for bringing that up is I think that there's probably a perception out there from most baseball fans that the lockout means the lockout, like there's no baseball. But no, there will still be minor league baseball. They won't be getting paid enough, but there will be minor league baseball.
And if you have never been to a San Jose Giants game, I highly recommend it.
Yep.
Going out to Municipal Stadium, about 3,000 fans. Great chance to sit up close and see some real live professional baseball. I was there many times. I used to do some games for Comcast Hometown Network, the now defunct arm of Comcast, working alongside Joe Rizzo, who still does play-by-play.
Gem.
He's a total gem. He's a pro's pro. And my favorite thing would be to try to get Joe to laugh, because Joe is very buttoned up, very professional, not known to really burst out laughing. And a lot of times he'd give me the no look.
Oh, the silent laugh is tough on radio.
Brutal. I mean, we were doing TV, so
okay,
but we weren't on camera.
Better. Yeah.
Not on camera.
Yeah,
but I was there for a Buster Posey extra inning walk-off home run where, as he comes around third, before he gets to home plate, he takes his helmet off and spikes it before touching home plate. Yes, that Buster Posey.
Buster Posey. I've seen that video. Yeah. Well, that's what happens in life. You had a few years of working with Joe Rizzo and trying to get him to laugh, and that's very
really
difficult.
hard, too.
Yeah, and then life gave you me.
Yeah, which, you'll laugh at almost anything, which I found out early in our run, because a couple weeks in, I'm like, this guy thinks I'm hilarious.
Yeah, you
and
are.
Then,
well,
Kyle,
I'm looking at you, too, so then which is pretty funny.
Yeah, it's really funny.
Yeah,
but,
so YouTube, Twitch.
Then you started laughing at everything that anybody ever said, and it's like, turns out I'm not that funny.
No, yeah.
This guy laugh at anything.
I just like to smile. What can I say? What can I say? I'm going to be laughing at 11:59 tonight. Oh, that tweet.
Is that Buster Olney?
Tweet's going to come out from Buster Olney.
That was Chris Mueller.
Oh, Chris.
Yeah, from the Pittsburgh station.
Miller.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Muller.
Muller.
Didn't we go with Muller?
Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the baseball? Remember
us deciding that now was a Mueller investigation.
See, laugh at that. Laugh at that, Chuckles.
That was good.
Not even close to amusing.
Sometimes,
that was annoying.
But the discomfort after the pause is funny. You don't have to like the joke, but then there's the discomfort. I didn't laugh right away. I laughed at the looks on your faces after it happened. That was funny to me.
You want to laugh because you're a good guy. I want to take him into a room and chew him out for 10 minutes.
And the look on your face when you want to chew someone out is amusing to me.
Yes.
So I laughed.
And I want to apologize to Aaron at Ventana Canyon.
Right. I mean, I'm still...
Call you later,
we're all
brother.
still reeling from the commercial break earlier this hour where your phone rang and you went, what?
Yeah.
I mean... It's a lot.
Yeah,
so
it's too much.
sometimes all you can do is laugh.
Yeah.
It breaks the tension.
I probably should take that tack a little more, but when Kyle cracks the mic and tries to be funny and is woefully unfunny and you laugh, it makes me angry.
Sometimes he is funny.
He is.
Even when you think he's not. And sometimes the discomfort after the pause of no laughter is also amusing.
I'm going to start giving you and him and everyone else Joe Rizzo treatment.
You're all amusing. Yeah, no, don't do that.
Silent smiles.
I don't like
Don't talk about that.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that. I'll tell you what we can do, though.
Oh, there's a transition.
Yeah, we can. Will you please start
the best in the business?
Every pick your battles for the rest of our lives with a big yee-haw? Yeah! Can you do that?
I'll try.
Will you please?
As long as I'm feeling it. It's just something about this music. I know it's Elvis, but something.
It's a 4.
Yeah, thank you.
I was going to go 3 for your Elvis.
It's a little too much Bochy in my Elvis. Totally.
Anyway.
Something about the way this tune starts, though, really gets me in that yeehaw mood.
Flying Elvises, Utah chapter. Anyway, who's going first? I got to think it's Spadona.
Yep.
Over there with all his L's, just swimming in L's.
When in doubt, when you've lost 4 in a row, Mark, you go with the Sacramento Kings. That's what I've often said. Might as well be a college team at this point. We're taking Sac Kings minus 1.5 in the first quarter against the OKC Thunders. Even if we thought they were G League already, this must be their Z team. There's no one playing for them.
I love that you kind of went Kings, and then you did something to make the world think that you really thought this through. You're like, no, just taking the Kings. We're taking the Kings in the first quarter. Like, why the first? What is it you think?
They might choke it. It's the Kings still.
I mean, right, but so
start out hot.
But the first quarter is when people are feeling each other out. Like some people are still getting to their seats. Anything could happen in the first quarter.
Can.
Yeah.
Not with the Thunder though.
He's feeling it. All right, hot take, Jake. I think you're funny. What else you got?
Okay, I'll go now. I'm 3-2. That's a good record for me.
Hold on. Hey, Mark. What are you doing? What are you doing? Skipping right over the man in the hoodie, Dan Dibley, comes in at 2-3. That was my jump. That was my fault. Dibs.
What'd you have? A Truly?
I'd like one right about now. Actually, it sounds great. Go ahead. Your turn.
Oh, I'll go ahead and go now.
Yeah.
Spadoni, if you would, please. It may not be March yet, but it's March somewhere. Oh, my goodness. I'm so glad you're finally here. The madness begins tonight with the first conference championship game on the slate. When two terrible teams collide, well, darn it, one of them's got to win. And we're going to root for the home team. Two of the worst 20 teams in the country, one of them will be eliminated from the NCAA tournament dream. The dream ends tonight for either Central Connecticut State or Fairleigh Dickinson, and we don't think it's going to be the FDs. We're taking Fairleigh Dickinson at home, and we're going to lay the 4 against Central Connecticut State.
Did you say that these two teams have a combined 7 wins? Is that right?
No, I think it's 4-23 against 7-24.
Oh, okay. So they got 11 wins.
Yeah, both are in the bottom 20 according to KenPom.com.
Well,
but you know what, darn it?
Yeah.
One of these teams is going to have to win.
I mean, who sat down and went, all right, what's the spread? Fairleigh Dickinson and Central Connecticut State. Neither of them ever win.
Right.
Why is Fairleigh Dickinson? I don't know. I mean, it's interesting that you went with a favorite.
Central Connecticut 7-23.
Yeah.
And they are ranked 349 in the country, according to KenPom, out of 358. Fairleigh Dickinson 3 spots higher, even though they're 4-21.
And you're laying points with one of these teams?
We're laying the 4, Mark.
Wow.
They played a much tougher schedule.
Okay.
Fairleigh Dickinson. And, in that conference, which is the...
well, you throw the records out, don't you? Yeah.
The Northeast Conference, the home court advantage has got to be worth a couple points.
Oh, I'm sure the building will be packed tonight.
Rocking.
All right, here we go over to Hot Take Jake for this selection.
I'm so sorry, but I have to say this, Dibs. Fairleigh Dickinson is when you get a 3 for your JD impression.
That's a 3.
It's Fairleigh Dickinson.
No, that's funny. That's funny.
I gave him a Joe Rizzo.
Okay.
It's like a little piece of you died.
All right, here we go. I am going to stick in the NBA tonight. I'm going player props. Duncan Robinson, sharpshooter for the Miami Heat. He has made 9 threes in 2 games against the Bulls this year. The Heat take on the Bulls today.
They do.
The over-under is 2.5 made threes. I am going over that number for Duncan Robinson.
Where do you even find this stuff? Where the hell do you find this
Bet
stuff?
Rivers, you click on the game and then it unrolls the prop. You go to player points.
How many clicks do you have to get to Duncan Robinson?
How many clicks does it?
All right, here comes Steiny and Goo. And Goo's off a trip to New York, and we want to hear all about it. So I'll make this quick. Cleveland is not playing as well as they used to. Wolves, -3 at Cleveland tonight. That's it. T-Wolves. And D'Angelo Russell, lots of threes. And the Cleveland Cavaliers are going down. Hi, Steiny and Goo.
What's up, fellas?
What's a good word?
Careful here, Goo. That's all. Just be careful here.
What do you mean?
Okay. Because they're
He's already admonishing you before the show even starts.
They're going to want to hear.
Wow.
They're going to want to hear all about New York.
Yeah,
you do that on our time. That's our show material. Right. That's 45 minutes for us.
There's a team play. All right, let's start with the elephant in the room, which is the rat on the table, starting at noon. Your horrific round of golf.
Uh-oh.
If we can't talk about
how was New York?
I want to hear about the golf. The streets talking, Dibs.
Well, we're on a show thread for our tournament, and we are now getting into the tournament window where
I guess we are.
We're still about 4 months away, but yes, you need to start sharpening your game. And Steiny is
By
always...
sharpening, you mean getting worse to
and
help your
Steiny's
handicap.
always one of the boutique picks to finally get the hideous jacket that I won 3 years ago, but... bad news in Steiny land coming off a debacle yesterday at Metro.
Yeah, just terrible. Just absolutely terrible.
What wasn't working?
And he's in a good mood.
I was driving the ball pretty well, but my second shots were terrible.
Iron play
was terrible.
Yeah.
Really. And then my short game was bad. Like I had 5 short chips that I duffed or sculled. Yeah, I mean, or hit the too thin.
Which one do you prefer, the duff or the skull? Like, which one is less...
the duff is less penal.
The duff
is less penal.
Can be less damaging.
Yes.
The duff is when you hit the grass and the ball goes about 2.5 feet.
Right.
It's really
like,
embarrassing. It's like when you trip over the curb when you're trying to cross the street and you don't catch it. You fall like on the ground. Sculling it is when you go to chip it and you hit the ball and it goes...
Like the top of the ball.
Okay. Well, it could leave the course. So to borrow your tripping over the curb analogy, the duff is tripping over the curb. The skull is tripping over the curb and falling into oncoming traffic.
Wow.
Right. So
process.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll take an embarrassing duff and I'll keep my phone. Okay, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified. I've looked at everybody's contracts in the room.
Oh.
And they currently state that at high noon, it becomes Steiny and Goo show. So now that it's noon, hi Goo, how's New York?
It was incredible, and I'll say this. That visual coming across the Bay Bridge, to me, I told Steiny, because I hadn't been to New York, to me was second to none. And it's still up there, but
still up there.
New York is beautiful. It's in its own division. I was in Manhattan. We went to all the boroughs. It was cold, but we went to a Broadway play, and I'll get to that. We saw Michael Jackson. But I owe New York an apology. It is a place you have to see. And on the plane ride back over, I thought about all the young men and women and adults that don't have the budget to even basically travel from, I always hear the story, I never left where I'm from. That's a travesty in itself because it was incredible. Times Square, I would love to see New York's PG&E bill.
Oh, gosh.
I'm into TVs and the colors and all. It was lit up like it was New Year's Eve and it was a Wednesday.
Right.
That's incredible to me.
3:15 in the morning.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
But
Doesn't
I
go to bed.
appreciate it. Just the advertising was just like, is it the Super Bowl or Mardi Gras? Nope. Just a Wednesday, in the NY.
Yeah. I love it. It was really cool watching you on the social and the family. And it's like every picture is like,
Dibs, but what the hell?
You have to. And the four of you all basically collectively wide-eyed.
Yeah.
No matter where you were, it's like, wow. And that feeling when you're there for the first time, especially New York City, it's like, everything. It's like you see it on the movies and TV. And then when you're there, it's like it's even better than what you thought.
And I got to tell you about the Broadway play. I was like, we're going to see Michael Jackson. I'd never been to a play at Logan. That was the last one. And here we are watching, like, Steiny scored 30. He heard this 3 times. Hey, how'd the ball game go? Oh, Steiny scored 30 or threw 3 touchdowns. I know how to describe that. But I wasn't expecting this talent that was in this Michael Jackson show of all the actors and actresses that were multi-talented. They were not just dancing, but they were acting, telling Michael's story, and then the visual of the stage, how that would change. I was like, if I had it to do over again, I'd go to college to do that. It was just amazing, man. I'm back here like, man, San Francisco is awesome. I love it. But the NY is something by itself.
You said that you owe New York an apology. Did you used to rip it or something?
No, I just thought it wasn't. I told Steiny it's as big as New York. New York is humongous.
Oh, it's huge.
It is D1.
The skyline doesn't stop.
I get why we're the fourth or the fifth largest market, but it was incredible, guys, and it just, man.
Well, there's no comp for it, to your point. Like, L.A. is almost as big population-wise. Geography-wise, it's way bigger, but L.A. can't hold a candle.
No skyline. Yeah, there's no.
That's what I
mean, there's
know.
no
Right.
downtown life.
Even Chicago, which is maybe, would you say Chicago is the closest thing as far as like, obviously not size and scope, but maybe like the feeling of like Chicago is a big city, but it's Chicago doesn't hold a candle either.
No, it's tough to find another New York. I think you got to go to a London or a Paris. Toronto, not quite.
Look at you with the Canada flex.
Yeah.
His home away from home.
I've never been to Toronto. I hear good things about Toronto.
Toronto's a big city. I mean, Toronto's a legitimate city.
Yeah.
Vancouver's
I've been to
better,
Vancouver.
but a little more
Vancouver's
manageable.
amazing, but yeah.
No, I'm from the Union City. Lived in Oakland 14 years. Been to this city. I've been around. I know how to handle myself in the streets. But I got to tell you, we didn't rent a car. So the wife and I went back. Like, why wouldn't you rent a car? She wanted the experience of the subway.
Oh, yeah.
BART now is like a limousine compared to what I seen in the subway. And these women by themselves, it's danger everywhere lurking. I'm like, man, BART is nothing now. Because, I was like, oh, BART, you got to be careful. But the subway in New York City, you got to be tough and you got to look out.
But
and the people watching you go down, because you got your Wall Street looking, because I watch everything.
Yeah.
I'm like, boy, Willard, I couldn't get used to this, man.
But you can go everywhere. I heard you guys before you left, and Steiny's like, you don't want a car in the city, and he's so right. But you get on the subway, and you can literally, like the Bay Area equivalent would be, you could go to Sacramento, Gilroy, Santa Rosa, Stockton. It would all be connected.
How many days were we there?
Just 3, and it wasn't enough. 2.5, technically. We got there Wednesday afternoon, came back Saturday.
I'm glad you said 2.5. The over-under on slices of pizza that you consumed on the trip had been set at 2.5.
Yeah.
And so we would like to know.
This is big.
Yeah, we would like to know.
Whoever took the
who
under.
pays.
Yeah, won. I had 2 with Joe's Pizza. And then we went to Carmine's Italian. And then we went to Lucille's Soul Food. So anyway, I had 2. That was it.
Oh, that's 2. You said that you went to like 3 or 4 different Italian places just now.
Yeah, but I got different things.
Oh, you didn't get
Lasagna.
pizza?
Yeah, lamb.
All right.
Yeah.
Lamb.
Mozzani.
Wow.
Little Mozzani.
Lamb was plus 700. I should have been on the lamb. I was on the over on slices. Just because it's so easy to just, pop in here and grab a slice, here and there and everywhere.
I'm just New York, man. That's
You
all
were
I can
affected,
say.
man. You were affected.
Yeah, no doubt. I am. But yeah, I love Cali.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll throw one thing out before we part.
You do whatever you want. This is
Well,
your
I just-
show
that was-
now. It's 12:06.
That was a little too lengthy of a pause.
You do not like my pauses?
We gotta help. No. I thought
Great
we got a
pauses.
program out here in the Bay. All right, that I thought had arrived, and I thought it was a legitimate player in college athletics. Did I hear this right over the weekend?
Uh-oh.
That St. Mary's, coached by Randy Bennett, one of the best coaches in the country, it's a been there, done that program. They stormed the court after a win in the regular season at Moraga. Oh, my. I thought we were past that. I thought we'd arrived.
I'll let you two.
I really had. I'm sorry.
I love this, and I'm glad you injected it in. There's a couple things to it. First of all, they haven't been there, and they haven't done that.
Right.
They have not been to the Final Four. I believe they have not been to the Elite Eight, maybe once. So they have not been there, nor have they, quote, done that. The biggest win in program history might be beating Steph Curry in the NIT when Steph and Patty Mills went head-to-head. The second thing about it is the court rush should be charged with a felony. If you're not familiar with the story of Joe Kay, you got to Google it. Arizona high school athlete, 2-sport star. He was paralyzed as a player.
You gotta be kidding me.
When they rushed the court in his high school game. He hits the game winner. They win the title. Court rush.
What?
He's going to Stanford on a full ride. Paralyzed. Career over. Life
How have
over.
I not heard
the
this
court
story?
rush is so patently dangerous and it's ridiculous. Big deal. You beat Gonzaga. Act like you've won a big
Well,
game.
wow. Did you know about that story?
I did
Of
not.
course not.
I did not, number one. But number two, crazy things like that, they happen in life. That does not mean that we're going to now ignore the bajillions of times that has happened where nobody got hurt. I understand that it can feel dangerous at times, and I do think there are ways to temper that. However, can you imagine, Steiny, to your point, can you imagine a bunch of college students, and maybe we should all give them little pieces of paper so that when they get close to a tremendously memorable accomplishment and they were in the building, beating the number one team in the country, and you're 19 years old, pull out our papers and let's read to see if we're allowed to do this. Wait a minute, I'm sorry, we arrived in 1990. I'm sorry,
Brad
Bill.
Millard on the phone.
I'm in the middle.
We cannot go down to the court and have a good time because we beat somebody in the NIT 13 years. You're gonna snore?
Yeah, I gotta snore.
You're the one bringing up the fuddy-duddy
that's
point.
like Jawan Howard
What
getting
are you
rid
talking
of the end of the shaking hands for one incident. Even though that's serious, what Dibs brought up. But
why do we always legislate fun?
You know the last time?
Why do you always try to legislate fun?
Do you know how long it's been since we beat Gonzaga? I said, I'm waiting for a big 5 years. 5 years.
Steiny.
You beat Gonzaga 5 years ago.
While all of those kids were in high school.
10 games.
Who cares?
Yeah, right. Your seniors almost did it.
Why does history have something to do with whether a 19-year-old goes and has a good time?
You know what? No storm courting or whatever it is. Court storming. Until March. Can we at least push it to March?
Gurus court storming for 8-year-olds in the middle of the holidays.
Dude, that was. The man's still mad at me, dude.
My older son rushed the flag football field last week to congratulate his son, who achieved what? Yes, thank you. His brother. That would have been really weird.
Totally.
I mean, but why?
Legislate fun. I like that.
Let me ask you this, Steiny. Why does it bother you?
First of all, it doesn't really. It was
something
to talk about.
Once you direct it over here, it bothers me.
But you brought it up.
And I'm glad you brought it up.
It's just an upset. It's okay, good. You upset
came in over the
Gonzaga.
weekend as the first thing you're thinking of. Why? Why is it bother you?
No, actually, that's the first thing I'm thinking of, but I don't want to ruin your day.
I love it.
I want you on the couch, man. You got to find out why it bothers you when people are out there having a good time.
Spectators spectate. Participants participate.
I'm Googling that young man because it should have been banned after
Devastating.
that.
Joe K., Arizona. It's about a 12-year-old story.
I remember hearing that, yeah.
Wow. Going to Stanford, a future right in front of him. Oh, my goodness.
Two-sport ride to Stanford.
Man.
But no, go ahead and come on out. You beat Gonzaga, kids. Come on out.
Wow.
Anybody get hurt?
We don't know.
Okay.
I bet you some Gonzaga players had their feelings hurt. Mm-hmm.
Well, then that's fine. That's fine. All right, Steiny Guru next.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back. I got my main man beside me, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Now with a little East Coast flavor to him. He got there. He got back to New York City. Got back on Saturday. Everybody's safe and sound. And clearly, New York's got a new fan.
Yeah, and I feel like I've been talking a lot, repeating the same stories, and as a good partner that you are, you ain't got irritated. But we got to talk about, I'm going Rob Lowe, about last night. Because I'm in New York watching the Portland game. Like, the Warriors are finished. It's all good in the hood. And what transpired last night, I got questions galore.
Okay. All right. About the Warriors game last night with Dallas.
And the future moving forward. Why was Jordan Poole not rewarded with that start that went to Moses Moody, who I love? Why wouldn't that go to Jordan Poole when Jordan Poole found out, oh, no, Clay? Okay, I used to be your starter. You know what? You want to go with GP2 and I told you it should have been Poole then? That's fine. And this kid will never say it, but Steiny, he played like he was bothered. I'm going to start there.
So when a guy plays like he's bothered because he doesn't get his way, why do we praise that guy for that? Listen, and there could be a very simple reason. Listen, Jordan, there's no sense in putting you in the starting lineup, out, in, because when Clay's here, you're coming off the bench. And we think that's a role you're still growing into. So even though Clay's not starting tonight, we're going to bring you off the bench because Clay's going to be back tomorrow and you're going to the bench.
Right, but it's called adapt. And that's what everybody else had been doing.
Okay.
So my question to you, Steiny, is what's the big deal for him to be inserted and go get his early on with the rest of the gang?
He's not going to get his early on because he plays with Curry. Now,
he's going to get less shots. Getting his early on when he was playing with Curry as the starter. My question to you, Steiny, as young as Jordan Poole is, and I'm not giving him the pacifier.
Yes, you are.
I just think it's a reward to start. And I love Moody. I just thought that should have been Jordan Poole. And then you look at his minute usage. Jordan Poole didn't even play all that much.
Did you stop after the minutes, or did you look at all the other numbers? Because he stunk last night.
He wasn't the only one.
He stunk.
Okay, he wasn't the only one.
I don't think he made a shot last night.
How did they blow a 21-point lead?
I know how.
There was no, but hey, go ahead. You gave me the form. I'm throwing it back at you. What did you see?
What did I see? I saw a team that is very vulnerable in the half court.
Oh, man.
I saw a team that is missing Draymond Green more and more. And I continue to see a point guard in Steph Curry that is still playing at an extremely high level, but he's just not coming through like he has in years past. I saw Wiggins retreat a little bit last night. So there were a lot. I saw. See, all right. Here's where I'll start it, and let's let the floodgates open.
Right.
At 888-957-9570. And I thought I'm gonna put two games together. I'm putting the Denver game together with the game against Dallas. And I want to be careful because I don't want to come off as a hater, but everybody will think that anyway. To me, those last two games against Denver and Dallas, they showed the limitations of Steph Curry and how sometimes other comparable superstars might have an edge over him in some certain situations.
Like size.
Well, like being able to just throw the ball to Jokic or throw the ball to Doncic and say, go ahead and fiddle-faddle, back in, hold it, look, assess, observe, make your decision, make a play. Like Steph Curry cannot do that. That's not who he is as a player. He runs pick and roll, and he's wonderful off the ball. But you can't just throw him the ball like you do Jokic. Look, last night, look at the huge possessions. The first possession, Doncic has the ball at the top of the circle with Curry on him.
I remember
he backs down, he fiddle-faddles, backs down, he gets a 12-foot fadeaway, boom, boom, in. Next possession, Curry's coming down for the Warriors. He's got to try to create something off the pick and roll. That doesn't happen. He gives it up. Then he moves without the ball. Everybody knows where he is. It's not so much an indication of Curry. It's that you can't. Okay, so then what happens? They don't score. All right, so what happens the next time? Doncic has the ball. They isolate him on Curry. He backs in. He gets a half step. And now he kicks out to a three for a wide open shooter. You start thinking about those two shots that Dallas got in those possessions. Can the Warriors generate those kind of shots that way? No, they can't. They have to do it another way, which to me, it's a more difficult way. to do it.
No doubt. And I'm going to say this, Steiny. I'm picturing Finney Smith going to the rack. Like there was a layup. Denver was doing it to a degree. Like when it's crunch time, that terrain is sacred. You shouldn't be able to get down there that easy like Dallas was doing it late in the game. This is what I'm holding on to. You said Draymond's not there. That's factual. Klay Thompson, this was the first game since his return to me that this team missed him. Now, you could say, Goo, what do you mean by that? He is relentless, and there's not a possession that he doesn't want to let it go. Last night, I don't know if it was Dallas' aggressiveness defensively. They were in the Warriors' space. Jason Kidd told the reporter during the in-game interview, we're playing soft. We got to get up on them. But this is what hit me like some hot water in the face last night, Steiny, is length. Length is Curry's kryptonite, and maybe it's always been, but now it seems to me that the defense it's locked in more now than it's ever been. So now I'm not being a protector. I can't say the defense has gotten closer to figuring Steph out until the band is back together. So what that means is I'm sitting back, I'm watching Steiny, because you didn't make fun of me about what happened in Cleveland last Sunday night. And when Curry went berserk, I expected that the residue of it was an open gym game, but I said, Steiny, I kind of whispered it. He had figured it out. I don't care who's on him and who ain't on the court. We're going to get those dividends when it counts. And again, 3 for 10. And the cinnamon that didn't go in. And I'm not blaming Steph, but what I'm holding on to, and I'll be done, is Klay and Dre weren't there. So until I see it happen when they're fully 100%, then I won't retreat on, the Warriors got a problem.
888-957-9570. Guru, the Warriors do not have a problem. You agree with Guru? We'll take another look at this thing when they get healthier, particularly when Draymond Green comes back, and to a lesser extent, Iguodala. At this point, for me, Wiseman,
he looks thicker.
I'm expecting, you know what I'm expecting out of Wiseman? Nothing at this point.
So I get that, but Steiny, here I go again with the optics. He looks thicker, but what Kuminga has become, and this is no shade.
What has he become?
Not an enigma. He's.
Wait, I thought he was a Hall of Famer.
No, it's Maggie Seaver. I use that a lot. It's growing pains. But what I'm telling you, like the rebounding, he hasn't come in the league and showed us his ability to jump and be athletic. He's got that, but he's still learning to rebound. What I'm telling you and the masses, where's Priest at, about Wiseman is his role hasn't been taken. They still need a big to protect the paint, get the boards, alter the shot. That even when Dre comes back, they're gonna need that. So I'm telling Wiseman, if I could call him, hey, when you come back, however many minutes they give you, if you can be what you're supposed to be, a 7'1", 204, he looked thicker, muscle. You got a chance to get minutes.
How many minutes?
That I don't know.
Not a lot.
Steiny, they need them. It was a layup line for Dallas last night.
It was?
In the fourth.
We made a lot of threes.
Bring you they were making threes, but they were going to cinnamon.
Here we go.
Cinnamon.
408. This is actually now hilarious to me. What is it, almost March?
What are we doing?
Season's 75% over.
80.
Curry's been missing wide open shots. That's not because of the defense. We had Brandon Payne on last night. You know, Brandon Payne is his trainer.
Yeah.
You said the defense has been better on Steph this year. Said the defense has been better. Period.
I guess
on Steph. Of course it has. He's been playing without Draymond now for half the year. He's been playing without Klay for more than half the year. It's easier to key on him, for sure. And I think that's what happened.
Were you waiting for the three, though?
What three? What three?
Last night when they were down.
What three, though? No, they haven't made a big three all year. They're not doing that anymore.
I'm gonna throw something back at you because it's sitting on my heart.
All right, go ahead.
the playing game last year, overtime. Steph didn't score.
Listen.
Draymond was out there. So the Kobe's and KD's.
Well, so are you worried or not?
I'm worried.
No, you said you're not worried until Draymond comes back, and now you're saying even when Draymond came back last year,
I'm emotional,
Curry wasn't Curry.
But there's a little worry in my teeth, Steiny. There's a little worry.
You know
the greats don't go missing like that for that long a duration.
Be careful what you say here.
What you mean?
Be careful.
The chef is the man.
Oh, I know. You always temper that with something positive.
No, stop, Steiny. I'm telling you.
Look, here's what bothers me, all right? And maybe I harp on this because I every single damn loss, we do this with the Warriors. Certain amount of fans.
What is it?
Certain amount of fans. Steve Kerr, his rotations stink.
Oh,
That's
on
why
Twitter
they lost
last night.
What's that?
It was on Twitter loud last night.
Okay, yeah. Bunch of would-be coaches that know nothing. You have everybody, Jordan Poole. Okay, he's a bench player. Bielitsa's been Bielitsa. Really? You're going to bring up Bielitsa?
I see what you're doing.
Bielitsa. Oh, Damian Lee. Boy, he had that shot. If he could have... Not one time today have I heard Steph can't go 2 for 8 in the fourth quarter and go 1 for 5 from three-point range. That's your best player.
I guess that's what I was saying, Snotty.
Do that or you will lose. Look at what Jokic did the last game before the break. Look at what Doncic did this game. Doncic had 9 turnovers.
He was terrible.
Not in the fourth quarter, he wasn't.
And Steph guarding him.
And here's the other thing, and I don't get this. Why is Steph playing 38 minutes? He's almost 34 years old, and he's playing more minutes than he has in the last 8 or 10 years, and we're asking, boy, why can't he get more done late in the game? Well, I don't know. Maybe dropping down to 34 minutes again or 33.
But you've been watching this team and covering it for years. You got to have some idea when you talk to yourself about, Steiny, why could Kerr be doing that and blowing past? Not the warning sign.
Because probably Steph wants it. Steph probably wants more minutes. And Kerr's acquiescing.
To what cost, though? Because we're about to embark on the playoffs, Steiny.
I know Steph doesn't like to play 34. He wants to play 36.
There was three.
It's funny, but what are you going to tell Steph no?
Well, sometimes as a coach, you got to save the athlete from himself. And if you're getting less dividends in crunch time, I don't think it's hard. I'll say this. There was 3:52 left in the game. Steph was on the bench. So
he was on the bench for 1 minute in the fourth quarter. And you know what? And that's the other thing I'm sick
Dallas
of, too.
On a run.
He was on the court when the whole 16-point lead evaporated. He was on the court during the 19-1 run. Then they take him out for a minute, and now everybody's saying that's the reason why. Oh. Come on. And he still played 38 minutes. He got taken out for a minute and a half in the fourth quarter?
These stats about their defense, and they earned it being stout, and it's all that and some. I get what the numbers show, but it's been soft since Dre's been gone, and it's getting softer. So before I really jump off the ledge, which I'm not, Steiny, we got to wait for Dre, who was on the court, and it looks like it's going to have no setbacks in coming back. But they need him and Wiseman now in a hurry.
Well, they're not going to get him. They're not going to get him right now.
And they go to Minnesota, who was up and down and got size.
They're at Minnesota, at Dallas, at the Lakers, at the Nuggets. Those are the next 4 games.
Thank God for the Lakers. Sorry,
we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see. They're easy to laugh at now. So you got to beat them next week on national TV.
The Curry
they play
minutes
the Clippers and Nuggets.
I want. You got to have a. Oh, you say Steph wants to play. But what if a kid wants to stay out to 2 in the morning?
You can't have it both ways, Goo. You can't have it both ways.
Somebody's got to put their foot down and preserve Curry.
Who can do that?
Because his name is Kerr or Laker.
Yeah, that'll go over well with the fan base. Kerr taking out the best player on the team when they need him more than
2 games in a row,
else.
up 10 at home in the fourth.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The Warriors, they've lost 5 of 7. And last night they blew a 21-point lead to Dallas, lost 107-101. Next up is tomorrow night at Minnesota, another funky team. 888-957-9570. Guru back from New York. He's not panicking yet. Me? I never panic. I just talk about the Warriors in a realistic manner. So let's do more of that on the other side. 888-957-9570. Mm-hmm.
How will the Dubs bounce back from their ghastly loss to the Mavericks?
No good. Jammed home by Wiggins. He came down.
Bounce pass inside. Double clutch on the layup. No good. Tipped in by Finney-Smith. And Dallas has their first lead of the night, 95-94.
Oh, they are getting the much better looks on the offensive end in this fourth quarter.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Guru's back. Matt Steinmetz along with you. Golden State Warriors, they blew a 21-point lead. It's 62 straight games with a 20-plus point lead. I didn't say that.
Well, no, that applies. No.
See, I wouldn't even. No, it doesn't apply to as far as I'm concerned. What do you think about that? Games like that happen.
That's goes in my mind.
Games like that happen, and nobody choked. Nobody choked. They just couldn't make a shot.
You were up 17 in the fourth.
Yeah, you were
on national TV.
Sorry, I'm gonna stay. I'm gonna stay consistent.
World,
I'm gonna stay consistent here. They didn't choke.
What did they do?
They got locked up defensively. They got tight. They couldn't guard Doncic.
Man.
Mm-hmm. And I know this is hard, but maybe their superstar didn't come through.
No doubt.
What? Did you acknowledge that?
I started my thesis with that early when you said
your first word. No. Your first big things last night were. Your number one big thing was, why didn't Poole start and play more?
Oh, that was on my list.
Well, then you should.
But before I go into your territory or anybody's territory about putting it at Curry's doorstep, I do have to say, if this were to happen and Clay and Dre are there, then we got issues. So I'm holding on to that. Steph, yes, Snotty, I was shocked. And what's bothering me about Steph is I drunk the Kool-Aid of the All-Star game. I thought that was it.
Because those games resemble regular season games.
I'm giving you all. I'm your pinata today. Go ahead and swing at me. But half of what do they say? 90% of life is mental. And I thought when he had that coming out of party, something like that. Had that coming out party that things would drop. And again, last night, not against Portland. He only had 18. They didn't even need him against Portland. But Steiny, again, 3 of 10 from deep. That's bothering me. Well, and if you take that into the offs, the Warriors are going to be gettable.
What, he's just going to magically start shooting better?
I mean, all it takes is a night to get hot.
No, it's more than a night. We've done this all season long.
So what did Brandon Payne say? It's nothing physical?
Nothing physical. Somebody here
I cannot believe they blew this game. I really can't.
Drew in Oakland. What's going on, Drew? How you doing, man? Where do you want to start with this loss last night?
Hey, good afternoon, fellas. Hey, I'm with you, Steiny, on this one. I mean, you can't go almost 9 minutes without making a shot in the fourth quarter. I mean, you don't see this from Booker or the Joker or anybody. But come on, if you're the superstar, you got to make a couple of shots in 9 minutes of the fourth quarter. And then, Goo, I know, welcome back, by the way.
Right on.
I know you were out for a while, but you keep harping on Wiseman, my guy. But did you hear what Kerr said last week? He said basically don't count on anything, literally, from Wiseman. He said the guy went 2 years without summer league, 2 years without preseason. He's only played some 30-odd games in 3 years. He said they're just trying to get him back on the court, and please don't expect him to be a difference maker. Don't expect him to really do anything when he does come back. He may even be a healthy scratch on certain nights. So he's basically saying, they're waiting for Iguodala and Draymond to come back, and that's all they're going to have this year because the bones are picked on the buyout market. And then just real fast, and I'll let you guys go. People were saying that Poole was feeling some kind of way for not starting. And also, if they give Poole the big money in the offseason, meaning the $4 and $80, then they got to say goodbye to Wiggins. What do you guys
it's gonna.
You guys have a great week.
I appreciate
it. Break that down to me.
Well, the funny thing is $20 million a year is not that much. I mean, it's a lot,
right?
But it's probably in line of what he thinks he can get.
And when you open that pocketbook, if that wallet, if Lakeup does that, you want to be paying or feel like you're getting the Jordan Poole early on this season when he was dazzling, mesmerizing. And Steiny, I'm not getting, for the people out there, I'm not giving Jordan Poole a pass for stinking. What I'm trying to just hammer home is, again, it's mental. This dude went and he knew it.
What's mental?
What's mental? The fact that the young player was one of the surprise players early on this season. And he knew what time it was. Eventually it was going to come to an end. And his role changed, and he was coming off the bench. He's now the sixth man, okay? But when you got Klay Thompson out, and whatever you did with Gary Payton II, and I thought that should have been Poole, everybody was telling me, oh, you don't want to mess Poole up and reward him with that start. You keep him at the sixth man. But when Klay's ill, I think it's okay to say, you know what, Poole, we need you for a night.
So what you're doing here with that is you take the onus off Poole because he's not starting.
No, I'm just trying to say, can people like yourself say, you know what, Goo, there may be a correlation that he's coming to the facility or at the facility yesterday thinking, okay, no, Klay, I see what you're doing with GP2. I'm the sixth man, but now you need another starter and Moody leapfrogs me, and then people are wondering why he only had 2 points. I think there's a correlation there. Not saying
so
it's
what do you
justified.
do? You play him? You just play him if he's not delivering?
I think the basketball wisdom would be Poole would be your starter over Moody.
Okay, what do you do now? What do you do now?
Well,
you didn't
there's
start.
not a problem.
So now you're going to put Poole back in the starting lineup if Klay's not there. Well, no, I'm serious. So Poole's apparently starting to show that he didn't like to be the sixth man. What's the alternative? You tell me what the alternative is.
Well, see,
because Klay's coming back, man.
Oh, no doubt.
Okay,
and I get that, Steiny, but I'm just saying you got to, when you look at Poole last night and just say he stunk, and him not getting the start doesn't justify 0 for 7 in 19 minutes.
I guess what I'm saying is that's where I differ from you, because you seem to be handing out most of that responsibility to Kerr.
Yeah, no doubt.
I'm not doing that.
Well,
you're the player.
But
you're the player.
But
you were 0 for 7. You tell me how. This is what bothers me about Poole. How does he help you if he's not making a shot? How does he help you?
And that's why he had 19 minutes last night. But my point to you is, you say, well, whose job is it? Just talking about Curry. I'm talking, you got to read the room. You got to think about,
so he made a mistake.
I see my young dude is struggling when he's playing, adapting to this new role. There's still no justification for him checking out. And I'm not saying he is, but the coach, Phil Jackson's job,
unbelievable.
And the great ones, they think about the collateral damage, and they say, you know what, Poole, get your ass up, and you're going to start
Phil Jackson didn't care about role players.
He played that game. He played that mental game. He did it with Rodman.
It's
when
like
guys would go AWOL.
Please don't compare Rodman, a Hall of Famer, to Jordan Poole, who's been in the league 3 years, who has not yet proven himself.
I'm comparing a coach's job and his duty to sometimes just be reminded. Sometimes you can lose guys.
Okay,
so
Jordan and some coaches don't just hand out gifts. Like, are you serious? This is the same guy who's talking about making $20 million off an extension, but he gets 19 minutes, and he stinks, but he's supposed to get more time. But has he earned more time? Has Jordan Poole, Mr. 32% from three-point range? Like, sorry, you've got to have accountability.
Steiny, I agree with everything you said, but in 61 games, I think Jordan Poole it's not a gift. He's earned everything.
So he's played well?
Nothing to prove.
Jordan Poole's
he's not
well?
playing well. And I'm not putting it all on because he lost his job, but I'm thinking to myself, you know what, Kerr? It's obvious. Everybody can read the room. There's an article out on The Athletic, I believe, about him talking to Poole about his role changing. I'm not saying give him something he hasn't earned. He's already earned that. But, Steiny, something's going on
up top. You don't earn something and then not, like, just because you earn something the first month of the season doesn't mean you earn it all year long.
Okay, so last night, I got to ask you this.
Sorry, but, who the hell is Jordan Poole?
I give you that.
I'm dead serious. But, to me, you could use the same thing with, I know, perfect example. You know, JTA.
2 minutes last
he hasn't been really, you know what? JTA hasn't been himself lately. Let's start him. Get out of here. I'm out on that.
So when you got news, I'm asking you. Because I'm not fighting you on what you're saying at the core. When you saw Moody starting last night, you just whatever you were doing, you're like, oh, no big deal, nothing to look here.
Yes,
Jordan Poole didn't even cross your mind.
No, not really.
Well, that's why you got what you got, and I'm talking to Warrior fans. That's why you got what you got.
Oh, so
Dude
Kerr's
is fighting himself.
Not fighting.
Yeah.
So that's the big reason they lost. Because Poole
no, not at all.
didn't start.
No, I'm not. This is not about the loss. This is about getting your dude propping him up. This is part of the job.
Exactly. No, it's not part of the job. You're in now your third year. You ain't no propping up anymore. We need you to win games, Jordan Poole. And you know what? Everything was fine when you're scoring 30 in the summer, and everything's fine when you're kicking ass in the first 2 months of the season. Do something. I can't believe, this is the biggest problem we have. You want to give Jordan Poole something, even when he's, same with Kuminga last night. He was terrible.
I would tell you he was terrible.
But according to you, just depending on how it fires off, this guy's struggling, so let's give him more time. This guy's struggling, let's take minutes away. What's the rhyme? Why didn't he play Kuminga more?
Well, if we're going to go to that theory about who's struggling or not, then, Wiggins wouldn't have played 34 minutes. Curry wouldn't have played what he played.
Why?
I know Poole is not up there on that pedestal, Steiny, but there's been an adjustment period. We all know with Poole. And that doesn't mean I'm telling you he should get a scholarship, but to put him in the same category as Kuminga when Poole had made strides that we all could see, he's obviously going through it and he don't know how to reach out. And now Curry, being the captain that he is, Steiny, is going to talk to him about his role fluctuating. I just thought, and I love Moody, I just thought him get that start over Poole is why you got the results you did.
It's why you got the results you did.
He's going through it.
That means that's why you lost the game. That's the result, Goo. That's the result. And all I'm going to say is that, to me, on the hierarchy of crap that happened last night, Jordan Poole coming off the bench doesn't even register to me. I don't know. I don't know who do you coddle and who are you tough love with? I don't get it.
I'm gonna say this to you, and I like these two gentlemen. I'm just looking at the box score, Steiny, but you tell me, okay? And if you say Goo, he's struggling right now, you got me. But I'm just throwing. So we saw Gary Payton II inserted into the starting lineup. Okay. I said to you, after you told me, Goo, he's a 10 to 15-minute guy. I'm not saying I want to see less of Gary Payton, but where have we gotten if he's getting 27 minutes and Moody's getting 25 and Jordan Poole all of a sudden
what that tells me?
It's 19 minutes.
You want me to be honest?
What am I missing?
He doesn't guard anybody, Goo. He guards nobody. He's one-dimensional right now. He's not helping you. Gary Payton II, you know what? He missed a big shot last night. He's not perfect, but he defends. Moody, as a rookie, he's going to – listen, it smells like to me Jordan Poole may think he's earned a little something more than maybe he has. And Rich is in Oakland. Let's go, Rich. What's up, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? Good afternoon.
Yep.
Hey, so I agree with you guys on Poole, man. I feel like he is one-dimensional, and he be bricking the thing off that ball, man. Sometimes you never know. It could be an air ball or it could be a splash. You never know with Jordan Poole. With Wiggins, this man cannot make a free throw to save his life. I hope he has not referred back to his old ways because he's been looking a little suspect lately. And one thing with Steph, all right, Steph, we love him. We love him, and we appreciate him as Warrior fans. But he's out here on the House of Highlights before the game, making all these shots, the razzle-dazzle shenanigans. But when it comes down to it, he does not hit anything when it matters. Crunch time, where's he at? He ain't never around, and that's why he's never won an NBA Finals MVP. Because when it comes down to it, crunch time, he does not make the big shots. I don't care if you're making all these shots in the pregame, bro. Hit some shots when it matters like last night. Right on, y'all.
Thanks, Rich.
And that's something I hadn't discussed because his pregame, what he was doing, it was all on social media, Steiny, and I get it. It's a show before the show, and I guess I got caught up in that too, along with the All-Star game, and is it wrong for me to expect that to come in crunch time? And 3 for 10 doesn't coincide with everybody going bananas on the pregame highlights.
I know I'm not. Yeah. I know. Listen, I get it, Bay Area. I'm a jerk. But yeah, you were foolish to think that garbage time in an NBA All-Star game would actually translate into.
And are we making too much of the pregame?
I'm not like they do like.
But it's out there, and I'm like,
so what should somebody do? Not
Dallas
put it out there? I mean, that's what he does. That's his pregame routine. It's with the dribbling. It's with the tunnel shots. We see that all the time.
I guess I'm saying this. I'd like to see more of that in the game. And then the game, you know what I mean? Because now we're seeing it when we don't want to see it. I want to see it in, like the caller said, there's some legitimacy to that. I'd like to see more of that in the game.
Well, don't be afraid to say that.
I just did.
Okay. But, you don't have to be
a protector. I ain't a protector.
Here's the Wiseman quote from last week from Steve Kerr. He was on with Damon and Ratto, and this is one that perked up a lot of people's ears.
The thing that I have been preaching since last year is this is a really young guy who has barely played 3 college games and I think 39 games with us last year. No summer leagues, no training camps. He's just a young guy, and the expectations should not be too high for him this year, given how good our team is, where we are as a franchise. The exciting thing for me is, James is such a great young guy. He works so hard. He's so talented. He's going to be a really good player for us for a long time to come. And we're looking, at that, as being the next, 10, 15 years. And that's great. But for people to expect something right now is, a little far-fetched. Like I said, he barely has any experience, and he's just getting back from his injury, and he's a young guy, so just give it time, and it's going to happen for him.
Maybe Steve Kerr is underplaying it.
I'm hoping that's it, because I got both my hands up, Steiny. I expect something, and it's not 50 a game, but it's him to go out there and give them some size. But that sounds like he just if we got to take him at his word, like that ain't gonna happen. Yikes!
You can't count on it. Why? You can't count on it from Wiseman. If he gives it to you, dynamite. Tony's in Oakland. Hey, Tony.
Hey, fellas, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey, man, so my concern, I think, right now is a 50-50. I agree with the last caller. I mean, Steph Curry has to make his shots, but also the role players, man, they got to nut up or shut up, bro. You guys got to take this shot. You guys are open, take it. If you're not going to take it, get Curry open. Wiggins misses shots. I mean, Wiggins and Curry can only do so much. And also the Jordan Poole thing, I would leave him on the bench, man. I see Jordan Poole like our Lou Will or a Jamal Crawford. We're down 15. Hey, Jay Poole, man, get us 10 buckets. Get us down 10. We're up 15. Hey, Jordan Poole, get us up 25. All right, fellas, have a good day. Hey, Goose, nice to see you back, bro.
Yeah, right on. Man, Steiny.
Yeah.
So we don't know when Dre's coming back, but he's on the court.
March 10th, March 12th.
Yeah, that's what Fitz called. And now, again, here I am looking, giving Wiseman credit. He looked thicker and stronger. And now,
slower.
And the coach is telling me basically don't expect anything. Well, I'm just telling you, you may not. It's like 880. I'm seeing, and me and Pops talk about it, I'm seeing a pathway to the basket on this. On statistic-wise, the Warriors are it, and a lot of that came early, but I'm seeing a lot of just red carpet to the rim. And Denver was doing it to me, Steiny, and last night Dallas started doing it, and again, this needs to be fixed. And Looney, he was up there saying, that last night was unacceptable, but it's go time, Steiny. And I know, you got the whole. No, you don't. It's getting crunch time, so I don't know.
Let's go to Marcus in Oakland. What's going on, Marcus? What do you got, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
Hey, man.
So just a couple things real quick. We got to lay off Steph Curry. I mean, the dude has been playing 13 years. This idea that somehow Steph Curry is not clutch. These Warriors don't even get to the finals if Steph Curry is not on the team. I don't care who else is on this. Steph is the reason this team works. Second of all, this is so hilarious to hear people talking about how Jordan Poole needs to. Come on, Gould. Really? This dude has been in the league for 3 years. Pop wouldn't reward somebody who's sitting there pouting with a start. Like, no great coach is ever going to reward a kid because he's pouting because I didn't get to start, so I'm going to give you a start.
Okay, that's good.
And by the way, one more thing. Steve Kerr, this is probably his best coaching year. Based on the talent that he has, This is probably his best coaching year.
You know what?
Probably should get some Coach of the Year conversation.
Don't hate
You know what?
But Steiny, let me hold on. How can it be his best coaching year?
I don't disagree
Steph Curry
with that.
in the ground.
I don't disagree with
if
that.
If there's a correlation, if he's running Steph Curry in the ground, to the caller's point, that can't be up there with his best coaching moves. And two, let's give Jordan Poole credit. I'm just saying, and I'm thinking out loud with you all, that maybe Poole's struggling upstairs. He has yet to come out and say his poor play is because he's not starting. So let's not, I'm saying this, I'm sharing it, Steiny. And to the caller's point, let's not act like Poole's come out and said this and used it for a crutch.
I'm going to be honest with you.
But this is not Kerr's best coaching year.
I think that's a great point by that caller. Absolutely. Like, think about it. Think about it. Steph Curry's not having a good year, and he's got him at 43 and 18.
Well,
how's that happening?
Because he's playing too many minutes, and we talked about it.
Okay.
So how can that be if we don't know if there's because
you've never mentioned his minutes until I just mentioned them. Is what I'm saying.
But all year long, you mention them, and then we talk about it. So it's not like I'm fighting you on it. 38 minutes last night?
Okay, so then,
what?
right. And Gil, if he's playing 34 minutes, they've lost 3 or 4 more games, and you're like, they should be better.
I'm telling you,
they have not had Klay Thompson for more than half the year. They have now missed Draymond Green for coming up on half the year.
Yeah.
Steph Curry, by everybody's acknowledgement, isn't playing great, and he's certainly not shooting it well.
Yeah.
They've got the second best record in the league. How does Kerr not get credit for having the Warriors at 43 and 18 when they've been banged up all year? And nobody thought they'd be a top 4 team before the season started. You know what? Steve Kerr, maybe that is the way to start talking about this. He should be getting some Coach of the Year consideration because this team is not perfect right now, and they've been kind of banged up. I think I didn't think of it that way, and maybe I'm doing it a little for exaggeration, but I do think Steve Kerr's doing a nice job this year. All right, 888-957-9570. If you want to disagree with that, the Steve Kerr, how he's coaching this year. Warriors at 43 and 18. My question would be, well, how the hell bad can he be at 43 and 18 on 95.7, The Game?
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable.
Privacy simplified.
What did I do wrong?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, what's going on, everybody? Guru back from the Big Apple, New York. Man, it's kind of weird now that you've been there after having worked with you for 10 years. It's been 10 years.
I didn't feel like it, but go ahead.
And you've never been to New York, so I always would make fun about how you wouldn't be able to make it in New York. Well, now you made it for a weekend.
2.5 days.
You got to all 5 boroughs, though, huh?
Yeah, we got to see.
Did you see Yankee Stadium from the outside?
I saw Madison Square Garden.
Isn't it amazing how it doesn't look that?
It's like a store. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like we should have one of those down. Well, we do, but I'm talking about the Niners. But Steiny was incredible, man. I wish you were there with me. No, not really.
You don't really. That's where you don't really.
I did too much. But look, on Twitch, we got 52 people. Your energy's different with JD than mine.
No doubt.
And I replied, I hit different buttons.
No doubt.
Right.
No doubt.
You and JD are awesome. I wish I was here for the Brandon Payne, though. So,
well, we didn't interview him. The morning show did.
Oh, okay.
We just took the sound.
Okay, got you.
We might be able to dig that up.
Yeah.
Forget it. Don't worry about it. We can't find it.
We got to get to Wiggins, too.
Okay. You want to start, or do you want? Let me get to Lee in Fairfield because he agrees with you.
Yeah.
I took Marcus.
Let's get him now.
Full disclosure. Last call before the break, I took Marcus, and the caption was wants to know what Goo's smoking, and then now I'm taking Lee. Fairfield agrees with Goo. What's up, Lee?
Steiny, yes, Steiny.
Yeah.
Hey, I totally agree with Guru and the other caller as it relates to his best coaching job. He got outcoached by Jason Kidd yesterday, and he got outcoached by the Denver coach over the past couple of weeks too, where those coaches were willing to make some changes, and Kerr wasn't. He's going to stay with Poole, regardless of what he thinks, how he thinks Poole feels. Poole has demonstrated over the past year and a half or so, I'm a good player. More importantly, we're not scoring, and Poole is the only guy who's willing to go to the rim and try to make fouls. No one else does that. And the other caller, as it relates to Steph, I love Steph. I adore Steph like everyone else does in the Bay Area. But it's been a lot of times where we needed a little bit more from Steph, and we couldn't get it. And my last thought on Wiseman, if we're going to coddle Wiseman, we need to go get another big because we can't win a chip. Even if Draymond comes back and we got Clay, I don't see us winning a chip without having another big to play along with Looney.
Thanks, Lee. Good stuff.
Yeah.
Even though he disagreed with me, that's good. That's good stuff. See, I can take it.
And what was your word about what if Kerr was just kind of the dog and pony show? He didn't really mean that Wiseman wouldn't help. What word did you use? Because
underplaying it? Something
I'm hoping that's what he's doing, Steiny.
I just look at a player like Jordan Poole, and he's one-dimensional, and I have less sympathy for a one-dimensional player who's going to. You know what? And I'm gonna put the rat on the table like the caller did before. Yeah. I do think Poole was pouting last night. I was watching him a little, not on the court. He didn't have great body language.
Right.
And there was one point late when he was sitting at the end of the bench. The Warriors got down 3. They called timeout, and he was at the end of the bench, and he was not into it. He just wasn't into it. And I get it.
And he wasn't into the game either.
Well, he didn't make any shots.
Yeah, 19 minutes. So Kerr was like,
"You got to be real careful with a guy who's sniffing big money."
And that's what I'm saying. And
wait. So what you're saying is you got to be real careful, but you got to play him?
No.
What do you mean?
I think it's wrong for you to look at his shortcomings now and say, "Oh, he's one-dimensional." That I think we already knew that. Yeah, we can get into a lot of guys that are one-dimensional on this team.
Who?
Yeah, a few of them.
Let's go. Let's go. Who's as one-dimensional as Poole? I'll give you Peyton a second.
Okay, well, he's been shooting the ball. He's letting him go.
So he's even doing a little more.
6-11 yesterday. But my bigger point, Steiny, is Jordan Poole has made some noise, rightfully so, and now I think it's backstabbing to say, okay, he's in a slump. I'm just talking about the word that you keep saying I'm using is scholarship. I take offense. Like, he's earned And he should have been in the game last night when nobody can score, even though he was stinking it up. But empower him.
It's so funny.
You know what I'm saying?
No,
Teach
I'm
him
not.
how when you're having a bad night, all it can take is one shot to go in, and then you get hot. Because what I was watching last night was Peyton throwing bricks, Wiggins throwing bricks. Everybody
I thought
was
we
hard
liked
to
when Wiggins
create.
was aggressive.
Yeah. But I don't know what's going on with him since the rat on the table where I was going since Clay's come back. He's earned his all-star nod, but since Clay's coming back, Wiggins has been what Poole is almost going through. And again, that's no pass.
Except Wiggins won't give up. Wiggins won't pout.
So you think you might be onto something, him pouting.
I think he's pouting.
And
I
19 minutes,
do.
Kerr might have been thinking the same thing because only 19, that tells me Kerr was like, I know what you're doing or you ain't bringing it tonight. And maybe there was something. But today, when we get off these airwaves, Snotty, there's a story waiting for us. Curry went up to Poole to talk to him. I'm like, how's Curry going to know what to say to him? Curry ain't been in that situation.
Well, that's telling me that they know. Like, and I thought this before.
Right.
I mentioned this before. I mentioned it to JD, and I think I said it on the radio back at the beginning of the year. When Iguodala was talking, tell me if you guys remember this, Spadone and Evan too. Iguodala was talking about Poole, and he was basically talking about how they were already talking to Poole.
Right.
Because he was going to have to go to the bench when Clay came back, and because everybody was bending over backwards for Poole, Iguodala was saying things like, well, he might not get as many minutes, but more opportunity. And then remember, Draymond said, oh, he's going to play. He's going to play.
remember
right,
it.
because to me, that means he's a little high maintenance, and they are worried about him. They are worried about losing him. But but what has he done? Like, he hasn't earned automatic playing time. I'm sorry.
Okay. I got a question. I got an answer to that.
It doesn't work. Right. Pout, and then you get to play.
I'm not just.
I
don't like it.
No.
Steiny, what if we're wrong on him pouting, but he did look disinterested. Okay.
Look, if he looked disinterested to you and me, he was disinterested.
What he's done is shown you his ability to create and put that damn ball in the bucket like a select few.
So they were up 21 last night,
right.
And he probably was thinking, we just need to play defense now. We don't need to score. Maybe that's why he didn't use Poole last night.
But, man, him and Wiggins they're different. And Wiggins, I say, since Clay's come back, is different. It's not the pre-Clay Wiggins. And Snotty, real quick here, I don't think all year long we've talked about the Warriors' free throw shooting outside of Curry and Clay. It's awful.
Poole's great.
Well, right. But outside, Wiggins 41%, and he's your big boy.
Well,
he's one of those dudes out. Are we
41,
going to see
in
the month of February?
Thank you.
Okay, that's 28 days.
Well, what's he shooting? 60%?
I'm just. Last night, Dallas was in his space.
Bobby B. By the way, Wiggins was not that bad last. He's covering Luka for a lot of that game and doing a nice job against him. I don't know how Luka got switched off on Curry 2 times.
Yeah.
Bobby B. What's up, Bobby B? Bobby B's in Hercules.
What's up?
Hey, man.
Hercules. Yeah, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Yeah, man. Welcome back, Guru.
What's up, baby?
I just want to chime in. I think Wiggins. He really is not predictable. I mean, you had 2 stars last night. It wasn't just Curry. And for Wiggins to do that, man, it just goes to show you he's not worth that 20. He's just not worth that $20 million a year. You might as well roll your dice. If he's going to play like that last night, then he needs to be benched.
Who are you
plays?
Bobby B, are you talking about Poole? Bobby, you talking about Poole or Wiggins? I'm sorry.
Wiggins.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, Wiggins.
Gotcha.
If Wiggins is going to play like that. He's a star too, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I hear.
He's the second star on that team.
Yes, I hear.
So,
I know exactly the point you're making.
If he's going to get paid $20 million a year, I'd say, you know what? We need to be able to count on you, and you can't count on him. You don't know what you're going to get. So I'm just saying, give that money to Poole.
Thanks for the call. Well, he's under contract for 2 more years, Wiggins, so he's fine. Plus, he's making more than 30.
Yeah. And he was 7 of 16 in 34 minutes, 2 of 6 from 3. Wasn't his best game. 18 points, plus minus even. But there is a difference I see in him since Clay's come back, Snotty. And again, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but there's so many things in flux with this team, and you can't really fix them to me until you get Dre back. And we don't know when that is. That's just what I'm worried about. Time. Waits for no one.
Mailman's in San Jose. What's up, Mailman? Mailman.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
No, this is Damon.
Yeah, come on, buddy. Call below. Let's get...
Hey, two things.
Yes.
One is the great Denzel. This is chess, not checkers. When you're thinking about Jordan Poole, it's down the road. If they lock him up for $80 million over 4 years, he's going to be incredible trade bait, right, in the summertime. So they can't carry that many players at that much. So to me, that's more of they're going to trade him because he really doesn't fit in with what they're talking about. And then the other thing, just on a lighter note, anybody think that Kuminga and Moody got some rookie hazing last night with the hairdos?
Yeah, the fro, you like it?
Yeah, well, no, I think
I didn't. Yeah.
Looney was wearing what are those called?
The twisties.
Twists?
Yeah,
he does that. He's done that before.
Our girl Katrina, his nutritionist. When did
what does the nutritionist have to do with his hair?
No,
Does
I
she
was
do
just
his
saying.
hair?
No, it was Looney's name came up. I wanted to give her some love.
But why? We're talking about his hair, not his diet.
Because it was Katrina, and I heard Looney, and I thought about her. Remember the bowl of chili she brought us, and you want to just come down my road because I'm trying to give her some love?
Of course I remember the bowl of chili, but I would have thought on a night like last night, you give a shout-out to whoever cuts Looney's hair, not who his personal chef is.
I don't know who that is. Yeah.
All right, and Kuminga, of course, had...
The fro.
Yeah. Is that what it was?
Yeah, it was out last night.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Jason's in Oakland. What's to talk about the Warriors blowing leads? What's up, Jace? How you doing, buddy?
How you doing? I want to ask you guys, do you guys think Curry is not like a Chris Paul or even an Isaiah Thomas from the Detroit? He's not a screamer and yell at the players. Seems like he don't hold guys around him accountable. He needs Draymond on the floor for that. And I feel that when we do have leads and guys is shooting up balls that's air balls or missing free throws, Curry don't run to players and really pump them up and even get to the bench and let them know, let's go, man. Stop, bullshitting out,
No, it's almost.
What was the game that Curry did that? It was this year. Remember, it was a home game, and he just went off.
It was last year.
But still, it was this year. It was this year, but it was last year.
Why do I want to say it was on the baseline?
It was
like
on
they
the
were
baseline.
sitting on the baseline.
You weren't there. That wasn't the game you went. But Steiny,
what are you talking about?
Remember, you went to the game. And
that was last year, I think. Pretty sure that was a play-in year game where he came over to the bench and he got ripped into guys.
Yeah.
I don't think that was this year. I might be wrong.
No, it was this year.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I'll bet. Yeah, it was this year.
How much? How much you want to bet?
Pop. Okay. For Curly's going away.
888-957-9570. When did Curry get into those teammates? And we both agree it was for whatever reason they were sitting on the baseline.
Yeah.
That night,
that was
the Warriors.
it. I'm thinking when you said
I don't think they
year,
sat on the baseline this year.
It was 2021. I thought you were being cute.
No,
But you mean last season?
I'll give you this year.
Yeah.
Starting in whenever the season started.
Spadoni or E.O. tell us.
E won't tell us. That's Spadoni. Leroy's in San Leandro. What's to talk about?
Guy.
Possible Coach of the Year candidate Steve Kerr. Hey, Leroy, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, S&G. What's up, Steiny? Hey, Guru. Glad to have you back, brother.
Thank you, Leroy.
Hey, look, I think Steve Kerr is doing a pretty good job, this year to answer your question, Steiny. The only thing, if I had to nitpick, is, I think he's having a problem getting the young children to mind, right? To eat their vegetables, right? And I think he needs to go to Jordan Poole and remember the success that he had with Juan Toscano-Anderson when Juan wasn't getting the playing time, and he went up to him and told him, "Hey, look, man, you should be pissed off, but we're gonna need you. We're gonna need you, man. So just stay ready." And I think Juan appreciated that, and he's flourished since then. I think, Kerr is going to have to go to, Poole and do the same thing and let him know, hey, I understand, and you should be pissed off, but take that anger, channel it the right way, and because we're gonna need you, down the stretch. And one more thing, guys, the loss last night. I looked at Curry, and I think Steve Kerr told Curry, we need you to play like Draymond a little more. We need you to be Draymond tonight and going forward until Draymond. As I'm looking at Curry dishing and going to the hole, boy, he looked like Draymond. But that's not his game. That's not how we play. And I think it bit us in the end. So we get Draymond back. We'll be cool. I had us at like the 4th seed being totally healthy. At the beginning of the season, I had us at the 4th seed being totally healthy with Clay, with Draymond. So when you're playing, the top 5 teams and you don't have all your guys, hey, you're going to lose some of those. That's just how it is. We need all our guys when we're playing those top 5 teams. And so that's all I got to say, man. Have a good day, guys.
Appreciate it, Leroy, as always. Evan, you got some info?
So, in fact, Curry did scream at his teammates in 2021. That was the one of the baseline when there were no fans at the Staples Center. But also, he got mad this year at Gary Payton II during the Indiana game after a back cut. He came to the bench and he yelled.
No. The one we were talking about.
Where he let everybody have it.
The text line has the, what's it called? The smoking gun. Oubre was on the bench. Oubre was part of that chew out.
He was.
Yes, thank you. That would have been last year.
What'd you have? A Truly?
No, I'll tell you what. I'm going to have a Sierra Madre. That's what Guru's going to be buying me on Wednesday or Friday.
Hey, I got to say something to Leroy's point. Oh, stop! I thought I had it on the text line. It said Guru's right. It says it was 925. It was this year. You're wrong.
Well, that's the only guy who said you were right.
Or gal.
It was the get into the ball game last year. He kicked the chair this year.
You said something to me.
Last season, Oubre was there to receive it. It was last year with Oubre.
All right.
It was last season. Steph yelled it. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to say this. The rat on the table is I don't like assist Curry. Because to me, if what you're saying is true,
everybody likes
the
selfish
defense
Curry.
has been better. I look at those assists as the defense was so good you couldn't get the shot. That's just I'm sharing with you. See, it's all coming out now. And I'm the president of the Chef Club. But listen, Steiny, I don't like assist Curry. Leave that to, we need you to put it in the hole. And here I go. Clay's back, so people are going to
like assist Clay?
Well, we ain't seeing that. Well, AOT him last night. We need you back tomorrow.
Well, that one
was, yeah.
I don't get that one either.
I'm going to throw
so
this
he's
at
sick,
you.
but it's not COVID, but he might not make the trip?
Oh, I didn't hear he might not make the trip.
I think he's gonna. They expect him to, but...
Oh, we need you. Come on. I'm going to say this. Last night was reminiscent of the playing game. When the offense just, like when I said Curry didn't score in the 4th against Memphis last year, last night was reminiscent of that. And to Dallas's credit, Steiny, they don't got ultra athletes, but they play hard. They were just using the show. It was tough, and Wiggins was like almost fell over a couple of times. Dude, Dallas, I got to tip my cap. I couldn't believe they left here with a win.
Would you rather have Doncic or Curry?
I'm Curry.
Of course.
Dude, can I tell you something coming home on the plane?
Of course you would.
NBA TV had Curry's 50.
Yeah, I know.
It was 9 years ago, and the dude's still balling, but
that's funny, yeah.
They look like a kid.
I need the last 2 days.
Draymond.
We get Curry scoring 58 at the Garden. We get Curry with the shot against Oklahoma City. Meanwhile, in live action.
Right, 9 years later.
I was trolling there.
Yeah, but it's 99. He's still doing it. Life is amazing, man. Where were you 9 years ago? We weren't even together. And look
9
now.
Years ago, 2013.
Yeah.
Oof, I was still holding on at Comcast, barely, I think.
That's what I'm saying. I was selling school. Wow.
Jimmy in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing well, man.
I just want to touch on a couple of things, man.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like with Warrior fans, man, it's like you can't please them, man. I mean, Curry, he's in a shooting slump, and everybody, and then you got callers calling in saying that the guy, he's not clutch, he's not blah blah blah.
Agree.
Hey, man, I mean, okay, Durant was a part of these championships, but I mean, who's the man on the Warriors for the last however many years? It's Curry. And then you got another caller calling in talking about Andrew Wiggins. He's not consistent, blah, blah, blah. Hey, at least Andrew Wiggins is a two-way player. I mean, can we say that about Jordan Poole? And then the last thing I want to say is that Jordan Poole is having these little hissy fits and stuff like this. Like what was he expecting? Like, the only reason why he was ever even starting is because Clay was out. There wouldn't even be no Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole would be in the G League. Period. Like, if Clay never got hurt, Jordan Poole be in the G League, and I also want to say, Steiny, that happened March 2021. So, Guru, man, you
yeah, now we know.
Thanks, Jimmy. Appreciate it. I'm kind of with him on Poole. I don't know why. And, look, you got to respect the guy. He was picked 20-something.
Went to the G League, came back, worked on his game. But what I told you awaits us gives you what you think you saw last night in regard. He was pouting.
I thought so.
Because I didn't come here saying that. But now if Curry had to go talk to him, and that's out in public, then now – so basically the cat's out the bag to where he's sulking.
I don't know. I'm just telling you what I observed. He wasn't into the game last night, and he was terrible on top of it. And I think Steve let's listen to Steve Kerr here. Hey, Steve, why didn't Jordan Poole play more last night?
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Oh, but don't you want to give him more playing time when he stinks so as to coddle him?
What about, do we got the committee?
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Well, Kerr, Steve Coach, he only played 19 minutes.
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a
Give me some
different direction.
Kuminga. He said something about Kuminga, too.
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Kuminga missed the dunk,
Steiny. Give me another player.
Kuminga.
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Yeah, you can't do that. Man, the chef,
Wiggins.
man.
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Coach, what is going on with Bielitsa?
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Okay, I'm done.
That fast break Bielitsa had, and
he stinks.
Oh, that was
Let's blame Bielitsa. Let's blame Bielitsa.
You can do that in any market. I do like that. Win the others.
Guy plays 11 minutes. Let's blame him. Just like when
who do the Warriors? Well, it's too early to play that game, but do you got a list of who the Warriors don't want to see in the Oz first round? Minnesota's one of them.
408. Let me just be clear on this. Steiny, you're being a troll by insinuating that you would take Doncic over Curry, which in essence means you think Luka is better, which is a joke. I would absolutely take Luka over Curry right now.
Well, he's
Luka's 23rd birthday is today. Curry's 34th birthday is next month.
You talk about body language.
Yes, I would rather have Luka, and for the sole reason that he's a younger player.
And he got the technical. It was awful last night, and then he comes and saves the day. His body language.
It's amazing the way
Tom Brady.
It's amazing the way he and Jokic can just slow everything down.
Jokic is a bad boy, man.
Brian and Hayward. Oh, you know what? Hold on, Brian.
I like when you
Should
do
we hold
this.
off on Brian?
Yeah, give him.
I'll give him more time on the other side. 888-957-9570. We're coming back with Brian and Hayward. He wants to talk about the Warriors' collapse versus Dallas. Since we don't blame superstars here when the Warriors lose, let's talk about what role players we want to blame most. Hey, are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repaints, maintenance painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny Guru with you. Talking Warriors basketball. Kicked one away last night. 107-101. Lost 5 of 7. All right. Here's you know what? I'm going to...
I like you with the music.
I want to come at some people, but I want to do it in a positive way. So I'll do it. How do I want to do this? How do I want to do this? Because I do want to stick a finger in some segment of Warrior fans.
Three Stooges.
Somebody explain something to me. All these know-nothings that come at Steve Kerr. All these faux coaches. All right, so the Golden State Warriors come into this season, and everybody has them differently. Can they get to 6, 7? Yeah, I think they'll be about a 6 seed, many people said. John Hollinger of The Athletic, formerly in the Memphis Grizzlies front office, had the Warriors winning 39 games.
Yikes.
The optimistic Warrior fans were saying, you know what, like Leroy, you know what? I think we can get in the top 4 in the West. Get home court first round of the playoffs. That'd be pretty solid. Okay? That's what we're talking about before the year. Klay Thompson has played 17 games. He's missed 54. All right, he's played 17 games of 21. So he's missed 54 games. Draymond Green is now upwards of missing 30 games this year.
Damn.
30. It doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot to me, but their second-year player, James Wiseman, has been hurt all year. Andre Iguodala played the first month, and nobody knows where he's been. Andrew Wiggins, a career underachiever, is now an all-star. The Warriors are 43-18. They have not had a perfect year. They have the second-best record in basketball. Mm-hmm. But Steve Kerr isn't a good coach. You guys are idiots.
Yeah, it's a thing.
You guys
on
are
Twitter.
flat out idiots. What are we looking at here?
Not the top 15 coach list of all time.
The Warriors should be, what are they now, 43-18? So the Warriors should really be, let's say, 47-14. They should be on a 65-win pace, even though Klay has just come back and Drake. Like what are people really like? What are they doing?
I have no idea.
What are they doing?
And they're blind to that list of the top 15 of all time. Now, I came in here and told you what I've seen. Like Kerr wasn't on the list. My only question with Kerr is Curry's minutes. And is he playing too much? But the man has solidified himself as one of the great coaches in NBA history by being on that list, Steiny. It's funny. And I don't go look for it on Twitter, but every loss is Kerr's fault.
Well, you were pointing the finger there today.
I just said, I'm curious. Oh, well, I gave him an assignment. And the assignment was, hey, go get Jordan Poole or talk to him. Curry did it, being the captain.
Brian's in Hayward. Hey, Brian. How's it going, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Taking my call.
Sure.
I've always heard since I was younger, the NBA stands for no boys allowed, right? I think that goes with the physicality and the mental breakup. I know last year when we got Wiseman, a lot of people were kind of, doubting his mental structure. Oh, can he hang with this team? Is he mature enough to be not the man? And this year we see kind of like a opposite with Kuminga. We see him very aggressive, very focused, poised. He's not perfect. I mean, he's still, for all intents and purposes, a kid, just like a lot of these rookies. But I've noticed the trend with Poole. He's a little bit, like you guys mentioned earlier, high maintenance when it comes to certain things. And I think that's a lot of what prevents some of these younger players from reaching their potential is not having the mental makeup that they need. And I have no problem with Steve Kerr, his comments about he wasn't having a good game, so he wanted to go in a different direction. So when I hear things like that, like, we only know what's going on the outside for the most part, but in the locker room, et cetera, all these other players, they know how their teammates are. They know how to talk to them. They understand, the personalities. And we should never, ever, ever wake up any day during the season and discount what Steve Kerr has done. Managing the personalities, managing the game structure. Heck, he's got Draymond Green he's been coaching for all this time. That man should get an award on the side of everything he does
Look at him.
just for managing Draymond Green. Thank you, guys. I love the show. Keep it up.
Thanks, B. Appreciate it. You know what?
That was good.
You know what? Maybe we'll open up the second part of the show for praising Steve Kerr and talking about how lucky the Warriors are to have him.
You mean the guy that took him to 5 straight chips?
Thank you.
Should be.
That's easy, though.
I don't get into
the guy who single-handedly transformed the offense of Mark Jackson into the most dynamic offense we've seen in a decade.
And he was coaching that game Curry had. It was weird for me. I wasn't ready. Mark Jackson. When Curry went off, it was the 9-year anniversary of when he scored 54 in New York, and they showed Mark on the sideline. I was like, oh, man. That was the last time I'll see you on the sideline. Well, he wears suits when he does the games. Look, I didn't do it.
I brought up Mark Jackson's piss-poor offense.
Oh, it was
that
the
was
worst.
on my fault.
It was
my fault. Steve Kerr introduced this concept of called passing, which really is
crazy.
Pretty amazing.
At the Improv.
Yeah.
But real quick about Poole. He's already earned that money, right? You've got an investment.
If you want to make a mistake right now.
But what would the mistake be?
Having a $20 million player who's a little baby.
You don't know that yet.
Look, you want to pay. Here's my question. Why is Lou Williams? We like Lou Williams, right?
And Jordan Clarkson.
Okay, what are those guys making? They're making about 10 to 12. Think Poole's worth 20 if those guys are 10 to 12?
You're telling me Clarkson's making about 10?
How's he a better all-around player than those guys?
I would say he's not.
Well,
but the potential is there. Clarkson's one of my favorite. That's the new Lou Williams. A bucket.
Now, when you say Poole's potential is there, what's that mean?
When he was starting, I think he could sustain the numbers, what he was doing on another team in the league. Like, the defense could do what they've been doing his first step. Like, he needs to be Michael Jackson, Steiny, or feel like he's Michael.
Which means what?
A number one option. I'm just...
Goo, come on. Goo, that's poppycock.
Right. But if he went to SAC,
okay.
Even if people say, I didn't say they would win or go to the finals, I could see him averaging 20 to 22 points a game.
Well, what's he averaging now?
17 or 18.
Well, what's the difference?
But the difference is, can he keep that up? And whatever, he was on the OKC Thunder, I don't think that's going down the drain of the defense is catching up to him. That's how much I think of his potential and his offensive repertoire. He's got some stuff. And right now, the situation he's in, Steiny, he'll never be the lead.
No, he won't, because he's not good enough. He's not good enough.
Yeah.
He
I'm
can't
saying
sniff
defensive.
Curry or Clay.
Oh, no, I give you that,
Steiny.
No,
but that's why this... Where my minute? Like, what do you mean where your minute? Just because you... What are those things called? We used to call them C cards. The electronic cards, to get into the building. What are those called?
Right.
Bonte apparently forgets it every day.
Your
key card.
Key card.
Right.
Just because you lead the league in key card minutes doesn't mean you get automatic crunch time minutes.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Right. But
like you were in the gym more than anybody else because you needed to be in the gym more than anybody else.
But where I'm going, Steiny, is this kid is still a young pup. And if you're telling me it wasn't a mirage of what I've seen him do alongside with Steph Curry, I just think offensively this kid's got...
Okay, so offensively this kid's got what?
All-star potential. That's
what does he look like as an all-star?
If he
is he
stays
starting
with
at
the
point,
Warriors,
is he starting at point guard or shooting guard?
He could do both.
Or neither, but I'm going to say, okay.
He could do both.
Okay,
That's how I'm
we both agree he can get you 20 a game.
Right, gotcha.
Okay, so he can get you 20 a game.
But he won't do it here.
Until
Steph and Clay are gone. So are you going to write that check for him to be...
I don't know.
And then will he want to wait that long in his mind? Or does he think his voice is so good, he's being suppressed, being like, hey, I need to get out. Things like this happen.
He
I'm listening.
He can stick 20 points a game right up his Guglioni. If he's going to shoot 42% from the field and 32 from three, what difference does it make? And on top of that, you're one of the worst defenders on the team. And on top of that, you don't really create that much. So really, what I see is a high-volume shooter who doesn't shoot a high percentage, who doesn't help you in other areas.
So 20 ain't just a given then.
20 what?
Mil for him, if that's what he wanted and what was being reported last week. I was like, what?
I'm sure some 30 and 52 team will want to pay him $20 million.
Here. Now, that wouldn't be... Would that be cost effective, as we used to say in the mortgage business?
I don't know. I don't know. Here's the other thing. Now, I got to say,
I'm looking up what Clarkson makes. Go ahead.
11.5.
Oh, my God.
This is the kind of stuff that people should just have off the top.
Do you think a better comp instead of Jordan Clarkson would be a guy like Taylor Horton Tucker with the Lakers last year? He played a couple months, right?
Yeah.
They needed to pay him, so they gave him a 3-year extension of about $30 million.
Total?
10 of them.
So, yeah, he makes about $10 million each year.
Poole's spitting on that right now.
Wow. Okay.
Because you know why?
He feeling himself?
You set the expectation up. Not you, but
I just it's going to be interesting, Steiny.
How about this?
And they're going to need him in all.
I wonder if I should take this thought myself or credit the guy.
You got it.
Well, the guy might not want credit on it because he may just want to kind of throw it out there.
Let me hear it, and then I'll tell you if you out him.
This will make you feel a little more concerned about Jordan Poole. And you know what? It's starting to make sense.
Oh, boy.
Who are the Warriors?
Oh, boy.
Who are the Warriors just... And I was scratching my head thinking, the Warriors, they really want this guy? Who'd they just miss out on in the buyout market? Or who did they want? Goran Dragic.
Yeah.
Why?
Run point.
Whatever. To be the third guard.
Oh.
To be the third guard. Because Dragic is significantly better than Poole. And Dragic does more... Like, Dragic won't kill you if he's not making shots. Because you know what? He'll play defense a little bit. And you know what? He can throw a pass. Who's to say they weren't?
Huh?
Who's to say they weren't? They're not getting a little worried about Poole.
No, I'm looking at the text line. They're like...
You think Jordan Poole's pouting now. What if they would have gotten Dragic? Wow. Wow.
Okay, I'm going to throw this at you. Roger Clemens. You don't see a scenario to where they could win the title, and this version of Jordan is not the best version. We know that. They need him to come and get buckets and be ready to go. Like what we're seeing now.
I won't give you that.
You still think they could get it done without him contributing minimal offensively?
Yeah.
Man, everything we saw the first half, Jordan this, Jordan that, the first step.
Well, you know what?
The guts of a cat burglar.
Until further notice, he can't be effective playing 18 minutes a game.
Well, he better step it up then. Because Kerr, you got that button. Whatever he said last night, whatever he saw last night, he didn't like Steiny. Man,
he's more talented than any quarterback in this draft class.
Can you drill this? Because I hit Jeremiah
I don't
instead.
think it's even
I hit
particularly close.
Oh, I hit it again?
If he had a chance to go back to school and continue.
Yes, click it again.
Oh, there it is. My bad. This is what I wanted to do.
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Hey, you know who, Steve, what happened a few minutes ago with Daniel Jeremiah?
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
Oh, man.
Here's one for you. Look, I was throwing stuff out off the top of my head. Here's one for the three you guys. Yeah. Guru, Spadone, and Evan Giddings.
Appreciate the shout out.
How can Jonathan Kuminga only average 2.9 rebounds a game?
That's what I told you.
Yikes.
That's with that body.
But with that body. He reminds me of Dwight Howard. But only 3 are falling to him a night.
But it tells you it's an art. And that's why we saw Rodman up there with the top 75.
Or you know what else it tells you? It's work.
Wow. This is getting good.
I mean, he works above the rim on the offensive side of the court.
What was he doing with the missed dunk? Yeah, I hated that for him.
What?
Yeah, but when you're young, you can't just put it in, young fella. And he did the Larry Nance old school. He tried to get cute with it.
What do you think the 925? You think he's on the money? He says, you know who the comp is for Jordan Poole? Kelly Oubre. Not bad. Not bad.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah, and look at Nick. When one's older than the other, so quietly your boy putting together okay season. He dunked on somebody a month ago.
You know
I
what?
forgot to tell
I got to. Here's the funny thing about Oubre. It's I've been hearing like, hey, Oubre had a good game here and there. Oubre, I bet you if you look at the numbers, they're terrible. No, actually, I don't know. I could be dead wrong on this. How about this, Spadone? Let's play a game. I'll try to guess Kelly Oubre's numbers, and I'm admitting right now that I have no idea.
I believe you don't.
I'm gonna assume he's having a good year just from the whispers. So to me, a good year for Kelly Oubre.
Give it to us. I'm looking at it.
But he's averaging more points than you think because they score. I'm gonna say Kelly Oubre's averaging 15 a game, but he's only shooting 42.5 overall, 34 from 3-point range.
Now
those are my guesses, and I'm dead
can answer because I'm
right
looking
off the top of my head.
That you asked Spadone, but that's amazing.
Am I close?
He's averaging 16.3 points, 34.4 from deep, and 43.8 from.
He's knocking him down from twos. I was way off there. He's almost up to 44.
28 minutes a game, and that's why they're struggling. That's my guy. They lost to Detroit. You saw that yesterday.
510. Kuminga averages 7 rebounds per 36 minutes. That's terrible for 6'8", 6'9".
Man, he's strong. But he's trying to do. He's like the traditional wing. He tried to shoot the three, go to the. He ain't trying to be down there and get it and take it back. And
what if I told you he's not a wing? That's the problem. He's not a wing. He's a 4 or 5.
Man.
Well, now.
Yeah.
Well, he shoots it all right.
I cannot wait for these offs. And what can I say something? Do I take my victory lap on Harden and Embiid yet?
Well, it would be like you to take it after 2 games. So go ahead. I'm not going to stop you.
I missed out on the Harbaugh. Spadone had me juiced on the Harbaugh. I thought he was going to the Raiders. It looks good right now. Remember when Harbaugh was there was noise that he wanted to coach the Raiders, but it looks good.
Okay, what is good? You can put some money on it?
When you have the Kobe and Shaq or Magic and Kareem, not that these two dudes are it, but when you got dominance with a guy that can handle, Harden already led the league in assists, so he can pass, and now Tobias Harris looks better. Max, dude, Philly is, and they ain't playing anybody. I don't give a damn. They are going to be a factor, Steiny. I hate when teams have too much of the same thing. They got balance. And Harden ain't fat now. Ain't no fat jokes. He look good, Steiny.
Balance?
What balance?
How's balance? How can it be balanced when 2 guys are averaging 35 each?
Oh, my God. When you guys, the Shaq and Kobe thing, that's why they won with Rick Fox and Fisher.
That means 2 guys are good, and it's nothing wrong with it, but
you got
balance means they got 6 guys who can score 15 or more.
And they do.
Oh, come on, you. But they have 2. It's a 2-man wrecking
Harris
crew.
Getting a max deal. Well, the last 2 games, but when you get into the offs, Tobias Harris, I ain't saying he's an all-star. He's not. But he can put the ball in the hole. They got some guys with heart.
Tobias Harris?
Well, I like him. Looks like J. Cole.
Well, that's what's more important.
Well, look at you.
Kuminga's averaging a whopping 15 minutes a game. Yeah. Well.
Okay, what are we doing here?
15 minutes is you can get stuff done in 15 minutes.
It's like we're talking about everything the guys
I'm not
can't do.
Rip Kuminga.
Poole has been a great story. Right now he's struggling. I don't know why he's struggling. I think it has something.
I know why.
Well, some people will say pouting. I'm not putting it in the pout category bucket yet. He'll come back tomorrow and be big for him.
Yeah, we'll see.
If there's no Clay,
that's great. That's what you want. Coach. A guy you can. Hey, let me know when you're going to give us something, Jordan Poole.
See, stop.
Seriously,
Steiny.
You know what's happening? The role players are getting exposed.
And you said that, dude.
You got the text lineup?
That tickled. That got me warm.
You got the text lineup?
Yeah. Tobias Harris had 3 field goals yesterday, and all 3 in garbage time. Did you even watch, Guru, or just looking at the box score? It's not I don't do box score. I look at him. But what I'm telling you is I know what he's capable of, and the game will be easier for all the others, just like the Lakers others were with Shaq and Kobe. And that's why you had a Ori, or you had a Rick Fox, or you had a Devin George. I'm just telling you, watch out for they got the good Harden. I know it's a short sample size.
All right. I hear you.
When you turned off that Warrior game, what was your first thoughts? Did you think in a million years when they were up 17 in the fourth? Let me tell you what I was doing. Wife was preparing the dinner. I was like, we're going to go in. We're going to talk, because I'm always thinking about the show and you three. We're going to talk about the Thursday night in Portland and then this clobbering of Dallas.
Portland.
What? I turned it on. They were up down 10. I said, look at Portland.
But everybody wants to come in after you beat Portland by 49 and say, we're back. We're back.
That's what I was, Steiny, I swear. And I said, Curry didn't have 40 because he didn't play. He had 18. He was getting others involved. And then here they come last night on ESPN.
You know what's funny?
And just choking away.
What were Curry's numbers against Portland? This is
he had 18 points. That's all.
This is the vintage. What's it called? Banging figurative heads with Guru. All right, the Portland game. I listened to Steve Kerr say Steph Curry was absolutely brilliant tonight. He was perfect. He was played great point guard. He had 19 and 14. Right. And Guru's like, I can't stand when he gets 14 assists.
Hey, but still, hey.
It's like that's
not why
nobody cares about the team anymore. Everybody just wants their guys to get as many numbers as possible. It's crazy.
My point was, Coach, Chabot could have beat Portland. You know, it wasn't. You didn't need Curry to be great to beat Portland. You won the game,
but he had 14 assists, one off his career high, and you're like, fine. I hate that.
But how did that work against Dallas? You know, it's about.
He had 9 assists, he had 10 assists against Dallas.
It's about the others too, and it wasn't. Yeah.
Steiner, you going to admit you were wrong about? Oh my God,
about
no
who?
Chance. Kyler Murray scrubbing his Instagram.
Wants $50 million a year.
Of course, he said he wants to be there long term.
You were there long term. What?
He's only been there 3 years. He wants an extension.
Okay. Him and Cliff, is it a match made in heaven?
I don't know. They got to the playoffs once in the first 3 years, just like Shanahan.
When did you come up with
you like that?
That's a 4.
I'm going to give him a 4.
That was off the top of my head, believe it or not.
You didn't steal that.
I did not steal that.
Well, he's taken it to Super Bowl twice.
957 once.
Yeah.
957. And that's, by the way.
I got to be better.
Can somebody do me a favor during the break? Because I was getting upset thinking about 49er fans. It's a certain amount. So the Niners last won a Super Bowl in 94. How many teams have won a Super Bowl since then?
Oh, that's good stuff.
Like probably over half the league, right? So then why do 49er fans think they should win it every year when half the leagues won it more recently than they have? Spadone, can you get on this for me, please?
Want to find the amount of teams that have won since the Niners have?
I mean, we could probably do it by finger, right?
You can probably do it. So Patriots.
1.
Seattle.
2. Packers.
3.
Steelers.
4.
Broncos.
5.
Ravens.
6.
Buccaneers.
7.
Colts.
8.
Good stuff.
Cowboys.
No.
When?
Oh, yeah, 94?
Yeah,
96.
Yeah. 3. They won 3.
Okay, and another one. Cowboys.
Rams.
Eagles. Do we say Eagles?
He got,
Yep. Rams.
Yep.
Giants.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot. Wow.
We already have KC.
Buccaneers?
KC.
Yeah, wow.
Tampa Bay.
Oh, my
We're almost
goodness.
done.
Oh my
Packers.
I said
Yeah.
the Packers.
Okay.
I mean, they're bottom half.
That's at least a dozen.
Bottom half
You're missing it,
franchise.
though. No.
I'm missing what?
No,
when
Saints?
they used to go,
Yeah, when
they
they-
win. Yeah, when they used to
That's
go,
what I
they would
think.
win.
Yeah.
Now when they
used to go 3 decades ago. That's relevant. All right, I'm done.
Yeah.
I'm done. No need. That's gratuitous shots against fair weather 49er fans. It's not a shot against big boy Niner fans. Yeah, we said Patriots. All right, coming up on the other side, we got an hour left. 888-957-9570. The Warriors, they blow a 21-point lead against the Dallas Mavericks last night. 888-957-9570. It's the biggest reason that lead evaporated. 888-957-9570. 9570.
data. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny is a bozo. Now tell me how many teams have been to the Super Bowl twice in the past 10 years. It's a football game. A coin flip. All you can ask is for an opportunity. The Niners very well could have won both. No, you're right. This was not a shot at the 49ers. This was a shot at some of their fans.
Everywhere.
I think they're entitled to some kind of Super Bowl because of some archaic part of their past. That's almost 3 decades ago. And I was just trying to figure out how many teams have won a Super Bowl since the last time the Niners have. It looks like we've gotten up to half the league. 16 NFL teams have won a Super Bowl since the 49ers have won their last Super Bowl. So I'm wondering if those 16 fan bases, like a certain segment of 49er fans, think, well, they deserve to win a Super Bowl every year because, well, we did it back in 1994. Come on, Goo.
Speaking of, real quick.
Come on.
I'm just stealing from Dibs. Where were you in 94?
I was in the Bay.
You were here?
Yeah, I was carving out a career that would last almost 3 decades.
Dude, I was slim. I was a slim goodie, Snotty. That was my young son.
So 94, let's see, I'd moved out here. Now.
I was an AT&T. Good afternoon. How can I help you? That's what I was
Were you making
doing.
cold calls?
And you had to have 100. Your boy would have 300, and my coworkers would hate me.
Oh my God!
You do the cold calls, they don't answer. You're showing your boss you're working. Then you're done. No. They hated me.
So is it all cold calls and on commission?
Yeah. Well, we had cold calls, and then it all changed, and then the calls would come to us, and that's when it was on commission. That commission Friday, Steiny. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Yeah. I can't imagine.
Good afternoon.
I can't imagine a paycheck depending on me convincing somebody of anything.
Oh man, those were the pre-internet almost. Yeah, it was pre-internet.
Let's go to Anthony in Benicia. He wants to talk about this Jordan Poole nonsense.
Uh-oh.
I like
Set
it.
him straight.
Hey. So, good afternoon, fellas. Yeah. So, before you guys went on break, you said, why did the Warriors lose? They lost because they're soft and they got no grit. Like, they were up 21 points, and you let a team come back and beat you with all layups and a couple of threes here and there. I mean, they got to start getting to the cup, man, and stop relying on the three. When it's not dropping, drive to the bucket and get a little nasty. But as far as Jordan Poole go, like, he ain't earned what we trying to give him, or at least what we trying to give him. And, like, he needs to embrace his roll off the bench, and that's the bottom line. If he doesn't, he's going to be pouting all he wants, but he's going to come off the bench because it was said that he was going to come off the bench 2 years ago. Like, we all knew that when Clay came back, he was going to come off the bench. And you said it right earlier, Steiny, when you mentioned that they've been, kind of coddling him and caressing him, to get him ready for that. Well, it's here. So you either got to accept it or you're just going to have to cry and have a terrible night like you had last night. But we definitely could have used him, but you got to come off the bench. But I definitely think the Warriors, man, they lost because they keep relying on the three, and that's all they do. And you got to go to get the easy bucket sometimes when you can't score from the three-point shot.
Appreciate the call. I do.
And he's going through something. Wiggins went through it last year where he was kind of coasting. But again, Steiny, when this day is over, I came in here and told you I just thought it was odd that you had an opportunity to insert him back into the starting lineup. Because prior to that, I understood what time it was, and so did he. But when you see Moody get the start, and again, I love Moody. I watched Clutch on BET. He was a part of it, one of the players preparing for the draft. I'm rooting for him. But if I were Poole, Steiny, I would have been despondent. I would have been like, damn, like that.
What? And these are the kind of decisions that a coach makes where I refuse to say, well, he made a mistake. It's like, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. It's like, you know what? Because I'll tell you why. Had he started Poole last night, and regardless of what would have happened, then they come back tomorrow in Minnesota, and Poole's got to go back to the bench because Clay's healthy, and Poole struggles off the bench, and people are going to say, why did he start in that one game when he knew it wouldn't be forever because Clay had to come back? Well, I just wanted to get the kid. Well, I could easily say, why don't you Let him get used to his role off the bench and stop spoon feeding him starts that he's never going to get in the playoffs. Kid, you got to come off the bench. Unless you're telling me you're pissed because Clay's starting in front of you.
And wow, and that's Steiny. Wow, to be continued, man. Because now all of a sudden, you shouldn't have never told me this. This has fallen. It's the embryo stages of the disease of me. If he is pouting. And let me just read real quick, Steiny, what Curry said to him. Yeah, he's been asked to do a lot this year. This is Curry's quote. And he's still coming into his own as an experienced player. He's had some success and he's had some struggles. Honestly, go ahead.
Why don't we let Steve?
You got it.
No, I'm not being a joke. Let me.
I thought I was doing God's flow.
No, you were great. But let's hear it from Curry.
I mean, he's been asked to do a lot of different things this year, and he's still, coming into his own as an experienced player that has had some success, has had some, some struggles, but honestly, he just making sure he's engaged. That's the biggest thing. No matter, again, if he's making shots or not, or how many minutes he's playing, just making sure he's engaged on both ends, because he's going to help us. He's going to help us win games when it matters. And for him to be who he wants to be in this league, I think he has to have a little bit of versatility in terms of being able to play, different styles and, sometimes start, sometimes off the bench, sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes 15. Like, you got to be able to, be yourself through all of those kind of situations. At some point we all kind of go through that. So I think he's built for it. He's going to have something to show for it.
So before you go,
he's got an attitude problem.
I felt like I was on the Apollo Steiny and you came and grabbed me as I was reading it. But it was better to hear from Curry. The word was engaged. So you did see something last night. And Curry saw something to the point that this is a story moving forward.
I know.
And so maybe he didn't like going to the bench when Clay came back.
Yeah.
And if you're not going to get the first half or pre-Clay Jordan Poole, and now you're going to get not pre-Wiggins All-Star after Clay came back, those are ramifications. Those are guys were comfortable in what they were doing, and it was working. And now all of a sudden you go into this playoff run, Steiny, with unproven commodities, now flustered because their role changed right before it was go time.
Has Poole's role really changed? Look, it changed, but he knew it was coming.
Yeah,
he knew it from the beginning of the year.
But you know what? I'm gonna say this, and people could say, "Oh, Goo, you guys are wrong." Well, I'm wrong for doing this. That drive home after having quote unquote, forget the points, a good game, and him putting them back together. Poole knew and was watching and reading the clippings, Steiny. You kind of forget that that's the reality. You kind of feel like maybe Clay will come off the bench. And I got to believe now this kid was thinking that. He was feeling that.
How do you decide who to coddle and who to coach hard?
And that it's like parenting. That's what and you're right. I never once said Curry shouldn't get coaching.
How do you figure out, for example, who to criticize and who to protect?
What you talking about my kids? No, it's a feel thing. They're all different. I'm going to tell you what, and you're not going to like this, and this is how I won today about this Poole thing. Kerr should have been the one to have that.
And this is who? This is why you won?
Yeah, I feel like I
won. What does that mean?
The debate for Poole.
Yeah, because you want a one-dimensional player who can't make a shot and doesn't play defense to play 30 minutes a night because he can go twice a game.
I like Kerr, Steiny, and he should be on that list. I think this should have been a private conversation, and he should have been the one talking to Poole.
Why did you not play Jordan Poole as much? No comment. Okay, like what's he supposed to say?
I'm saying this conversation that Curry had with Poole should have been Poole and Kerr, not Poole and Curry.
Like how do you decide what's like why?
Because
I could just say no. That's what a great coach does. He tells his best player to help the kid. Because
I can see that.
That's all.
Yeah. But I would have appreciated it. Hey, Kerr had this. Come in my office, son.
We don't know that he hasn't done that. We don't know.
Last night with that clip about how he played, that was wow.
650 Steiny. Why do you fixate on the most fringe element of certain fan bases, letting them whip you into a frenzy? The majority of fans in the Bay Area are very level-headed and normal. That's from David. I don't know why, but that fringe group really pisses me off.
But they're a part of the fraternity if you're a new fan.
They're not in my fraternity.
See, I don't like that. You're dividing.
David, you're in my fraternity. The clown segment is the clown segment that thinks Steve Kerr's a bad coach.
Oh, okay.
They're gone.
All right.
They're all gone now.
Because that's not true.
The clown segment that actually thinks that their fan base should be more entitled to victory than any other fan base, that's not my fraternity. The kind of fan that refuses to acknowledge the responsibility of the superstar players, but instead want to fixate on the 11th man, I don't like that.
And I'm not one of them.
But you know what, David? You're right.
I had to defend myself.
I do fixate at times over the worst element of fans.
I just don't like
I'm going to work on that,
I don't
David.
like you telling young fans they can't take credit for the things that happened prior to them even their existence.
Yeah, well,
that's part what you sign up for. Like, let's say my great-grandfather, who I never met,
we've done this before, though,
was a tycoon, a real estate tycoon,
right,
and I brag about him left and right. You wouldn't say, hey, hey, you weren't around while you know.
No, but you wouldn't then say,
you take pride in my, I wasn't here to be.
It's not about pride. I'm not saying you can't have pride in the history of your team.
Gotcha.
But
that's what
like this Super Bowl or bust. We got to win a championship or it's a failure. It's like
those are standards.
They're standards for one team each year. So you get 31 fan bases that just like, it's just a joke.
Yeah. It bothers you.
Like people think, like, if everybody deserved to win a championship every other year, then every fan base would get rewarded. But that's not the way sports are. 49ers have no claim on a Super Bowl any more than the Jacksonville Jaguars. And they don't have more of a claim now because Joe Montana threw a touchdown pass 36 years ago. It's preposterous. If Clay wasn't injured, Jordan Poole wouldn't even be a starter now that he landed. Kool-Aid, I agree. Maybe Jordan Poole got a little too much too soon.
Okay, but he earned that. And when I say he earned...
Well, how long has he earned it? For the whole year?
Oh, no.
How long can he play poorly and still...
Okay, gotcha.
Well, maybe he can make his next shot.
I got it. Now, I'm being real here, Steiny. He was starting alongside a top 5 player in the league in Steph Curry. And he showed the world, along with the help of his teammates, that there was growth in his game. So now that he's struggling, I'm not saying, and you help me out, Steiny, I know you're not saying give up on him if he doesn't start producing, but to me, that was so heavy, and that there were so many examples, and I know it was regular season, that you saw the gifts, if you want to call them now, call them gifts, then okay, now something's personal going on, and maybe
my gosh,
listen,
come on,
he needs to check himself. Because now the ego is here, Steiny. I'm trying to.
What if I said it's just like Brandon Ayuk, and you did the same thing with Brandon Ayuk, and then by the end of the season you said, "Boy, Kyle handled that great."
I never got on the bended knee because I never thought he got fat and out of shape. But I'm telling you this. I'm telling Dub Nation. This is what I'm saying. If these two things don't happen, we're finished. If Wiggins can't adjust to Clay coming back and being the third fiddle and you don't have to be the third option. It's not CYO pass 4 times before you shoot, but it's a mindset. If he can't get over that and Poole can't get over going to the bench.
Poole's a non-factor.
All right.
I shouldn't say non-factor, but
so
he's not
who's
a big
giving you
factor.
that, the Iggy? My neck and my back? And I saw him there yesterday.
But don't you understand, just because Iggy doesn't score like Poole doesn't mean he can't be better than Poole.
That I give you.
Okay.
Well, but you got to have some firepower off the bench, and that was something you already thought you had with Poole. And we're talking about how many games left now? Are we in the teens? No, almost.
I don't know what is so hard. Like, I don't know what's so hard to understand about when a guy shoots 40% from the field and 32% from three-point range. That's not good enough. When your number one asset is supposed to be shooting and scoring. So you're not shooting well, but you're not doing anything else. Like, sorry, you can't play on my team because we have championship expectations. And if I want to put somebody in there who can't make a shot, I'm going to put Gary Payton II in there because he's at least going to defend.
You think that was a message?
Maybe it was.
Because remember, you were like, Payton II, I was asking for more of him, but never did I imagine he would get the spot starts. You were like, he's 10 to 15 minutes, but maybe the bigger thing was he was sending a message to JP.
510, Super Bowl or failure, championship or failure. Yes, there can be some moral victories, but ultimately everyone wants a chip, period. That's right. Everybody does want a chip. Not everybody deserves a chip, and not everybody gets one just because they want one. The hell you want us to aim for? Second place? No. I want you to hope the Warriors win a championship this year. I want you to think they can win a championship this year because they can win a championship this year. But if they don't, this year was a joke. This year was a failure. Really?
Oh, no.
Because they finished in second or fourth place.
Nobody's saying
That's a joke, Guru.
Yeah, that was
because
when you had
nobody
KD.
had this team as the favorite before the year.
I'll back you up on that.
So come on, that's all
and
I'm
you don't
saying.
need me to do that, and I'm right with you. But you're not. Where do you hear that from?
From the text line that I just read.
Right, but more level-headed Warrior fans are enjoying this ride and Steiny, I want them to get it and taste it again. But like you said, there's not a walk-in Warrior fan that thought they would be their record now number 2 seed in the West. Well, there's just not one.
Okay, but you've now said to me, Steiny, I'll tell you, there is a big group out there of fans that think Steve Kerr's not a good coach. Well, is that true? I mean, if you're telling me that's true, Goo.
On Twitter, it's true.
Well, then I got to say these fans are not that smart.
He's a top 15 coach, and he deserved to be on there 5 straight NBA finals. And then, just real quick, the first chip was so special. It was the first year in office.
And he
took the team and shocked the world, and they won.
You tell me if you think I'm wrong here. Not just you, Goo, but Warrior fans. You tell me if you really think I'm wrong.
I'm going to be honest.
If you're going to, you're telling me there's a segment of Warrior fans out there, whether it's a significant amount or just a fringe group, that don't think Steve Kerr's a good coach.
I believe that to be true. I know it to be true. I read it.
Okay. I believe those fans, for the most part,
I see where you're going.
are Steph Curry fans.
Wow.
And you know what they want? They want Steph Curry to have the ball all the time and to be like James Harden was with the Rockets because they believe that they could actually win that way, and then Steph Curry would average 35 and 13. And all I'm saying is that is not the way Steph Curry wants to play. It's not the way he's best at playing. Steph Curry,
You're on for. Go ahead.
The beauty of Steph Curry, the reason he's one of the greatest players of all time, is because he can do both. Play 1 and 2, and he's great at both. You put the ball in his hands and say, we just want you to do. Then you have Damian Lillard. And I don't want Damian Lillard. I want Steph Curry. So that's what bothers me, is there is a group of Warrior fans out there that all they do care about are Steph Curry's numbers, not the Warriors' numbers. And anybody who's been watching the Warriors play for Steph Curry's career knows that what makes him a great player is his ability to play two along with point guard.
First off, Steiny, and I want not
but
that
Steve
you need
Kerr's
me.
an idiot. Guy's been in the league for 40 years, but he's not a good coach. He's got 3 titles. He got him to the finals 5 straight years.
When did you come up with that answer is what we want to know. Because that's it.
What answer?
You've already said it in previous shows. They're Warrior fans and they're Steph Curry fans. But that, to me now, when I read it, that's what they want. Him to be utilized like Harden. So that's why the angst comes against Kerr. When did you come up with that answer?
It's always been in my mind.
Oh, well, you said
like
it well.
I said,
That's it. Because those are the only people that could have a bone to pick with Kerr.
For anybody that says, yes, Steiny doesn't like Curry. Really?
He's the best thing to happen
Let me
to
tell
my
you how I'd
career.
like him a lot less is if he just played one and he were just a point guard.
I love Dame, but man.
cannot. Curry's ability to play off the ball is what he's all about.
Yeah. IQ second to none.
Austin in San Jose.
Best thing that happened to my career.
What's up, A? How you doing, bud?
Hey, guys. Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Welcome back from the Big Apple, man. I hope you had a good time.
I did, man. Glad to talk to you.
Steiny, yes, sir. Just to push back a little bit, Steiny. You and I know each other, but I think it is fair to question Steve Kerr without. I wouldn't say I'm a lunatic friend, but I'm definitely a lunatic at times, man. But some of those close games, decision making, I think that's where I would question Steve Kerr a little bit. Fair, unfair. When you're down, I was always told close games are usually lost by lack of coaching or mistakes in coaching. So, and we got a fair amount of close games this year that went the other way. So, I think the other part of it, the friends that would say, yeah, Steve Kerr's a great coach, but he also had great players. So, ever since he lost that core, it's been a little questionable, right? He hasn't been able to. He's slowly showing his ability to coach guys that aren't as good. But I think it's still open. I mean, this year he came back, but we need to see it. I mean, I think it's fair to question Steve Kerr overall. I don't think we should give him a blanket pass.
Listen,
you know what I mean? I don't think we should give him a blanket pass.
To me,
I think we should question it.
All right, fair enough, Austin. To me, there's a difference between questioning and thinking this guy can't coach. Yeah. Who do you think you are? Actually going out on a public forum, whether it's Twitter or just using your mouth and say, Steve Kerr's not a good coach.
Some have handles named after Kerr. Kerr K. Coach.
Wait. I just want to walk away. Yeah. But I can't. Because I want to punch him first, the people that say that. And you know what I'm saying?
What about Phil Jackson?
I don't think Frank Vogel's a great coach, but I'm not going to say he's a joke. And I mean, the guy's had winners in 2 places.
But there's more to coaching to me, Steiny, than X's and O's.
Okay, championships, right?
Right. And what Kerr did to maneuver with Green, KD, all that stuff counts. Some people think it's just you got to manage coach personalities and relationships.
Right, and that's what he's great at.
That's what I'm saying. Phil Jackson, too.
But the people who say he's not great at X's and O's are the same people that think Mark Jackson couldn't coach. So Kerr comes in here with a Mark Jackson coach team in 1 year. He flips their style of play, and they win it.
They win it all.
Steve Kerr went from, it's a make or miss league, to, actually if we get better shots, they have a better chance of going in. Out of here, Mark Jackson. I don't even want it. One of the things that really annoys me.
Oh, man.
There you go. All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation. Get off Steve Kerr. He's so little a part of this story. It's unbelievable. And if you thought the Warriors were going to be 43-18, despite the fact that Clay was going to miss over half the season and that Draymond Green was going to miss 30-ish games and James Wiseman wouldn't even be able to play and Andre Iguodala has been useless since the start of the year, you're lying. At 95.7 The Game.
Stock up on cooking essentials at Whole Foods Market. Take 25% off California.
7th a game.
Let's have a little quiz. Assuming you want to give some credit to just people. Who gets credit for turning the Warriors from an isolation team into a passing team?
Boy, that's a great question.
You already know my answer.
Who?
Steve Kerr.
Okay, Steve Kerr.
Hand down, man down.
And here, I'm gonna go to the.
Text
I'm
line?
gonna go. No, I'm actually going to my Twitter handle. Who benched Andre Iguodala for Harrison Barnes and created a spectacular sixth man in Iguodala?
That would be Miss Arizona.
Who took Andrew Bogut out of the starting lineup? What was it, against Cleveland one of those years? Or had him guard Tony Allen?
Kerr?
Steve Kerr. How's Kuminga come along his rookie year?
Phenomenal.
Does he get any Does Kerr get any credit for Kuminga?
All of it.
How about Wiggins becoming an all-star this year? Does he get any credit for that? Andrew Wiggins, now an all-star.
Yeah. Okay. You don't got... Hey.
Okay. How about before the last 5 games? How was Jordan Poole being developed?
Amazing.
Because people didn't think he was going to even be an NBA player 3 years from now.
Somebody
3 years ago.
To read it.
Yeah, go ahead. You read it.
650 Steinmetz. People are questioning some of Kerr's decision-making.
Give me one.
No one is saying he's not a good coach.
Well, there are people saying he's not a good coach.
Well, maybe Curry's minute usage. Like, remember how you said Curry does? I'm just, if he wants to play 38 kids,
nobody's mad at Kerr for playing Curry 36, 38 minutes. The people that are mad at Kerr are because he doesn't play him more and doesn't play him more on the ball.
They want the Harden usage.
Gordon's in Oakland. What's up, Gordon? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up,
Dynamite?
I was listening in my car, listening to all this stuff.
Yeah,
and,
all this stuff.
What
do you think?
I think that Kerr, he made it look too easy. That's really the problem. He's a good coach. He is.
Okay.
That wasn't the best, but I think people see the the success of the Warriors and stuff, and they're thinking, oh, he's got it easy,
Okay.
He just doesn't understand. They don't really understand, and they think it's all Curry,
Yeah, but I'm with you. There's so much more to coaching than.
Give it to
I should have had Peyton in at the end and not Steph. Really?
We played this
You
game.
can't trust your best player to stay with his man in the Denver game.
Well, and
best player.
And Indiana. Yeah.
Your best player. Yeah. Okay. And here's the other thing. Everybody that says Curry shouldn't have been is there anything that goes through your head that because Curry is your best player, you might want to keep him on the floor for the biggest possession defensively during a year when you're all saying it's the best defensive year of Curry's career? Okay, well, is it the best year of Curry's defensive career or not? Because if it is, then explain to me taking him off the floor in the fourth quarter. That's just the kind of stuff that I just think it's so easy to. I should have had Peyton in against the Nuggets. Okay, all right.
But we've done this last thing, Donnie. Give me a coach you would currently want. You're in the league that's available better than Kerr. And I've told you.
One more time?
Who is better than Kerr in the association now? And let me tell you, it ain't Pop.
It's a short list, whatever it is.
But it's Kerr, and I've told you that. That don't mean I agree with everything.
I mean, I'm not here to say Steve Kerr's the best coach in the league.
That's how I feel.
But I'll take him as my coach.
Yeah.
I mean, Spoelstra? Yeah. Spoelstra's got a longer track record than Kerr?
Well, Pop.
Pop? Okay, fine. That's two. Who else? Tyronn Lue? Mike Malone?
Frank Vogel.
Dude, is he getting fired? Dude, look at the Pelicans could be playing the Warriors first
Willie
round.
Green, he's better than Steve Kerr.
I like Willie Green.
He's better than Steve Kerr. You see how he's got that team playing.
They're about to be playing.
And he is just on the same page with C.J. McCollum.
Man.
Boy.
Where's Fat Boy? No, he ain't fat.
I don't think he can say
He's
that.
He's fat. Where is he?
Fat. He's getting into shape.
But with his own group.
He's getting ready for that playing game.
Dude, what if he came back? Hey, they got, baby Durant. I call Ingram that.
Who's that?
Hey, they got to watch out tomorrow, though. It's Fat Tuesday tomorrow, Steiny. Oh, boy. Zion. He must be a king down there on Fat Tuesday.
Where's he at?
Who?
Zion.
Bourbon Street, Goo. Come on.
Oh, my goodness.
He's working. Rick Carlisle's not a better coach than Steve Kerr.
But Carlisle's got some.
I am out on.
He's got some fans,
Mock Rivers. Rick Carlisle has some fans. How's he been doing the last 6 years? Dallas had their longest non-playoff streak with him.
While he's cold, it means but in his heyday, he should have had two.
He's really got Indiana. Although I guess Indiana's not very good.
But still.
That's right. Not his fault.
I just don't like Zion going 0 dark 30 on his own team. Did you hear him last night? I was on ESPN broadcast, and they were saying, he'll come back to the team after he works out with his team. What?
I got it.
What are we?
Listen, that's what you do with superstars.
Chuck Daly wouldn't have
played.
Not with Chuck Daly.
Oh, Chuck Daly let Rodman run roughshod over them. So did Phil Jackson.
Well, Rodman was still a baby then.
Okay, how about with Phil Jackson?
That time he went to casino during the playoffs. Remember the off day he went and gambled?
Did I hear that the Mavericks are in L.A. tomorrow? Do they play the Lakers or the Clippers tomorrow? I'll tell you what, I'm jumping on. I'd jump on the Lakers or the Clippers if that's true. Plus, I think it's Luka's birthday today or two, right?
You're right.
So it's Luka. Let's do it. It's Luka's birthday in L.A. after they came back from 21 down against the Golden State Warriors. I love whoever. I don't care if it's the Clippers or the Lakers tomorrow.
God, the Lakers are so bad, Steiny. They're awful.
Who is
I
Dallas?
would never put money on them at all the rest of the season.
But real quick, Spadoni, and I've been defending the Lakers, and I won't jump off yet. Until you get AD all the way back, then we can have the funeral.
But he's never healthy, Goo.
No, that's the only problem.
That's the thing. They're the Los Angeles Fakers from here on out, Steiny. All right?
He took that from somebody.
That's an original.
It's as old as dirt.
The Fakers.
That phrase.
As old as LeBron.
Hey, I want to shout out somebody, Steiny.
No.
Brooklyn Mail. He calls our show.
Who?
Brooklyn Mail. He's from Brooklyn.
Yeah. No,
dude,
you didn't
hit me up
see
and
him.
told me he told me where to go, and everywhere he told me to take my family.
Are you serious?
I felt like he was right there. Used to be an A&R for Puff Puff Daddy. He used to run with that. You know, like the help me out, Spadoni.
I have no idea.
Like when you're the man in front of the man. The promotion type
man?
team. Yeah, the front, yeah.
The hype man?
No.
Like Franco Finn?
No, the A&R. That's it. I'm losing points.
So let me ask you this, because how'd Brooklyn Mel get your number?
He hit me up on IG and said, Brooklyn Mel, when you come to New York, hit me with Carmine's, hit me with Joe's
Let me tell you
Pizza.
something about Brooklyn Mel. I like Brooklyn Mel.
Cheesecake. I forget the place.
People say I can't stand everybody. Not everybody. I like Brooklyn Mel.
Yeah, he called in.
I like Brooklyn Mel.
I said technology.
Talent scouter?
No,
you got people on the text line trying to help you out.
Is he like a producer? Is that what you're looking for?
No, A&R
is he a record rep?
Like P. Diddy has somebody like
artist
his
relations.
Assistant. Yeah, there it is.
So PR person.
Yeah, there you go. So he's a Raymond Renner for P. Diddy.
Well,
so I go, whatever. I told the wife.
Is he still working for him?
No, he ain't.
Why not?
But
Brooklyn?
I Googled him and he came up.
Why not Brooklyn Mel?
It looked like Biggie.
Talk to me about you and Diddy.
Right.
What happened?
I was saying send the car for the Johnsons.
Diddy said you're not promoting me like you should be.
No, I think he retired. Yeah, he was puff.
Eddie's in Vallejo. Wants to talk about Kerr's decision making. What's up,
A&R?
Eddie? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, good. What's happening, guys? Hey, I just wanted to say, man, I've always viewed Kerr. Kerr's always been a position player. He's known for putting defensive players last 3 seconds or putting in Curry for the last 3 seconds. So I just see this as picking and choosing during the regular season. So when we get to the offs, he knows who he can stick in, right? He plays the game based off personnel who's on there, but he's also looking at the time. So he's not afraid to put people in. And just to say that Curry's having his best defensive year doesn't mean that he was the right matchup for that game situation.
Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
Isn't it amazing? Just what question do you think Steve Kerr has that has not been asked? He knows about his team. Now, Jordan Poole, it's, oh my gosh. Right now it's ugly. But Steiny, he knows the offs are around the corner. And that's why I can't wait for Dre to come back. And I'm sure hope Clay comes back tomorrow in Minnesota.
I wonder if we know if he got on that plane. Because they got to fly to Minnesota today. Right. They can't fly there tomorrow. I got to believe he's on the plane. Hey, what's going on with Jordan Poole?
He just wasn't having a great night, so I decided to go a different direction.
There's a couple good pieces of sound here. Okay.
Man, Curry being team leader, though. Going to talk to the youngster. Get his head right.
When did you hear that, by the way?
It's on Athletic. NBC Sports Bay Area.
Oh, the quote we played about Curry.
Yeah. Said he went up and talked to him. So he saw the word.
Wait, was he on The
engage.
Athletic or NBC Sports Bay Area? Those are two different things.
NBC Sports Bay Area. I'm reading it right now. Did I say Athletic?
Yes.
My bad.
Read it to me.
Well, my
or is it the quote you read to me?
It was the quote that you cut me off. I'm not reading. I'm not.
No, but hold on. Now, that was a good. I would expect anybody to cut me off.
Yeah. But
when you can hear from the horse's mouth. All right, let's listen to it again. I'm gonna break this down. Curry on what Poole needs to focus on.
I mean, he's been asked to do a lot of different things this year, and he's still, coming into his own as an experienced player that has had some success, has had some, some struggles, but honestly, he just making sure he's engaged. That's the biggest thing. No matter, again, if he's making shots or not, or how many minutes he's playing, just making sure he's engaged on both ends, because he's going to help us. He's going to help us win games when it matters. And for him to be who he wants to be in this league, I think he has to have a little bit of versatility in terms of being able to play, different styles and, sometimes start, sometimes off the bench, sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes 15. Like, you got to be able to, be yourself through all of those kind of situations. At some point we all kind of go through that. So I think he's built for it. He's going to have something to show for it.
I did not hear Curry say he's been talking to Poole on that quote.
Yeah, he said that's what he told them.
When?
That's how I read it right here. I'm bringing it up.
Maybe I missed
And
something.
the title of the thing is Curry talking to Poole. And then what was said? Hold on. Steph offers Poole advice and struggles.
Oh, from the podium. Is that? Are they saying he offered it from the podium? Like that was it?
Oh,
because I don't consider that. I don't consider that talking to Jordan Poole. But
I
maybe
assumed what I read was in person. Oh, you're saying he did that from
I think maybe
afar.
that was it.
Oh, no. Oh, man, you might be right.
He basically, I'll tell you what, Steph Curry is a genius.
So somebody asked him about it.
Here's why Curry's a genius, because if you listen to that quote, he's basically saying Jordan's got to suck it up. And he's got to figure out a way to do it with 15 minutes or 30 minutes, whether he's coming off the bench or whether he's starting, whether he's getting 15 shots or whether he's getting 7. And then he's built for that. He's just got a way of saying something. But he
saw what you saw last night. Engage means you got to act like, I can't wait to see how this plays. And I'm rooting for the kid, but Jordan, you got to ball out. And you're not real quick. You're not concerned about Wiggins in the least bit. He's not the same Wiggins since Clay's come back.
He's not gonna be.
Ooh,
he's not gonna be. How can he be? Clay's taking the shots. Clay's taking the shots away. The question is, can he go? Can he have instead of 7 for 17? Can he have some 6 for 11s?
Well, last night, they kind of, wink, wink, asked Wiggins to bail him out, and Steiny Dallas was playing physical, and there was no, Clay's taking my shots. It was a smorgasbord. Go get him. And he couldn't. The 3 that went over the rim reminded me of the Memphis playing game last year. You know, it's around 3 times I went on the top.
And this is the other thing, and I don't harp on the negative, but
they lost.
Wiggins is having a great year. He became an all-star.
All right.
For whatever reason.
Gotcha.
Okay, well, let me tell you, there's a lot of levels above being an all-star, and one is being a good player in the playoffs, and we have no idea. We have no idea how Wiggins.
Peyton,
what if that is Wiggins?
No doubt.
What if that is Wiggins?
That's
in the
why I'm
postseason?
nervous.
Coach in Vallejo, what's up, Coach? How you doing, buddy?
Hey guys, how you doing? I enjoy the subject matter, and
thanks.
One of the things I think hasn't been mentioned is that about a week ago, Curry was talking about defense and how they need to stop the point of attack from going inside and, making Looney vulnerable. Now, your ball handler point guard, that is where Poole is the weakest at, and that's the reason why Kerr has said he's going to have to start Payton and he has to start Moody because he has to stop that penetration. Poole is a one-trick pony. I mean, every team has a guy that comes in and throws up shots and makes about 30% of them. So Poole is nothing special. If Poole wants to play, he has to be able to play some defense. So I think, and he's physically, and I've said this before, Poole is physically weak, okay? He's very soft. He falls on the ground every time he drives. He can't hold up under defensive pressure. Peyton is like half his size, and he's like a little man out there. You can't push him around. So that's where Jordan Poole's biggest weakness is. He can't play any defense, and Kerr knows that what he may lack of scoring from Payton, he more than makes up for it on defense, playing Payton and Moody instead of Poole.
Appreciate the call.
Wow, not a ringing endorsement.
You know what else he does, as long as we're picking on Poole?
I'm not.
He dribbles too much without going anywhere. He's a ball stopper. Still have a ball stopper. Not like Kobe. Kobe.
Well, I'd like to hear that, but
Kobe.
Kobe. But he's got some Fred Astaire in him, Steiny.
Who's that?
Jordan Poole. His footwork. Remember we talked about it? You said doing a
that
lot.
puts points on the board.
Going nowhere.
Fellas, this is true. Fellas, Dallas is a good defensive team. They're the best team defensively since January 2022.
That has been documented, Steiny, when they beat the Warriors in Dallas a few months back. I just can't get over the game's on right now. They were down 11. You're at home. It's Steph. Your name is on the marquee. It's the Dubs. It's Wiggins. It's
when are you
Poole.
going to realize the magic's over?
Maybe that. I need a double. Maybe not until the playoffs.
You know what? I'm kind of kidding with that.
Because Oracle's magic took a hit last night when people can feel like they could come back in your building and do what Denver did. But we wrote that off as, it's the game before, the All-Star break. And I'm going to say this, and I haven't said it all day, and I mean it. We're running out of time for the one solution to be, when Draymond comes back.
Please stop it. You know when he's coming back. He's coming back in mid-March. If he doesn't come back in mid-March, go get worried. He has addressed this before saying, what do you, like,
what if it's bigger than Dre is what I'm saying. I'm saying Dre could come back and be Dre, 110. What if it's bigger than just him coming back? And I'm going to say this to you, Steiny. He was on the court last year when they lost to Memphis.
All right. 43-18.
Because we're just, Dre comes back, everything's fixed. I hope that's the case, but what if it's bigger than Dre?
I don't know. He needs to do that to Wiggins again, according to the 925 again, because Wiggins is.
Well, he wasn't bad last night. Steiny, he was okay. I get
but here's
where
the
you're going.
thing. Here's the thing.
What did
he finish with?
18.
Okay, can you remember any of the 18?
No, I can't. I can remember 3 misses in crunch time, the turnaround.
That's what I mean.
The 3 to hit the top of the backboard.
Just because a guy gets 15,
I understand.
It doesn't matter.
Right.
It's got Luka Doncic stunk until he didn't, and then he was the best player on the floor, they couldn't do anything.
They went on a run, and it was just like, where's the scoring? Who turned off the faucet?
Relax. The Warriors are going to the playoffs. It's already a productive season. Chill out, Guru. I like that. They are going to the postseason. Not only are they going to the postseason, they're going to have home court in the first round. So they're already ahead of where most people thought they were going to be, even if they go 500 the rest of the way. I do bet. Okay. You know what? Let me tell you, I would bet on Memphis finishing second to the Warriors.
Dude, what is it, a game and a half back?
Yep.
Let me ask you this. AD comes back. Would you rather them be the opponent for the
AD?
Lakers? AD. Anthony Davis. Or would you rather them play a young Pelican team?
They're going to be – it doesn't matter. We're still talking about
LeBron
garbage 8 seeds. You're asking me about 2 teams that are 5 or 6 games under 500? Come on.
I'd rather it be New Orleans.
I'd rather it be the Lakers to put them out of their misery.
Because it is miserable.
Is there any team out there other than the Cowboys that gets talked about more than they deserve?
Wow.
Well, yeah, the Yankees and Red Sox too.
They won a chip in the last.
The way that the Warriors are playing, I wouldn't be surprised if they're out in the first round. I'll take that bet.
Yes. Who typed that?
Well, you're worried. You're worried about the Lakers.
Well, I've always been. I just respect. 2 years ago, they won the chip.
Mm-hmm.
Westbrook is bad. Yeah.
It's your guy.
He didn't do it today. It's my first day back.
Do what?
How much time we got, Spino?
It's still early. Oh, no, we're getting there.
It's getting there.
How much time we got, Spino? I knew because I knew he wasn't on the mic.
2.5.
Oh, we got it.
Let's get
Jim
it
Barnett, 5 o'clock with Whitey and Ratto.
Okay.
Oh, my boy, Whitey.
Let's tell you what. Let me give some help some Warrior fans out there.
You've been doing it today.
Stop looking at Steve Kerr. He ain't the problem. All right. They've got about 30 problems, just like every other NBA team has right now.
Kerr ain't one of them.
2 of their best players are not playing. That's just the bottom line.
When you say that just right.
So what you're saying, Steiny, is we got to start looking to Bob Myers. We got to stop looking higher.
Myers on fire.
You mean for somebody to blame? Yeah. Oh, no, it's got to blame Curry.
Oh, okay.
I look at you.
Curry's always at the top of the list. No.
Oh, man.
I know, that bothers you. Even when I say it kiddingly, it bothers you.
No, it's funny that you think it does.
11 for 25, 3 for 10.
Kobe! The All-Star game, I thought he was fixed.
Yeah.
Dude, they're guarding him, too. Everywhere he goes, there's 2 people running at him. Trees.
You know what's going to happen? And sometimes this is the way it goes full circle. All these people that, who don't know anything and are blaming Kerr and he stinks, and they're going to get me rooting for the Warriors. I'll tell you what, I'm going to start becoming a Steve
Monte
Kerr
saw you
fan.
clapping at the game, remember?
That was a great fast break.
Oh.
Go out and get Marcus Gasol from the buyout market. Make sure he brings his crutches along, too.
And Kane.
Marcus Gasol. All right, how much we got here, Spino?
Got 50 seconds.
God, I wish today were Friday.
Now, damn. My first day back. I didn't listen to you the whole time. My calling was bad. I apologize.
Yeah, it was terrible. Why didn't you just call from the hotel room?
No,
Were you in the hotel room?
I was in the gym. It didn't have to. You didn't have to say terrible.
Who's the only guy I know that goes on a vacation?
You would have never called me on vacation.
Never, ever. I mean, should I have?
You
I don't know what you
summons
mean.
me, and I'm trying to be a team player. Get Spadoni talking about me in front of my daughter. I don't think you know there is that.
So everybody had the Statue of Liberty. Some people had Empire State Building, Central Park. Nobody had 24-hour fitness.
No, I was
apparently.
right.
Hey, we got to go. Look, you know who's coming up there.
How will the Dubs bounce back from their ghastly loss to the Mavericks?
No good. Jammed home by Wiggins. He came down the lane and threw it down with one hand.
Warriors.
Goes up and dunked it over Towns.
Timberwolves.
Edwards, he'll fire for three. He's got it.
Tomorrow at 5. Pre-game at 3:30.
Yep.
Only on 95.7 The Game.
O'Reilly.
Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get up to a $15 gift card after a mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power, performance, and reliability your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are designed for lasting performance and consistent starts. Turn the key with confidence. Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
To learn more about our programs and to donate, visit us online at carsforkids.com. Remember, that's cars with a K. Pickup is quick and easy. You'll also get a vacation voucher and maximum tax deduction.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Stop by Church's for the high-flying flavor combination of our Texas tenders and shrimp meal today. It's butterfly shrimp alongside made-from-scratch Texas tenders, served spicy or original for $6. Church's, welcome to the great state of flavor. Offer valid at participating locations.
Football is back, and there's a new cat in town, the Bay Area Panthers. The Panthers kick off their Indoor Football League first home game at SAP Monday, March 21st against the San Diego Strike Force at SAP in San Jose. Tickets on sale now at BayAreaPanthers.com.
Welcome back. Today, our question is for all our listeners out there. Which internet provider has the fastest top speeds? Is it A, Xfinity? There is only one answer, and it's the right one. A, Xfinity. That's right, Xfinity has the fastest top speeds. Plus, gig speed Wi-Fi on the largest gig speed network.
I love this show!
Restrictions apply. Gig speed Wi-Fi requires gigabit internet and compatible X-Fi gateway. Actual speeds vary.
If you're looking to save on car insurance, do it the smarter way. Way.com, the #1 ranked auto insurance app.
My boyfriend told me I should try Way.com for my car insurance. I'm now saving over $900 a year. And for once, I'm actually glad I listened to him. Just don't tell him I said that.
Download the Way.com app now to get your free auto insurance quote in under 30 seconds. The team at Way.com works with hundreds of insurance carriers to get you the best rates, so you'll never overpay for insurance again. Way.com, the #1 rated auto insurance app. Start saving with Way today.
30 years ago in the Brooklyn neighborhood of Crown Heights, a car accident set off 4 days of unrest. 2 people died, hundreds were arrested. I'm Collier Meyerson, and my new show, Love Thy Neighbor, explores what came to be known as the Crown Heights Riot. It's a story about New York's first black mayor, the rise of Rudy Giuliani, and the Lubavitch Jewish and Caribbean communities sitting at the center of it all. You can listen to new episodes of Love Thy Neighbor every week wherever you listen, or you can binge the entire series exclusively on Odyssey.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Dealing with ED is difficult enough, but the pressure of not satisfying your partner makes it even worse. ED can be tough on a relationship. But at HIMSS, you can contact a medical provider online and, if appropriate, get the prescription medication that treats ED at affordable prices. HIMSS ED medication has the same active ingredients as Viagra, But because it's generic, you pay 90% less. That's right, 90% less. A whole month's supply is just $30, and it's sent right to your home for free in discreet packaging. Hims offers the same medication you'd get from your doctor, but without the copay, expensive appointments, or awkward face-to-face conversations. And with Hims, every online visit is free, and your relationship right back on track. For a free online consultation, go to forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free visit. forhims.com/joy.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, happy Monday if such a thing is possible after that Warrior collapse last night. In for Damon once again, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason. Thrilled to be with Ray Ratto. Thrilled to have you with us today. All the good feelings that came, Ray, from that Portland win. You know, the Warriors had limped into the break. They dragged a lot of ill will into the break, and then they come out, they beat Portland, and a lot of that ill will came bubbling back to the surface last night with the Warriors, as you well know, blowing a late lead and falling to Luka and the Dallas Mavericks, 107-101. I don't like Luka. I don't like the Mavericks. I didn't like the way the Warriors collapsed last night.
Okay. You do know, though, that every team has a couple of those a year.
Yeah, it just seems like it's a little bit troubling, even though you've got, I know Draymond's out and Clay didn't play last night because he's got general illness, and you got no Iguodala. I know all that. But you lost a home game to the Nuggets where you had a 16-point lead in the third quarter, and then you had that lead last night. That game was done. That game was, you play halfway decently at either end down the stretch. Halfway decently at either end down the stretch, you win that game. So, yeah, I know they're shorthanded. I know these things happen. But what happened last night, Ray, shorthanded or not, that should not happen. You shouldn't blow a game like that.
No, but teams do it, though, because 82 games is a lot of games to pay attention. And I realize that's not what people want to hear, but that's the nature of it. I mean, I think if you want to try to point to that and go, oh, this is worrisome, you might want to reconsider the notion that people have in their heads that the Warriors are a great basketball team. They're not. They're good.
You mean right now?
I mean
we know
for
right
the year.
Okay, because you want to be great, and you still think you can be great when you get Draymond back. Going back to that Denver loss, when pardon me, Ray, but when Denver beat the Warriors, one of my first thoughts was, well, this is not a championship team, and then of course they're not. With Draymond there, they're not a championship team. I know we debated that last week, but I think in general we agree with that. But some of the things that happened last night as they blew that lead, those are things that are troubling going forward. And then you just take the fact that, as you know, you could have gained ground on Phoenix because Phoenix has lost 2 in a row, and you could have held ground against the Grizzlies, who had a big win the night before. So a troubling loss, but also a loss that could end up being costly with the playoffs looming.
They're not catching Phoenix. Just get off.
Not
that
after last night, they're not.
Well, they weren't going to catch them anyway. I mean, Phoenix is better.
Yeah, but they're
if you have a concern, and you're entitled to have as many concerns as you want.
You're not
to
concerned. You're not even concerned.
Couldn't be less bothered either way. 1, I don't work for the Warriors. 2, I don't have any stock in the Warriors. 3, the Warriors are on their own. So, no, I don't have any. I mean, and anybody who does have concern about the Warriors, if they're not materially tied to the team, either financially or through blood, calm down.
Calm down. Yeah, it's Damon and Ratto, Whitey and for Damon. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. On the text line here, Comcast Business Text Line, always open. Your texts and calls are always welcome.
But by you.
Always.
Make it clear.
By me.
By you.
By Lucas, by Mark Randy, by everybody here at 95.7 The Game. 209.
Except.
Nice comments here. Whitey, love you, but is D. Bruce okay? Yeah, he's supposed to be back. I believe it's Thursday. Damon will be back. Okay, so yeah, I understand, this business being what it is. So somebody hadn't been here a while. Damon will be back. Everything's fine. He'll be back on Thursday. I trust he's had a wonderful, wonderful vacation, is having one. And I'm having a blast filling in for him. So it's just that right now, Ray and I are not seeing eye to eye on this. From the 925, what does it matter to be 1 or 2 seed? They won the chip as a 2 seed, didn't they? Great point, but right now...
no, they didn't.
The 3 seed is in play. And that would be problematic. Huge difference between being the 2 seed, and I know we're getting ahead of ourselves, but that's one of the things that makes that loss last night a little worrisome, right? If you're a 2 seed, you get to play one of the teams from the play-in. If you're a 3 seed, you're looking at maybe Denver, maybe that Dallas team again. You made the point last week. You desperately want to avoid that if you can, and you can't avoid it if you have collapses like you did last night, so not a good sign.
I don't think it's a sign of anything. I think it's a thing that happened, and the Warriors should not feel happy about that.
Isn't it a thing that happened again, Ray? To me, it clearly is.
Well, but do you think those 2 events are suddenly a trend that they're going to have to deal with the rest of the year? Because I don't.
Losing home games that they should win is a troubling trend, yeah, to the Knicks and then to Denver and then last night.
I mean, look, the Knicks stink, but they've still got 20-something wins. So 20 times somebody has failed. No, I don't. No, here's my position.
Okay.
Blowing a 19-point lead is not good, but it's game 61. And there's still 21 more of these before you even start the playoffs. You don't even ramp up for the playoffs until game 70. So, if they were doing this in game 76 and it was a must-win game, then yeah, you could make a case for that. This one is largely a nothing burger. I know that it is the job of people in our industry.
I'm flabbergasted. Pardon me, with a capital F.
Okay.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, I realize we're supposed to react to every game as though it is suddenly proof of something that's going to last forever. But these games are isolated incidents.
For one thing, it's difficult, if not impossible right now, to ramp up for the postseason. And I agree with you. It's a little early for that. They can't do it because they just don't have everybody available. And that's one of the things and that's a problem. And that had something to do with the loss last night, but still, when's Draymond coming back? We got at least some good news on Draymond over the weekend, which we'll get to, but still, we don't know when he's coming back. And it's so hard for Steve Kerr right now and his staff to figure out what are the best combinations when we don't have all of our guys, which is also, I think, wearing some people down. The Warriors, even though they just had the break, they looked really tired going into the break. And I think coming out last night, the Warriors looked tired. It's understandable, but it's a little unsettling. You don't think that team looked tired? Steph looks exhausted last night, playing his 38 minutes.
They had the All-Star break a week ago. I didn't see them being tired. I think they thought this game was won before it was won. And that will happen on occasion. Do I think it's a statement of their character as a team? No. But, they don't get to feel good about last night. I'm not disputing that. But I don't think it's a long-term harbinger of anything.
Well, it's a good point you make. Now they go back out onto the road, so that loss is even more unsettling. Good point there, Ray. 888-957-9570. Yeah, I know you didn't say that. I'm kidding. I know you didn't say that. Hey,
don't get defensive.
Hey, well, I'm just trying to be fair and balanced here. I don't want to get off on the wrong foot with you. It's only 3:08. Hey, Whitey Kevin, last night's loss was like the typical Bay Area earthquake. You open your one eye to it, then go back to sleep. Nothing to see here. Maybe, I hope you're right, but I have the nagging suspicion you're not. From the 650, we just laid an egg. Let's talk to Dave in Fremont.
Wait, who's this guy who said we?
Well, someone who just is, big fan, right? They didn't put.
He's not a we.
Yeah, we'll allow it, right? I'll allow it. You're a big fan.
Of course you will.
Yeah,
of course you will. Because you think these people have value.
Dave in Fremont has value. He joins us on 95.7 The Game. What's up, Dave?
Hey, I have some value. I'm a listener.
Thank you. Absolutely do. A lot of value.
Hey, guys, the only thing that's disturbing about this, guys, is the fact that it's kind of reminiscent of last season. This is how we just missed things, right? So, patterns. I always believe that every game is a dress rehearsal for the championship, right? Mentally, physically, you can't let down like that. And, you got guys just kind of reaching for the ball. They lacked focus, the focus factor. And Ray, yeah, you're right. It is kind of a long season and that kind of stuff, but you got to slap yourself in the face and go, dude, we cannot afford to lose focus in the waning moments when we are in total control of the game. You can't let go of the rope. That doesn't cut it. So I know that's how I feel today, gentlemen.
Thank you, Dave.
For putting it out there.
Yeah, appreciate the call. Thanks for listening. To Dave's point, even Coach Kerr said the Warriors did not maintain their grit. That's how the coach said it. It's a bad thing. And I know, Ray, the whole excuse, you haven't made it. I know some have thrown it around. I'm not accusing you directly necessarily of making this excuse, but, it's a dog days. It's tough this time of year. No, you had a win last night. Sometimes a team comes out on the road and they're flat. The whole night's not their night. But you had that game, and that's the discouraging thing, if not a disturbing thing, to blow a lead late against Denver. It's a game that, wow, they thought they had it. You need some of these games here. I know you want to get healthy. That's the main thing. But you look at the playoff standings, to Dave's point, the fact you're trying to hold off Memphis, it'd be nice to narrow the gap with the Suns. You're right, that's probably unrealistic. But these narrow losses, couple games here in a row at home where you probably should have won, that's a disturbing trend.
I don't find it either disturbing or a trend. I think it is normal for even the best teams to do this every once in a while.
Suns don't do it.
Really?
No, not.
Did you notice what their score was the other night?
Well, when Chris Paul got hurt. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, then why aren't you applying that same logic here?
That was on the road, and they barely lost to Utah. And the Warriors are losing home games that they have all but in the refrigerators, chicken.
And Utah is barely ahead of Dallas. So, stuff like that happens when you play a good team and you're not at 100%.
Mm-hmm. I don't think this does. It's one thing, like I say, the loss, using that example, the Suns had a tight game with Utah and they lost. The Warriors had Dallas finished. Luka was terrible in the first half. The Warriors had the game all but won. Again, you play halfway decently at either end, and you win a game, and that would have been a very nice win. And the Denver win would have been a very nice win, and you've lost those 2 games in a row. At the very least, it's extremely frustrating, and to me, it's just not something that you can say, it happens, it's the NBA, it happens. Not to a team that wants to win a championship.
Well, it does happen to teams who want to win championships. This is not an extraordinary event in the history of the NBA by any means. If you see this again in a week and then again 4 days after, then maybe you've got something. But again, they're playing shorthanded, and it's game 61. They're not yet in playoff mode. I mean, Again, it's not ideal, but I don't think it's a potential disaster.
888-957-9570. Are you worried about the loss last night as I am, or is Ray right? You know what? Yeah, you don't want to see that, but it's a play on. What do you think? What do you make of it? 888-957-9570. That's coming up along with a look at some of the big picture concerns that emerged last night. Maybe there are easy fixes to them. That's up next year. We are sponsored, by the way, by Outdoor Supply Hardware. This is Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon today. 95.7 The Game.
Buy a bucket, save a load. This weekend, only at Outdoor Supply Hardware. Saturday and Sunday, buy an Osh 5-gallon bucket for $5.99 and save 10% off regular price items that fit inside. Offer good in store only March 5th and 6th. Some exclusions may apply. See cashier for details.
Has this ever happened to you? I wasn't feeling so great, so I searched my symptoms on Google, and now I'm being followed by really uncomfortable ads. I hate feeling like my personal information is being bought and sold. I got DuckDuckGo and saw a difference right away. With one download, you can
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Whitey in for Damon. Boy, do I have egg on my face, which is not a good thing when you're on Twitch and YouTube as we are here. Because I said earlier, Ray, we were talking about how you said, well, other teams don't lose games like this. I mentioned the Suns, and you said they just lost. And I said, well, it was a road loss for them. But to your point, and Alameda Dave, a number of people pointing out, that's actually a home game for the Suns. So my apologies. That Suns loss to Utah, that was actually a home game for the Suns. But the Warriors, then they had a chance to creep up a little closer to the Suns last night. They lose that game. They blow a lead to the Dallas Mavericks, 107-101. By the way, if you're looking for all the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game, text
all Whitey at home.
Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcasts. From the 650, Warriors need to make their free throws in caps. They were 12 for 20. That's the difference in the game. It's a good point. Warriors have not been making their free throws. Wiggins last night was 2 for 5. My goodness, only got to the line 20 times. Not shooting well from the old charity stripe there, Ray. Kevon Looney 0 for 3. Hack-a-Looney, is that going to be a thing again?
You keep wanting it to be. I'll give you that.
I just wanted to say that. I apologize.
Yeah. No, they're a better free throw shooting team than that.
They have to be. They better be.
Well, but they are. I mean, they had a bad night in general. They didn't shoot well in general. It was a very forgettable evening.
If you look
at their, you should probably forget the evening.
If you look at their rankings, pardon me, I mean they're underachieving from the foul line and they're trending in the wrong direction. And Bob Fitzgerald's made this point: you want to win a championship, you got to make more of your free throws, especially when you have Steph and you have Poole on your team, because they're elite foul shooters. 888-957-9570. Chris joins us from Oakland, 95.7 The Game. Chris, what do you think? Ray says, you know what, bad loss, no big deal. I'm saying this is a disturbing trend here. Which way do you see it?
You know, I think it's always, whether it's win or lose, the thing that's been bothering me is the bad habits that they're maintaining and that they can't carry into a postseason. The early fouls, the ridiculous amount of early fouls, the one-handed loose passes, the reach-ins. You guys know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. They do get a little loosey-goosey with the ball, although last night there were some positive signs, Ray. They only had 10 turnovers last night, but they do, when they're not playing badly, they look a little unfocused. That's basketball, not making free throws, too many turnovers, too many fouls. Last night was just a matter of not playing defense and then having the offense really bogged down in that fourth quarter. And one of the things that was a little worrisome is the way Dallas down the stretch, once Luka came back in, they went right after Steph Curry.
Well, because that's what you do. You know? Three of their four best defenders are not in uniform. You have to attack somebody. You attack Curry for two reasons. One, he's only an okay defender. And two, if you get him in foul trouble, that puts you in an even better position. Absolutely, they attack Curry. I mean, that just...
You don't think he looks a little weary? And again, it's certainly understandable that he would be. But to me, he looks, especially late in the game, just flat worn down.
I don't, because he had a week off like everybody else.
Did he, though? Playing in the All-Star game and everything?
Yeah, that must have been exhausting, just taking set shots.
Well, he scored 50. I mean, it wasn't like he had the whole weekend. I don't know, he just looks tired to me. Playing 38 minutes last night when they brought him back in, and down the stretch you could see that he realized, all right, they're going to have to get on my back here. I'm going to have to carry us over the threshold offensively, and he just wasn't capable of doing it.
Maybe it bothers you that he can't do that at will the way he used to.
It doesn't bother me, but I think it's something that has been an issue this year because last night, where was the help he needed? You need in a game like that, I think we know this, you need Wiggins and Poole to help offensively when you're shorthanded, when you don't have Clay. Wiggins last night was okay. You'd like to see him be a little more impactful, but he was all right. And Jordan Poole last night was not to be seen.
Oh, no, we saw him.
I didn't see his jump shot.
Yeah, you did. You saw it 7 times.
Mm-hmm. Didn't see him make any baskets. Let me put it that way. Let's see you get out of that one.
No, that's true. I thought I'd essentially guide you to where you wanted to go there.
Okay.
Kuminga wasn't very good.
Terrible. And I love Kuminga, and he's great, but he was awful last night.
And Wiggins is Wiggins. I don't look at him as a guy who has to suddenly step up and get 25. That's not who he is.
But it's nice to have a guy who can do that. You go back early in the year when they played at Detroit, and those two guys actually came through. Poole and Wiggins did just that. And in a game like last night, they kind of need that from them sometimes because there's nobody else that can do that.
But the sense I got was not that anybody was tired, but that Kerr was looking for guys to play well. And he had a very limited choice last night. That Peyton was okay. Wiggins
had his moments.
Was fine. Curry, other than not being very good from beyond the arc again, was perfectly useful. But everybody else,
the bench was not good last night, Ray.
No, the bench was
strength in numbers took a blow last night.
Yeah, no, at some point, things like that are going to show, especially against a good team like Dallas. Dallas is nobody's slouch. And now that Luka Doncic is no longer fat, he's become an impactful player again.
He was a turnover machine. He was terrible in the first half, and the Warriors
were not
able to take advantage. The Warriors let them back in the game. And when Dallas made their run in the fourth quarter, when they first started making that run, it was Dinwiddie, and Luka wasn't even on the floor.
How did he play when you take in the whole night?
When he came back in, then he took over the game.
Then there you go.
Mm-hmm.
Just nobody has to play 36 exemplary minutes of basketball.
True, but here's my point, Ray. When Luka comes into chase and he's not playing well and you have a big lead, that's a golden opportunity. And then you left the door open for him to step back through and put on his cape and play better again. You had an opportunity to win that game that he gave you by playing so poorly. Some of that you forced on him, and then you squandered that opportunity. Anyway, here's Coach Kerr. Coach Kerr, I think, is seeing it the way you're seeing it. Coach Kerr says in some ways you go through a loss like that, it can actually be good for the team.
I think it's actually good to go through and feel it because this is what it feels like in the playoffs. This is what it feels like when you're playing against a really good team, and the game's never over. That's why we stress all the details we do, over and over again. That's why we practice everything we practice. We made so many mental mistakes, fouling on, coming from the wrong places to foul, not being at the rim in rotation when they went small. Our defense kind of broke down, and then we let that affect our offense. So we have to learn from that and grow from it for sure.
Yeah, today Luka's birthday. Happy birthday. And the Warriors gave him a game last night. And Lucas points out it's the day before Fat Tuesday, but I'm not going there because I don't think we need to. But Steve Kerr just said many of the same things our caller did at 888-957-9570. Bad, sloppy habits by the Warriors. Let Dallas back in there. I appreciate what Coach Kerr's trying to do. You lose a game, try to find something positive in there, but that sounds like, a bit of a stretch to me. Well, it's good you lose a game like this, you find something positive because that's what it's like in the playoffs.
No, he's not finding something positive, except that he gets to yell at them about it today. He gets to say, this is what happens when you guys donkey around. Coaches...
They did. We agree on that. They donkeyed around last night. I agree with you.
I'm not saying they didn't. I'm just saying this is not anything that you sit there and pull your hair out in clumps about. Coaches love it when their team sucks. Especially when it's a good team that sucks. Because then they get to yell at them. And one of the things coaches need every once in a while is the ability to yell at a good team. Because otherwise... they'll start thinking, oh my God, they're getting sloppy. They're getting, So they love when a team mails in a fourth quarter like they did. So that's what Kerr is saying.
You're saying, wait, coaches love that?
Yes, because they like to be able to rub their noses in it the next day. So this is what happens when you don't do what we tell you. They love that. He
didn't seem like he was having the best of times last night to me.
No, but the quote you pulled out was him saying, yeah, these could be good for you. And when he says they're good for you, it means they're good for me because, I didn't like what they did, and now I get to show them video that shows what they did.
Here's Steve Kerr on what happened in that faithful fourth quarter.
We kind of lost our spirit and our energy when they made that push. I thought we closed the third quarter pretty strong. They had made a good run, and then we closed the quarter strong and went into the fourth with a 14-point lead. But we did not sort of maintain our grit coming down the stretch. I thought we just kind of let the momentum get away from us. And, Dallas had all the momentum and they were jumping around on their bench, and, our guys were kind of hanging their heads, and it's a good lesson for us. We've got to understand this is NBA games turn, on a dime. I mean, it happens quickly, and you got to be able to withstand that. And we can't just say, well, when Draymond and Andre are back, we'll be better. It doesn't matter who's out there. We've got to do a better job of executing under pressure and maintaining confidence.
We're doing an autopsy here on what happened to the Warriors last night. It's Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon. We're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. What I really appreciate about what Coach Kerr said right there is, hey, it doesn't matter who's not here. You can't make those excuses. And the Warriors had a really good opportunity last night that they squandered, and that's unfortunate when you're shorthanded, playing a good team, and you've got the game, and all right, we narrow the gap with Phoenix a little bit, as I said, and we're maintaining our lead over the Memphis Grizzlies, and then you don't win that game. That is an opportunity lost. And so that's why I'm not seeing it as, these things happen. Shorthanded, like you had that game. That would have been a significant win. And now you've got a trend here of losing games when you were leading them at home as you go out onto the road. That's not a good thing.
But it's not the panic button you want it to be either. It's just, they played poorly in the fourth quarter. They allowed a team that they had beaten to shoot 63% in the fourth quarter. I mean, that's pretty condemnatory. But the truth is, this happens to everybody. And if you want to say that this is a trend, then you're going to have to show me more games like this. Because losing to the Knicks, that happens.
I hope I don't have to.
Well, why do you care? You don't own stock.
Losing to the Knicks happens? Losing a home game to the Knicks happens? I mean,
do you want me to look and see what the Knicks record is on the road? It's happened more than once. I'm quite sure of it. I mean, stuff happens. I mean, it's, again, when it's game 61, nothing is to be established. All right? It's just, it's one more game that's too far from the playoffs for it to mean anything. And it's just far enough past, when they were playing well that you forget that for the most part, they've played well. If you're looking for a negative statistic that you can hang your hat on, I believe they're 15-12 in games that Draymond Green hasn't played. That would make them the 7 seed. People don't want to think of them as being one injury away from being a 7 seed, but they kind of are.
888-957-9570, Comcast Business Text Line. Always open. Ray says, you know what? It happens. Don't get carried away. Don't get carried away, Whitey. What did you say? I'm looking for the panic button. I'm not looking for the panic button, but I do think that's an unfortunate loss and another bad loss in a series here of bad home losses, and you're going out on the road. So which way are you seeing it? 888-957-9570 on the text line here from the 650. Wiggins is an all-star. He needs to be held to a higher standard. Why can't he score more than 18? It should be around 25. Also missing more free throws and making them, for example. Wiggins was okay last night, and he did seem aware. I'll give him this. During that stretch, that long stretch, what was it, 28-3 or whatever it was, he seemed to recognize, we need to score, and I'm one of the people that needs to take the ball at the basket. So he didn't have a great game, but he recognized that. He wasn't bad. Jordan Poole, to me, was more worrisome than Andrew Wiggins, because Poole seems like he's struggling with his role coming off the bench, and last night he didn't help at all on the night when the Warriors really needed some offense.
And yet Thompson wasn't playing or even dressed, so there's no excuse for that except that sometimes shooters have rotten nights. And he had a rotten night.
And Poole is never going to be Clay or Steph. Splash Brothers, great elite shooters. Poole's capable of being a good shooter, but he's always going to be more streaky. So I think he's always prone to those type of nights. But they needed more out of him than they got last night, Ray. And this is a problem when he continues to adjust to coming off the bench. What did you think of having him come off the bench last night and starting Moody?
I think they're trying to establish for Poole that this is what we want you to do.
Yep.
And you're going to do it in a game tonight, because starting a game is not nearly as important as finishing it. And if you're going to be used specifically and exclusively as a sixth man, you get to do that. You get to learn that skill best by being it. So this is not about him getting his minutes penalized. He only played 19 minutes because he wasn't very good.
It made sense.
I think a lot of this was Kerr trying to find out who's going to play well for us tonight. And his options were 3. That's out of 10 guys that they played.
No, if Poole is having some difficulties adjusting to coming off the bench, and that's what he's going to do, then why not bring him off the bench again last night? I didn't think it was punitive. I'm with you on that, Ray. 888-957-9570. Doobie in Chicago joins us on 95.7 The Game. Doobie, you're disappointed in me? What have I done?
Whitey, I love you, but and I'm
what have I done?
Putting out a petition so we can make this the Damon Ratto and Kevin Whitey Gleason show. But I think I think this is a bogus hot take. It's like complaining about the Giants when they're 80-40. If they were to blow a 5-run lead with their bullpen in August, I think Steve Kerr, Steph Curry, et al., they deserve the benefit of the doubt that, this is a one-off. Like Ray said, it's a long season. And I'm not a big-time Warriors fan, but I would imagine this is maybe, the 5th time in Steve Kerr's reign that they've blown a lead of this magnitude. So I just want to say, just take your foot off the gas pedal a little bit, calm down, and just enjoy life, man.
Thank you, Doobie. I like to think I'm enjoying life, and I'm not, as Ray said, looking for the panic button. But hello, when's the last time this happened? It just happened against the Denver Nuggets. It just happened. That's not a good thing. And as far as the last time it happened, Doobie, to your point, I think Lucas, Mark, Randy have some numbers there. This is like only the second time it's ever happened under Steve Kerr's watch, blowing a lead of this magnitude. Unless you go back to 2019, this happened in the playoffs. But it's very rare for a Steve Kerr coach Warrior team to fail to seal the deal when they have a lead of that magnitude in the fourth quarter. Again, I understand you'll win some games, you'll lose some games, but that game last night, the way it was going, not to win that game, that's troubling. At the very least, it's a little troubling. That's not, to me, there's something else there besides, it's the NBA, game 61 or whatever. It happens. 888-957-9570. Ken joins us. He's on the Bay Bridge right now. Ken, you're on 95.7 The Game. What's up?
Hi. I kind of been a Jordan Poole fan from day one, and right now I think that he better watch out because he's a professional. So he was starting for all of those games, and when Clay came back, it was a no-brainer. You're going to come off the bench, and I just think it's no excuse for a professional to not just play, to play. You know what I mean? And he's still trying to prove himself, and he's making Andre Iguodala's value look really good in the playoffs because his minutes are going to be diminished if Andre come back because Andre knows how to run the team.
Thank you. I thought what was really interesting last night, we know Jordan Poole didn't play well, but Steve Kerr, Ray, with Game of the Line, Steve Kerr was, he didn't feel like he needed to go back to Jordan Poole. We know Jordan Poole with the skill set, there was an opportunity for him to give him something they needed, and Steve Kerr felt like it wasn't happening that night. That's of note.
Yeah, no, look, when you're talking about this stretch of the season, you're trying to establish a number of different things, and one of them is you earn your minutes. If we're going to rely on you when the games get hard, you've got to earn those minutes now. And last night, for whatever reason, Jordan Poole didn't earn more than 19 minutes. And I think, part of being a coach is you don't reward a guy for not playing well if you're trying to get him to play well down the road a piece. So, Jordan Poole is not so far from his rookie year that he can't absorb a lesson or two. I'm not one of those, if you're talking about a good team, just say, well, if a guy's not playing well and he's not doing the stuff we want him to do, let's let him play his way out of it. It's not That's not how you build habits, and it's not the way Steve Kerr coaches. So to the extent that Jordan Poole knows what the deal is, he knows that more than anything else. It's just you earn your minutes. And last night he didn't earn a lot.
Doobie in Chicago asked about how frequently Steve Kerr coached Warrior teams blow a lead of this magnitude. Here is our own Mark Randy with some facts and figures.
Yeah, so the Warriors lost after leading by 20 points last night. First time in the regular season since November of 2007.
Whoa.
But you remember they lost 2007 in the regular season. But they also lost 2019 postseason round 1 against the Clippers game 2. If you recall, they led by 31 in that game, and they lost.
Yeah. There you go. So the last time this happened in the regular season, 2007, right? That's why to me it's not the end of the world. It's not trade everybody and fire Kerr, but it's not just, it happens. That shouldn't happen.
It shouldn't, but it does. I mean, either that or you fire Kerr.
No, I just said you shouldn't do that.
Oh, no, I think after a game like this, you should bring him in and just say, if I see that again, you're done. We're taking your home from you, and you can live on the street.
It was disappointing last night, understandable, but disappointing to see Kuminga struggle the way he did.
Well, okay.
He's 19, but he played poor. I had just been on with John Dickinson on Warriors This Week on Saturday. One of the things we were saying was, wow, for a 19-year-old, it's remarkable because you were getting a sense that he was fairly consistent. He had established some consistency. You knew what you're getting game in, game out from a 19-year-old. Now, I understand, and we even said, there's going to be ups and downs, but he really struggled last night. He'd been playing so well. He's 19, I get it, but still, it was difficult to watch. Here's Steve Kerr on Kuminga's struggles last night.
I thought JK, he's had so much momentum and he's brought such good energy to games, and I thought he let the slow start affect him. That's what it looked like to me. He picked up some early fouls. He took a couple of quick shots right when he got out there. Nothing was going his way, and that affected his defense. And he's a rookie. These are all the lessons, and that's why he's got to go through this. One of the things about this league is you have to be able to find a way to perform when nothing's going your way. And you got to find a way to bring the energy and the juice that your team needs.
Lesson learned, Ray, for a 19-year-old. A lot of lessons he still has to learn. Hopefully he learned one last night.
I guess we'll see if he did. I mean, Damon likes to complain that you got to let him play, you got to let him play, you got to... No, you don't. You actually don't. You can actually do what they've done, which is when you play well, you get to play more.
Earn your minutes.
Yeah.
Especially at the defensive end.
Yeah, because defense is something that's always in your control. You can play hard on one end of the floor on every possession. And if the guy you're trying to defend is simply way better than you take your ass kicking, but you don't make it easy for him. And I think sometimes Kuminga forgets that, not because he's lazy or he's slothful, because he's 19. It's a whole different world out there. And you learn lessons face first. And I think last year, and I've said this before, they allowed James Wiseman to play through periods where he wasn't playing very well. And I think Steve Kerr thought that was a mistake. So that's what I think this is. You just, when you see stuff you don't like that you've worked on, and you're still getting that from time to time, you reinforce.
I think they learned some lessons in how they dealt with Wiseman that they've applied to Kuminga. Here's what's coming up here. It's Damon and Ratto, Whitey in for Damon. And up next, LeBron got labooed, and he deserved it. That is up next. And we are presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TV.
In mind, using geographic redundancy to keep your communications online. Empower your workforce with Zoom Phone. Visit zoom.com/phone system. Zoom, how the world connects.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto streaming live on Twitch and YouTube. Head to twitch.tv/957thegame and youtube.com/957thegame to watch us live. See what's going on inside the studio. Whitey in for Damon today. What's going on today is I'm trying to figure out why it is that Ray and so many people, not just Ray, so many people apparently feeling like that Warrior lost last night. It happens. It happened. You made a great point, though, Ray, in my opinion, where you said, right now, are they an injury from being a 7 seed and I'm not putting words in your mouth, right? You said something along those lines. That's a really telling and interesting comment.
I'm brilliant. I'm a knowledgeable man.
Mm-hmm.
No, but I'm, the Warriors have, they've lived very well off a great start. And since then, they've played at about the rate of a 5 seed. But now, if you take the games that Draymond Green has not been dressed up for, they're barely ahead. I mean, they're Minnesota. In fact, they might be worse than Minnesota. So maybe they're an 8 seed.
Who do they play tomorrow night?
Minnesota. But Minnesota's a team that can easily get its ass kicked at any moment, as they did the other night against Philadelphia. So, results don't make a lot of sense right now for a lot of teams. Some are tanking, some have injuries, some just got new parts. Just a week ago, everybody hated Philadelphia. Now they put together 2 really good games. And now
a lot
they
of
love
volatility
them.
right now.
Yeah, so, that's what I'm saying is don't get too wrapped up in last night. Yeah, it sucked if you're a Warrior fan, but, calm down.
Calm down? 19-point lead in the fourth quarter? You tell me to calm down?
I'm ordering you to calm down. Do as you're told. I mean, seriously, when that game was over, how bothered were you?
I was...
Be honest.
Stunned. I was like, wait, what?
Stunned.
Because the Warriors had all but won the game in my mind. Watching that game and watching Dallas stumble around, I felt like even when Dallas started to make the run, I felt like there's no way the way they're playing tonight. So, and then at the end of the game, when it was tilting the other way, and I felt like if they played another quarter, Dallas would have won by 15 or more. It was just kind of stunning to see that kind of turnaround when the Warriors had it there for the taking. That's my honest answer to your question.
I'm stunned that you're stunned. I mean, you're an adult.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to get that wrapped up in these guys. They don't pay your salary.
Well, stunned doesn't mean that I'm depressed or sad. I was just like, wow, what did I just see there? That thing escalated in a real hurry in the fourth quarter.
See, I wouldn't go wow. Wow to me is San Antonio and Washington both going for 150 in the same game.
Double overtime game.
Yes. Wow is Memphis beating somebody by 73. That's wow. This is at best a
I don't understand that. Apparently you're not the only one who feels that way, but having watched that game, I don't know how someone watches that and says, yeah, it happens.
26-3 run, Ray, in the fourth quarter.
26-3 run.
No, yeah. I want to know what you do with that. That means nothing? Everyone's okay with that?
I'm fine with it. I couldn't be happier. I wish it had been 34-3.
On the text line here from the 408, Warriors have zero heart or edge without Green and Clay. That's why JP should have played regardless. Curry and Wiggins in robot mode lost it in robot mode. Who
was he saying should have played no matter what?
I think he's saying Jordan Poole should have started.
Oh.
Yeah.
He's a sixth man. He needs to learn to be an effective, reliable sixth man.
I do agree with that, and I have no idea. Maybe he felt like he should have started. I don't know, but it makes sense. You're having trouble adjusting this role. This is the role that we need you to play, so we're going to give you more practice at it by having you come off the bench tonight.
But here's the other thing. I'm not convinced that he's struggling as much with this as people want to think. I mean, maybe he likes to play more minutes, fine, but I think he's a reasonably smart player who knows what the deal is. And maybe he's erratic because he's erratic. He's not by any means a lost cause. He's an effective plus.
Mm-hmm.
But he will have nights when he doesn't shoot well at all. And if he lets that bother him on the other end, then he doesn't get minutes. But by now, he's gone through this drill. He should know it by now, and I think he does know it. But he is capable of putting down a stinker now and again, and that's what he did last night.
From the 510, you guys hear a post-game interview with Poole not long ago when Jim Barnett asking Poole if he's adjusted to coming off the bench. Poole avoided the question that was asked. It's from the 510. I did hear that. I heard Devon and Shamari talking about that Friday, was that when that was? I heard that, and to me, and we're going to have Jim Barnett on. I'm glad you brought that up because I heard that, and to me, yeah, maybe Poole avoided the question, but I think it's real easy to make too much of that. Are you adjusting to coming off the bench? Yeah, we're playing some games here, and he kind of answered it, larger view of what's going on with the team. I didn't think it was fair to use that to criticize Jordan Poole. I didn't think it was fair to say he dodged the question, therefore he doesn't want to come off the bench. So I don't pretend to know what's in his head, but I did hear that, and to me, there's nothing there. It's not fair to criticize Jordan Poole for his answer to that question. As I said, we'll have Jim Barnett on here about 5 o'clock, 888-957-9570. I agree with Ray. I'm not shocked or surprised. Warriors pretty much a 5th seed from the 510. From the 650, listening to Ray is a win-win for me. I get to hear his amazing takes on sports, and his voice puts my kids to sleep. Ha ha. Any thoughts on any of that?
That's hilarious.
Oh, thanks for listening. We appreciate it.
Whoa.
Yeah, we appreciate your feedback and participation.
Let me explain this to you again.
Yeah, go ahead.
When you say you are implying that I'm part of that, and I'm making it clear that from now on you say I appreciate it.
I'm talking about Grandy.
Then say
about Lucas.
them.
I'm saying we. I'm not going to say we except for Ray. No,
why not? I want that made clear.
It's too cumbersome. Far too cumbersome.
Well, where do you have to go for the next 2 hours?
Far too cumbersome. Could be worse. Obviously, it could be a lot worse if you're a Warrior fan. But even last night, could be a Laker fan. Ray, oh my goodness. The Pelicans that sent the Lakers reeling to a new low last night. The Pelicans beat the Lakers 123-95. And as you may have seen, the Lakers getting booed last night. LeBron getting LeBooed in L.A.
Come on, LeBooed.
Well,
I really believe you're better than that.
Okay.
Although you're not giving me a whole lot of evidence.
The thing is, the Lakers are not.
No, they're not. They're an awful team. They were constructed as an awful team. They performed as an awful team, and they're going to remain an awful team to the point where last night, and this has happened several times in the last few weeks, they don't fill that building or announce sellouts. They announced 17-5, and from what I saw, that was closer to 14. I think the fans have looked at this and they're going, nah, this is not worth my money.
Couple of things.
The Lakers, I just want to say one stat.
Yes.
They've had losing seasons in 7 of the last 9 years, including this one. Only 4 teams in the NBA have a worse record over the same span. That's hilarious.
But they do have the championship as well in there.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The championship is what's out of whack, not the poor performances.
The Lakers were down 30 after 3 quarters. Since January 9th, they're 6-14. Only the Rockets have been worse over the last 6 weeks. And booing LeBron, he was booed last night. He threw a bad pass. This has to be part of that, right, Ray? I mean, you had last week, during the All-Star weekend, you had LeBron holding court and saying, a return to Cleveland, not out of the question. Obviously, some Laker fans were not thrilled with that. And then Friday night, before the Lakers had another embarrassing loss to the Clippers, you had LeBron saying, wow, how can people misconstrue what I'm saying? I envision myself being in the purple and gold till I'm done playing. You just said yourself that playing in Cleveland's not off the table. This is the thing with LeBron. He has a hard time accepting blame for things when they go wrong. But worse than that, and this is why, if you're a Laker fan, some people said, wow, they shouldn't be booing LeBron. They don't deserve LeBron. How could you boo LeBron? Laker fans should have been booing even more lustily. Listen to this from Russell Westbrook.
Each play just to be getting down on ourselves too much and just not playing as hard as we can. Teams are coming in playing harder, and I believe that's just kind of their scout report, just play harder than them and see what happens. And it's working, until we determine and have a determination that we're not going to allow it, especially on our home floor, it will continue to happen to us.
Did you hear that? I think the other team's scouting report is to come in and play harder than us, and it's working. Now, maybe Russell Westbrook's trying to light a fire. Maybe he's trying to kind of imply that our coach doesn't get us ready to play. But if that's my team and one of my guys says, yeah, they come in, they play harder than us, boo! right? Nothing could deserve more boos than that, Ray.
Except for this. Russell Westbrook he's pulled this one out of the air. If the team is not playing hard, maybe he's pointing a finger at Frank Vogel. That's certainly possible.
Mm-hmm.
But the people who ought to be booed are Jeannie Buss and Rob Pelinka.
Didn't Jeannie leave early last night?
She left with 6 minutes to go. That's the biggest statement. Not fans booing.
She pulled a Jed York?
The owner picked up and left. The problem that the Lakers have, and the problem that the Lakers are, is that they are a terribly constructed team. It's awful.
No argument here.
And
they don't have Anthony Davis.
They don't have Anthony Davis, but, you said before, that's not really much of an excuse. It's because everybody's got somebody hurt.
Yes.
But
yes.
When you only have 2 effective players and one of them is out, that's going to happen. You're going to get your doors blown off. The Lakers don't have another answer after LeBron and Davis. None at all. The rest of that roster, you'd have to paint it to set it on fire. They're that awful.
They were getting into it. Laker players, you may have seen this on social media, getting into it with fans last night. An ugly, ugly scene. I fear it's only going to get worse. With that, we welcome you to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo, privacy simplified.
That, of course, the great Ray Ratto. And I'm Whitey Gleason in for Damon here on the text line. Ray's sweater today not as awesome as Friday's sweater. I feel robbed. Don't you love it when people evaluate your wardrobe on the Twitch and YouTube, Ray? It is it's very nice, very colorful. Friday's was even more spectacular, but nothing wrong with that. You got on today. More colorful than anything I have on. Well done.
What are you doing?
Well, I think it's fun that people get to see us.
I don't think it's fun at all.
And I'm just promoting the fact that people get to see us. That's cool.
No, it's not. It's awful. It's genuinely, it's one of the reasons why technology is destroying us.
How is it awful?
You're
a multimedia star, sir. Embrace it.
No, I'm not. I'm a fat old man in a chair talking into a microphone. That's it. Multimedia star. Don't stop it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I don't want to know.
Thank you for the comments.
No, don't make any more comments. If you have another opinion, keep it to yourself.
Let's go to Lucas. Lucas Alexander has, and honestly, I'm not sure what this is. Lucas has some Warrior news for us. Hello, Lucas.
Yeah, it looks like the Warriors just landed in Minnesota, and the news coming from our Anthony Slater. Klay Thompson remains out tomorrow to open the road trip in Minnesota with the recent illness. It's his 2nd straight game. That brings you back to Jordan Poole. What are you doing with him tomorrow night?
Lucas, if you could check, and maybe you know, Ray, I'm not sure if Wiseman was on the trip, Draymond was on the trip.
I believe Wiseman is on the trip just to get work with the team.
All right, thank you.
I think you bring him off the bench. That's what you're aiming for. You're not aiming to try to figure out if you can look better against Minnesota. And if he played as poorly as he did, why do you suddenly reward him and say, okay, now you're going to start?
Right. It doesn't make sense.
And I'm not talking about punishing him. All I'm talking about is play him the way you intend to play him when the games matter.
And yeah, absolutely. It makes perfect sense. And it's interesting that people look at that and, we all do it to a degree, but, they're punishing Poole. No, he's going to have to come off the bench, and he may still be adjusting to that. So clearly, Klay's back at some point. Clearly, you want Poole to continue to adjust to that by having him come off the bench. Last night, he wasn't very good at it. Doesn't mean, okay, now we'll start him. You don't want to... Steve Kerr's trying to stop yo-yoing players in and out of roles. He's trying to get things as settled as he can.
Yeah, and Poole playing well tomorrow night is not out of his control by any means. So, again, I think the issue with Jordan Poole is simply that he's a talented but inconsistent player. If his shot's going down, he's fine. You can hide his other sins, but he's not a great defender.
No, he's not.
And
decent to very good playmaker at times.
Yeah, on the offensive end, I think he's...
Had a bad possession last night, though.
He had a series of bad possessions last night. He just wasn't very good. But that happens. It's just the idea that somehow, you want to deviate from the bigger plan to fix a momentary problem that reared itself in one game. That's why I say don't get too worked up about that.
Right. Shifting gears for just a moment here. We'll get back to the good news on Draymond in just a moment. Some good weekend news on Draymond. We've been talking about the fact that people can see you, Ray. Doesn't look like we're going to see any baseball anytime soon. I guess, is today some kind of deadline? I mean, it's not a hard, fast deadline. But if we don't get an agreement, what is it, today? Then we're probably going to have to start canceling games, or at least postponing the start of the season, right? That's where this thing is theoretically.
Well,
so some people are, oh no, I mean, this is
no, because
ridiculous
they
deadline.
love to pretend that deadlines matter to these people.
Yes.
And they don't.
Yeah. But after talking to you and thinking about it, here's where I think we are with the whole thing. And please, well, I don't need to tell you this. Correct me if I'm wrong. This whole labor dispute right now between the owners and the players in baseball, it's kind of like you have a backyard. That's the dispute. You got to get this backyard ship shape in time for maybe you're going to have a wedding back there, maybe you're going to sell a house, or maybe it's opening day. So right now, the backyard is a mess. You got fences coming down. You got everything's overgrown. You got trees that need to be pruned. You got a deck that needs to be repaired, if not replaced. And in the middle of this, you've got this dilapidated eyesore of a pool. A swimming pool, green water in it. The tiles are cracked, needs to be resurfaced. The equipment doesn't work. Okay, so this is the labor dispute. What we've had to this point is we've had the two sides talking a lot, right? So what they're doing now, they've agreed, like, how do we put the boards back up on the fence? We'll use nails. Yeah, okay, we agree. Progress. Well, it's not real progress. And Ray, the thing is this, until they address the pool, you're not going to get this thing's not going to be decent. And the pool is the competitive balance tax, and they haven't even discussed it. The competitive balance tax, it's all about that. They're not even discussing it. So you don't have any chance of getting this yard cleaned up until you start work on that pool, and they're not even discussing it yet.
But it's more dynamic than that. Yeah, the competitive balance tax is the thing that will get everything else in motion. But the owners have clearly made it their strategy, as they have in previous work stoppages, to basically assume that the players are playing chicken and they'll fold. Well, the players this time finally figured out that's what they're doing. And the only way for us to keep from losing another CBA is to just say no. And so that's what they're doing. The owners have managed to give the players a reason to unite around its union, which is monumentally stupid on the part of the owners, but hardly out of character. That's why today's deadline doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this isn't going to get done till the owners decide they've lost enough money.
The owners want the deadline to be something that maybe turns public favor against the players, which it's not, but that seems to be their hope.
But beyond that, public opinion doesn't matter in any of these because the public has shown time and again that rather than get angry at the owners or get angry at the players, they'll just walk away because they don't believe that these two sides will not play an entire season, even though 25 years ago they did just that. Nobody takes any of these guys seriously, but if they have to pick, they're gonna decide to blame the owners because the owners are the ones who put in the lockout, said they wanted negotiations, and then didn't reach out for 43 days.
I know that's true.
And but beyond that,
the owners don't seem to realize that.
Oh no, they realize it because they know what they're doing.
No, but they seem to think somehow that, you know what, we're going to turn the fans against the players. They have no chance of that, but they still seem to think, maybe that's in play.
No, I think they think that players are insecure, ego-driven hypersensitives who need to be constantly reinforced. When in fact, they're adults, just like the owners are adults. And so this idea that somehow psychological torture will overcome the union, is profoundly stupid. But, it's, well, we're not going to settle, so let's try to make it uncomfortable for them. To call it laughable is to overestimate the value of laughter. This is just It doesn't even have an emotion anymore. It's just, Tell us when you want to do something. We're not interested till you do.
Buster Olney was on with Willard and Dibs today, and he talked about the larger problems this all could lead to for baseball.
Here's the thing that's scary is that even if the owners, quote-unquote, win, they still lose, and I don't think they get that. They still lose because the sport, which is in a fragile state right now, would take a huge hit, and the relationship with the players would take a huge hit. It's why when I've been texting back and forth with people today, it feels like this whole situation has been created by a bunch of dumb, smart guys. I mean, it really does. I don't get it. In an opportunity where they all need to band together and grow, they've absolutely moved in the other direction.
That was Buster Olney with Willard and Dibs today. Yeah, I said that last week. I said I used to think the owners are greedy. Now I just think they're stupid, and that's what's terrifying is they just seem oblivious to the damage they're doing to the game, and I don't think they really care. We're going to save some money here. The damage to the game and blah, blah. Who cares about that? We don't even like baseball. It's, in a way, it's terrifying.
That's why when people call them stupid, they're giving them too much credit. They don't like baseball. And they have done a brilliant job of mitigating their losses in baseball by making money in a bunch of other ways related to baseball. They make more money now than they ever have. And in the last 3 years, they had a 60-game season. They had a season without fans and then a season with some fans. But, they don't have to make money off the gate.
Are the players going to be pushed into a corner where they're going to have to go nuclear and threaten not to play in the postseason if we don't get some progress?
Well, you don't do that in February. That's a chip to be played much later in the season if it gets to that. The players right now know that they are better off letting the owners try to explain the fact that the schedule's not going off on time.
What do you think the chance is that we just don't have baseball this year at all? I know you've said it's going to start way, way, way down the road, like May, I think you said might be the earliest. Is there a chance that like the NHL years ago, we just don't have a season? I'm starting to think that's on the board.
Could be. I think there are some owners who've said, you know what? If that's the nuclear option, let's press the button.
Yeah.
There are hardliners here. And the one thing
that's awful
that I will criticize our brethren who cover baseball full time is that we still don't have a real good roadmap about who the hardline owners are driving this. Because this is not Rob Manfred doing it. I mean, we know Dick Montfort, who's the head of the negotiating committee, the owner of the Colorado Rockies. He's an old-time hardliner.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't have the level of money to move other guys in the owners' meetings. There are other people doing the driving here. And that's what I'd like to know is who are the guys that we're really pinning this on? Is it John Malone in Atlanta, who's a long time doesn't dig unions guy? Is it Peter Angelos? Is it Hank Steinbrenner? I mean, where's the power lie in the owner's room? Because that's what's driving this.
We need some good news, and the Warriors actually did get some good news this weekend on Draymond Green. So we've got that for you coming up. We're brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Come rain or shine, high winds or mild breezes, blue skies or gray. It's a great time to consider getting vaccinated against COVID. This is Damon and Ratto. Whitey in for Damon. 95.7 The Game.
Here's today's smart money tip from Owning. Call 833-2-OWNING or go to owning.com to find out more about this amazing offer.
95.7 The Game.
Listen, if you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Damon and Ratto on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. But you probably don't need me to tell you that, right? Whitey in for Damon here. It's Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. We were just talking about the Lakers, Ray, a little bit ago, and how the Lakers were getting booed last night. And they continued to sink towards the bottom of the play-in situation in the West. But apparently the Lakers have figured it all out because they are releasing DeAndre Jordan to sign DJ Augustine. So that probably is going to fix things for the Lakers. Look out! The Lakers are back.
Yep, that's what they needed, another 34-year-old.
Well, DeAndre Jordan's available, right? A lot of people say the Warriors, they need to go out in the buyout market, get a big.
God. I didn't think you'd go there.
I asked the question. The answer is no. DeAndre Jordan cannot play. You don't want anything to do with DeAndre Jordan.
The answer is God, no.
Because, I mean, he was a nice player, did some nice things way back when. I remember, I think 2011, the Warriors actually signed him to an offer sheet, and the Clippers kept him. So there was a time when the Warriors thought very highly of DeAndre Jordan. But now, no, I bring that up because I know some people are going to wonder, hey, they need a big, right? A big would have been nice to have last night. But no, DeAndre Jordan, for whatever reason, I mean, a lot of miles there, Ray. He can't play anymore.
Yeah, he's given at the office. I don't want to diminish what he did, but he's done. The tank is on E. The retirement jet is idling on the tarmac.
I will say this, as far as the Warriors go, and I really don't understand. A lot of people, and Ray is leading the parade here, a lot of people saying, you know what, bad loss last night, but and I just that's a really bad loss when you lose at home, a game looks like you're going to win, and you have a 19-point lead at home, especially after what happened at Denver. But okay, I mean, I couldn't believe that they lost that game last night. Thought that was a bad loss the way things have been going. That said, the Warriors did get some good news over the weekend. Speaking of bigs, we know that James Wiseman is with the team and practicing, and Draymond Green actually practiced on Saturday. Draymond Green says he's hoping to come back at some point here at full strength. Here's what he said.
I'm trying to stick to as fast as I can possibly get back and be prepared to dominate. I was dominating when I got hurt. I plan on coming back and dominating. I don't want to limp back out there and trying to figure it out as I go. I want to come back strong, just stronger than I left. So I'm still a little ways away from that. And, that's okay. I think we got 22 games left. So, if I can just get some of those under my belt before the playoffs, I'll be fine. Just keep taking it day by day, week by week, continue to see progress. And my progress has been tremendous. I think from where I am today, I think if you guys knew where I was 8 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago, it's night and day. So very pleased with where I am and just continuing to try to get better and work myself back.
Anybody who's had any back issues knows that, you just never know with your back. But the fact that he's as optimistic as he is, Ray, and he's a smart guy, and he has talked before about how, backs are iffy, but he's so optimistic there. I take my cues from that, and it sounds like everything is going about as well as it can be. And there's also something else that Draymond has talked about where he says he's been working on his core, and in some ways he may come back stronger than he was. So I know right now the Warriors aren't playing real well, but, Draymond's return is on the horizon. And it looks like when Draymond comes back, there's every reason to think he's going to be Draymond again.
I'll believe all of that when I see it and not before, because the Warriors either don't tell you anything or they're chirpily optimistic.
But he is speaking of himself. He's not speaking on behalf of the team. He's telling you, this is how I'm feeling right now.
Can I suggest to you that he would not come out and say, I'm dead-ended here. I don't think I'm getting any better.
Draymond is not. Draymond, I think, wears his emotions on his sleeve. If he were unhappy, you would know.
No, if he were unhappy, he wouldn't talk.
Exactly. I agree. And he's talking.
Okay, he's talking.
So you would know because he would not talk.
No, but I think he would say that no matter how he was feeling. I'm not. No, I'm sorry. Draymond Green is not a lie detector.
Well, when he first got hurt, we didn't hear any. Remember when he first got hurt and he walked off the court and they didn't know what it was? We didn't hear anything for a long time. And the team played terribly. And I think the team had an idea, wow, this could be really bad. If we lose Draymond, I think that contributed to how poorly they played. I don't know. But I do know that Draymond didn't say anything. I agree with the point you made earlier. The fact that he's speaking now optimistically, I think that's a real good barometer of how he honestly feels about things.
I'm choosing not to believe him. I'm choosing to wait and let his play determine how he feels.
It's possible he doesn't really know.
It's very possible he doesn't really know. I mean, the patient is usually a terrible doctor. So all I'm saying, I'm not calling him a liar. All I'm saying is when I see it, I'll determine.
In my experience, sometimes the doctor is the terrible doctor. I went to a doctor once, Ray. And we'll get back to Draymond. I went to a doctor.
No. Let's talk about this more.
Yeah.
This is what people want to know when they're in their cars.
Went to a doctor, had some symptoms, trying to figure out something's wrong. And I look and I realize, I have a hernia, right? Because you can, not to be too, detailed here, but you can tell. So I went to the doctor. Doctor, I should have come to you sooner. I have a hernia, see? Doctor says, you got something there, but it's not a hernia. Yeah. And I was like, wow, I shouldn't question the doctor. Weeks later, same symptoms, went to another doctor. First thing he says is, hey, you got a hernia there. Come on. So sometimes the doctor is the bad doctor.
Okay.
That really happened.
Oh, no, I believe you. Then again, I also believe that you go to a hardware store to get medical advice.
This was he had a degree in everything. And as far as I know, still does.
Okay, well.
Some doctors don't like it when you tell them what's wrong with you. Even if you're right. They're like, oh, no, you're not the doctor here. I'm the doctor. You don't have a hernia. It's something else.
Well, then that's on you for opening your yap.
Just trying to help. Anyway.
No, you clearly weren't trying to help. You were trying to take his job away from him.
I was trying to help because I wanted it treated, which eventually it was. But as far as Draymond goes, he's definitely optimistic here. It's interesting how he keeps saying 3 to 4 weeks. If 3 weeks from now I'm not ready, don't be worried. Everything's going to be okay. I'm not sure when he's going to be ready to go, but the Warriors could sure use him right now. I'm not saying rush him back, but the Warriors could sure use him.
It sounds like you are saying that.
No, I'm not. I understand. If his back's not good to go and he's hurting and he's still, hey, I still got some aches and pains here, don't play him. I'm just saying it's a fact. You saw last night. They could really use him if they want to hold off Memphis. And it's really important to hold off Memphis for the 2 spot. And I know how you are, especially on a Monday. Whitey, everything you say, nah, but you know that that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Draymond Green is hugely important to them. We've seen the difference in their records when he plays and when he doesn't. I mean, I realize that's an imperfect metric, but it's about as close as you're going to get. So you take that at face value, but you don't sit there and go, well, the Warriors better rush him back because, man, game 67's coming, and, man, that's
please, to be clear, I am not suggesting to rush him back.
I'm not suggesting that you are.
Okay.
But the guy in the red sweatshirt sitting across from me is making a hell of a case for it. No. The thing is, everybody wants to be a prisoner of the moment here.
Yeah.
And the fact is, being in the NBA as those guys are, they know that February is of little value. If you have to stack all the months up in order of importance.
What day is tomorrow?
March 1st.
Tomorrow we can say the playoffs are next month.
You can.
So it's barely February, sir.
You can.
Barely.
There'll still be 20 games away. That's a quarter of the season. Yeah, I'm going to force you to calm down on this stuff, no matter what it's not. This isn't the time when rational basketball teams start to either get worried or get excited.
I feel like you're trying to paint me in the corner as somebody. You're trying to paint me as a guy who says, you need to bring Draymond back now. And in no way did I suggest that. And in no way do I feel that way or agree with that sentiment.
But you are the guy who wants to make the game last night a huge barometer of where they're headed.
Well, it was a bad loss, period. That's indisputable, and it's especially a bad loss when they're trying to hang on to the second spot. You try as you may, you can't refute that. That's irrefutable.
A loss in Game 61 is not a bad loss unless you get somebody hurt. Game 61.
So a game 81 or 82 loss counts more than a loss in Game 61? Of course not.
If you're looking for trends, yeah. Because the game after 81 or the game after 82 is 83, which is the postseason. If you're worried about trends, that's when you worry. Trends don't last 20 games unless you're either going to win 73 or lose 73.
From the 562, and you should put your name on the text so we can give you credit.
No, keep your name to yourself. We don't want to know.
Comcast Business text line is always open, 888-957-9570. In fact, if you want to give us a score 0 to 10 on what you think of Ray's sweatshirt today, I would appreciate that. Yeah, that's a 10 all the way. I love the color. It's really beautiful golden, like Calaveras
You're a
gold.
despicable human being, Whitey.
Hey, Whitey, I think the Dubs and Dre are slow walking it a bit to make sure he's more than ready when he comes back, and given the fact the Warriors haven't completely imploded without him helps. I completely agree with that. Yes, I'm just saying it would sure be nice to have him sooner rather than later, but in no way, shape, or form should you, nor will they even for a second, consider rushing him back. As far as getting to the 1 seed, which really doesn't seem likely, here's Draymond breaking down whether that's important or not. He gets an assist, by the way. You'll hear the great Raymond Ritter on this clip as well.
I'm not sure we've ever won a playoff series and didn't win a road game.
You've been in 23 playoff series. You, Clay, and Stephen have won at least one road game in every of those 23 series.
Exactly. I said that to say the goal is to go win one on the road anyway. Whether that's you trying to close out in 4 or trying to close out in 5 or trying to close out in 6 or 7. The goal is always to go win one on the road. If we're the 2 seed, you just got to go win one on the road anyway. And so I think after going through it so many times, you understand to exhaust yourself for the 1 seed. I mean, ultimately, yeah, okay, you get an extra game at home in the series. or a closeout game at home. But I've won Game 7s on the road, and I've lost Game 7s at home. So it don't really matter. I mean, if you can get it, great. But I don't feel like, and I don't think anyone in this organization feels like it's worth it to exhaust yourself trying to chase after it.
Right. And the good news, again, is Draymond practiced on Saturday. That's really good news.
That's the sound of a man who learned his lesson from wanting desperately to win 73 games.
Amen.
The stat about, winning a road game in every one of their series is completely bogus, by the way. It doesn't mean anything because almost no series in NBA history has gone where the home team wins every game. So that's valueless. With all due respect to Raymond Ritter,
wow,
it just doesn't mean anything.
You can take shots at me, but you take shots at Raymond Ritter.
If Raymond wants to
you're
come
on your
over
own.
Here,
You're on your own, partner.
If Raymond wants to get on a plane from Minneapolis to come over here and beat me up, I'm fine with that. But, teams that win, series that go, home team wins every game, they don't happen. So it doesn't matter.
The point is they feel comfortable that even if they're not the 1 seed, they can fare well enough on the road to get where they want to get to. But I do think, and you made this point before I did last week, this is where it gets tricky because I know I'm going to say what you said and you're going to find some way to disagree essentially with yourself. But the difference
I like the way you lay this out.
Yes.
To
Welcome
fit your
to my
argument
world.
before it happens.
The difference between 2 and 3 potentially is profound.
No, but he's talking about the difference between 2 and 1, which is not profound. Except that, it depends on how 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 break out. That's the only thing. I'm just talking about matchups. If it was a more difficult matchup, or series of matchups for the Warriors to finish in the 2 seed, and then they end up with, Denver and then Memphis, or a really hot Dallas team and then Memphis, that makes it harder for them come the conference final. It's about matchups. It's not about seed, because the seed can change based on, or your situation can change based on who you're going to get matched up with, because playoff series are about matchups. And sometimes if you're the 1 seed, history shows that it doesn't matter who you're playing, you're winning.
Right.
But the 2 and the 3, that's when the arguments start to happen. And then, if it's a 4 or 5, then there are a lot of different permutations. But the point is, you're trying to avoid difficult matchups
right
early in the playoffs so that you don't get worn out later.
Question. How do I avoid those, like if I want to finish 2nd and not 3rd, how do I avoid those matchups? What do I have to do during the regular season to finish with a higher seed?
No, I'm just going to let this sit for a while. I'm going to make you feel uncomfortable like you're trying to make me feel. Of course, if you want to finish 2nd, you want to win more games.
Right.
But Don Nelson was a genius at throwing the right game at the right time to get the seed he wanted. Because whether you're the 2 or the 3 is of less importance than finding out who you're playing with. They're playing against in the 1st, 2nd round.
I have a feeling, and we don't know who it is yet, but I have a feeling that you're going to much rather play the 7 seed than the 6 seed, the way things are going. But
why do you say that?
Because the 7 seed will be a team that comes out of the play-in, and the 6 seed is probably going to be Dallas or Denver. And I know we got a ways to go yet, so you don't know. If I'm the Warriors, I'd rather play one of the play-in teams in the 1st round than stinking Dallas or Denver. And I think you may not do this on the radio, but I think deep down you must agree with me on that.
But what if Minnesota's finishes 6th? Which is certainly within the realm of possibility. I like the Warriors' chances against Minnesota a lot more than I like them against a healthy Denver.
Right. Okay, if it got to that point and you massaged a win or loss here or there to get to that point, that's great. But right now, it doesn't make sense to do that, which is why a game like last night is so important. That would have been nice. That's my point.
Tell me who they played in Game 61 in 2019.
I don't know.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, but a game in February is not relevant. It just isn't, unless you get somebody hurt. It's a game of among 82.
Let's see here. Gil from the 408. Thank you, Gil. Whitey, I would take a 7-game series any day versus the Mavs. I'd rather have a healthy squad going to the playoffs. Take my chances. Yes, it was a horrible loss, but got to look at the big picture. Yeah, again, Gil, just so we're clear, I know you got to be healthy and you got to have Draymond back. And, fingers crossed that Clay's back as soon as possible. Maybe even you get some out of Iguodala, and then everything looks different. But last night was a tough one, and you're going to need something from guys last night who didn't give you what you needed. Wiggins, to a degree, he wasn't bad, but especially Jordan Poole.
Yeah, I mean, look, they did not play well. Not that self-evident, but it's not a thing where you all of a sudden change the way you think about the team you're coaching.
Does it concern you at all, Ray, that down the stretch last night, Curry, he couldn't do what he tried to do. He tried to take over the game, and he wasn't able to do that.
Doesn't concern me. But, I mean, that's the nature of being thin. I mean, that looked like, a lot of the situations they had last year, where Curry was carrying both ends of the piano. And, that worked for a month, but it didn't work for the whole year. It's not an efficient way to go about your business. So, the idea that Curry is the guy who carries this team on his back night in and night out has been, and will always be false. He's part of a greater whole. And when you don't have Draymond Green, and when you don't have Klay Thompson, and you don't have Andre Iguodala, and everybody else is playing meh, you don't have a lot of a shot, no matter who you are.
He was worn down last night. He had to work very hard at the defensive end. They went right at him. And down the stretch, when he realized, I guess this is on me, he didn't have any legs left. I told you this was coming on the text line, and thank you. Appreciate your listening. I'm not taking a shot at you, but from the 415, DeAndre Jordan just waived by the Lakers. Do you agree with cutting Lee or Bell for him? I say yes. See, I told you it was coming. That's why I mentioned that DeAndre Jordan cannot play, because I knew that was coming, because that's where a lot of Warrior fans are right now. And I get it. They look at the roster. Wow, it'd be nice to have a big. And it would be, but it wouldn't be nice to have him.
I can't. This is why you don't read texts right here.
I read that because a lot of people think that way, Ray. That's what I think.
But these are people who should be isolated from the rest of society.
No, that's why we're here, because they need a big. DeAndre Jordan, I remember him. He was really good. Should you get him? And that's why we're here to say, you know what? He's not the DeAndre Jordan that you remember. So, no, you don't want him.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you get Bill Russell? He was one of the best centers of all time. Never mind that he's 86.
Because he's 86. That's probably why you don't.
No, but I'm just saying, DeAndre Jordan.
It's kind of harsh, Ray, to the guy.
No, but I'm just saying,
Jordan.
it's, just because somebody was once good does not mean that the last three teams that had him and didn't get anything out of him were wrong.
What did you think, by the way, of the way the Sixers played? And look, full disclosure, I'd said even before the trade was made, I said, they better not do that. It's not going to work. It's not going to work for Philly. And Ray was asking me last week, well, how far can they get? And I said, doesn't matter how far they can get. This stylistically is not going to work. Well, 2 games in, clearly, so far, it's worked. They beat Minnesota, and then the Sixers yesterday beating the Knicks. So they're off to a good start. I would suggest they would have won those games anyway without that trade. But what do you think so far of the Harden-Embiid era in Philly?
New toys work really well at the start. I mean, they're everybody's energized. It's fun to play in a different paradigm. I'm not agreeing with you, but all I'm saying is that's not unusual.
That goes without saying.
Oh, shut up. No, it's 2 games doesn't make anything, but it's easy to have fun and look good and be on your best behavior for the first 2 games under a new regime. I just, let's see how they are in 10 games.
Yeah. I mean, you all you can do is play well in the 2 games, and they have, but I'm just the jury's still out as far as I'm concerned.
2 games is not a trend. Maybe the worst word in sports is trend. because it puts way too much emphasis on the last thing you saw.
And I know the Warriors have Minnesota tomorrow night, and I didn't realize Minnesota's playing right now. So the Warriors get the T-Wolves tomorrow night on the second of a back-to-back for them. They're tangling with the Cavs right now.
In Cleveland, they have to travel, too.
Yeah.
But they are wearing their Dayglow green jerseys, so.
I kind of like those. And I like Minnesota. I'm glad to see them. Looks like maybe they're finally starting to turn the corner, but every time I watch them, I just think of, wow, they gave up Kuminga and Wiggins for D'Angelo Russell.
D'Angelo Russell's having a pretty good year.
He's a pretty good player. Angelo Russell, because forget about the D, but that's a lot to give up for him, Ray.
God.
He's a terrible defensive player.
Yeah, but just the way you said it.
He's just he has very little interest in that. And yeah, he's a really good player, but don't you think they gave up a little too much to get him?
Yeah, but they were trying to get rid of the problem that they had in Wiggins. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of lopsided trades start with a team that has a problem they can't solve internally.
And the problem was what? That just he wasn't giving them value on what they were paying him?
He wasn't giving them value, and he was not happy there, and the team was dead-ended. You know, they were the Timberwolves. So, I mean, that's what happened there. I mean, just it's, you know, I mean, the reason why I'm grateful for the Timberwolves wearing their lime greens is because nobody else wears those. So I can look up and I go, I know who they are.
Right.
There's no waiting to try to figure out who's playing.
Coming up here, if you're looking for the best Warriors content from 95.7 The Game,
change the station.
Text Warriors to 20357. That's Warriors to 20357. Make sure to hit the subscribe button in the Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. No, keep it right here because the great Jim Barnett is going to be coming up here, and we'll have to address, Ray, at what point do fans of the Warriors become warriors, right? We're going to have to look into that just a little bit more deeply. It's coming up, and
Keep flogging that dead horse,
We are
Whitey.
presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here at the Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook.
Hey, it's Ken Barkley. Tonight in college basketball, Kansas State travels to Texas Tech, and I like under 133.5. In these teams' first meeting, the total closed 128. Now a month later, Tech's playing just as good, and the total's 5.5 points more. I disagree. I think they stifle K-State, and I like the under.
That's it for this Bet River Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your
Happy Monday. Hard to be happy today, Ray, after what happened to the Warriors last night. We've got the great Jim Barnett coming up top of the hour. What a great guy. What a great player he was. Fine broadcaster. Jim Barnett coming up top of the hour. Lucas, were you kidding with what you just told me? What Lucas just told me in my headset, something about DeAndre Jordan and a team having interest. Was that a joke, Lucas, or were you serious, sir?
Dead serious. Woj just tweeted that they have been looking for a backup center since they traded away Andre Drummond in that James Harden trade. So
the Sixers.
There you go, if the shoe fits.
You're saying the Sixers, according to Woj, have interest in DeAndre Jordan?
Yes.
Wow. Okay, thank you. How about that, Ray? That's surprising to me.
Yeah, that'll be a huge game changer for them.
Is that a Doc Rivers thing that, DeAndre Jordan, yeah, that's my guy.
Could be.
Lob City.
Could be. Those 7 minutes a game will make a big difference.
Okay. Yeah. Here we go. Ray from the 408.
Guys have been signed, for shabbier reasons than that.
From the 408. And I mentioned this because I told you people are looking at this. DeAndre Jordan being waived by the Lakers and about to hit the market. Do the Warriors pursue? 4 question marks. A lot of Warrior fans are going to look at that and say, hey, I think he'd be nice to have at the end of the bench. But the Warriors feel like they've got Wiseman coming, even though Steve Kerr told us on this show Friday, you don't expect much from Wiseman, and they've got Draymond coming back, and they don't feel like it's worth bringing in a guy like DeAndre Jordan. They don't feel like that's going to move the needle enough to make it worth doing.
Clearly. I mean, that's clearly the message they're sending. They have their bigs, and that's what they're going to go with.
I wonder...
And really, how does DeAndre Jordan do much for the Warriors other than stand at the low block?
I think the answer to that would be, and I'm not making the case for it, I did wonder before the season started why they didn't have another big on the roster. And there was some report, and I forget now who reported it. Apparently the Warriors were looking like that interest in Isaiah Hartenstein, and he went to the Clippers. So they did look, but you can't, if you want to sign somebody, they have to want to sign with you. So they did look for some size, but they weren't able to sign anybody. At this point, the answer to your question, Ray, would be if I'm playing, say, Denver, and I've got some foul trouble, I could put DeAndre Jordan in there to guard the Joker rather than have to put Bielitsa in there. That would be the answer to your question.
Except that Jokic would simply make Jordan come out because, Jokic can play multiple parts of the floor and Jordan can't. I mean, they'd rather have somebody more mobile like Weissman, like Kuminga, like Green, guys who can move.
Mm-hmm.
DeAndre Jordan, I mean, God love him, he had quite the career, but he's essentially immobile.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Sixers have that much interest, and I do think it'd be nice if the Warriors had that kind of size down there. But I think it's going to be anybody. It's going to be Wiseman, and that's just where we are right now. As I mentioned, Jim Barnett coming up top of the hour. So, Ray, I wanted to take a few moments here to just talk about this news from the NFL Competition Committee set to meet in Indianapolis this week to discuss several subjects, including a possible rule change. It was a hot topic during the 2021 playoffs. The Colts have submitted a proposal to guarantee each team an overtime possession. So the competition committee discussing changes to the overtime rules. Hot topic during the postseason.
No, it isn't. And here's why.
It was a hot topic.
No, for about 15 seconds, and then people
red hot. But go ahead.
The Colts do this every year. So do the Ravens. They've never gotten any traction before. I don't believe they're going to get any traction this year. The NFL is hooked on the idea of changing the game in little ways that don't make any difference year after year after year. The Buffalo Bills were not prevented from stopping the Kansas City Chiefs. The assumption that the Chiefs could score on anybody doing anything eliminates the fact that the Bills played a shoddy defense in overtime. They let the Chiefs march down the field. I mean, and I don't think this is going to have any more traction than it was last year.
Adjusting the current overtime rules gained traction among the public and within the league in January after the Chiefs win over the Bills in the divisional round. Great game. Everybody saw it. After winning the overtime coin toss, Chiefs marched down the field, scored a game-winning touchdown without the Bills offense seeing the field. So apparently that lent some fuel to this argument that, oh boy, we really are going to have to change the overtime rules. Although at this point, it's really not clear how much of an appetite the other clubs have for this.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's died on arrival multiple times. So I don't think that the league is going to look at the skewed numbers about coin flips any more warmly than they have in the past.
Mm-hmm. So you think this is nothing to see here, huh? Move on. Colts do this all the time.
No, well,
people are a little more excited about it because of that Chiefs game, but nothing excited.
The Colts and the Ravens have been shrieking about this for several years because it's a pet project, but it's died every time in committee before, and I don't know that there's a huge hue and cry to change it now.
Mm-hmm.
The idea that, the public gained traction among the public. Wow, there's a threat to make the blood run cold.
It gained traction among the public and within the league. The league.
Prove it. Who suddenly changed their minds? I mean, those are phrases that make me nuts because they don't say anything. Traction within the league. What does that mean? Somebody in PR complained about it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, tell me what owners or members of the competition committee have suddenly been convinced to change their minds based on what they saw. I don't believe that.
Pardon me. I didn't mean to step on you there.
That's quite right.
The Ravens have a great idea. I don't think they're ever going to embrace it, but I think it's cool. You can decide where you want the ball, but the other team gets to pick the yard line you're on. Or you can do you get the ball, or you get to pick where the other team starts. And that's really interesting. I just think it's too convoluted for the NFL to ever say, yeah, let's do that.
I mean, why would you not say, okay, we'll let you have the ball and you start at your own one?
Yeah, and it's possible there are some other manifestations of this rule that I'm not familiar with. Maybe there are some restrictions on that. But I think, isn't that like kind of the basic framework for what the Ravens are proposing?
It's one of the ideas.
Yeah.
They've tinkered with this several times to try to get people to like their idea, but it doesn't work. I mean, not to say that it doesn't work. It doesn't work that they propose this and then they get nowhere.
The bottom line is, I think you're right. I mean, as much as some people complained about the end of that game, everyone said, I remember my wife was watching NBC News the Monday after that weekend. They did a story on NBC News about how great the playoff weekend was. So I don't, at the time, especially if you're a fan of the team that loses that game, you get frustrated, but I don't think people are that upset about overtime. I never minded it when you kick a field goal and you win. I was okay with that.
No, it's one of those things where something happened. Gee, I wish something else had happened. I must complain about this because it is an injustice. No, it isn't. Stop speaking out loud where people can hear you.
Mm-hmm.
That's the injustice.
Yeah.
Nobody asked for your opinion. If they wanted your opinion, they would have assigned one to you ahead of time.
And with Jim Barnett coming up here, Ray, I just have time to ask you what you make of the Kyler Murray Cardinals saga. This is a bold play by Kyler Murray's agent. We know that Kyler Murray, there have been reports from, it was Mort Wright who said, you know what, his teammates felt like he was kind of not a good teammate, and Murray felt like he was being made a scapegoat. Murray's agent said in a statement Monday that quarterback has sent a detailed contract proposal to the Cardinals. So Eric Burkhart's like publicly, we sent a contract proposal to the Cardinals. You see that? Because we want to stay here and the franchise needs stability. If I'm the team, I'm thinking, I really wish you hadn't done that publicly. Isn't this more about trying to rehab Kyler Murray's image than about any real intent to get the Cardinals and Kyler Murray back on track?
He'd have a much better chance rehabilitating Kyler Murray's image if he could put out a statement that wasn't riddled with typographical errors.
I didn't realize that.
Well, here, I'll just read a sentence verbatim. Kyler remains hopeful that the organization chooses to commit so that he can continue leading the Cardinals, There are about 4 or 5 typos in here. So it was so important to Eric Burkhart that he didn't even have somebody in his office proofread it.
What is going on here?
I didn't realize that. That's and this is an established agent, right? Isn't he a legitimate, established NFL agent? You know what's happening to the English language now, Ray? The way people are texting and LOL. I don't. A lot of people probably wouldn't even notice the typos. But you would, Mr. Wordsmith.
Well, no. I mean, this is a professional. I mean, he has a staff. How do you not get this stuff right?
It's a good question. I don't have an answer for you. I didn't even realize that.
If he's that high-powered an agent, he has people. I mean, this thing is worded in such a way that you believe he operates out of the trunk of his car.
Mm-hmm. The statement says that Murray is committed to remaining with the Cardinals, desperately wants to win the Super Bowl. Desperately. There's a sense of desperation in this, whatever this is to me, this public statement from Kyler's agent. It's a desperate attempt to get people to start looking at Kyler Murray the way they used to after he scrubbed all references to the Cardinals from social media. I don't know what's going on with Kyler Murray, but it doesn't look good right now, and I don't think this is going to help. If anything, it's going to exacerbate things.
Well, no. The Cardinals will look at this as the ramblings of an illiterate. I mean, this will get done. This is just, saber rattling so that he can get attention and so that he can show his client, see, I'm trying out there for you.
Right.
The fact that I type with my elbows shouldn't enter into it.
Don't you think Kyler Murray ultimately should be, and perhaps will be, the center fielder for the Oakland A's? Or maybe the Las Vegas A's, I don't know.
Well, obviously not. I mean, he's made his choice.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm going to quit the job that could make me upwards of $25 million a year.
He's not happy. He's not happy there.
So that I can play minor league baseball for $2,500 a month.
You make a good point. With that, we bring you to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
This is Damon and Ratto. Whitey Gleason in for Damon on 95.7 The Game. The great Jim Barnett should be joining us in just a moment here, and we'll find out Jim's view of what went down, what went wrong for the Warriors last night in that fourth quarter as they suffered a collapse and fell to the Dallas Mavericks at home. They led by 19 in the fourth quarter, as you know. Mavericks won 107-101. Steve Kerr on what happened in that fourth quarter.
We kind of lost our spirit and our energy when they made that push. I thought we closed the third quarter pretty strong. They had made a good run, and then we closed the quarter strong and went into the fourth with a 14-point lead. But we did not sort of maintain our grit, coming down the stretch. I thought we just kind of let the momentum get away from us. And, Dallas had all the momentum and they were jumping around on their bench, and, our guys were kind of hanging their heads, and it's a good lesson for us. We've got to understand this is NBA games turn, on a dime. I mean, it happens quickly, and you got to be able to withstand that. And we can't just say, well, when Draymond and Andre are back, we'll be better. It doesn't matter who's out there. We've got to do a better job of executing under pressure and maintaining confidence.
What did you think happened, Ray? And I understand your view is, hey, these things happen, but how did it unravel to that degree for the Warriors in the fourth quarter?
I think they thought the game was over. And I think players are prone to that from time to time. I think they said, we're up 19. These guys haven't been very good. We can, put out the fire. Let's go home.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's any more complicated than that. And then all of a sudden the rush comes and they can't get back up to speed.
Steph Curry referred to it as an avalanche. Let's see what our next guest thinks. And it's a privilege and pleasure to welcome him back. I haven't spoken to this gentleman in quite some time. Outstanding Warrior analyst. Of course, he was an outstanding NBA player. The one and only Jim Barnett. JB, how are you? It's Whitey. How's it going?
Whitey, nice to hear from you and have it be on your show. And it's going well. We got to Minnesota here, to the hotel just about an hour ago. And team's practicing right now. And I'm actually watching the Wolves play the Cleveland Cavaliers. They're on television right now. So,
and the Wolves have forged ahead. They were down by 10 earlier. Now they're up 8.
They're up by 8 right now, and it's just a pretty high-scoring game because you got 2.5 minutes left in the second quarter. But anyway, enough of all that. What's on your mind?
Well, on the one hand, Jim, and Ray and I have been kind of disagreeing. To me, I think that was a really bad loss for the Warriors, and Ray's of the mind that, these things, it's bad loss, but these things happen. So they blew that big lead at home. What was the biggest issue, in your estimation, in the fourth quarter for the Warriors last night?
Well, their defense just collapsed, totally collapsed. Let people go to the basket, overhelp, leave open threes. I don't know why it's such a problem to try to, to keep your man in front of you. But obviously now if it's a smaller man and you can see a bigger man get switched off, and then they have a quickness advantage. And, when Bielitsa's in there and he has a difficult time staying with smaller men, and they go in and score. But the fourth quarter, when you can only manage 13 points yourself and you're giving up 33, you're going to have a huge lead in order to win a game like that. And it just, this team right now, they obviously miss Draymond. Overall, this team needs to get bigger. I'm waiting for Wiseman to come to the front here a little bit because they need somebody who can patrol the lane, defensively change shots, keep people out of there, rebound the basketball, all of those things. They're not necessarily going to need his scoring as much, but he can still do that. And they miss Draymond Green, and there's no question about it because not only Draymond is the catalyst and he fires everybody up, and he's a motivator. He's like a coach on the floor in the sense that they're going to play hard for when Draymond's out there. He doesn't stand for anything less than that. And plus, he is really someone tied to Curry that gets him shots in a game. He gets him good shots. And so Stephen personally misses that. But, it's I don't like the way they've been playing over the last couple of weeks. I mean, let's see. If we add all that up, they've got 2 wins and 5 losses over the last couple of weeks. So, it's and I know they played without Clay, but I was disappointed. Was hoping that Jordan Poole would pick up the slack there. Didn't make a field goal, hit his 4 free throws, but they can play a lot better. I tell you the truth, I'm surprised this year that they played that well throughout, and so they've proven that they can do that. But it's not going to be easy on this road trip. You got Minnesota, then you've got Dallas, then you've got the Lakers, and you've got to come back next week. Next week is really tough because they've got to play a game in Denver, make that up from a game earlier in the season that got canceled, and then come home and play, and then go back to Denver and play again. So the schedule's not favorable, and you're on the road a lot, but they have got to, they've got to do that, and I'm just waiting for Draymond to get back, and I'd like to see Wiseman get back as well.
Is there something structural that seems off to you? Because you've said, they haven't been playing very well of late. Is there a unifying theme around those games? Do they believe sometimes that they have games salted away that aren't salted away yet? What would you attribute this struggle?
Lack of defense. When the Knicks scored 116 points, beat them by 2 at home. The Lakers, they won that game, but they still gave the Lakers 115 points. Clay had a big night with 33. But they lost to the Clippers down there. Tim Roy and I did that game. They let them shoot 56%, 54% in the paint. Look what Dallas did last night, shooting it over 50%, making the threes, and the Warriors did not shoot well at all. And so if you're not going to have your good offense, now they had a great game at Portland, but Portland didn't have their guns and scored 132 points in that game. But the fourth quarter, their defense completely to me collapsed, and you've got guys that they're not keeping their man in front of them, and then people are coming to give help, and then you're leaving wide open 3-point shooters, and it's not a good formula. To me, the offense, is going to come and go, but for the most part, with Curry on the floor, Clay there, they're going to have that offense. And, even though he didn't score, made a field goal last night, Jordan Poole's had a pretty good offensive year. I think he preferred to start, and he's got to learn how to consistently come in off the bench and give him a little lift. And I thought he'd been doing that lately, to tell you the truth, not coming in and gunning the ball and taking shots, relaxing a little bit, and I thought he's been playing pretty well. But the defense, they're just giving too many easy baskets and not defending as well as I think they should be. And you got to work to keep your man in front of you, and sometimes they just overhelp at the expense of allowing someone to shoot a corner three, which is a pretty dadgum easy shot to make, and they were hurt by that.
Jim Barnett with us, of course, Warrior analyst, former Warrior. Jim, to me, you touched on the one thing that's going on with the team right now that's maybe borderline alarming or most disturbing, because we all know, hey, the defense is better with Draymond. But Draymond and the back line and calling switches and organizing the defense, he can't do anything about somebody getting beaten at the point of attack. You go back to the Clipper game, Terrence Mann looked like Sleepy Floyd on Mother's Day. So, and I know Steve Kerr's talked about a lack of energy, lack of grit. When you get Clay back, get Draymond back, Iguodala, a lot of things going to take care of themselves. But isn't that probably right now the biggest concern, is that, wow, people are just getting beaten off the dribble?
Exactly. It frustrates me a little bit because that's probably the best thing I did. As far as I think I was probably a better defensive player than I was an offensive player, especially just one-on-one defense, because I used to tell Nate Thurman and Clyde, don't give me help. I don't need it. I'll get there, and I could keep my man in front of me, and you have a huge advantage. And, of course, I had, only weighed 165, 168 pounds and was skinny and quick. And not everybody is like that. And there are just a lot of bad habits. And, if you've got someone, like tomorrow night, okay? Tomorrow night you're going to go out there, and if you've got a left-handed player, and we know that Minnesota has a left-handed player out there, and that likes to shoot, make him go the opposite way. Make him go to the right, to his offhand. Just little things like that. And also, if you're going to be a little slower than your opponent, and he's a little quicker, you can't come out 25 feet from the hoop and be trying to guard him 2 feet away. You got to give him a little bit of ground, and you have to sometimes yield the outside shot rather than letting someone get to the rim. I'd much rather yield an outside shot than letting someone get to the rim. And guys are just they're too sloppy with that. And you don't want to count on always giving help all the time, and then because you get too many guys helping, they find the open man. And that's what it's all about. It's a little frustrating, but I don't know how they're going to solve that problem. Initially, they played great. As I said, they played great. It's the best defensive game I've seen this year, I think, when they played up in Portland. But they were not playing against the Portland's, best guys up there. Obviously, McCollum had been traded, and Lillard didn't play, and so it was an easy game for them. They finally woke up. They were asleep in the first quarter a little bit, but then all of a sudden they got a wake-up call, and they really started playing excellent defense, and I thought the man-to-man defense was as good as it can be. We'll see what happens tomorrow night when you get Minnesota out there, who can score, by the way, and they've got some men that can hurt you a little bit, and Karl Anthony Towns there's nobody out there that's going to stay with him as far as size, and he's going to score out. So he can shoot threes. He goes outside, inside. It's going to be a tough matchup.
All right. Well, let me ask the heretical question based on your last answer. Are these guys really an elite defensive team, or are they starting to show signs of being inconsistent defensively to the point where you'd have to worry about that as a factor in the playoffs?
Are you talking about the Warriors specifically? Or
the Warriors specifically.
Well, without Draymond Green, they're not a very good defensive team. I mean, you can look at the scores coming down the line over the last few weeks. They're not a great defensive team without Draymond out there. He's the head of the snake, and he's that important. So they haven't shown me. I've got every game here. I'm looking at how they go, and since that 9-0 win streak, it's been pretty abysmal. And giving up 111, 116, 117, 119. It's it's pretty. I don't know. I think that Steve Kerr is doing as best he can here, but I think the players have to focus a little bit more, and they've got to concentrate some more. But until you get a big man, this team, it's amazing to me how well they've done just with Draymond. And not having, Looney's been working his tail off. He gives you everything that he can, but they need to get Wiseman back and play this year, and they need to get Draymond back, and I don't know when that will happen. So right now they're not a very good defensive team, Ray.
Hey, Jim, we appreciate your time. Before we let you go, I wanted to ask you one more about Jonathan Kuminga, 19 years old. It was a time when you didn't even have freshmen playing college basketball. And I know he didn't play well last night, and obviously it happens. But what have you made of his progress and how quickly he has developed this season?
I like him a lot. He's only going to get better. He's still learning how to play. I loved, a few games ago when he got to the free throw line, I think 10 times, and got, attacked the basket. I think he's learning that you can't always get all the way to the rim and end with a dunk. And, and maybe the quickest leaper in the league. I'm not sure anybody else can get up in the air quicker than he can. But you can't do that. You can't be jumping from 10 feet away and getting a dunk. You got defenders between you and the basket. I think he's really learned a whole lot. I like him. I'm surprised once in a while he knocks down a three here and there. And so, he's a 19-year-old young man, just like Moses Moody. I can't believe that they can be in this league and compete at this kind of level. But he's got a tremendous upside. And I hope he just keeps developing good habits, learns how to put the ball on the floor, one dribble, getting to the rim and getting by people. He's understanding he can't go through people and do what you do, so he has to slow down a little bit. Sometimes it's not all about, laser speed, but deception and stop and go, a little hesitation, reading the defense. He just needs experience. He hasn't had a lot of playing time in his life. I mean, you can play that Ignite team and all that kind of stuff, but it's a whole different story up here. But I like him a whole lot. I think the Warriors have a bright future, and Kuminga is going to be a big part of it. And I like when I see him rebounding more. And he's done that a little bit too. If he can jump like that, you need to be a factor on the defensive glass. Especially, I know he can get to the offensive glass, and he likes to do that, and he can go up there, throw the shot up, go get it again, miss it, get the ball, and do it again. But I like to see him at the defensive end helping out on the rebounds.
Jim, I miss working with you. I love hearing you on the radio. Thank you so much for your time. Have a great call tomorrow night. We'll talk to you again soon.
I appreciate you having me on, guys. Okay, Whitey, thank you.
Take care. Jim Barnett on 95.7 The Game. The Warriors taking on the Timberwolves tomorrow night. Timberwolves, they got one going right now with the Cleveland Cavaliers. And isn't it interesting, Ray, when you look at the fact that Moody started last night? What is your favorite? Do you have a favorite Christopher Nolan movie?
No.
Okay. Christopher Nolan. Yeah, have you seen Dunkirk?
No.
No, okay. Christopher Nolan does a lot of weird stuff in his movies with timelines. Like, you don't know what's already happened. And wait, so we're actually not here where I thought. We're further along or we're further behind. And I think that's kind of what the Warriors have been trying to do this year, timeline-wise. 2 different timelines, right? You got your core players, and you're trying to make sure you get every last ounce out of this core. Maybe have another championship run in them at the same time developing your young core, right? 2 19-year-olds, Poole, Wiseman in there. And when it was clear that that was their plan, I was skeptical of that. But to this point, it's not easy to pull that off. But I think that's gone about as well as it can go. Obviously, Wiseman not playing hurts your efforts to do that. But Kuminga's coming along. Moody's starting last night. The way Poole's going, and we'll see, he's struggling right now. But I think they've actually done a pretty impressive job of piecing those 2 timelines together to this point. It's not easy to do.
It's not easy to do, and it's still probably early to make that assessment.
Absolutely.
But after years of drafting far down in the order and getting guys who simply can't play, they now have guys who can. The question is, can they play this style? Can they do it consistently? And can they do it together? Because right now, let's be honest, they are standing on the shoulders of giants in Curry and Green and Thompson and yada yada. But when they're able to do this on their own is when you'll get a sense of who they really are, because they're clearly not there yet. And I don't think anybody in their right mind would expect them to.
No.
They're miles away. But they're closer than, Jacob Evans or any of the other, monumental failures that the Warriors had been drafting 29th and 30th. So they've gotten some help. Now the question is whether they can help those guys make the leap into 33-minute-a-night guys, because that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah, the trick is ending up with core players, who have that unique ability to put team first. You go back to the Spurs. You had Duncan, who was, as selfless as a superstar could be. He wanted to win, and Ginobili and Parker, and we know that Curry's been that way, Draymond and Clay. So do you know if this next young core, if they develop, if they're anywhere near that good, are they going to have that same quality? You hope so. Some of that you can teach, some of it you can't. Hopefully they absorb some of that, but you just don't know, because it really takes special individuals, right? Bird, Magic, Jordan, it's a special type of person. It's not just easy to, we got a high pick, we'll get one of those guys. You just have to hope that you've hit with some of these players, and that, again, is something that we won't know for a while.
No, we won't know for a while. And the other thing, which makes this more problematic, is that you don't look at any of them and go, that's the guy who will replace Steph Curry, or that's the guy who will replace Klay
Can't
Thompson.
do it. Yeah.
The bar is incredibly high.
Yeah.
So either they are going to have to be support players for a new superstar or superstars, or they have to become that themselves. And that's a far more difficult math equation to solve.
Yes, it is. Speaking of Klay, this from Kendra Andrews on Twitter. Not only is Klay Thompson out tomorrow night against the Timberwolves with general illness, he's not in Minnesota with the team. He may meet them at some point on the trip. If/when he's feeling better. What that's about, don't know. Hopefully Klay will be feeling better soon. But how about our conversation with Jim Barnett? Ray, you had just talked me into feeling a little better about the Warriors after that loss last night, but talking to Jim Barnett about how bad the defense has been, that I think is the biggest the biggest single concern. Yeah, Draymond's not there, and Klay's not there, and Iguodala's not there, but they have not been defending well at all. And even though those guys are going to help when they're back, as I said with Jim, Draymond Green can't help somebody at the point of attack. Don't get beaten off the dribble. Oh, well, Draymond will make sure it doesn't happen. There's nothing he can do about that. And the collapse of the defense in the fourth quarter last night, bad look, bad loss, a little alarming.
But, when everybody points to Draymond Green as the unifying theory here, is before the last 12 or 13 games, he's missed 27, 25, and 24 in a row, I think. They were playing well defensively. So something has happened since Green went out that isn't related to Green. And that's the thing that
good point.
I'm waiting for people to put their finger on and explain to me, which is, how did they lose that sense of defensive purpose so far into this injury?
I would suggest that it has to do with A, fatigue, and B, teams learning how to attack the greenless Warriors more efficiently. And this is nothing new, but last night, fourth quarter, Doncic is like, who's Steph Curry's guarding me? Well, hello. I think I can handle this. So I think it's a combination of those two things, probably some other factors. And there's only so much Draymond can do about some of that.
Well, yeah, all I'm saying is that
I agree with you. That's a great point.
It's easy to say, Green's out, so they can't defend anymore. But I think that lets them a bit off the hook, because they had a stretch, and a significant stretch of games, where they defended just fine, where they held teams to 39 and 40% shooting, where they made it difficult for teams to play, and then they stopped doing that. So what changed in the interim? And that I have not gotten an explanation.
Okay, I tried to explain. I guess you didn't like my explanation.
No, but I mean, nobody has pointed out to me, well, Green went out and they were fine for a while, and then they weren't. So what was the thing that made them not do that anymore? And I'm not I just don't think that you could point to Draymond Green's absence and say, this prevents them from being any good defensively. And I don't know that it's teams adjusting to them.
I think Monty Poole had a good, at least partial answer to that last week, and I don't know that he was answering this question exactly, but he said, you look at some of these guys now without Draymond, you don't have a lot of good defenders out there, especially when Clay's not out there. Right? So remember Monty said that to you?
Yeah, but so
you
how did they play
defenders.
defense very well for 10 games after Green left and then stopped? That's the part I don't get, because if they're not good defenders, that should show pretty quickly. Because everybody gets scouted. And that's the thing that I find not baffling, but a little bit confusing. Which
also,
is,
as you know, in basketball, you have one weak spot. It can break down the entire defense. Without Draymond, obviously there's one weak spot, and there's like a chain reaction that happens. I think we've seen.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'd have to have somebody break this down, like with more film that I'm interested in looking at.
I'll come in early tomorrow. We'll do that.
You could come in early tomorrow, but no. I mean, it's the sort of thing that maybe Steve Kerr can point out the next time we drag him in.
He can come too if he wants. I'll break it down for him too. Steph Curry.
How thoughty of you.
Steph Curry referred to that offensive onslaught by the Mavs in the fourth quarter as an avalanche.
Really felt like we had the game under control. For whatever reason, our energy switched when, you miss a couple shots, empty possessions. They come down and score. Start to get deflated for, no reason really, because we still had, a sizable lead. But then you start to play against half-court defenses and can't stop the avalanche. So, obviously that's 2 home games in a row where it's been a rough, fourth quarter for us. So we got to figure out how to maintain our energy even if shots aren't falling, because that's what it might be like in a playoff game where you got to grind out a win. And, a team on the other side, they have a little bit of life to take advantage of it. So I like to say it's a good lesson to learn, even though it sucks to have to go through it.
Thank you, Steph. 2 games in a row, we lost a lead in the fourth quarter. That's not good. 888-957-9570. Ray says, you know what? Game 61, let's play on. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you play on. I'm thinking this is not a good sign, the way this team, even without Draymond and even without Clay and Iguodala, the way this team is not playing well defensively. There are some concerns here that call into question how good this team can be come playoff time. What do you think? 888-957-9570. By the way, the Warriors could use a helping hand tonight from the great Greg Popovich, because the Spurs are playing Memphis tonight, Ray, as you know. And Pop is only, he's 1 win away, 1 career win away from the great Don Nelson?
Well, he's coached for 100 years, so sure.
Number 1 all-time in coaching victories. Memphis leading that game 26-19. The great Greg Popovich. Warriors could use a helping hand from him tonight.
Tonight? Why? Is he going to buy wine?
Well, because if he's able to coach his Spurs to a win, then that helps the Warriors maintain their lead over the Grizzlies. Right?
If you're hoping...
Do I need to show you the standings? Do you want me to come over there and show you how the standings work?
No, I want you to stay right where you are until tomorrow. Just stay there all night.
Okay.
No, if you're waiting for San Antonio to beat Memphis...
Well, I don't think it's going to happen, but it would be nice.
Yeah. A lot of things would be nice. I mean, I wouldn't waste a wish for something nice on that. I mean, the Warriors can't stay ahead of Memphis. That's on them. Not my problem. And it's aggressively not my problem.
Aggressively not your problem. All right.
By the way, the Thunder beating the Kings. So your favorite team is taking another beating.
It's early still. They are winning 26-24. Long ways to go. In Sacramento, the one thing you're wrong about with the Kings is you say they're tanking. They're not tanking. And I'm not defending them. I'm just saying they are not tanking. They're just not really playing very good basketball right now.
Wow, you are infinitely generous.
That's not how you tank. You don't go out and get a veteran in Sabonis if you're tanking. You get rid of your veterans if you're tanking. Now, I'm not saying they're going to make the play-in, but they're not tanking. That's not how you tank in today's NBA. That's just not how you do it.
Sabonis is for next year. Sabonis is not about now.
Well,
they're going in the toilet to get a draft choice who will tell them what they always want to hear, which is, I really want to play for you guys. And then it always ends up being a guy they shouldn't have had.
The point there, Ray, that we need to focus on is what's up. Never mind Sacramento Kings. The Kings are closing the gap on the Thunder as we speak, but it's the Warriors and how they set up for the postseason. And if they're not defending at a higher level, that's one of the things they have to get done between now and the playoffs. And they are not defending very well at all, and that's an alarming trend. And they're blowing leads in the fourth quarter, and that's another alarming trend. And Jordan Poole is struggling to find his way in this role coming off the bench. It's not easy, but that's another trend that is, at the very least, if not alarming, disturbing for a team that's hoping to make a run at a championship.
Every time you say the word trend, I cringe.
I don't know what else you call it. You heard Steph Curry. It's 2 games in a row. 888-957-9570. Randy joins us from Milpitas on 95.7 The Game. Randy, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, gentlemen? I totally agree that, yes, it's game 61, but on the other hand, there's been a telltale sign outside of the first, 30 games or so of small things that are turning into bigger issues. And I hate to say it, but I don't want to say the Warriors aren't hungry, but they're not playing like it. They're not closing games out. And it's really starting to show in the fourth quarter where guys are just either getting gassed or whoever's on the floor doesn't know how to play defense all of a sudden. So it's really, to me, it's more of a telltale sign. And if this isn't taken care of, hopefully it doesn't leak into the playoffs.
Thank you, Randy. There do be some things that seem to be snowballing right now in the wrong direction for the Warriors. And I'm not sitting here saying they need to do this better, need to do that better, but I do think they're struggling with some things, and they wanted to win that Denver game, right? They really wanted that game. They didn't win, so it's like Steve Kerr tried to put a happy face on us, like, yeah, hopefully we got some things figured out with our rotation. They wanted to win that game last night, and you're not winning these games. It's a little bit troubling. Certainly, it's very frustrating.
Shouldn't be. I mean,
shouldn't be when you blow.
Seriously? Wait a minute. You keep hammering this as though this is a team that should never do this, and they're not. They're not that team.
I don't know if they should never do it, but they shouldn't have done it as they did last night. And blowing a 19-point lead shouldn't be frustrating.
How many times this year have you read about a team blowing a big lead in the second half? This is part of the nature of basketball now. And yeah, it's not a good thing. They should try not to do that. That's good advice, Whitey. But this happens. And I don't know that you want to point to this game and say, oh my God, this is how it's going south. Because it's not going south.
May not be going south, but that was the worst loss of the year.
They've had 12 of these, and I've had to listen to somebody explain that to me over and over again. Every time they lose, it's the worst loss of the year. Like they're invulnerable.
Can you name a loss that was worse than last night?
They are good. They are an 18.
It happens in the NBA. You're right, but that was the worst loss of the year.
They're an 18-2 start away from being Minnesota. Maybe you need to lower your expectations. Maybe you just have to look at these guys as, well, they're game and they try hard, but they're flawed defensively and they've lost a really important guy. That's who they are.
Expectations have a ton to do with it. You're right, because it looked like, beginning of the year, this is a championship caliber team. And now they got so many things that are going sideways and starting to unravel. Injuries, things you can't control. It's a little concerning when you look at this team and all of a sudden they don't appear to be. They were not long ago, Ray. It was clear after they beat the Suns on Christmas and beat the Jazz on New Year's Day. This is the best team in the NBA. There's no question. Now, there are questions about that. Does that happen? Sure. But as a fan, as someone who would like to see them win, that's interesting. Right now, with the playoffs looming, and as I said, tomorrow we can say playoffs are next month, they're clearly not the best team in the NBA right now. And as you say, of course they're not. But that's of importance.
It's self-evident that they weren't the best team in the NBA when they beat Phoenix.
Yes, they were.
No, Phoenix had a better record at the time.
They were the better team. They'd beaten them. The Warriors were the better team.
Since then, they're 16-12. maybe the early season was a false positive. Has that anybody considered that possibility, that they played a bunch of really soft teams early on and built an 18-2 record? No, people thought that being 18-2 was their natural birthright.
888-957-9570. Let's talk to Diego in Sacramento on 95.7 The Game. Hello, Diego. What's up?
Hey, guys, I want to get your insight on how much onus should you put on Steve Kerr with the Warriors losing 5 out of the last 7, because I hear a lot about, onus on the players, but what about Steve Kerr?
What about him?
Yeah, I don't have any complaints, Diego. You could complain about maybe he should have started Jordan Poole last night. I don't think so. You could complain about maybe he should have had Peyton in for Curry at the end of the game against Denver. I think Curry just made a bad read, so I understand that. And some people will say he's getting out-coached. I don't have a problem with Steve Kerr as the coach. It's a fair question, but Ray, I don't see that as an issue right now.
I don't see it as an issue at all. I mean, it's, this is a team that has some flaws, and they are exacerbated by Green not being on the floor. But they are still 43-18, so their flaws are manageable. If Steve Kerr couldn't coach, they wouldn't have 43 wins at this point. If Steve Kerr couldn't coach, they wouldn't have had 3 parades.
Some people were very critical of Coach last night because he didn't call a timeout during that run.
So, some people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want fans to be able to set your barometer, you'll have a schizophrenic team.
I think the problem for him last night was that he just didn't have a ton of options because they were
he didn't have a ton of options,
yeah.
And you should be able to look at that team and say, you know what? We're up 19. We ought to be able to get it together. That shouldn't be a problem. The real problem was their defense was shambolic in the fourth quarter. They let the Mavericks shoot 63% while shooting, I think, like 21% themselves. I think, maybe this is a roster that without Draymond Green and Klay Thompson is a 7 seed or an 8 seed. And maybe that's what they gave you last night, the performance of an 8 seed.
Without those guys, they're pretty much what they were last year, right? It's close. They were, and they couldn't get out of the play-in situation last year.
They're probably better. They're probably
guys.
Better than that. I mean, they haven't had Klay Thompson enough this year to make any sweeping judgments there, though you would imagine that that would be an improvement. But again, Draymond Green being out, they are. They're winning 54% of their games, not 67% of their games.
What do you think of the Mavs going forward? I can't figure them out. That's one of the reasons I was looking forward to watching that game last night, since they traded away Porzingis and they brought in Dinwiddie and they brought in Davis Bertans. Trying to figure out, what do they have? Who are they? They're so Luka-centric now. I can't take them seriously as a team that's going to cause much damage, get very far in the postseason. But I'm still trying to figure out, what are they? What do you make of the Mavs right now?
There are a lot of Luka and not a ton else, at least in terms of making a deep playoff run. They're a good team. They're playing better. They're playing defense like crazy, which is all to Jason Kidd's credit. But I mean, when you look at the team they trotted out last night, I mean, who stood out except Spencer Dinwiddie, which they just got like 20 minutes ago, and Dorian Finney-Smith. I mean,
Reggie Bullock can fill it up, Ray. Good shooter.
Yeah, sure he is.
No, he's a good shooter, but that's about all he is.
Yeah, Jalen Brunson's an okay player, but nobody on that roster makes you go, we got to deal with that guy, except Doncic. They are a 5 seed playing like a 5 seed. And that's not an insult, but it just means somebody that you're not going to look at and go, yeah, they're going to have a deep run. 5 seeds don't have deep runs.
Denver scares me a lot more. I think Denver's a lot better than Dallas, especially if they're getting Murray, and they might even get Porter back.
Yeah, well, see, because they have an avenue to get better. Dallas does not. This is who Dallas is right now. I mean, the best thing that can happen to the Warriors, quite frankly, is for Denver to end up either in the 4 or the 5, so they don't have to play them in either event.
From the 925, I think Ray is right. They started with a soft schedule, came out with their hair on fire. Now they're returning to the mean of who they really are, which is a 4 or 5 seed without Draymond, an 8 or worse. It's hard to know because we don't know when Draymond's coming back. We don't know what he's going to be when he comes back. But given where they were, it's uncomfortable to look at things like that. There appears to be, at least right now, a lot of truth to that. It's uncomfortable, Ray. That's all. Because the season looked like, man, everything's going just like it did 2015, 2016. And now you've got all these issues you got to sort through.
Well, yeah.
Older team, right?
Well, it's not just an older team. It's a team that is actually 2 teams, if you look at it. They've got veterans who have done this 100 times. They've got a bunch of young, promising guys who haven't done it at all. And that's a hard braid to make. They're transitioning slowly from the team that won those 3 championships and went to 5 finals in a row to a different team. And this is just the start of that transition. And there might have to be a bridge player or 2 between now and then, between the time that the young guys are ready to become the core. But for now, it's a team that cannot hide the absence of Draymond Green. It could hide the absence of Klay Thompson, which takes more explanation than I can manage. But Draymond Green has proven how important he is to this team by the fact that they are a good 4 or 5 places in the standings worse when he's not there than when he is.
Another thing I've noticed about this team of late, since Draymond was out, they've got flaws, obviously. The better they shoot, the more they're able to paper over those flaws. And when the last night, first quarter, they scored 37. When they're shooting the ball well, everything looks a lot better. When they're not shooting the ball as well, all of a sudden, some of those flaws become a lot more evident. It's 95-7 the game. Whitey in for Damon. Here's what's coming up next. I'll look at something that actually makes me think there might be an upside to no baseball this year. I mean, hopefully we will, but if we don't, I'm not looking forward to this aspect of the baseball season. It's coming up. We're sponsored by Outdoor Supply Hardware, 95.7 The Game.
Looking for patio perfection? It's the perfect time to go to Outdoor Supply Hardware. Need furniture, greenery, or grills? Your friends at Osh have you covered. Find Grande and Sierra dining sets, Big Green Egg grilling kits, Troy-built mowers, Scott's feed, seed, and fertilizers, plus more at Osh.
Hi, this is George with New Life Property Investments, and I buy houses in cash. If you own a house and want to sell it fast at a fair price, call me at 925-490-2000. I can pay cash and close in as little as 3 days. I buy houses in any condition, any price range, and any location in the San Francisco Bay Area. I am a private real estate investor who buys several houses a month, and I want to buy yours. I buy inherited houses, divorce.
presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks for being with us. Whitey in for Damon. Anybody see John Mulaney's monologue on Saturday Night Live? Anybody? Very funny. Very funny. Nobody? Very funny. He's coming to town, I think, in April, right? I want to check that out. It was very funny. Funniest thing I saw this weekend.
So was it funny? Is that the impression you're trying to leave with us?
Yeah, I was just hoping someone else had seen it there, but he's coming to town.
Okay, I'm way older than you. They're way younger than you. You got no shot.
Okay. All right. Speaking of comedy, where are we with the Major League Baseball labor negotiations? Anything today, Ray? Anything breaking? Ha ha ha.
No.
Still meeting?
Apparently, I think Rob Manfred was described as waiting between buildings today.
Yeah, it's just too bad. There are a lot of people, I think, who are hoping, and I'd be, when I was 11 years old, if I were 11 years old now, I'd be waiting. Any news? Yeah, and the owners don't. There's virtually no hope. Of any news.
And there's no 11-year-old waiting for any news on this. That's part of baseball's problem. There's no 11-year-old in the United States of America that says, "Gee, I wonder how negotiations are going."
When you were 11, would you have worried about something like this in baseball?
No.
No? You weren't a big fan?
No, I was 11. I had the attention span of a fruit fly. I didn't know anything. I mean, 11-year-olds are meant to be stupid. They don't know anything yet.
I read something over the weekend that made me think, all right, boy, it'd be terrible if there's no baseball. On the other hand, if there's no baseball, maybe this would be a good aspect of that. We were talking last week, Ray, about the Manning cast. A few weeks ago, I was thinking of talking about baseball, the things they do well. What does baseball do well? And I realized there's nothing you can't. It's no conversation you can have. One thing that they do, I don't know if they do well, but they do, is they look at what other sports are doing and they say, we've got to do that. Then they try to mimic it, and of course they botch it hopelessly. My point is, we were talking about the Manning cast. Looks like baseball has decided, here we go. And maybe this is ESPN or whoever. We got to have our own baseball version of the Manning cast. Did you hear who they chose for the baseball version? And maybe this is more ESPN than baseball, but the baseball version of the Manning cast.
Why do you pause before you say Manning cast?
For dramatic effect, because this just floored me.
Because I'm losing interest fast.
Have you seen it? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't.
Okay. Can I just ask you who you would even consider if you're going to do the baseball version of this? Who would you even think about? Like Doug Glanville or somebody, or a former player? Or?
I'll be honest with you. None of them.
You wouldn't do it.
I think when you take an idea that somebody else had and then somebody else copied, and you're the third one in, that idea is not fresh anymore. And baseball's ability to innovate when they're the third thing in fails miserably every time. I would be the one in the room saying, I know that worked for the NFL, and I know that it's worked to a certain extent in the NBA. You can't do this. You're not good at it. Don't try.
Here's my understanding. 25 games when they have Sunday Night Baseball, the MLB version of the Manning cast would feature, so this would be like an alternate broadcast, Michael Kay and Alex Rodriguez. Michael Kay and Alex Rodriguez. That's your baseball version of the Manning cast. In other words, if you're not a Yankee fan, we don't even want you to watch. Michael Kay, I know he's a fine professional, and Alex Rodriguez, you got to be bleeping me. That's terrible.
They went with the voice of the Yankees and one of the owners of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I was right. You don't do this. You don't do this.
Lucas says he has an update of some kind.
And in case this was not enough Yankee for you, just out about an hour ago, breaking, ESPN wants to pursue recently unemployed Derek Jeter. Put them all together. I will not watch.
Derek Jeter's out as the part owner of the Marlins?
I think he either got shoved or got into a screaming match with Bruce Sherman. They're not. Sherman was there using him as eye candy,
right?
And then found out that their average attendance went from 1.5 million in 2018 to 640,000 last year.
Ray, we haven't agreed on everything today. Will you agree with me?
No, we always agree. We just don't care.
No, we don't. We don't agree. Yes, we do. We do agree. We don't agree. There you go.
I hate you.
Yeah.
God, I hate you.
Michael
Can we
K.
both agree on that?
Can we agree that Michael K. and Alex Rodriguez is just a ridiculously bad idea for a baseball version of the Manning Cast?
The baseball version of the Manning Cast is in and of itself a terrible idea.
I don't think it is.
No,
I mean,
it absolutely
an alternate broadcast. Maybe if you don't frame it that way, it's like, forget the Manning Cast. We're doing our own alternate broadcast. All right. I mean, you got to be open to that. Well, what do you got? We got Michael K. and Alex Rodriguez.
No, it's an awful idea. I mean, it's demonstrably terrible on every level. But it is absolutely in keeping, A, with ESPN's view of baseball as a product, and B, about MLB's complete disinterest in what ESPN does. I mean, they're basically telling you yet in one more way, hi, we're going to give you more ways to not enjoy our product. That's it. I mean, baseball hates baseball. There's your problem.
If you're going with a Yankee cast, you got to put in Nick Swisher. He'd be awesome from the 925. That's a great idea.
It's
Yankee cast. That's what they should call it.
No, they shouldn't. No, they should call it not. They should not do this. Period. It's, the idea's been done better by others. You can only suffer by comparison, as they are proving now.
Ray, back with you tomorrow. We got a short show. Then we'll get everyone ready for the Timberwolves and the Warriors. Are you game?
We're not getting anybody ready for anything. What we're going to tell you is sit on your couch. Here's the game.
All right. Looking forward to that.
That's not hard for people to do.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Thanks, Podna. Devon and Shamari are next right here on 95.7 The Game. There you go.
I hate you.
Yeah.
God, I hate you.
It's a sprint to the playoffs for the Dubs.
Gotta have some tunnel vision on like what we need to do, these last 21 games.
Can the Warriors hold on to the second seed?
Payton's pass, Curry runs it down, catches and lets it fly! Curry!
I don't think we're in a position where we can look at anything else.